Selling a property can be a real challenge, even in a seller's market. The thing is, it's not just price that dictates a sale anymore. Location, curb appeal, decor, all play a major part in how quick a property moves. But if you market your property correctly, you can increase the sale price by as much as 30%. It's all about what you, the homeowner, will do to make that sale. And in my real estate experience, I know that buyers want it all and the competition is fierce. Frank and Amy's two-bedroom bungalow has been on the market for 2 months, which is a lifetime in this city's fast-moving market. They can't really understand why the house they've lived in for the past 7 years hasn't received a single offer. The listing price at $319,000 is reasonable, but to pile on the pressure, they have to move because they've just bought a bigger house down the road.
Okay, guys, dinner.
We don't really want to leave because we have a lot of memories here.
Are you eating your veggies, sweetie?
We built a family in this house. Unfortunately, we've run out of room.
We want somebody to move in and have great memories like we've had.
We've been scratching our heads trying to figure out exactly why this house isn't selling.
I don't know what we're going to do.
A potential buyer has to be able to walk into a house that's up for sale and really imagine themselves living there. Frank and Amy's emotional attachment to this home is just one of the reasons it's unsellable. Hi.
Nice to meet you,
Sophie.
Amy. Nice to meet
I'm
you.
Frank.
Hi.
Welcome.
So, this is the house that's not selling.
This is it.
Okay, but that's why we're here.
All right, yeah.
Okay. So, tell me about this room.
Well, this is the living room.
Right?
It's where we hang out and do all our family things.
I don't think you're making the most of it. It's a good-sized room. I mean, this house has a great footprint. It's not small. But do you see how all the furniture juts into the room? So instead of feeling that you're in a big sitting room, you feel almost like you're in a kind of passageway. We want a wow factor so someone comes in and goes, wow, what a great sitting room. Do you sense that?
I think it's cozy. I like it.
It's definitely cozy. For instance, there's quite a lot of clutter.
My son made that.
I didn't think you'd made it. It's lovely, but now is not the time to be sentimental. We're trying to make this into a neutral space, which buyers will want to walk into and think, this is the place for me. 2 bedrooms off the living room is quite common in bungalows of this size. First one, obviously the kids. Not such a bad size, but you really can't tell because of this crazy mess. So they have bunk beds. They do take up less space than 2 twins, but the stuffed closet, clothes and toys all over the place makes this room seem tiny, and it highlights the lack of storage. Not a message you want to send to potential buyers. So, whose room is this?
This is my son's room.
So, if your son sleeps here and your daughter sleep there, where does that leave you?
Well, it puts us in the basement.
Right, okay. Now, that is going to be a major problem for potential buyers, the fact that the master bedroom is in the basement. I think it's one of the main reasons that this house is unsellable at the moment.
Really?
Yeah, really. Wow, look at their reaction. I don't think they realise that with no master bedroom on the main floor, this would be a big problem for people who want to buy. Right, let's go to the basement to get a complete picture.
This is our basement.
Okay, now where is the bed?
The bed.
Oh no, you're joking. Words fail me. You both work really hard and you've got 3 kids and you sleep on a futon that most students wouldn't sleep on.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
I could weep. From a serious point of view, for potential buyers, this is a really big turn-off because they're coming into this house and they're thinking, where's the master bedroom? They've got 2 kids' rooms upstairs and a dive downstairs. The sad thing is you can tell you've done work down here. You've repainted, and I like the colour of the walls. It's neutral, but even if we only changed one thing, this would be the thing that has to change. Because at the moment, this is putting people off massively. It's hard to believe that the 1 bathroom in the entire house is in the basement, which could be a turn-off for potential buyers. Thank heavens at least it's in good shape because they've just renoed it. It's definitely a plus because a fresh new bathroom can increase the selling potential of your house by thousands. I can't believe what I've just seen. I mean, no one's going to go into that house and think to themselves, ooh, I like the one where the couple sleep in the basement on an old futon. I'm just going to have to sit down and discuss this with them because this cannot last. The plus points for the house is great street, fantastic neighbourhood, you know, got open plan living, you finished the basement. The main downside is, I'm not going to call it a master bedroom downstairs, because that it ain't, but basically you're not really getting your market. Who do you imagine buying this house?
Us? No.
A family like us anyways.
I think that is one of the reasons it hasn't sold. You should be marketing this house to a young couple or a single person, and they are not going to want a family house. They want a decluttered, depersonalised, neutral space that they can walk into and imagine themselves in. So that's what we've got to aim for, declutter.
So no futon?
No, the futon, I personally would burn it. But,
I can't say I'll miss it.
okay, but now you're ready for the change, and that has to be something to do with the fact that in 2 weeks' time you could be paying 2 mortgages.
Yeah, that's a pretty serious wake-up call.
If your house has been on the market for 2 months and you haven't received a single offer, consider why this is happening. When a buyer walks in, think, what are their first impressions and what's turning them off the property?
I'm off to meet Amy and Frank's real estate agent to get his perspective on why this house is unsellable.
It's all in the family, as Buddy Byers, the realtor, is also Amy's uncle. One of the first questions I had was, did he think Amy was sabotaging the sale of this house?
That's a good point, and I do feel bad for her. I know how much she loves the house, and you can see it when you look around. It's tough for her to leave this, and I think people coming in don't see it as a prospective purchaser because they see it as Amy's home.
Yeah.
And maybe subconsciously Amy isn't doing enough to let it show to its best ability. The time of year has certainly taken away from the backyard. They have a huge lot, 185 feet deep. This kind of weather doesn't allow us to show that to its full potential.
You're Amy's uncle. Do you find it's been a bit of a hindrance? Or...
It's funny you should say that, because there has been some times where I've tried to suggest decluttering, and I don't want to push it because she's my niece, but I'm not sure she was really listening to the extent she should have.
When you're selling a property, think of the area. Who's your target market, i.e. who's going to buy your property? Now, Frank and Amy, they live in a young, hip, trendy area. And that's going to draw in a sort of 20-something crowd. The price is right, but it's those first impressions when you first walk into the property that are really turning people off. Might be time to take Amy and Frank to a comparable house in the neighbourhood to show them the competition.
I brought you here because it's a comparable property. It's the same sort of size as yours, a couple of streets down, but I think it shows really well. So I'd like you to go and have a look and give me your thoughts at the end.
The kitchen should be one of the key selling features of your house, and though this one is not as large as Amy and Frank's, the light neutral colours and decluttered counters give it a clean, spacious feel, something potential buyers will notice.
It's really bright in here too.
Oh, I like the floor.
Yeah, it kind of looks like our bathroom.
Oh, this is nice.
Depending on the style of your house, the master bedroom could be on the main floor or upstairs, but should never, ever be a futon on the floor in the basement. Here is a good example of where a master bedroom should be.
It's kind of plain.
Yeah, but roomy.
Yeah.
No toys. What's this room? Oh, it's like a little office.
So, what do you think?
Overall, it's nice.
The reason I brought you to this house is because I think it's a really good example of marketing. They've thought to themselves, right, who's going to want to live in a place like this? Well, it's probably going to be a young couple. So they've made the second bedroom into a kind of home office, which is a great selling point. It's just basically putting a bit of thought into who you think is most likely to buy your house.
Right, for sure.
And in this case, it's been very successful because this house sold in a week.
What?
Are you serious?
Fingers crossed that they'll now be more open-minded about what has to be done to remarket their house. They're going to have to be if they want to get it sold. Though I think this couple are coming around, I need some backup, and I've called in our general contractor, Anthony Sayers.
So, Anthony, what were your first thoughts when you came into the house?
Run! No, I'm just kidding. To me, the house needs some work. The first bedroom, I looked up at the ceiling. Looks like it's gonna fall down at any time.
Right.
So, new drywall on the
Yeah.
ceiling. The carpet just looked very aged, so new carpet.
It's been colored on a few times.
In the second bedroom, the plumbing stack is sticking out. It needs
It's
to be.
charming.
You see what I have to deal with.
Yes.
It is a waste pipe. It's just not character.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's boxed in. The kitchen's looking a little tired. Cabinets need some fixing up. paint job.
So Anthony, what are we doing vis-a-vis extra prep space?
Well, by taking the table away and building an island there, you're gonna section it off the two spaces.
So there's a clear dividing line between the living room and the kitchen.
Yes.
You don't look convinced.
No, I'm not totally sold on the island idea. To me, a table is more comfortable.
Remember what we've been saying, it's not really about you anymore. I know that sounds brutal, but it's about people coming in and what they're gonna want. And a two-person island, it's gonna create more space in the kitchen. It's gonna be kind of a younger, hipper look.
And you think that will help sell the house?
I think it will, yes. Because remember our target market, young couples or single people. It's not the big family, because as we can tell, big families do not fit into this house. Okay.
Okay.
Right now, the living room appears small and dark. All we need to do is declutter, get rid of that big brown couch, and give the walls a fresh coat of a neutral colour paint. This will make a world of difference in how it presents to potential buyers. The basement needs to be reclaimed as a family room. Let's start by dumping that futon.
So, what do you think?
I don't know about you, but to me it seems like a lot of work.
It seems like a lot of work. Actually, it isn't. It's more affordable work that we're going to be doing, and mostly cosmetic. Nothing structural.
Correct, Anthony. And the total cost of this reno is $3,500. Practically speaking, it's about the same as 1% of the home's asking price. A solid short-term investment, considering if they don't sell soon, they'll be carrying 2 mortgages for who knows how long.
You know, these are changes we have got to make. You don't want this house remaining unsellable for another 2 weeks.
You're right.
Okay? So you're with me on this?
I'm with you.
Okay, let's get the overalls on. Okay.
Let's do it. I'm starting to really get into the whole, decluttering, and it kind of feels good to get everything rolling now. That's 1 down, only another 20 to go.
It's a little sad putting them away, but at the same time it's a new beginning, so I'm trying to focus on that. Wow, look at what a big room. I guess Sophie did know what she was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Anthony, how's it going?
Excellent.
Cool, what are you up to?
Making progress. Drywall in the first bedroom. Carpet in the second bedroom. That pipe boxed in.
Yeah, I saw that. It looks amazing. I see the island is still in its infancy, Anthony.
Yes. I'm building the island to match the cabinets. It's going to be movable.
I think it's going to be brilliant because it's going to act as a kind of dividing line between the sitting room and the kitchen without spending a huge amount of money.
Yeah, it is pretty cheap. Most people don't realize how important the kitchen is. I mean, you can add tens and thousands of dollars just by renovating and having a nice kitchen.
Excellent point, Anthony. For example, take a look at this house down the street that's just sold.
Now, I wanted you to see a comparable property. Is it to your taste?
I think it's beautiful.
So, can you imagine your place looking like this?
Not really.
No.
I think we have too many things around.
See? By things, do you maybe mean clutter? That is one of the key things that we've been talking about, is decluttering and a kind of calm space that anyone can imagine themselves living in. And this is it. Should we go and have a look at the rest of the house?
Sounds good.
Okay, this is the master bedroom, which does have an ensuite bathroom.
Oh, I like that.
This room is a bit smaller than your bedroom.
Right. It feels bigger.
See, it's the pale walls. Light paint helps bounce the light around, increasing the sense of space. And the best thing is, it's not a lot of work. Remember yesterday you were a bit nervous, understandably, and thinking, oh God, it's a lot of work. But in this room, it's just a paint job.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It does make a huge difference. And you can imagine coming in here and just relaxing.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, it's calm, and that is mainly to do with the decluttering, because this is very simple. Should we head on to the kitchen?
Okay.
Oh, wow. This is very nice.
This is really nice.
I like the cupboards a lot.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
The counter's very nice.
I could definitely see myself cooking
Nice
in
and
here.
spacious.
But I really brought you to this house to prove a point. And this house does have 2 bathrooms, and the sitting room and the kitchen are separated. For some people, that's quite important. But your house is a better house, and it's much bigger. And you've got 2 double bedrooms on the first floor. You've got a bigger sitting room, a bigger kitchen, a bigger yard. But this house sold in 5 days.
That's incredible.
I never thought it would be that important
Yeah.
to declutter.
With a little bit of work, you can achieve that look in your house, which is going to make it much more sellable. As the design work continues, Amy and Frank are slowly coming around to my side. But like their house, it still needs some work.
It doesn't really feel like my house anymore, and that's kind of sad to me. I guess that's the whole point. You know, we're fixing it up for someone else to buy the house and come in and enjoy it.
It's a lot of work right now. I'm trying to keep that other house that we saw earlier today in mind and using that as a little motivation. I hope that all this work that we're putting in here is going to pay off in the end.
I'm feeling really good about all the work being done on Amy and Frank's house. When I first got here, I was a bit concerned, but I think we might have converted this home from an unsellable into a house a young couple just want to scoop up. There was no wow factor when you walked into Amy and Frank's house. To change that, we started by painting the living room and kitchen a light neutral colour, which immediately brightened it and opened up the space. We replaced that oversized couch with a smaller, inexpensive one that the owners can take to their new home, and rearranged existing furniture, removing visual distractions and allowing buyers to really see the potential in this room. We got rid of that big old kitchen table and replaced it with an affordable island that Anthony built. It clearly divides the kitchen from the living space and no longer feels like a big long hallway, but instead 2 individual spaces. To highlight the dual function of the second bedroom, we transformed it into an office space that could double as a guest room by repainting the existing shelving unit and using a chair they stored in the basement. We painted the son's room a nice light colour, boxed in that delightful wastepipe in the corner, and spruced up the existing bed with fresh new linens. Decluttering worked wonders, and with a few family photos to adorn the walls, the results were amazing. This room was transformed into a bright and spacious master bedroom that buyers can easily imagine themselves sleeping soundly in. The basement took the least amount of work and cost almost nothing. All we did was get rid of that hideous futon, converted a cluttered closet into an entertainment area, and rearranged some furniture to give the space new life and create an informal, relaxing space that will definitely attract buyers. Though the dirty work is complete, we've got more to do to get this property sold, so preparing for the open house is the next step. Marketing. Internet virtual tours and professional photos. An experienced photographer is needed to shoot them and get a colour photo for the newspaper. Large colour ads make all the difference in getting people to come to your open house. Do not scrimp on this. Find the busiest intersection near your home to put up your open house signs everywhere. You don't want people getting lost. Pay the $200 to $300 for a home inspection so the buyers don't have to spend the money. They'll like that. The moment of truth has arrived. Potential buyers are coming to see the house, and with any luck, someone will be putting in an offer. It was a lot of hard work, but it paid off. Amy and Frank's house has been transformed in just a few days on a shoestring budget into a house that can clearly hold its own in a competitive market. We're about to put it to the test with an open house. Come in. Hi. Hello. Hi.
Oh, it's nice.
Fingers crossed.
I love the color scheme.
Just like I thought, a bright neutral colour makes all the difference.
So this would be like a study.
Or second bedroom. There's enough space in this room to hold a desk and a daybed for guests.
Is this the master bedroom?
This is the master bedroom, yep. It's a good-sized master that easily fits a queen bed, a dresser and a night table.
The color's nice, the baby blue.
Nice sized kitchen. I love the flow. The flow's excellent.
Exactly the reaction I was hoping for. This is a savvy buyer that knows what to look for.
It's very nice. Nice colors, very neutral.
This is movable, so you can have it here or move it along there. It's designed so you can use it as extra counter space, kitchen storage, or an eat-in bar.
Oh, here's a room for you. That is so awesome. What do you do with all the space?
Oh, that's nice.
It's amazing how rearranging your furniture to present the room properly really helps to visualize the use of that space.
Excellent.
Fingers crossed for sale. So now you've had a look around, what do you think?
It looks nice and bright and airy and fresh.
I love the kitchen. I love how everything flows. Just wonderful. It's nice up here to sort of relax and entertain and whatnot. The downstairs is perfect for him and for a TV room.
I know it's a bit of a cheeky question, but maybe an offer in the pipeline?
Very much so.
Well,
Very
that's what
much
we like
so.
to hear.
Yes, it's a pretty good possibility, actually.
He looks like he's at home already.
He is. It's his call. Hey, Ben, you want to live here?
The open house received the positive feedback I expected. The reaction proved that the remarketing strategy made a huge difference. This house has been transformed from an absolute zoo of a family home into a zen-like oasis for urban professionals. So the house is ready, but we'll just have to see if it sells.
I'm nervous because we haven't sold yet. It's down to the wire now. We have to sell it, or we are gonna have 2 mortgages in 2 weeks.
Well, the open house is a few days ago, and the good news is Amy and Frank have received 2 offers. So we're just hoping and waiting anxiously to see if one of those offers becomes a sale. After a night of negotiation, Amy and Frank accepted the second offer and sold their home for $312,500 to a young professional couple. They fell in love with the house, and Amy and Frank fell in love with that. The world of real estate is littered with winners and losers, so you can't be complacent. You've got to do your homework, and that means researching your market, pricing your house accordingly, and always presenting it at its best, even if it's not convenient. You don't do the work, and you won't reap the rewards. It's as simple as that. Multi-generational cohabitation is becoming more and more common with today's aging population, and Pastor Andrea is about to uproot her extended family for the promise of a better life.
Living in a house for sale is very difficult. We're unable to cook, so we've eaten out a lot. So what's for dinner? I bought this house with my mom and dad 7 years ago. It was great when my mom was alive, but my mom passed. It's considered a family house, but nobody comes anymore because this house reminds them of my mom too much, and they miss her. I think we need a fresh start in a new house to pull everything back together. I don't know why anybody's not buying our house. We're kind of worried. We hope it's going to be sold soon.
Pastor Andrea Blake's 4-bedroom brick home has been on the market for over 5 weeks. It's in a great family-friendly neighbourhood, conveniently located close to schools, shopping areas and a public transport system. Asking price is a reasonable $339,500. Yet she still hasn't had any offers, and other comparable houses in the neighbourhood are selling like hotcakes. So it's time to find out what's wrong. Would you mind if we take a look?
No, go ahead.
I know the house isn't brand new, but it's looking a little tired. Just
Tired? We painted this 2 years ago.
Well, I think we need to paint it again. Okay. She go through. Off Pastor Andrea's hall is a classic L-shaped living and dining room area. It's in pretty good shape, although there are some blemishes on the wall and there are a few too many couches in here. Am I right? Did this used to be a window?
Yeah, before the extension of the house, I think that was a back window. The curtains kind of give it a little flare.
There's definitely some flair, but it's just a little eccentric, and it's kind of like a window to nowhere. So this is the kitchen then. Brand new fridge, which is great, and a broken sink. This is definitely something we're going to have to fix. So I love the cupboards, but I think we could do with a bit of TLC.
This is our family room.
It's really big and bright, but I think we can improve it. We want to maximise the light and space, and I also would maybe think about removing one of those cabinets. Just up there, you know, there's a bit of touching up needs to be done with the brackets. Wow, it's like a rainforest in it. The plants are leading all the way up to the ceiling.
None of my sisters or brother wants to take the responsibility of caring for them.
Well, I'll have a word with them.
Okay.
Should we go upstairs?
Sure.
Upstairs, the bathroom's actually not so bad. It's already well equipped with some updated tiling and some nice neutral colours. But these 4 bedrooms do leave something to be desired. So whose room is this?
This is my room.
I hope you didn't pay anyone to do this paint job.
The yellow ceiling was there before. The room used to be orange and yellow, and I tried to tone it down a bit.
Well, I think we need to tone it down a little more. And maybe do some decluttering.
I already decluttered my room. This was like the bare necessity.
Yeah, because this is really the bare necessity. Come on. Whose room is this?
It's my daughter.
Ooh. Looks like the floor isn't totally finished. I think it's missing its quarter round. It's very tidy.
And this is my dad's room.
I think we need to change the wallpaper in here.
Sure.
But it's a good sized room and not much to do. Right, we've done the tour. And I think I really need to sit down with you and go over some points that I think are going to make this house sellable.
I think Pastor Andrea is great, but she's got a lot to learn about selling houses, so I think it's about time I sat down with her.
Well, the good news,
Okay.
that's where I like to start. You know, this is a big old house in a brilliant neighborhood, especially good for growing families. But, and this is a big but, it is looking tired.
Tired.
Tired. For instance, this room, the kitchen, is the most important room in the house.
Okay.
It's the heart of the family. From a point of view of a buyer, if I came in and saw a broken sink, I'd be like, well, is there a damp problem? Has it leaked down, you know, to behind the cabinetry? And upstairs, you know, things like the quarter rounds missing.
Well, I thought, you know, with the great floor that the quarter round would not be so obvious.
Yeah, well, it is. The person who's going to come into this house, who wants to buy it, is probably going to have like 3 young kids. And you know what it's like when you have kids. You don't even have time to breathe, let alone think about doing major repairs.
We know that that's broken, but it's a lot of money to fix all these things up.
And we're here to help you get your whole house up to what I consider viewing standard.
You can't underestimate first impressions. I know buyers aren't buying your furniture and your home decor choices, but sometimes it's just a first impression you get when you walk inside a house. I think I know why Andrea's house isn't selling, but I still want to talk to the real estate agent. Marlon, the house has been on for 5 weeks and you haven't had a single offer, which must be kind of frustrating for you.
Very, very frustrating.
What reactions have you had so far?
Well, most of the reactions were set around minor things in the home. It's all cosmetic, but it just gives the impression of a lot of work to be done on the home.
And have you discussed these issues with the pastor?
Yes, I've approached her, the painting. She did paint. But,
Blindfolded by the looks of things. So I've got to ask, does the price need to come down? Because a home is really only worth what someone's prepared to pay for it.
normally I would consider lowering it, but even though this house has its issues, it is quite a bit better than some of the product that's on the market right now.
It's obvious to me, after speaking to Marlon, that Andrea's exhausted all her options in making good the remaining fixes. But in all honesty, that's all it needs, a simple makeover to make the home, well, look lived in, presentable, and ultimately sellable. Perhaps I can give Pastor Andrea a little inspiration by showing her a comparable home in the neighborhood that sold quickly.
Now, this family room is sort of the same size as yours, but it feels much bigger. And do you know why that is?
Bare minimum furniture.
Exactly. What do you think of this?
Put more furniture in here, maybe.
What, you
a
mean
table.
3 couches, 2 armchairs, a couple of tables?
Oh, maybe not that quite. I don't think it'll all fit in here.
I don't think it fits in your room either, Andrea. I want to show you the kitchen as well. You see one glaring difference? You're leaning against it.
Yeah, the countertop is in better shape.
Yeah, that's pretty much it in this room. Is the faucet's working, it's not broken, and the countertop is new.
If the kitchen is the heart of a home, then the sink is the heart of a kitchen. Selling a home with a broken sink is like trying to sell a car with no steering wheel. The investment return on a kitchen makeover can be as high as 120%. But be careful about spending too much. If you go overboard on a kitchen makeover, you can easily price yourself out of the market.
See? Nice neutral paint colour.
Yeah.
And someone's actually finished the floors in here. What do you think?
Oh, paint job's a little bit better than mine.
Considerably better, as there's no roller marks on the ceiling.
I think my floor is way better than these floors, if we're comparing apples to apples.
Well, we're not. We're comparing floors to floors, and this is considerably better. Come on, then. Let's go and see the other one.
Professionally painting the interior of your home can result in a 300% return on your investment. It might be difficult to go out and spend $1,500 on paint, but if it adds $4,500 to your home's value and it sells your home faster, it's money well spent.
What do you think of the house, honestly?
The paint job is nice, I must say that.
I think the main thing is a family could just walk in off the street and just go, oh, right, can imagine themselves living there instantly without having to do any work. And that is what, at the moment, differentiates your house with this house. You don't agree with me, do you? I'm talking to a brick wall. How long do you think it took for this house to sell?
Oh, I don't know. I'd say maybe 30 days?
14.
14?
I'm still not sure the message is getting through. In fact, Andrea may not be convinced until the job is done, so we better get started. It's time I called in general contractor Anthony Sayers to get this show on the road. Andrea, this is Anthony, our capable builder. The house at the moment is not giving the best first impression. It looks like there's a lot of work to be done. And, you know, I think there is a fair bit.
As I walked upstairs, the floor looks like it's just been refinished. Is that right?
Yes.
But a lot of the quarter round is missing, so there's actual gaps between the floor and the walls.
Okay.
And a nice new paint job as well upstairs.
I just painted.
You painted your ceiling yellow and the walls a completely different colour. The kitchen is like the most important room in a house. So what are your plans in there?
I'm gonna replace the countertop and new sink, new faucet. I'm gonna take off the handles off the cabinets, replace with new after a new paint job. Most people don't realize with a good paint job, you can actually add about $10,000 to $15,000 to your house when you're trying to sell it.
So don't try doing it yourself then.
So it's just going to give your house a fresh, clean look that is going to make this house sellable.
Great, I'm happy.
Good, that's why we're here. Andrea, we're taking down the window to nowhere.
Yes, that's what we're doing.
This is quite a big moment.
I thought I was a great designer, you know?
One curtain down. Oh, well, not actually, because it's still attached to the wall.
I hope this is a primer because it looks kind of icky. I am not going to be living here anymore, so
No, that's it. I mean, in your next house, you can go crazy.
I can paint it whatever color I want. This is not going to be my room anymore. Some things are sentimental, and you know, when you're giving up some stuff, it's kind of hard. Here goes my fabulous yellow paint. See, it doesn't even want to go.
Hey, Anthony, what are you up to?
Hey, I'm just taking this countertop
Oh,
off.
goody, have we got a new one?
It's just right there.
Very snazzy. How much did it set you back?
The countertops are about $300.
And the paint?
I would say maybe $100,
And all the knobs?
maybe another $100.
So the whole kitchen under 500 bucks?
Yeah. The sink's gonna come out. You wanna give me a hand, actually?
Yeah.
There
Oh,
you go.
God. I think this is going to make a massive difference. Because this was
Yeah.
really putting people off.
Yeah.
And I think they thought that there was massive damp problems, which there's actually not. I mean, it's pretty dry back there.
It's dry. It's just people come here and
They see that and they're like, ah, are you reusing this?
Yeah, I'm just gonna reuse the faucet and the sink.
I'm going to have to get a scouring brush out on that sink, though.
Yeah.
Recycling, good for the environment and for the purse.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, the quarter round looks good.
Yeah, no, this is like the finishing touch. It just closes off the floor and the baseboard.
So is quarter round good value then?
I think so. I mean, it depends on the gap and the look that you're after. Because you can use quarter round or you can use a shoe mold, which a shoe mold is a little bit flatter and it's more square stock.
Right. I think quarter round looks great in here.
Yeah, I think so too. It suits the house.
Paying close attention to detail is a surefire way to help move a property quickly. It certainly did the trick for this comparable house in the neighbourhood. Unlike Pastor Andrea's kitchen, updated cabinets and properly working fixtures really help put prospective buyers at ease. This living room is the first impression of the home. Warm colours and less furniture really create an inviting feeling. Remember, the room no longer needs to be functional for you. It has to fulfill the lifestyle needs of your target market. In the bedrooms, there's no missing quarter round here. Generally, by the time buyers get to an upper floor of a home, their interest level has already been established. Therefore, bedrooms just need to be tidy, uncluttered, and most importantly, complete. Even though bedrooms are the icing on the cake, the icing still has to taste good. This home showed really well and it sold in just a few days. But it took a lot of work to get it there, and things are no different back at Pastor Andrea's house, where she's seeing her house go through a dramatic transformation.
All this work on the house is really overwhelming, but one thing I've learned is to let go of stuff. not to collect so much stuff. The decluttering part was a killer to get rid of all that stuff that we had. In my next home, I'm not gonna keep as much stuff as one come in, one goes out. These colors I wouldn't have picked, but I did write them down. So just in case, I love these colors, so I might use them in my new house, because this looks great, you know?
Or you could just hire me.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
What do you think?
Wow, I think it looks great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gonna
really.
be beautiful.
I'm really pleased with the work we've done on Andrea's house. You know, it is what it is. It's a modest house in a working class area. But at least now it's a turnkey property, so a young family can move in, no fuss, no bother. Pastor Andrea's home needed to make a good first impression. With a fresh coat of paint and less furniture, the living room feels much larger and really draws you in. The colour scheme continues into the dining room, where we've removed the bulky component stereo and replaced the religious artwork to depersonalise the space. We brought in a new dining set to match the decor, but this area was more about removing than adding, which dramatically enhanced the first impression of the home for a very reasonable price. In the kitchen, the outdated cupboards and countertop, along with a broken faucet, screamed makeover. Now the light, modern-feeling countertop and cabinetry makes this kitchen feel spacious, comfortable and complete. Repairing and reusing the existing faucet and painting over the existing cabinets proves that you don't need big money to make a big impact. To help turn Pastor Andrea's overcrowded great room into, well, a great room, we removed one of the wall units, thinned out the plant life and replaced the dark blue paint colour with a light, fresh earth tone. This transformation was inexpensive and yielded spectacular results. In Pastor Andrea's bedroom, a professional paint job, some sleek new window coverings and a thorough decluttering has made all the difference. Overall, we kept it simple in the bedroom. Some nice new quarter-round and fresh paint colours with matching bedding have really stepped up the design. In the master bedroom, incorporating the existing dark furniture worked wonders. You don't have to be rich to create a rich and alluring decor. With a little ingenuity, we were able to dramatically enhance the look and functionality of Pastor Andrea's home for a bargain price. All right, Andrea's home is looking great, but we've got a few more tricks up our sleeve to prepare for the open house. Here are some things that every homeowner should know when preparing for the big show. Exhaust every avenue when trying to raise interest in your property. In addition to your realtor's local listing service, find an alternative website. The best thing is, it probably won't cost you a thing. If your area is of particular multicultural interest, then advertise in the neighbourhood paper. It really doesn't matter if it's in another language, because beautiful photos and a listing price will speak volumes. In most cases, the realtor will pay for ads in national papers, so you might as well go big. Get them to place the biggest ad they can, and this will differentiate your property from others. Getting this 4-bedroom home ready for sale has been a long journey, especially for Pastor Andrea. Now that she's on board, she's pulling out all the stops to prepare for that much-anticipated open house. That's it. In a few moments, Andrea's new and improved home will be open for viewings. And I'm hoping now that it's turnkey, another young family will see the value in it, snap it up with an offer too good to refuse. I think we've transformed Pastor Andrea's home from a cluttered, multi-generational home into a sellable turnkey property for young, busy families. Now it's time to find out if the open house provides the kind of positive reaction we've been hoping for. So in here we've got the sort of grown-ups lounge.
I like it. It looks really fresh. I like the paint, actually. This kind of green I do like.
It's nice and bright.
Yes, it sure is.
We're off to a good start. Less furniture and a fresh new paint colour.
Nice size kitchen. I do like this. I like the cupboards.
Just as I thought, the new cupboards have really enhanced this kitchen's potential, and unlike previous showings, the broken faucet is no longer an issue. This room's the selling point of the house. I like this room.
It's a good size.
Yeah.
Skylight. Oh, wonderful. This is a nice room. This is a nice big room. Nice high ceiling.
Brilliant. The new colour scheme and minimal furnishings have really drawn attention to the height and size of the great room. So this is the master bedroom.
Right.
Maybe this could be an office or, again, room for the children.
Yeah, it's a good office. That's what I was thinking. Nice. Yeah, big size.
Just like in the kitchen, a new coat of paint, some decluttering and a few small repairs have allowed buyers to focus on the positives. All in all, what do you think about the house?
I like it. It's big, it's a good size, especially just for starting out with our family. I really think that I could just move in, like it's not a lot of work.
I thought the size of the house is pretty big.
What are your thoughts on the house?
I like it. I really do. Like I said, I love the kitchen. I love that extra room.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yes, I think my son and his wife will really like this place. And I'll definitely get them to come in and take a look at it. There's potential in this house.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Can you imagine making an offer?
I think my husband would certainly have to see it first, but it's certainly on our list.
Well, no solid offers, but it seems like we've definitely generated some interest. I think it's too early to be breaking open the champagne, but it definitely went well.
I agree. I listed the house. It's a 180-degree turnaround.
Yeah.
Some of the complaints we were having before, we haven't had one today. That's a definite improvement. People are not focusing on these issues. That one couple, they were looking for their son-in-law. I think they're very, very interested.
Yeah.
And I think it will sell fairly quickly.
You know what? I'm really pleased with the way the open house went. We made small changes, but they were tremendously effective, so we did our job.
I've learned a lot from this experience. The results, and I love the colors. I like the way they're tying in together and everything's just flowing. We thought we were going to be living here forever. My point of view on that is going to change. I think the house will be sold. I am that confident. I think it's going to be sold real quick.
In the week following the open house, traffic significantly increased in Pastor Andrea's newly sellable home. And to everyone's delight, it wasn't long before the house was sold, which brought the whole family one step closer to getting the fresh start they'd been waiting for.
In an ideal world, houses would just sell themselves. But guess what? It's not. So it's up to you and your real estate agent to do the hard work and make your house sell. You've got to research your market and make sure that your home appeals to that target market. Declutter. In most cases, that means losing 30% of your current belongings. Make it as turnkey as possible, i.e., do all the work so the new buyers feel they can just walk in as is. Patricia's house is packed to the rafters. Her two-bedroom bungalow is home to 4 kids, 2 of Patricia's daughters and 2 nephews who attend a school nearby. Located in a really nice suburb of Toronto and near every desirable amenity, it's a wonder why this little house has been on the market for over 3 months. So the asking price is $489,000, which is in tune with the market, but no one is biting. Houses down the road have sold for over the asking price. And to make matters worse, Patricia's bought a house that closes in less than a month. So I am really worried.
It's a great area, and I'm actually not moving that far from here because I do love the area. I just need a little bit more space. We'll have some pasta for dinner.
Yeah?
I bought a new house before I sold my old one. Foolish. It's too much pressure, and I was just really confident, and my bubbles burst.
I really feel for Patricia, because she's made that brave but, well, risky decision to buy before she's sold. The house has been on for 3 months and there's been no offers, so the time is ticking and the pressure is just piling on. So I better go and find out why. So this is the home.
This is my home. Yes,
the home that's been on the market for 3 months with not a single offer.
I don't know why.
Because it's got great natural light.
Yeah, it's a nice house.
An interesting colour, not necessarily one I'd have chosen, but...
Well, it's my favorite color, actually. Green, and it's one of my favorite shades of green.
Wow, there is a lot of furniture in here. It's a bit of an assault course.
For 5 people.
Now I kind of see why you got a 10-seater table.
Right, we always sit down to eat all the time as a family, and they have a few friends.
So this is the master bedroom?
Yeah, this is my room.
This is a really good sized room. It's just it's a pity there's no built-in closet.
Yeah, well, we changed the bathroom a bit and removed the closet, and then we put this, and it serves its purpose.
The curtains are a little gothic.
I don't like to have any light when I'm sleeping, so it keeps it really black.
As expected in a bungalow of this size, there are 2 bedrooms on the main floor. The second bedroom is a good size, but the hot pink, while great for kids, might put off some buyers. The kitchen is a manageable size, and aside from the cluttered surfaces, it's in good shape.
And you have the most hugest yard back there.
It's great. The kids love it. They have their swing set back there, and they play out there, and we have a nice big deck, and in the summer we have the chairs and barbecues out there.
So far, aside from some over-furnishing and clutter, it seems that this house should have sold by now. But this being a bungalow, the basement is very important and could be a potential make or break aspect of a property like this. Let's see what they've got hiding downstairs.
And this is the main sitting area in the basement. Kids play.
How tall are your nephews?
Yeah, Matthew's tall. He's 6'1".
Ow.
He bangs it once in a while, but
I suppose you get used to
getting
it.
used to it, yeah.
And presumably this is home office?
Yeah, this is what I use as my office. You could use it as a small bedroom.
And then is this the boys' dorm?
Yep.
Typical boys' room.
Yeah, this is the guys. Well, this is actually clean for them.
I think you need to have a chat with them. I think we've done our tour now. Then we should go upstairs for a chat.
Okay.
First of all, this is the place where people walk in for the first time, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 small tables.
Right, but you could, I mean, these are, wow, that's not a table. That's
what is it?
Thing. You put
broken on. But this is the first thing that people see when they come into the house. And I know you need a big table, but you're not going to need a big table in the next 2 weeks. You're not
we have to eat dinner still.
Yeah, you have to eat dinner, but if we put a table that could seat 5 people in, you can still eat dinner. Do you show your house like this? And I'm not trying to get at you, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why this house isn't selling.
Well, I mean, not exactly like this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the house is ever changing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people in here, we tidy it up, and, you know, something gets moved. I mean, it's not a museum.
I do think this room, although green is your favourite colour, I think maybe we can consider a repaint in here.
Oh, yeah? You don't find it calming, relaxing kind of colour?
Slightly reminds me of cabbage that has been boiled too long. And also, the pink room is too pink. Downstairs is a great size room. We've got to make it more of a feature, because at the moment, it does look a bit like you've got 2 sort of teenagers squatting in there. Yeah, but you just got to say to them, look, you know, you've got to work with me for 2 weeks.
Right.
So we've got to make it look more young professional rather than families.
Okay.
Because I think that's the target market for this property. It is amazing how unimaginative people are when they go around houses. And they're very bad at looking beyond people's items of furniture or beyond their colour choices or beyond clutter. It's difficult to see the potential in this house, and there is a lot of potential. For the next couple of weeks, just don't think of this as your home anymore. And I know that's a really hard emotional step, but we've got to think of this as like a product, trying to market it. And we're just trying to get this house sold as soon as possible. And I know it seems tough, and I come into your house and go, this is wrong, but I think it's a great house. And, you know, it shouldn't have been on the market for 3 months.
No. Well, I agree with you. I don't know why people didn't see past that.
If your house has been on the market for 3 months and you haven't received a single offer and it's a buoyant market, you really should be asking yourself some questions. I've had a look around Patricia's house, and I know why it's not selling, but it's always good to get a second opinion, so I'm off to speak to the real estate agent, Wendy, and see what she thinks. So, Wendy, I've got my suspicions on why this house isn't selling, but I'd love to hear yours.
People have a hard time looking beyond Patricia's furniture and what is actually in this house to see that it could be a lot more functionable given the right furniture, the right paint colors, and so on.
I have to ask, just because after 40 viewings, like being on for 3 months, do you think the asking price is a bit toppy or not?
I don't think the price point is terribly off its mark. I think this is a very desirable neighborhood. The lot size is great, the house is great. We just need to emphasize its good points.
What's been the biggest problems with viewings?
Either the boys are home or the whole family's home. We have to clear out the house and allow people to feel free to roam around and feel comfortable. I guess Patricia needs to realize that it's not always convenient when you have your house on the market to have people come through.
She doesn't have any choice. She's already bought a house, so she's just going to have to suck it up for 2 weeks.
Yes, I agree. So we do have to get the ball rolling with this one, and we do have to get it sold.
Well, I've spoken to Wendy inside, and we both definitely agree on this one. The family is the main obstacle to selling this house. We've got to get Patricia thinking our way and get the kids outside when we're doing viewings, because otherwise this house, it's just not going to sell anytime soon. I've really got to help change Patricia's approach to selling her home. I'm sure she'll come around once she sees this fabulous comparable home in the neighbourhood that sold quickly. So, as you can see, it's a very similar layout to your house.
It looks nice, spacious.
It is spacious. I think you get a sense of that just because there's not so much furniture, it's very decluttered. This house is very similar to Patricia's, right down to the colour scheme, but the big difference is this one is clean and clutter-free, which makes for a fantastic first impression. Did you know that within the first minute of a home tour, up to 60% of buyers' decisions have already been made? Like it or not, that's how a potential buyer's mind works. So if you're selling your home in a competitive market, a bad first impression might mean no sale. It's quite calm, don't you think, the whole house?
Yeah, it is. It's nice and relaxing. Less furniture, little furniture, and so it makes the rooms look nice and spacious and cleared.
I want to show you into the basement. Same kind of size. This is the equivalent of the boys' room. The big difference is you can actually see floor. It's very tidy. Obviously, there's nothing in here.
Yeah,
but
an empty room.
It's empty room, but you know, there's not a couple of unmade beds and bits of grass and like CDs and all that stuff. I know I sound like a broken record sometimes, but clutter and over-furnishing is a big no-no for a few reasons, really. Aside from the simple fact that clutter-free looks good and clutter looks bad, visual clutter is stressful to be around and it can trigger subconscious negative emotions for people. The thing about this house is it's been cleverly done because it's very easy to imagine yourself living here. It is a turnkey property. A couple can walk in and won't feel that they have to do a lot of work. It's decluttered, it's calm, and it's been very successful because it was sold in a week.
Wow, that's good.
I'm really hoping that seeing a place like this will inspire Patricia and motivate her to put in the extra effort needed to make her house sellable. But I think general contractor Anthony Sayers will have some ideas that will win Patricia over once and for all. I love this house. You're on to a winner.
Absolutely.
It's not showing well at the moment.
Okay.
Anthony here is going to save the day.
Good.
Yeah. Woohoo! So what are you doing upstairs?
I think we're gonna start by pretty much neutralizing the colors that you have upstairs, and I'll just brighten everything up and just make the space feel much bigger than what it actually is, right?
Okay.
The master bedroom, you have a big armoire that's taking up a lot of space as you walk in, so we'll get rid of that. And I was gonna build a corner closet for you, that way you can have storage.
Yeah.
Anthony's got big plans for down here, and they're making me a little nervous, so why don't you tell Patricia?
I'd like to raise the ceiling.
Right, yeah.
I'd like to dig the floor.
Sure.
So we can.
Of course, yeah.
You have this wall that separates the two rooms, so I was gonna open that up and build some built-ins.
Oh, neat.
That will separate the two rooms,
Excellent.
and then that way we can get rid of this big chunky furniture and put all your electronics into the new built-in.
Good idea. Yeah, that's great.
And it'll kind of open up the rooms, you know, give it a better flow.
Right.
So, on that note, I think we better get to it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Packing. I think Anthony's got some great ideas that are going to help this house appeal to potential buyers. But we've got an ocean of clutter and furniture to move before we can even start thinking about the real work. In fact, people routinely underestimate the amount of effort and time it takes to prepare your home for a makeover. It can be the hardest part of the job, so remember to allow ample time for it.
It's crazy. There's people all over, and I'm thinking, we've got to get this stuff out. We don't have a lot of time to get this thing done.
Patricia's right. We've got our hands full with this one. To get this house sellable, we're going to need a lot of elbow grease and maybe a little midnight oil. Well, it's been a long night, but we've certainly made some progress. Might be a good time to give Patricia a sneak preview of our design plan.
The color is, it's the same color as the ceiling and the baseboard and the trim.
I think the main thing is the furniture's going to be smaller in here.
It's chaos. I can't imagine you're going to have this finished by tomorrow. And this is all painted.
Yeah.
Like, this is finished. This is the color. It is the same color as the living room now. And so is the bathroom?
Yeah.
Doesn't appeal to me. It needs some life. There's no contrast with anything.
Wow. Don't laugh.
Yeah. Well, it's destroyed. The basement is destroyed.
Yeah, but look round there.
Wow, the wall's gone.
Yes, the wall's
One
gone.
room now.
Yeah.
And so this is where you guys want to put the TV entertainment
Yeah, this is where we're going to put
unit
the entertainment space.
thing? Yeah. I mean, it's coming along, but it's got a long way to go. So good luck to everyone. I can't believe this mess. There's no way these guys are going to finish this.
Our design plan may not be Patricia's cup of tea, but deep down inside, I'm sure that even Patricia understands that it's not about her anymore. It's about pleasing the target market. How's it going?
Good.
Well, I
How's it
hope it's
look?
like Mary Poppins' purse, you know, really small, but you can fit masses in there.
It's a walk-in closet still, look.
Yeah, and I'm the Pope. But no, it's not huge, but it does make the room look much, much bigger. Fantastic. Well, I think it's an improvement. Less bulky, definitely.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okie dokie. Thanks, Anthony.
Okay, no problem.
A focused design plan will make this house sellable, just like it did for this comparable home in the neighborhood. Notice the sight lines in this gorgeous living and dining area. Not only do they draw your eye to the different areas of the house, but there's nothing blocking you from getting there. This is a stark contrast to Patricia's house, which was an obstacle course of furniture and clutter, literally burying the potential of the space. When showing your home, your bedrooms have to be ready to be lived in. This bedroom has no clutter, no bright colors, and no people. In this case, the basement wasn't dressed, but it wasn't a mess. Potential buyers must have been able to imagine themselves there because someone bought this house for over asking price in just 12 days. Back at Patricia's house, we've made great strides towards this house becoming sellable. It's been proven that new designs have helped sell other similar homes in the neighborhood, and with that in mind, I think Patricia's finally convinced that it will help sell hers as well.
Slip covers are, you know, they save so much time and money because instead of buying a whole new set of sofas.
Oh, they're a great way to give a couch a whole new look. Looks like a brand new, different couch. I would never know it was mine.
And then you just whack them in the washing machine if someone spills Ribena
Something
on them.
on it, yeah, so the light color doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
think
it looks
they're
great.
So, generally, what are your thoughts on the house?
I think it looks good, actually. Yesterday I was a little less sure, but I think I like it. It's too bad it wasn't done a couple of years ago.
There's so much to do. The room's been painted, furniture being assembled, the pink bedroom is being painted, the built-in's being built, and the downstairs being painted as well. And so many different projects going on, so it's a little chaotic right now.
But I can assure you that there's a method to our madness. This team is a well-oiled machine, and together we've completed an extraordinary makeover in just 4 days. In the main living and dining area, we've turned an acutely personalized and congested room into a clean, chic, and sophisticated condo alternative. We've replaced an old couch and chair with 2 low-back armchairs that are cozy and compact. We've also removed the leaves in Patricia's massive mess hall table to create a petite and practical dining set which helps shows off the size of the room. The sleek metal lighting fixtures are a spectacular fit with a new decor. The openness and trendy boutique styling are sure to seduce prospective buyers. In the master bedroom, we've saved a few dollars by matching some existing curtains to the new paint color, and we've opened up the room with a space-saving custom corner closet. The second bedroom has gone from screeching pink to a muted green whisper, and we've removed one of the 2 beds to better feature the room's size potential. There wasn't much needed in the kitchen. We've removed the colourful border and we've cleaned all surfaces to create a friendly and pleasant feel. Anthony did a bang-up job in the basement. With the new wall unit, he was able to really open up the space without having to lower the floor. We've reused the couches, matching them to the new decor with some gorgeous slipcovers. And finally, the third bedroom has been transformed from a squatter's quarters into a snug guest bedroom. The clutter and mess are gone, and we've reused one of the beds. This well-loved but cluttered family home was quite a challenge to transform, but with all hands on deck, we've created a condo alternative with high-end boutique styling on a surprisingly low-end budget. But even if you get your house to look this great, there are always a few things you can do to prepare for an open house.
Have colour property particulars lying around with seasonal pictures in them. It is especially important on a day like this when there's 3 feet of snow outside and you want to show how fab your house looks in spring. Have all documents relating to your house laid out. Home inspections and appraisals are crucial. It might not be convenient, but it is really, really important to get the family members out of the house for viewings. Home buyers aren't going to want to poke around if there's 2 kids listening to thrash metal in the basement. Well, it's crunch time. The open house is in about, well, 5 minutes, and I'm hoping we get some offers because Patricia's going to be paying 2 mortgages in about 3 weeks' time, and that cannot happen. So fingers crossed. We've put in a lot of long hours transforming this busy and jam-packed family home from an ugly duckling into the belle of the ball. But regardless of what we think, Patricia's fate is now in the hands of the ultimate judges of today's open house. Hi, I'm Sophie.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. So this is the living room, dining room.
I love the colors.
Yeah, very nice. Like the decor.
Very bright. That's what I like.
Thank goodness. Looks like this time around, Patricia's home is making a positive first impression, and the smaller table is drawing great reactions to the dining area.
It's pretty roomy in here.
Yeah.
A lot of space.
Obviously the master bedroom.
Which is nice.
It's a nice room.
Anthony's custom corner closet has helped make the master bedroom feel much larger. Actually, both bedrooms are faring quite well so far.
Definitely cute.
I like the color.
It's nice for our daughter.
Yeah.
This is our family room down here.
Oh, this is nice and bright.
And we've got a built-in entertainment system here.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, wonderful.
Great.
You could have your office in there.
The home office is in there.
Really nice. I like this.
Some space in here for a home office.
We would think it was an open plan concept.
Oh, you can see the other side.
I'm sure we can definitely put this to use.
Come pop through here and I'll show you the 3rd bedroom.
Oh, great for family when they come to visit. Great, yeah, nice. Very nice.
With Patricia and her family gone, prospective buyers have been able to share their honest thoughts about the space, which has undoubtedly enhanced their overall viewing experience. So what are your thoughts on the house?
I like it.
We're in a condo right now, having a couple extra bedrooms and a basement, so.
It's a luxury.
Yeah, a luxury.
So, can you imagine yourselves living here?
The space is good. The location is excellent. I think that's what
it's
we're
the main
really
thing.
So, will you consider coming back and having another look?
Probably.
Definitely consideration.
I think we will.
Yeah.
It's very nice, yes.
Good.
View and an offer, maybe.
An offer.
That's what we like to hear. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for
Great.
coming.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to
Nice
meet you.
meeting
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now that's what I've been waiting for. It's not an official offer, but I can sense some legitimate interest in the house, which is a great sign for Patricia and her whole family. Selling your house isn't convenient. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. You'll have to make changes to your routine if you want it to sell. Patricia knows that now, so hopefully, with a bit of luck, her house won't be on the market for long.
It looks like a whole different place. I'm amazed it was accomplished in this short period of time. I don't have much time left, so hopefully we'll find out very soon if it's worked or not.
Patricia continued to make viewings more comfortable for prospective buyers, and her newly sellable home received a lot of attention. In fact, the increased traffic and multiple repeat viewings resulted in a firm offer for above asking price. Now, that's what I call a positive result. In real estate, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And when I mean beholder, I mean buyer. So, consider spending a bit of money prepping your property before viewings. You will reap the rewards. Because in my property experience, I know that you've got to spend money to make money. Ten members of Ruth's family live in their 2-story semi-detached house, and after 7 years, it's time to sell up. It's been on the market for 2.5 months, and I haven't received a single offer. And this is weird, well, for 2 reasons. First of all, with an asking price of $429,900, it's a steal. And second of all, it is a hot, hot market. So this house should have sold months ago. Now, to make matters worse, Ruth, their oldest daughter, is moving out of home and taking her family with her. And that leaves the other members of the family with a mortgage that, quite simply, they can't afford. So they have to downsize, and they have to downsize quick.
This is the traditional Portuguese home, my mom and my dad. They don't want to sell the house because they want to gather the family together, but they have to sell the house.
Ruth and her family have had no luck selling their house. And I think it's got something to do with presentation, because the location and the asking price are bang on. So I got to get in there and find out what I'm dealing with. Hey, Ruth. Thanks for having me. Hi, I see everyone's here. Hi. Wow, I'm slightly overwhelmed. Who's going to give me the tour?
I am.
Okay, brilliant.
This is our living room. This is where we hang out when we have special guests.
It's bright. There are a lot of statues in here. I also see a big cabinet right in front of the window.
Yeah, some more statues as you can see.
Well, I'm really curious to see the rest of the house.
Sure, let's go. Okay, this is my parents' room.
Wow, it's a huge bed. It's quite a lot of furniture in here. A lot of bed and not a lot of room.
It's the Portuguese style.
Really? Well, what's next?
This is the kitchen.
The most important room in the house. It's a really big size.
Yes, it is.
Again, covering up the windows. Oh, bit of damage down here.
Yes.
That needs to be fixed, I think.
Yes, it does.
So, who do all the statues belong to? Because there's a lot of them. I mean,
it's a Portuguese traditional thing, and basically, like, these are all gifts.
See, in England, we tend to hide them away. Then if someone comes to stay, we put the gift out and goes, yeah, it's always here. It's always here. Another traditional Portuguese thing is the tiles, isn't it?
Yes. To my mom, if a kitchen doesn't have tiles, it's not a kitchen for her.
I think I'm gonna have to have a quiet word with her. I'm quite scared. So, where next?
Next is the dining room.
Dun, dun, dun. Ah. Ooh. Hello, you. He's absolutely terrifying. Have you ever seen the movie The Birds? I can see that if you move around the room, his eyes follow you. For viewings, we might put the eagle away.
Okay. We'll see what my mom has to say about that.
I'm beginning to get a little scared. Oh, should we go upstairs?
Sure.
As you walk up the stairs, you can't help but notice the awful pink carpet, and it's in bad shape. The bathroom's okay, but what is that shag rug doing in there? There are 3 bedrooms. The first 2 are a good size, but with all that clutter, how would any prospective buyer know? I can't wait to see what the master bedroom looks like.
So this is mine, my husband, and my 3 children's room.
Wow, that must be really hard.
It is very hard.
Hopefully, once we get this house sold, you can remedy that.
Yes.
But to get to that point, we're going to have to do something about all these curtains covering every window. Do people not like the light or something? Are you like a family of vampires? I think I have a bit of a battle on my hands. We need to brighten this place up. I think it's time to implement some changes.
Pink walls and fairies are fine in Orlando, Florida, but they're not fine when you're trying to sell a house. And as for covering up every source of natural light, it seems like complete madness to me. So unless I can sit down with Ruth and make her understand that to sell this house, it's not all about old world charm. She's gonna have to appeal to a new breed of buyers, or her parents are gonna be left with this big old empty nest, which they can't afford.
The bottom line is, the house has been on for 2.5 months. You haven't had a single offer. Now, it's a 4-bedroom house in the centre of a city. The asking price is very reasonable. So it should have gone in the first week. And the reason it hasn't is because it's not viewing that well at the moment. Decorate it to appeal to people coming in off the street. You want to attract viewers in and you want to get offers. And I think part of that process is going to be removing a lot of the dark, big furniture, creating more space, changing the colour palette, so taking out the pink carpet, repainting the sitting room and the rooms upstairs, more neutral colours that will appeal to everyone, and modernising the kitchen.
That looks like a lot of hard work to be done in here.
Many hands make for light work. We've got the family, we're here. I think I'm going to go around and ritually burn all the curtains in this house. Let in the light. How do you think your parents are going to react?
Well, my dad's very anxious, but my mom's mostly afraid. Her thinking is, what if I don't sell my house?
The bottom line is, really, once you move out, your parents can't afford to pay the mortgage, can they?
No.
So they have to sell.
Times, they are a-changing, and this old-world neighbourhood is modernising. Ruth knows this, but she's still, naturally, a little unsure about the changes we're making in her home. But her and her parents have to take a leap of faith, otherwise they're going to be stuck with this big old house and a mortgage that they can't afford. I've got a meeting now with Cynthia, the family's real estate agent. She should be able to give me some insight into Ruth's situation.
In your opinion, what is the target market for a property like this in this area?
There's a lot of first-time home buyers in the market right now.
Do you think a lot of people who are looking around this house will themselves be Portuguese?
No.
No?
No. I think it'll be a mixture, but not necessarily Portuguese, no.
One of the first things that struck me when I walked through the door was they don't make the most of the natural light in here. Because, I mean, for instance, this room has 2 huge windows in, and the curtains are permanently drawn, and there's a lot of very big furniture. Do you think this house would benefit from a modern revamp?
Yes, I definitely think it's gonna benefit from modernizing it. I'm Portuguese myself, and we like the antique and the nice dark curtains, and it's something that we're accustomed to.
Ruth has to understand that to take this house from unsellable to sellable, she has to forgo her parents' traditional style, modernizing it for young families who will look at this as their potential dream home. It's all about presenting your house in the best possible light and getting it to appeal to as many people as possible. Now, I want to show Ruth this house because it's a perfect comparable. It's exactly the same footprint, but it's been staged really well and it shows fantastically. And the best thing is, it's right next door. Well, Ruth, we haven't had to come far, have we? Now, this house was on the market and it's now been sold. Neutrally painted, but still attractive. It's decluttered. At the same time, it doesn't look like a show home. It does have personality, and I'm not suggesting that we take all personality out of your house, but it's a kind of fine balance, I think. I want to show you the kitchen because it's a really good example of a kitchen that shows well but isn't expensive. Look, that is definitely not Italian granite. Cupboards are not new, but they've had a fresh-ish coat of paint and new handles. It's kind of small, minor refurbishments that make a big difference when you're showing your house. It still looks like your kitchen, but not quite so many statues.
Okay.
Should we go upstairs?
Like Ruth's house, there are 3 bedrooms upstairs. The polished hardwood floors and clean and tidy rooms are very appealing. And one room has been converted into an office, which is always a bonus.
The good thing about showing you this house is it's the same footprint as your house. So this room is pretty much exactly the same size as your room, but it feels more open. Just show what you can do with a bit of paint and use of natural light.
Well, because of the curtains.
I knew bringing Ruth to this house was a great idea. She's really understanding why this house sold, and she's learning what she has to do to make her house sellable.
It's just about making it so it appeals to everyone, and the best way to do that is to be as middle of the road as possible. Do you see what I mean?
I know what you mean.
And this house is quite a successful casing point. Now, you live next door, so you saw the sale sign coming up, and then you saw the sold sign replace it. How long was that period of time?
About a week to a week and a half.
See? A week to a week and a half. I don't want to sound like a bully, but the bottom line is, your house, it's been on the market for 2 and a bit months, and it hasn't sold. And it is quite a buoyant market at the moment, so there is a reason for that. It's probably not selling because of the presentation. At the moment, it seems to be appealing to only one market, and that is the Portuguese market. But this era is changing. Like the couple who bought this house, they're not Portuguese. They're a young couple, they want to start their family. So that's what we're trying to achieve. It is just a suggestion, so don't shoot the messenger. You're giving me daggery looks. Anyway, I think we've got loads of work to do.
All right.
It's time for me to bring in our head contractor, Anthony Sayers, to get us started with this transformation.
What have you got planned?
I've noticed a lot of these in the house.
You would make a really pretty bride, Anthony.
Well, thank you. So we're gonna start by decluttering.
And we are putting the eagle to nest somewhere else, I think.
The house is very dark, so we'll just uncover all the windows, let all the light back into the house. Upstairs, we're gonna take up the carpet and reveal the nice hardwood floor that's there. Hopefully we won't have to do too much work to it to bring it back to life. Down here in the kitchen, we're gonna tone down the tiles. I don't usually paint tiles, but in this case, I think we're gonna paint them. The countertop's deteriorated around the faucet, so we'll change the countertop, get a new one. Paint out the cabinets, new handles, some lighting.
So you look slightly uncomfortable.
Well, regarding the tiles, covering it up, I don't know how that's gonna look.
We're gonna scuff them up and then prime them and paint them. Really nice color. It's gonna look good. It's not a lot of money that we're spending, and you're making a big impact.
All right.
All our solutions are reasonable and necessary, because without the renovation, Ruth will probably have to drop the asking price by as much as $30,000.
So, light fixtures, window treatment, no more pinks, no more carpets, hardwood, young, trendy, modern look, using our budget and 2 days.
Yes.
Well, I don't think we have very much time to talk. I've got some knickknacks to pack away.
Yes.
This was the kickstart Ruth really needed. If you're having problems and don't really know where to start, a good place is the 3 Ds. Disassociate yourself from your house. It's no longer your home, it's a product, and a marketable one at that. Declutter, get rid of all the knickknacks, the excess furniture, and finally, depersonalize. Get rid of the majority of the family photos, because people want to walk in and imagine themselves in the house, not you. I know it's all very mad at the moment, but I want to know how you're feeling about the work.
When I came in, I was very surprised. I seen my cupboards white, the tiles are white, and she goes, is my house gonna be like this?
No, I promise you, it will not all be white.
I want to thank you guys for everything. Yeah, I'm confident what the job you guys are doing is for the best. It's gonna be great, so the house can be sold. She knows that we're gonna be happy again.
I'm so relieved that Maria and Jose understand that we're doing what's best for them. And I feel like Ruth and the rest of the family are ready to move on. Let's sell this house. So, how's it going?
Very good.
Looks a little like a disaster movie in here, but I'm sure it will look tidier in a bit. Now, I assured Maria and Jose that this was just a priming coat.
Yes. This is going to be an off-white, like this, and then this will be the bottom, lower
Oyster
cabinet.
white.
And
I mean,
then-
who comes up with these? Jogging path, ethereal mood, fawn brindle.
And then this is the countertop.
It's very nice. It won't be all white, everything.
No.
Refurbishing is such a good way. I mean, if you don't have the money to make your kitchen look fresh before putting it on the market.
Exactly, yeah.
And I think I should go put my jeans on and start painting.
Excellent.
Nice.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Vinyl. That's not good. I wasn't expecting that at all.
This house is definitely one step closer to getting an offer. Once the family got their heads around the importance of new versus old world decor, we could really move forward. So all we needed to do was concentrate on the things we could change. I'd better check in with Anthony to see what's going on. We've got to be ready for the open house. Anthony?
How you doing?
So. I'm
Oh,
a
yeah?
little worried.
Right.
Really worried we're not going to get it finished. A lot is resting on it, and it's not just one couple. 3 couples, 3 kids, all living in this one house, but they need to move out.
I know. There is a lot of work to do, and we've done quite a bit already. We've taken up all the carpet from upstairs. There was one room that there was vinyl flooring underneath, so I wasn't expecting that, but I had to use some of the budget to recarpet the room. The countertop.
I saw the kitchen. It does look really smart.
No, it does. I think it looks great.
Well, I'm glad I came in here because you've reassured me. Just a few blocks away, a similar house to Ruth shows how enhancing a home's best features get it on the fast track to a sale. The living room with its warm brown paneling, polished hardwood floors and fireplace are highlighted as opposed to hidden behind decorative items. Even more deep brown tones are found in the elegant dining room. Photos adorn the walls and a few smartly placed knickknacks add to the ambience. The kitchen feels spacious and urban with its stainless steel appliances, brand new countertops, and there's no clutter. Upstairs, the master bedroom sleeps 2 as opposed to 5, and it will appeal to young couples who will love the romantic feel. The furniture does not take over the room, it accentuates it. Back at Ruth's house with the open house approaching, everyone is pitching in to get this house ready for its big debut.
We're rushing to put everything away, and it's exciting, and wow, can we actually be doing this? At the end, it's all about selling the house. It's what we really need. So we're hoping and praying that it is gonna get sold.
The house looks fab. It's taken a lot of work and the team really had to pull together at the end. But I think we've done it, and I think you'll agree, it really packs a punch now. Starting with the living room, we removed the window coverings and the wall unit that was blocking the light. With natural paint colour instead of that candy-coloured pink and the added touches of the 2 mirrors on the wall, the living room now feels bigger and brighter. All the furniture in this room has been reused, which is proof positive that sometimes all a room needs is a fresh coat of paint. And, oh yes, no statues. Anthony's decision to paint the kitchen tiles was a good one. Now the white and light green colours give the kitchen a modern look. We added a smaller kitchen table to add space, a crucial update to one of the most important rooms in the house. The dining room is a simple fix. We added some new lights and decluttered. We got rid of that ugly pink carpet and painted the stairs and added a neutral-coloured runner. We uncovered hardwood floors throughout the upstairs. Hardwood floors can add a whopping $10,000 to the price of a house. We covered the tiles Anthony discovered with a carpet and painted it a subtle colour, as opposed to the violet colour that was violating the view before. And now for the pièce de résistance, Ruth's room, where 2 adults and 3 children slept. We got rid of the window treatments and let the airy, see-through curtains let the sunshine in. The kids' bed is gone, as is the big TV, and with the new lighting, the room feels inviting, as opposed to the foreboding feeling it had when we got there.
There is no point having an open house if no one turns up, so advertise. Plaster your neighbourhood in flyers. Basically, create an interest in your open house. Give your house a thorough clean after staging. Personally, I'd always use a cleaning company because, after all, cleanliness is next to godliness. Eliminate strong odours. No one wants to buy a house that smells of feet. And one of the best ways to do this is to bake some cookies.
I'm feeling confident as we're about to put Ruth's home to the true test. Potential buyers are arriving for the open house.
Hi. Come in. I'm Sophie. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Sophie. This is their sitting room.
Nice and high ceiling, eh?
Oh, this color is great. The dark brown is fantastic.
Great windows.
Down here, we've got an extra bedroom.
Wow, this is interesting.
Do you work from home?
Yes.
Well, just use this as a home office.
It's nice. Kind of in, eh?
Yes.
Oh, it's a nice size. It's good kitchen. New countertop, terrific.
I knew prospective buyers would want to see an updated kitchen.
We got this formal dining room.
No, that's nice. Very nice.
Would you want to look upstairs?
Absolutely.
It did have a double bed in before.
Really?
I promise you, I'm not lying, it really did.
Sweet kids' room.
The lack of clutter shows the versatility of this room.
Big second bedroom.
Nice size.
It is a good size.
It's the master.
No, the master is yet to come.
Oh, really?
Nice size.
It's a gorgeous size. So light in this room.
This is a much better size for the master bedroom.
Here's hoping we have a prospective buyer in our midst.
So would you think of coming back for a second viewing, maybe bringing your wife?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Oh, brilliant. What do you think?
Well, definitely there's potential, I think. There's lots of space.
I like all the lights.
So would you consider bringing your wife back to have a look?
I kind of like it, but you know, she's the boss.
Yeah, that's usually the way.
The open house is done and dusted, and we got some really positive feedback. The house is looking bright and fresh, and I think it's going to appeal to a broader range of people. So I'm hopeful we'll get some offers, and this house will no longer be unsellable.
I don't mind telling you, Cynthia, I'm really pleased. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've taken a look around and it looks really nice. I like it. It's nice and bright, and it looks even bigger than it did before.
Especially this room seems a lot bigger now.
Yes. I love the color. I love the green. It looks really nice.
In your professional opinion, what change that we've implemented has had the biggest impact, do you think?
I think the colors. The colors look really nice. They're bright colors. It makes it look even bigger than it did before.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding, though. It's all about whether someone makes an offer or not. But the last gentleman who came round, he seemed very keen. So he said he was going to take your card and give you a call and bring his wife round, who apparently is the boss.
I love the kitchen. The living room's beautiful. It's just, wow, I love it. We're hoping for the house to be sold.
This house is a perfect example of how modernising your decor can really transform a home, so it appeals to a much wider spectrum of people. And that's why real estate agents are persuading people to show off their home's full potential. So it just improves the odds of a quick sale. This house received a lot of traffic. Young couples were wowed by the transformation from clunky, cluttered rooms to hip, modern-looking house. And it wasn't long before Ruth and her family got the result they were looking for, a sale. For this property, the journey from unsellable to sold is complete. As a property expert and someone who's moved a house 14 times themselves, I know how important and potentially stressful moving can be, but there are a few things you can do that ensure that you will come out top dog in the real estate game. With a little bit of perspective, a lot of common sense, and being totally focused on ensuring your house becomes someone else's dream house, you can really end up a winner. Andrea and her 2 daughters have been living in their home for 3.5 years. But the catch is, her and her fiancé John have bought a house and he lives there with his daughter. It's a case of 2 mortgages until Andrea can sell her little 2-story home. Priced at just $429,900, it's situated in a really desirable, family-friendly area of town, but it's been on the market for over a month without any offers. Other comparable houses in the neighbourhood have sold and for above asking, so it makes me wonder what's wrong with this house, because there's been no real interest.
This is a pretty close game, don't you think?
Not for long.
I bought this house about 8 years ago, and I and my 2 daughters moved in here, and we've enjoyed it a lot. Ow. Hey, you cheated! You bet! I'm selling the house because I have met a new man, and he has a daughter, and I think in order to really move on and make a new chapter in our lives, that buying something new was really the best opportunity for us. I was extremely confident about putting this house on the market. We thought that it was going to sell immediately, but that certainly wasn't the case. So I'm really nervous. Not only do I have to carry 2 homes at the same time, I just don't know what to do about garnering the interest that I was hoping to get by putting this house on the market.
Andrea's house is situated in a really desirable pocket of Toronto, close to schools, community centres and transit routes. It's ideal family living, so it is beyond me why no one's biting. Hey, Andrea.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me. So this is the unsellable house.
That's right.
Are you living here at the moment?
I'm back and forth between my other house and this house.
It's funny you said that, because you know that smell? It doesn't feel the house has been totally lived in, a tiny bit damp. What have we got here?
There used to be a fireplace there. It was an unfunctional fireplace, and so I decided to maximize the space as a result.
Yeah, I see. So this must be your dining room.
Yes.
It's got a great flow, this house. Not loving the chairs.
No, why?
I can't think.
2 children, they're very creative.
These need to go. So, what room is this through here?
It's a glorified storage area for me at this point.
Well, Andrea, do you realise that you're not the only person living here?
What do you mean?
There are a lot of mice, judging by the amount of mice droppings down here.
Okay, that's not good.
No. Well, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play. So they're probably like, hey,
so they're having
it's
a party
holiday.
when I'm not here?
Oh my God. It looks like the mouse have been having a bit of a party on your dining room table.
And that's not good.
That is not good. And the reason why that's not good, if I've noticed that, you know who else is going to be noticing that? Potential buyers.
Right.
What's through here?
I don't know what the original intention with this room was, but for me, it really has become my one and only storage place.
Oh, storage is a real bonus, but I just think organised storage is better.
I think this is pretty organised.
Do you really need that broken rocking chair?
My mom made it.
Right. Trust me to pick out the one and only sentimental item in the junk room. Fortunately for us, the kitchen's been newly updated. The sleek and modern styling will be a huge asset. Upstairs, the bathroom already has a brilliant, fresh look, so not a whole lot to do there. But, like the rest of the house, the master bedroom could use a bit of a clean-up. So whose room is this?
This is my daughter Zoe's room. She's 6 years old.
Oh my God, that is so precious.
I have very, very artistic children, and apparently very independent children as well.
Right. So this must be Olivia's room then.
That's right. Olivia's 8 years old and has the same sort of creative flair as her sister.
Ooh, I can see what you mean by creative flair. Got such beautiful natural light up here, and you've replaced the window, but because you haven't finished it off, buyers are just going to look at it and think it's an old window. I've had the tour now. We can discuss what I think needs to be done to get this house sold.
Perfect.
First of all, I'd like to start by saying I love your house.
Thank you. I really love it, actually. It's just got so much natural light. It's got so much charm. Problem is, it just looks a bit dirty. To be honest, your sofas do look a bit like they were picked off the side of the road. And the jug room, just need to clean it up. Upstairs, in the 2 kiddies' rooms, I think we just need to de-kidify them. The colour needs to change. I was thinking maybe not have Olivia in huge green letters either. And in your room, basically you've got to finish the work you started. Cupboards, paint job, windows is the main work upstairs. Downstairs, sanitary. Mainly sanitary. At the moment, in this present state, I don't think you will have many people banging down the door to buy your house. Luckily, the changes are all cosmetic and easy to implement.
Right.
Brilliant. The importance of first impressions in real estate should not be underestimated. And I'm getting a sense that the way Andrea is presenting her house is turning buyers off, and they're not getting all those warm and fuzzy feelings. So I'm going to go meet her real estate agent and pick his brains as to why the house isn't selling. Well, thanks for coming, Mark. This house has been on for over a month. Is that unusual?
I would have expected it to go in more like a week.
What feedback have you had from the viewers that you have had?
It's dirty, it's messy, and there's lots of clutter.
Who do you think the average person buying a house in this area?
It's usually a first-time buyer.
Yeah.
That's what we've got a lot of. And people with young children,
yeah,
which this house is great for because of the big backyard. Yeah. And it's a 3-bedroom home. First-time buyers, it's always a challenge because they expect everything to look like a show home. It's their dream, it's their first home. So it's hard for them to see past other people's clutter and mess.
Is this something you discussed with Andrea? Or?
We had it cleaned and we've put in a lot of work. It just needs to get pushed over to another level of clean.
How did the house used to look?
It was quite a disaster. I stopped in one Sunday after Andrea's daughters had a slumber party, and it looked like a tornado had come through here. You know, the girls' rooms are cute, but they're really just for them and show their personality, and we'd like to make it a little more for everyone.
You're a friend of Andrea's as well as being her real estate agent.
That's right. I've actually known her fiance for over 20 years. It's hard to come into someone's house and when they're good friends of yours and say, you're kind of messy, let's clean it up.
Yeah, I mean...
But the sooner we get this sold, the sooner we close, the better for everyone.
It's obvious to me after speaking to Mark that he's spoken to Andrea about the whole cleaning thing. I don't think she's really taken it on board, but she's a single mum, she's busy, she's got a job, and she's between homes, so fair enough. But if she doesn't sell soon, she's going to have to think about reducing her asking price. And all this house needs is a bit of TLC, and it'll be like a show home. I thought I'd make the most of the break in the weather, so I'm bringing you to see this house. Similar size, similar layout, but it's looking fab. So I thought we'd come and get some inspiration. I just want you to see it. I think it's important.
Oh, it's really bright and clean.
I was about to say, I would happily eat my meals off this floor.
Right.
Now, that's not something I'd say at your
about
house.
my house, yes.
It's just pristine. As a buyer, I would walk into your house at the moment, and because it looks not very well loved, I'd think, well, maybe there's a plethora of other problems. But in this house, because it looks so brand new and fresh, kind of you get a sense of security.
There really are no aspects of your target market's lifestyle that can be overlooked. For new parents, the well-being of their children is always a top priority. So if your house is visibly dirty with obvious signs of infestation, new parents will walk out the door and never come back. Mistakes like that will immediately alienate your target market, which is the last thing you want to do.
And it does look like something that you can move right into. So I can understand that appeal.
The magic words, yeah, move right into.
Right.
Anyway, let's go upstairs.
Okay.
Obviously, kids' room, same as yours. One big difference is this child is not old enough to graffiti the walls yet.
They haven't discovered their inner creativity like my children yet.
That's for sure. I think the most striking thing about this house is just how clean and pristine and presentable and move-in ready it is. It obviously appeals to buyers because it's sold in 6 days.
That's fast.
Do you think you're committed to making the changes to your place that will make it sellable?
Absolutely. I've got a great house, and I know that I can make it show like this. Maybe even better.
Ooh, fighting talk.
Andrea's got a great attitude, and with a few more ideas from general contractor Anthony Sayers, I'm sure it's only going to get better.
I was briefing Andrea earlier about what needs to be done, but we didn't go into specifics. So I wanted you to let her know.
The house is in really good shape, I think. It just needs a little TLC and a major clean.
Yeah, common theme, yes.
Yeah. So in the living room, I noticed behind the couch, there's some flooring missing and some baseboard. Did you have a fireplace there
Yeah,
before?
there was a fireplace there. It did not work, so...
Okay. So what do you think we put a functioning fireplace back?
I think that would be great.
So in the dining room, I noticed you have the plate rail is there. Yeah. So I was thinking of adding more architectural features by just putting full panels on the wall. And in the back room, we can't really see what's in there until we get it cleaned out.
Right.
So until we get that clean, we'll deal with that later.
Right.
Are you scared of mice, Anthony? Will you jump on a chair and go,
I'll probably run. Scream like a little girl. The trim is all unpainted and it needs to be filled and stuff. So we'll just fix that up and paint out the 2 rooms that are up there as well.
those changes are going to make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I think we should probably get going then if the cleaners arrived yet.
Yes, they have actually.
Right, I want to go and brief them because if they find mice, they might run. Gentlemen, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to demouse and de-junk the junk room. Are you prepared to find rodents?
I think so.
Yes. Okie dokie, let's get started then. Okay, you take that.
I don't even know what's in here.
Ah! Oh God, I definitely saw something. Definitely something moving in there.
There's a reason why I haven't come back here in a very long time. I used to have a lot of food back here, but it's not so much there anymore. So I think I've been feeding a lot of rodents.
They don't pay me enough for this job.
Honestly, I can't believe how much stuff I have.
Heavy. Oh, what have you got there?
It's an insert for the fireplace.
And you plug it in?
Yeah. Watch this.
And we had light. Ta-da!
Is that nice? Is that rock or what?
Yeah, it does rock. I think it adds a focal point to a
sure.
room.
You walk in and it's gonna bring your eye right to it.
And apparently, we're painting that and the woodwork.
I don't like painting stained wood, but we're gonna do it just to try and tie the 2 rooms in together.
So we just have to have faith.
That's right.
Hey there.
Hey.
What are you up to?
Just decided to do bigger panels,
Right.
bigger full panels. It's just a look.
Yeah,
Kind
I
of
know.
ties in with all the detail that's happening in the room.
No, I think it's all good.
Yeah, it's gonna look great.
Updating the design of an older home while maintaining the inherent charm can be a big challenge. But if done right, the results can be remarkable. This comparable home in the neighborhood is from the same era as Andrea's, but its smartly updated styling blends old and new world charm to perfection. And the original high baseboards, crown molding and window trims have been painted white to make the space feel more open. High contrast accents and clean lines provide a subtle hint of classic Art Deco styling and an unmistakable feeling of glamour. The addition of organic accents adds a welcome splash of primary colour, along with a calming zen feeling. In Andrea's bedrooms, the unfinished elements and in-your-face kids' rooms were miles away from zen, but these bedrooms are clean, complete and set up properly. I hope that we're able to achieve a similar feel in Andrea's home.
I haven't painted in such a long time.
Really?
Yeah. I think that the paint in the kids' room it was completely necessary.
Yeah.
So it's just really changed the appearance of the room. Yeah. I really liked how bright and fun they were, but I understand from a resale perspective that bright purple and pink and their names about 6 feet long probably takes away from the vision of what they could do with the room.
I think this house will appeal to a young family or a couple who want to start a family together and be part of this close-knit community. I'm curious to see what the open house throws up if we get any offers, because Andrea and John want to start their lives together and they should be able to do that soon.
Andrea's living room wasn't horrible, but it wasn't stunning, and there is no room for mediocrity when it comes to first impressions. After a thorough clean-up, we've maximised the potential of this room with fresh, bright and neutral colours, and the bright red accents add some exciting flair. We've repaired the floor, and this compact electric fireplace adds a cosy feel without dominating the space. We've taken a risk in painting the stained mantel and baseboards, but it's paid off in spades, as this room takes full advantage of the available natural light. In the dining room, the top priority was to clean up, but we've also added some architectural design to the walls to match the existing plate rail. In the storage area, we've transformed this filthy sanctuary for vermin into a spiritual sanctuary for human beings. After a quick clean-up, we let Andrea's wonderful kitchen speak for itself. Loads of light and first-rate functionality will be a sure hit. In the master bedroom, we've been able to really bring Andrea's existing furniture to life with a slightly warmer paint colour, along with matching bedding and window dressings. Olivia and Zoe's rooms were cute if you're a 10-year-old at a slumber party. We've been able to effectively de-kidify these rooms by removing all the knickknacks and painting over the graffiti. We replaced the piercing pink colour to fit in with the design of the rest of the house. All in all, this was a dirty job, but someone had to do it. We've been able to clean up the mess, scare away the unwanted tiny tenants, and get Andrea's house to the next level of cleanliness and design, all for a very reasonable price. But you can never be too prepared for the open house. Here are some strategies to make the day a success.
To help create that positive vibe, appeal to all the senses. Regardless of how bright a day it is, turn on the lights, because a bright, beautiful room sells much faster than a dark, beautiful room. Appeal to the buyer's sense of smell to create that homey feeling. Warm apple cider on the stove in winter, or my personal favourite, freshly baked bread and that sweet smell of coffee. If you're selling your house in the middle of winter, crank up the heat. We'll let the buyers know there's nothing wrong with the heating system, and also make your house feel nice and toasty. Soon they'll be seeing themselves curled up on the sofa on a Sunday.
I am excited. I'm looking forward to what people have to say. I think that today, a lot of people will comment. I think they'll comment very positively. I want to sell this house. I want to get on with my life. I don't want 2 mortgages. Who does?
I think we've given Andrea's house the extra push it needed to become legitimately sellable. We all want her to be able to move this property and start her new life, but ultimately, the open house holds the key.
We've got a nice big sitting room here.
It's nice.
I like the fireplace. Yeah.
Wow, bright colors. I love it.
The flowers.
I love the colors.
Yes.
It's nice and bright.
It looks modern and fresh.
But still keeping the
old world charm.
Yeah. Now, we've got a formal dining room in here.
Oh, I like what you've done with the walls.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good size.
Is this a new kitchen?
Yes, it is a new kitchen.
Brand new?
The owner is a very keen chef, so I think she spends a lot of time in the kitchen. All the appliances come with it. Yeah, it's a good place to have your computer, actually. I'll show you into the sunroom.
Oh, this is cute.
It is cute.
Like that.
Breakfast room in the summer.
It would be a good playroom for the kids.
There's a big deck out back, great for barbecues, and you've got a nice big garden. Upstairs, you've got 3 double bedrooms.
The ceilings are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
The curves.
They are.
Storage through here, so bigger than you think.
A lot of space.
Yes.
And it holds a good-sized bed. That's
Yeah.
good size.
Right, and then we've got another 2 bedrooms. It's a good size.
Very nice. Yeah.
They're not huge, but you could have a double bed in here.
But it's suitable for kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Through here we've got the 3rd bedroom.
Wow, that's cute.
And again, lots of nice bright lights. Okay. How does this compare to other things you've seen?
This actually has more of what we've been looking for.
So many period features.
It's got a lot of character.
Yeah. A lot of charm.
And it's the right neighborhood for us. I think that it's promising in terms of its readiness, decor-wise.
This is wider than most of the semis that we looked at in the same price range.
It does look nice from the street, and the rooms are a good size.
Would you consider coming back for a second viewing, maybe showing your husband?
I would definitely come back with my husband.
I think I'm gonna phone our agent. We can take it from there.
That's what we like to hear. Second viewings followed by offers. Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Good meeting you.
Well, that was great. We got a lot of people in, especially for such a snowy evening. We actually had some real qualified buyers. But that one couple, they've been looking in this neighborhood for, what they say, at least 8 months. Everything that was a negative, he turned into a positive.
They said this was one of the best things they'd seen. So, I mean, you can't say fairer than that.
No, that's wonderful. I'm really looking forward to seeing if they're going to put forward an offer or not.
I think that the changes that were made to this house could absolutely make a huge difference in terms of getting the price that I want for this house. Wow. I think what has been done is amazing. Emotionally, giving this house and the wonderful experiences that I've had in it in the past 3.5 years and this chapter of my life, a nice, beautiful present and a way to say goodbye. And it has certainly done that. And I'm very happy for that. It's what I've wanted to do with the place, but never could.
Since Andrea's home was given the extra push it needed to become sellable, I was thrilled to hear that her home has sold rather quickly. Not only has Andrea escaped the burden of carrying 2 mortgages, but her dreams of starting a new life with her new man have been put on the fast track. Real estate can be a risky business, so if you want to sell your house, it's essential to present it in the best possible light. Buyers are savvy these days and they definitely know what they want. So if you want a quick sale at top dollar, got to accentuate the wow factor in your house. Believe me, you will get results. Bob and Susan's 4-bedroom detached home in the suburbs is on the market for a reasonable $299,800. It's been on the market for 3 weeks and it's had a whopping 52 viewings with not a single offer. Close to schools, shops, transportation, they're baffled as to why their house isn't selling and, well, frustrated.
We've been living in this home for, I'm told it's 9 years. It's been great living in this house. We have 3 children, Alexis, William, and Rachel, in that order.
Initially, we were 2 adults with 3 kids, and now we're a family of 5 adults.
We're all kind of running up against each other. We don't really need a bigger house. We just need a house that meets our needs, perhaps, a little better.
It's not size we're talking about, it's function. Now, if you call that an upsize, or downsize, I don't think there's a word for it. I think it's just a change.
I'm a little surprised that the house has been on the market for this long.
It'd be nice if we could get it sold.
Hi, you must be Sue, Sophie.
And you must be Sophie. This
Hi.
is Bob.
Hey, Sophie, I'm
nice
Bob.
to meet you.
Shall we begin our tour?
That would be great. Nice and bright.
Right, yeah, when the sun comes in.
And so when did you renovate the kitchen?
Basically, it's the same way we got it.
So did you paint the apples on?
Yes, about 9 years ago. I think with all this white, too, it's nice to have a splash of color, so I thought the red would work well in here.
Right.
It's cheery.
It is cheery.
And over here, we have our powder room.
Uh-huh.
It's not very big, but it's
Well, it's a powder room, so it doesn't need to be.
Yeah. So in here we have the dining room, living room combination.
Quite a bold colour choice.
It is rather dramatic, that's true.
Well, that great thing about paint is you can always change it.
That's true.
So this is your sort of formal sitting room here.
It is.
A lot of furniture.
It is.
Yes, it is.
This is the family room.
Right.
We have a working wood-burning fireplace in the corner here.
Lovely. It's always great because it adds a sort of a real focal point.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's a lovely, cosy room. You could do with a little updating,
Okay.
just to make it all cohesive.
Flow a little better.
Flow a little better. Because at the moment, I suppose the wall kind of stops the flow, so we need to make a flow sort of around the wall. I wanted to ask you a question. You seem really happy here. What's the impetus for moving?
With our oldest daughter, she's 22 now, and I think she needs a little bit of space for herself. And, you know, we need the privacy, actually, too.
Basically, you need privacy as much as Alexis.
As much as she.
It's,
So I think for the time being, we need a basement apartment for Alexis. And, you know, possibly even a slightly smaller space so that when the children leave...
Yeah, you don't have to downsize again. So you need your house to evolve.
Exactly.
Well, with that in mind, should we have a look upstairs?
Of course.
Wow. William, I presume, was a scout.
Actually, he still is.
This room, a nice neutral colour. I think
Yes.
just maybe decluttered a bit.
Well, we've decluttered a lot. It used to be wall-to-wall stuff, so this is sort of our compromise with him.
Well, he hasn't met me yet, so...
This is the master bedroom.
It's a good size, it's an odd colour. This is actually the darkest room in the house because you've only got one window, and this colour makes it feel quite dark.
That's a good point. Over here we have the computer room.
You've got 3 desks in here.
Mm-hmm.
They're all cramped.
It is rather. My daughter Rachel's room.
It's quite blue.
It is rather.
We need to readdress the colour and also maybe declutter a bit.
Goodbye, Beanie Babies.
This house is so dated. It's time to sit Bob and Sue down and give them a little bit of a chat. This is the part where I come in and I'm very bossy and you probably think, why did we invite this woman into our house? But the idea of this is to get the house sold as quick as possible so you can move on with your life. Buyers are now very savvy and they want it all. They want the bang for their buck. And I think that this house could do with a bit more bang. The sense I've got from your house is it's a good size. You've got lots of bedrooms, you've got a home office, which is a big selling plus. But the problem is it's just looking a bit dated. We need to kind of drag it from early 90s into 2008. So decluttering and just sprucing up, I think, is the order of the day.
I need your help with that.
Well, that's why I'm here. Well, now we've done the easy part, which is chatting about it. Now I think we have to do the difficult part, which is actually doing it. Well, it didn't take long to get Bob and Sue on board. It always helps when you have willing participants, because now the fun can really begin. It's all changed for Bob, Sue and the family. They have to move soon, otherwise they're not going to be able to move on with their lives. So I'm off to meet Debbie, the realtor, and get the bigger picture on why this house is unsellable. Debbie, you're the lady in the know, so I want to pick your brain. Speaking to Bob and Sue, and they said the house has been on for about 3.5 weeks, which is longer than average.
What actually makes it more than average is the fact that we've had 52 showings in that time. When you have that many showings and no offers, you know you're bang on with how you've priced it, and it's the house.
Have you got any feedback from those 52 viewings?
Yes, I'm hearing that it looks like something my mom and dad had, and they want something fresh and new and with it.
So we just have to spruce it up. I mean, I think the blue has got to go for a start. And
Yes.
I am not a fan of the stencil of the apples.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. I think I will take pleasure in painting over that. It might be my first job.
Can I come and help?
Yes, you can. Tired, old, shabby, it just doesn't cut the mustard in real estate. So I'm not surprised that the offers haven't been pouring into Bob and Sue's house, and that's why I brought them here to a comparable house, because it never hurts to see what the competition are up to.
I like their color schemes.
Yes,
Very fresh.
Very fresh, and also
Uncluttered.
Uncluttered. Oh, I'm loving this. This house is by no means brand new, but it looks very, very modern, which is what we're trying to achieve in your house. Now here, it's obviously slightly different to yours. One of the things I notice about this room is just how light and bright it is.
It is. Beautiful.
I like the way there's a consistent colour scheme as well. Also, what I want to show you is the kitchen. The cupboards look fresh, the appliances look fresh. It feels modern, but it isn't. I
Still
think
missing the apples.
Still, yes, the apples are missing. I want to show you upstairs.
Sure.
This is the master bedroom.
Quite a bit smaller than ours.
It is quite a bit smaller, definitely.
It's
Yeah,
very,
very
bright,
bright.
cheerful. It has energy.
It is nice and bright. Anyway, there's more rooms to show you. Nice bathroom.
Oh, yes.
It's
large.
It's large. What I like about it is just nice, fresh, modern accents of a nicer green the whole way through. Now this is the boys' room.
I'm noticing that the rooms are a fair bit smaller.
Absolutely, that's true.
However, the light colors do help it. I have to admit that.
These bedrooms are actually smaller than Susan and Bob's, but the smart layout really makes up for it. Now your house, as you've already noticed, is bigger. It's in a better location. But this house, it has a great flow. There's cohesion in the paint, which draws the eye nicely through. And it looks, above all, like you can move in tomorrow and you don't have to do any work. Your house shows small. This house shows big.
You're right, and our house is a fair size larger.
Fair size larger. This sold close to list price in 10 days.
Wow, that's very quick.
It's very quick.
Yeah, great.
All right, now it's time to call in general contractor Anthony Sayers to help modify Bob and Susan's house. As we discussed earlier, we've got to turn this house from dated to sort of dazzling.
Wonderful.
And the man here in the leather jacket is the one to do it.
So we're gonna jazz up the kitchen a little bit, update the cabinets, and get rid of the borders.
Oh,
The
no.
apples, I know.
I love my apples.
Sorry.
I have no
Kiss
problem
them
with that.
goodbye.
Bob doesn't mind the apples going.
In the dining room, we're gonna get rid of the blue that's on the wall, repurpose the room, and make it more functional. And the room is a little cramped, so we'll get rid of some of the furniture just to show the actual size of the room. In your family room, focal point should be the actual fireplace.
Right.
And instead it's the exposed brick wall.
Yeah.
I can see what you're saying.
So we're
This is
gonna
the body
prime it
blow.
out and paint it a neutral color so that it'll just bring back the focal point of the actual fire.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Tell me about upstairs.
The bedrooms upstairs, they're a good size, right? So we'll just declutter the rooms and we're gonna paint out some of the rooms and just neutralize it up there again.
All right.
That should help sell the house and make it
It
go.
will definitely help sell that. We have a lot of work to do, so I think we should have some bonding.
Yep.
Yes.
Then go do it.
Let's go.
All right.
We have so much stuff, I can't believe it. Well, have you checked that already? I was gonna put him in. It has to be taped. Okay.
A lot of these things we're packing, we're going to realize that chances are they may not come back or go into the next place.
They're not coming back.
Because we're going to be
Never
sorting.
mind, chances are.
We have to do something. There has to be some sacrifice on our part too.
That table goes?
Yeah. It's a reality check. You're no longer sitting at the table talking about why you want to sell your house.
Exactly.
Now you're physically selling your house.
In this house right now, it's really busy because there's many different things going on in every room.
I want remotes going in one spot.
Here, just give it to me.
Anything electronic, put it in one spot.
It is pretty hectic. I already hit my mother in the head with a table.
Unless you're planning to wear this stuff, what is the point of having it in the drawer?
I think we're going to be here, so I need my shorts.
I think that this was the kick in the butt everybody needed to get in gear and get with the program.
I'm doing the painting on the John, so I'm a little tired. We've been working very hard, but the flamingo pink is soon to be replaced, which I think is always a good thing. Hey guys.
Hey.
What you up to?
Just painting the cabinet doors. To make the kitchen more stylish, I took the gray from the actual handles and some of the countertop, and there's gray in the actual tiles as well.
Ripping them out and putting new cupboards in would not have been possible.
No, that would have cost at least $3,000 to $4,000, right? The paint was $50, so.
Okay, I can see
Big
the
difference.
economics in
Yeah.
that. I can still see the apples, people.
Yeah, we've done one coat of primer, so you're gonna have to do a second coat to get rid of the apples.
They're stubborn little things.
Yes, they are.
Okay, you want to pull it? Okay, go for it. That's it.
Way to go, Alexis.
All right.
My.
You're like a machine, eh?
Sometimes.
That's awesome.
Oh, your favourite job, screwing plates onto the wall. How many have you got left?
About 32.
Fantastic.
We've made quite a bit of progress. Got the carpet layers working away. People upstairs dressing all the rooms.
I know, that's one of my jobs. I've got to go and put these curtains up.
Pretty much we're just down to the big push.
When it comes to updating the decor of your home, no detail is too small, and this gorgeous comparable home in the neighborhood is a shining example. This kitchen is bigger than Susan and Bob's, and the gorgeous countertops and paint colors give it a modern feel. There are no outdated apple borders here. The dining room is dressed simply and effectively. The furniture is very contemporary, and it's been minimalized to allow 3 feet of clearance all around the table. The ideal distance for both design and function. At first glance, this living room isn't that different, but it's all in the details. The updated furniture is lustrous, and the woodwork around the fireplace is painted white. This flaunts the fireplace instead of overshadowing it. When it comes to updating your home, success is in the details. First-time buyers want to move into a glamorous magazine spread. So when you're selling your house, it's got to be sleek, modern, and fully updated.
And a few final details for you. This house sold in 10 days for over the asking price. There is a flurry of activity inside. We are dragging this house kicking and screaming into 2008.
This whole process has really been an interruption in our lifestyle, but I have to sell this house, so that's what I'm doing. One of the big surprises would be the kitchen. I'm not fond of gray, but I thought, no, don't prejudge too quickly. It really was an excellent choice. It's freshened the whole room up. It's unbelievable.
I'm enjoying what's going on. I think it's a good change. You're fixing it up to sell, but you're not fixing it up for yourself. So I have to fix up for the person that's going to buy it. People can picture more of their stuff in here instead of looking at all our stuff. The proof of the pie is the actual sale of the house, but I think we've got a much better chance now.
Bob and Susan's narrow galley kitchen was in pretty good shape, but we've updated the cabinet colours to more closely match the countertops. Also, Susan's beloved apple border was a massive hangover from the early 90s, and it had to go. Walking into Bob and Susan's dining room was like being transported back in time by about, 20 years. To bring this room back into the future, we painted over the dark blue walls, we stripped down and replaced the updated fixtures, and now the room feels much larger. The living room wasn't too far off, but simple changes have made a big impact. We've stayed on budget by slip covering the furniture and removed the television from in front of the sliding doors to brighten up the room. But most importantly, we painted over the dark-coloured brick, which really helps draw your eye to the room's main attraction, the fireplace itself. We've softened the paint colour in the harsh red powder room, and the old carpet on the stairs was replaced by a cleaner Berber-style carpet. In this bedroom, baby blues and too many trinkets made for an out-of-date and lacklustre showing. No clutter and neutral colours has helped, but rearranging the furniture shows off this room really well. In the office, we removed one of the 3 desks and we did a major decluttering, which provided very favourable results. In the master bedroom, we've done well in matching the existing furniture to a new design scheme, which has created a calming feeling with just a hint of drama. Removing the bulky TV was key. In the boys' room, we've thinned out the boyish paraphernalia and rearranged the room in a way that really draws you in. In the smaller room, minor adjustments made a big difference. The total cost for this stunning transformation, $4,400. All right, Bob and Susan's home is looking great, but we've got a few more tricks up our sleeve to prepare for the open house. Here are some things that every homeowner should know about preparing for the big show.
Recovering chairs or simply using slip covers is a great way of revamping the furniture without breaking the bank. Put fresh linen on the beds, hang up clean towels and throw out old worn rugs. All this will create an impressive finishing touch. Rearrange closets and kitchen cabinets. You want to look clean and organised from the inside out. If you've got space, you might as well flaunt it. There is no point cluttering it up with excess furniture. Place small pieces strategically in a room. This will maximise space and really impress buyers. This is more like it. The paint job has been a real success. Before, the blue wall kind of chopped everything up downstairs and it just didn't feel right. Now there's a great flow to the ground floor and it looks fantastic and much bigger.
But more importantly, Bob and Susan's home has been wrestled back from the early 90s.
So I think we're open house ready. Okay, the open house signs are strategically placed everywhere. It's looking sparkling in there, so it's just time to get the show on the road. I'm Sophie.
Hi,
Nice to meet you. Hi. So this is the kitchen. There's an eat-in bit here. There's also a formal dining room.
I wish it was a little bigger and that was more windows, I guess.
When you come in the morning, you'll see that it's really, really bright.
Is it?
I promise you. I promise, I wouldn't lie. And you've got another window here. There's quite a lot of prep space and quite a bit of storage space. This is the formal dining room.
Oh, that's quite large.
It is very large.
Oh, this is a nice big room.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is the one I saw on the internet that was vivid blue.
Yes, this wall, I think you'll agree it looks better not blue.
Oh, yes.
This is the family room.
Well, this is nice and cozy.
Yeah, and there's a working fireplace.
Oh, that's terrific.
That looks really good with the black fireplace around and the white furniture. I think it looks spectacular. It's a nice room.
We think it looks pretty snazzy. Should we show you upstairs?
I'm going to show you the second bedroom. So do you fancy this for yourself?
Cute.
Yeah.
I like it.
So this isn't the master? No, this is not the master room. This is the second room.
It's a nice size.
Yeah, it's a good size. And you've got a good size closet in there.
Oh, there's lots of room for everything.
I kind of like the furniture in here too.
So this is the home office. Obviously, you could use it as a fourth bedroom, and it does fit a queen-size bed in it. So you'd have quite a lot of extra space here.
That'd be great.
And here is the master bedroom, which is a good size.
Very nice.
And it's very large.
I like the size.
And it's nice and bright.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I have a lot of furniture.
You have
But it is a good size. Wow.
Oh, this is great. I love the hardwood floors and the kind of warmer colors that have been chosen. I think they look really sharp.
Compared to other things you've seen, how does this measure up?
I would come and see it again.
Would you consider coming for a second viewing, potentially?
I think so.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
And making an offer?
You never know.
You never know. So what's your situation?
We're looking for something a little bigger than we have now.
And we've got 2 boys.
Would you consider this house?
Probably need some time to think about things more than anything.
Right.
But I like how clean everything looks.
Come back for a second viewing, bring the boys and see what they think.
Right, all right.
So what do you think of the house?
I think it's amazing. I think you guys have done an amazing job. The flow is there, the openness shows, which is what we as agents just love when we walk into a house.
The open house went well.
Oh, very well.
People noticed the change from the picture they've seen on the internet. We got positive feedback. I mean, there are things you can't change. The kitchen is a little small, but I think all in all, it's looking fab.
I think so too.
Brilliant.
Mission accomplished. We have turned this house from dated to sophisticated. And you really get a feeling of space. I'm impressed, and I don't think I'll be the only one.
It's just such a dramatic change. The whole ambience of the house is different.
One of the hardest parts was actually when we started to declutter. You don't realize how much you really got until you start cleaning it out.
It's sort of a cleansing process. You feel a little lighter after you do it. This experience has definitely been worthwhile. What I've learned and gained has just been priceless.
I'm hoping that the open house will lead to a sale for us, and it'll terminate all this angst that we've had.
The fresh new decor in Bob and Susan's newly sellable home sent prospective buyers flocking to see it. And it wasn't long before they accepted a solid offer. Now that's some fantastic news, because now that their house is sold, this evolving family can finally turn the page and start the next chapter of their lives. Mark and Dana's house is just north of the city. It's got 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, eating, kitchen, double garage. It's on the market for $495,000. But other houses in the neighborhood are selling for, well, $700,000 and more. So I wonder why this house isn't. They've got to sell in 3 weeks, otherwise they risk losing their new home, which they can't afford to do. So it really is crunch time.
This is the house I grew up in. And I bought it about 4 years ago with the intent of renovating it and hopefully raising my family here. But we found ourselves in a predicament where the house was too large, and now we need to sell the house.
It's 2,800 square feet, and it's way too much house. It seems really empty, and there's a lot of memories here.
Ready?
I was definitely very surprised that there wasn't much interest in the house. The house is like a 10-ton weight holding us back.
Well, I get the impression that they've run out of steam and the renovation project's kind of ground to a halt. And to make matters worse, they've been living in the basement while this big empty house sits idle above them. So I'm here to see what help they need and to get to grips with why this house is unsellable. Who's going to lead the way?
Well, let me show you around. Come on in here. This is our dining room, living room.
I'm loving the nice, fresh paint job, and it's all neutral colors, which is usually my big beef.
Dana did pretty good on the colors. Of course, we've got the new hardwood floors that we just put in.
We do have some of my artwork as well as some of the community people's artwork hanging in the house.
The dining room is lacking a dining room table.
We're lacking quite a bit of furniture, actually.
Right. I suspect that under here would be the dining room table if you had one.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that fixture frightens me.
So this is the kitchen here. As you can tell, it's a little outdated.
Yeah, there's a lot of competing patterns and colors and textures. And I can see stippling, plaid, border, and it's clashing with your nice new wood floor.
Oh, come on, let me show you this room. It gets even better.
Oh, goody.
Oh, dear.
Green shag pile carpet. I haven't seen green shag pile carpet.
30 years, that's how long it's been here. We need some desperate help in this room.
I love the wallpaper and then the green floor. It's like kryptonite. If Superman came in here, he'd just like shrivel into a puddle. It's amazing.
carpets to try and match the new paint.
I mean, this is huge.
This is one of the 2 master bedrooms.
It's just lacking any furniture whatsoever.
We just had the carpet replaced, so we moved all the furniture downstairs into storage to make it easier for the team to put the carpet in.
It has no personality.
At the moment, it doesn't have any personality because it doesn't have any furniture.
And again, you're heading into a time warp with this guy.
Again, it's just the incredible mix of textures.
In the 70s, most bathrooms must have looked like this. The second bedroom is a great size with a good paint colour, but it feels so barren and empty. The ensuite bathroom would be lovely if not for the blinding electric blue. The third bedroom and office are smaller, but still a really useful size. Again, no furniture. I'm starting to feel kind of lonely in here.
This room is a perfect example of how having furniture can help make a room look bigger sometimes, not smaller. Because most people walk in here and think, oh, this room's tiny, it wouldn't fit a queen-size bed. It would easily fit a queen-size bed. And the trick is, look, if you lie down on the floor, that is the width of a queen-size bed. And you've got space on either side for a nightstand.
Cool. Check out this wallpaper.
Okay, so we've got brown, we've got pink, we've got blue, we've got green, we've got oatmeal, we've got pine. But on a serious note, this is a really good family-sized bathroom, which should be a big selling point.
This house is really frustrating. On the one hand, you've got finished rooms, big spaces, neutral colours, which is great, but then I open a bathroom and it's like a 70s plaid nightmare. I have to sit Mark and Dana down because this house is not going to sell looking like this.
Just wanted to reiterate, it's got a lot going for it, but there is a reason why it is unsellable at the moment. It's most damaging to viewings at the moment upstairs, because when people leave the house, it's good for them to have reference points. At the moment, because there's no furniture upstairs, they just all merge into one. They don't think to themselves, 3 big bedrooms, a full smaller bedroom, or maybe a home office. You don't get a sense of their function or their size. And coming on to the decor,
It's very, very dated.
yeah, it's very, very dated. Also, it's in limbo because the work you have done upstairs and downstairs is fantastic, but it almost makes these rooms look even more dated.
Most definitely.
It does.
Yeah.
We got everything done as far as we could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Luckily, we're here.
That's it.
I have every confidence that once we've done the work, this house will look fantastic and have a very good chance of selling.
Wonderful.
This neighbourhood is really quaint. It's got tree-lined streets, elegant houses and big lots, some of which are going for upwards of $700,000.
Now, Mark and Dana's house is on at $495,000, which is an attractive asking price, but obviously not attractive enough because they haven't got a single offer. With that in mind, I'm off to see Maggie, the real estate agent, and get her perspective on why this house is unsellable. This seems to be such a perfect family house. You've got a big yard, you've got a lot of space, a lot of bedrooms. That's the type of people you get around here.
Oh yes, beautiful area for growing families.
What's the feedback that you've had?
They like the layout. Definitely the location is very popular.
What would you say the reasons were that it's not selling?
We haven't got an offer just because the home is not upgraded. It's not furnished very well as well.
It's quite funny, most of the houses we go into, I'm always getting at people to declutter, and they've always usually got so much furniture, and it's very difficult for a person to walk in and imagine themselves in the space. The same problem here with people can't imagine themselves in the space, but it's the opposite reason why. It's because there's no furniture.
Definitely, I agree. We need some furniture so when potential buyers coming through the property, they will see that function of the rooms.
So all we need to do is modernise, get some furniture in.
Definitely, and it will definitely sell.
Unless Mark and Dana's house gets some furniture into it, it is going to remain unsellable. So that's why I want to show them a comparable house in the neighbourhood that had no problem selling and for top dollar.
I brought you to this house because it's a similar size, similar location, but it shows excellently. It's practically identical to your room. Similar layout, same colour.
Very similar paint, yeah.
And nice hardwood floors. But the furniture just gives it function. So this is obviously a sitting room with a dining area. Great. What do you notice about this kitchen?
Wallpaper.
Exactly.
Yes.
No wallpaper. It's clean, it's modern, it's wonderfully tidy, which is how a kitchen should always be shown. This is a fantastic room. This is what your room's going to look like. Now, at the moment, you just got all this gym equipment in. And so some people are going to walk in and they're just going to not be able to see past the gym equipment. I want it to look more like this, a really nice, quiet room where you can imagine watching telly or reading a book. Now, this room It's very interesting. This is a queen-size bed, and there is so much room on either side. But if this room had no furniture in, someone would walk in and go, it's not very big, would it fit a double bed in? And they'd be unsure about it. So this is a prime example of how furnishing a room makes it look bigger. Family bathroom, not plaid, not bright blue, not filled with pine, just nice, clean, fresh, modern-looking bathroom, which does not age the property. Master bedroom. Point really is not the size here, it's the function again. I think that one of the problems you're having in your house is that upstairs is just merging into one. It's not sticking in buyers' minds. But whereas this, you go around, you go 3 bedrooms and a home office, and it sticks in your head, and that's the furniture doing that. And we want your house to stick in people's heads when they walk out the door.
There's more than just furnishing to do at Mark and Dana's home. We're going to need some extra help to bring the styling out of the 1970s.
Anthony here has got this sort of lowdown specifically on what we've got to do to make this house sellable.
Mark, you've got a lot of wallpaper throughout the house.
Oh, how can you miss it?
Yeah, you can. So we'll start by removing all the wallpaper. In the family room, you've got the room, it's filled with exercise equipment.
Yep.
So
It's gotta go.
It's got to go.
All right.
And take up the green carpet from that room. In the kitchen, the cabinets they're nice cabinets. You just need to get rid of the wallpaper border, and we'll do a nice neutral color on the walls.
There will no longer be any plaid.
No more plaid?
Gone.
I think that's the most wonderful thing I've heard this year. It's gonna be like a little plaid dance, you know?
Yeah, no more plaid.
Upstairs, there's 3 bathrooms that we have to address.
Yes.
The first bathroom is the blue bathroom. We'll just paint that color out, nice neutral color. The main bathroom with the plaid wallpapering again, we'll paint a nice neutral color, change over the light fixture.
All right.
In the master ensuite, there's B-board that's unfinished on the wall, so we'll just finish that across the vanity. And then we're gonna get rid of the glass doors and put some hanging curtains.
Wonderful, because those are really dated, those glass doors.
All the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Vis-a-vis furniture, we're just going to fill upstairs as much as we can to give the rooms function and a greater sense of space.
Great.
Perfect.
So to sum up in about 10 words, wallpaper out, plaid out, carpet out, modern, sleek.
Let's rock and roll.
Well,
Perfect.
A lot of rock and roll to do.
Let's get it done. Thanks, guys.
Did you see how excited Mark and Dana were when we talked about taking down the wallpaper? It was great. This is really the kickstart they needed to get their house finished, and it's going to be well worth the wait.
I feel like taking down this border is long overdue. I've been asking Mark, begging Mark to let me pull down this border, and he keeps saying, no, it's too big of a task. We don't have the time, we don't have the resources.
That border's been there basically as long as I've been alive, so it's mixed watching it come down, but it had to go.
You guys are my personal heroes.
Such a satisfying feeling. The top layer is really difficult to peel off, and you can only take it in tiny bit of chunks. But then the bottom layer comes off like butter.
The steamer makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, in here,
Wallpaper being stripped out, it's gonna paint a neutral color.
you guys seem to be doing it much faster than I was doing it. I don't think I'm very good at it.
I think you're doing a pretty good job. And in here, cabinet's been primed already, and
Oh, the shower doors
gone.
have gone. Oh God, that does make a big
Yeah,
difference.
we'll finish painting and then we'll put the floor down. And finally, the blue room.
Because this is the easiest bathroom to change, because it's not all that dark wood.
Yeah.
So it was just really the paint colour. I mean, the tiles might not be everyone's cup of tea, but once we paint the walls, then it's pretty fine.
Yeah, it was just the blue was a little bright. The carpet is gone.
Still got ugly wallpaper on, but just the carpet not being like kryptonite green makes such a difference.
Exactly.
Wow. And it's funny, this room looks so much better already just with a new carpet, but I was talking earlier about how furniture adds function to a room and a sense of space. But in this room, it kind of was a negative. This room could only, in the mind of buyers, be used as a gym. So when you're furnishing a room, you want it to be functional, but you also want that to be flexible, so it can be, you know, a dining room or a sitting room or a study. Maybe not a gym.
There is no greater satisfaction than doing a job and doing it well. And Mark and Dana's house is almost there, but it is going to have to show at its best to get top dollar, because there is a lot of competition out there.
I want to see how the plaid experiment bathroom's going.
Well,
Ooh,
plaid is gone.
More plaid. It's looking considerably better.
Oh yeah, I'm just waiting for the countertop to come in. I don't want to change it until I get it.
We're always waiting
That
for
would be a
countertop.
big mistake.
Well, let's go and lay some of these.
Yes. I've got the cabinets painted out.
Very smart.
And the B-board.
We appear to be missing the loo.
Yes, well, I had to take it out to put the floor down.
So what's the benefit of these cork tiles then?
Well, if you have a small area, it's a great do-it-yourself project that you can do. It's like a tongue and groove, so it's just snapping.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
And presumably it's quite cost effective.
Yes, very and durable at the same time.
Durable.
Yeah.
So cost effective, durable and easy to fit.
That's right.
Well, I might leave you to put these in place and I think I'm going to come back and maybe help you with the quarter round.
Okay, excellent. Baseboard.
With the nail gun.
Yes.
Updating these bathrooms is really going to help provide a consistent design throughout the entire house, which will surely help move the property. Consistency was the key in selling this comparable house in a similar neighborhood. Unlike Mark and Dana's living room, this room paired existing furniture with additional props to create a simple contemporary design that comfortably flows from one room to the next. And the kitchen has no wallpaper or borders. In this home, a reduction in the number of paint finishes and fabric colors helps to make a consistent presentation. These bedrooms are functional, uncomplicated, and you can't go wrong with that. Cleverly restraining your decor while clearly defining the functionality of every room in your house, well, it just lets the house shine through. And it can get great results. This house sold in just 2 days. I'm really hoping for a positive result for Mark and Dana, but we've still got a lot to finish.
This whole process has basically left me exhausted and excited.
It's amazing to see all the transformations going on and everything turning from kind of drab to fab and getting rid of all of the 70s wallpaper. And it gives the house a whole new feeling and it just seems so much more open and inviting, but I'm tired.
It's a very, very important open house that's coming up. The place looks phenomenal. It's gonna be good.
Everything's progressing here very nicely. Paint jobs are all done. The bathroom's looking fantastic. Now, if you're like Mark and Dana and you don't have any furniture, don't panic. You can borrow pieces from friends and relatives. You can refurbish old, tired pieces, or you can do what we did and rent it. A lot of people don't know you can rent furniture, but you can, and it's much more cost-effective than buying.
This house has a lot going for it, but just as much going against it. We had a little bit to do in a lot of rooms, which made this a very unique and challenging makeover. In the living room, the paint colour was fab, but the furniture wasn't. We've replaced the lonely futon with a full living room set, which truly defines the space. We've even used the existing artwork as a strong accent, which really draws you in. We've continued with rich, dark wood furniture in the dining room, and we've replaced the old stained glass lighting fixture with a much more contemporary piece. Around the corner, we've removed all the outdated wallpaper, updated the lighting, and added a charming table and chair set. Now this large Eaton family kitchen lives up to its name. This home gym was one of the chief offenders, so we tore up the green carpet, painted over the matching wallpaper, and fully refurbished the room from an 80s country gym into a cozy and wonderfully intimate family room. Upstairs, the bedrooms had great paint but no purpose. We needed to furnish, 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 and now nothing is left to the imagination. Add a few simple decor choices and we've turned these rooms from empty shells into stylish and functional spaces. Potential buyers will easily be able to imagine themselves living comfortably in these rooms. But the real dramatic changes were in the bathrooms. In the master bedroom ensuite, the 70s glass shower doors are no more, and the new lighting fixtures are fabulous. In the other ensuites, we've gone from electric blue to fresh and new. And we've turned Plaidville into Pleasantville with soft neutrals, a much lighter countertop, and a new shower curtain. We have made a dramatic impact on this home, and we've done it all for $4,400. Mark and Dana's house looks incredible, but there's no time to rest on our laurels. We can never be too prepared for an open house.
Create a bit of atmosphere by adding some ambient music. Potential buyers will appreciate it.
Update the property specs, advertisements, internet sites with the new photos of the makeover as soon as possible. Install good lighting. It will really make a room shine, and floor lamps create a great sense of space. Maintain curb appeal even in the winter months. Clear pathways and driveways of snow and ice. You don't want someone breaking an ankle before they've even entered the house. The house is looking great. It's beautifully furnished. It's finally out of design limbo and it's ready to sell. And I know the changes we've made are going to have a big impact on potential buyers. Plaid wallpaper, gone. 70s bathrooms refurbished, and the house is fully furnished. So, looks like we're ready for the open house. Nice to meet you. Well, come on through. This is the formal sitting room.
Hardwood floors all the way through?
Hardwood floors in here and in the kitchen.
Oh, this is nice. Nice eating area, too.
And through here, we've got another sitting room.
Very nice room.
How relaxing is this to sit here with a book, a glass of wine?
Beautiful. Very nice. I like the carpet.
Brand new. Upstairs, we have 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
Oh, this is nice.
Quite a lot of space for them.
Yeah, it's really big and nice, yeah.
So this is the master bedroom.
Oh my god.
It's good, isn't it?
Really, yeah, it's a big size, yeah.
2 closets?
2 closets and an ensuite bathroom.
That's a good size.
It is a good size. So this is your guest bedroom, which is again very generous size.
Kids would love a big room like this.
The boys' bathroom.
Oh, nice. This is nice.
Nice little shower, eh?
Smallest of the 3 rooms, but it's still a really good size.
From my youngest one, yeah. It's really nice.
This would be a great office.
And it's away from the master bedroom, so can't hear the noise.
You can't hear the click, click, clack.
No.
So you said you'd seen around 30 houses. How does this compare?
This house to me looks like it has a lot of potential.
It's nice and bright, and it's been recently painted, so you could pretty well move in.
I liked it. So now I'm gonna get my opinion on my husband.
Yeah.
And probably he's gonna be positive.
Do you think potentially you could imagine making an offer on this place?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely, yes.
Fantastic, that's what we like to hear. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you
Lovely
so much
to meet you.
Thank you for showing us through.
So nice to be able to finally sit down on some furniture.
Yes, definitely.
I think it made a real difference.
Oh, yes, definitely. We got a great open house. We got great potential buyers.
What do you think the biggest changes have been?
The furniture. You know, people see functionality. Even though you have the furniture, people see that there is a lot of space, living space.
I have to say, I think we did a pretty good job.
I think so. Hopefully we're gonna get some multiple offers.
Well, that's the spirit. Fighting talk. I'm really pleased with the work we've done. We've turned this big old empty house into a warm home with functionality and coherent updated design. It was fine before, but now it really realizes its true potential.
I can't believe the furniture.
Oh, isn't it amazing?
And just like how it fills the entire room now. With furniture, this house has got personality.
We've got less than a month before I have to be into that new house. So it's really, really gonna help us get to that deadline. This has got to be the most dramatic change.
Like that crown molding and just the color with that hint of yellow, like seriously, the whole room just opens up and it is so bright.
No more green.
Now that this big empty house has great furniture and streamlined styling, it's got as much life and energy as its owners. Potential buyers are coming in droves, and that means Mark and Dana are not far away from realizing their dream, a new life and a new home. In a buoyant real estate market, properties can go within a matter of days, and bidding wars, they're common. So if your house has been on for a while, consider why and act fast. Do you need to revamp the marketing? Consider reducing the price? Is the presentation letting your house down? Or, the worst possible scenario, a combination of all 3? Lynne Clark's house has been on the market for 6 months, which in a hot market is extraordinarily rare. Other similar homes have sold in the neighbourhood in a matter of days, but not Lynne's, and it's standing in the way of true love. She's fallen, hook, line and sinker for Bob, and they're ready to move in together. In fact, they've been ready for 6 months. They can't do anything till they sold this place, and that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sold.
I've been in the house for 30 years. My son grew up here. What I love about this house is that it's so open and all the bedrooms are huge. It's been on the market for 6 months and I don't understand why it hasn't sold. I think the right person with my taste hasn't come through and seen it. Bob and I want to travel. We want to be free. This house is definitely stopping me from doing all of that.
This is costly. This is costing us a fair amount of money per month. Plus, we have to come down here and still do the cleaning and making sure that nobody's breaking into the house. If we could get rid of this, it would be financially much better for us to travel and do what we want to do.
Lynne's house has been on for 6 months. They've had 10 open houses and dozens of viewings, but not a single offer, which leads me to suspect it's either overpriced, there are problems with the curb appeal, or presentation. Well, I'm gonna go and find out.
Hi,
Sophie, nice to meet you. So, this is the house that hasn't sold in 6 months.
Yes. I'm really starting to panic now. I thought it would have gone really quickly.
I feel a bit like I'm in a doctor's waiting room. It's quite cold at the moment.
I think it's the white walls.
When did you decorate this room?
Early 80s.
I see that vertical blinds are a bit of a theme.
I know, they were popular at the time.
Along with puffball skirts and pom-poms.
Exactly.
Wow, an incredibly clean kitchen.
I like clean.
Well, clean and neat is good, especially when selling your house. Now, what's through there?
That's the family room.
I'm gonna go and peep in. Lovely floors. Nice bright room, but at the moment it's a bit dated.
It is very dated.
Should we go
Not at all.
upstairs?
Yes.
Wow, this is surprising. From the outside, it doesn't look this big at all.
It is a very big house. People don't realize that.
What's through here?
This is the second bedroom.
Kind of a bit impersonal at the moment. So, this is the guest bedroom.
Yes, I like this blue.
It's a good blue. Which leads me on to the grey. All the doors and all the trimmings are all grey. It's kind of an odd colour choice, that. Well, I think we need to dip into the paint pot. So, this is your room.
Yes.
Lynne, these are killing me.
I know, but I liked them at the time.
So now we've done the tour, I think we need to go downstairs, sit down, and come up with a battle plan to get this house sold.
All right.
I don't care how nice this street is. At the moment, no young person is going to walk into there and think, this is the home for me. I mean, the exterior of this place looks completely different from any other house on the block, and it's not showing well on the inside either. It's just so cold, and those vertical blinds are definitely not for me. On paper, this house reads like a dream. It's one of the most popular neighborhoods in Toronto, one of the biggest houses on the street, and you've got a good-sized lot. On paper, it's great, but it really lacks wow factor. On the outside and on the inside. The vertical blinds, the color palette, and the dated furniture all age this house. A lot of buyers, they think emotionally. They walk into a space and they fall in love with it, and they're like, I gotta have it. And at the moment, you walk through that door, and the first things you think of, a bit dated. You don't have those strong emotions, and that's what we want people to have.
But I haven't been spending any time in it the last few years. I've been out living life.
Exactly. So we've got to get rid of this house so you can do more of that. Let's face it, your house looks different on the outside, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. But we can make the inside more in keeping with the neighborhood. Making this house less suburban and more cutting edge. We just need to do a bit of work to get the house up to standard.
Quite a bit of work, I think.
Lynne's neighbourhood is now a really popular location for city folk who are looking for their first family home. But what Lynne needs to realise is people buy emotionally. It's only the more experienced buyers that can see through good and bad decor and realise the potential of the space. It can be difficult selling an unusual house. I know how I'd tackle this one, but I'm curious to talk to Lynne's real estate agent to see how she'd do it. When you walk down the street, you notice that this house is not typical of the street.
Some people really like that it's very unique looking, and others have found it too different for their taste. The positive feedback that we've had has been that you have very large principal rooms, which is extremely rare in Toronto.
Why do you think it's not selling?
There's a new wave of young urban professionals that are moving into these neighborhoods, and they're not into updating a home in terms of its decor.
I have to talk to you about the listing price. You would like to take it down?
Yes, I would.
That's a correct decision, because ultimately something's only worth what someone's prepared to pay for it.
Absolutely.
The house is immaculately clean, it's decluttered, so we can kind of take it on from there. I cannot wait to get rid of the vertical blinds.
Yes, I agree.
Having spoken to Catherine, the real estate agent, it is obvious to me she has done absolutely everything in her power to get this place sold and has had no luck whatsoever. So it's down to us. I want to give this house wow factor and turn it from a doctor's waiting room into a really warm home. Being the odd man out in a social situation can be tough, and it's the same with houses. If your house is dramatically different to everyone else in the neighbourhood, you could have a problem. Sometimes people come to a neighbourhood expecting to find a certain type of house with associated architectural details and features. So if your house is very different, it can be more difficult to sell. So you might need a new game plan. This is the house I want to show you. As you can see, it's a bit more traditional than your house and more in keeping with the neighbourhood. But I want to show you the inside because from a real estate perspective, it's really hitting all the right notes and it's showing fantastically well. What I like about it is it's modern, but it's kept the kind of architectural details and character of a 100-year-old home. And that fireplace is great. As soon as you walk in, it draws your eye to it and it's attractive. Curtains rather than blinds.
Excellent.
Nice neutral paint colour. I like the way the trim is white. The big difference back here is that the kitchen's bigger and it's also more high-end. But in some ways they're quite similar. Your kitchen is incredibly clean, it's immaculate, so it's perfectly acceptable. And you have the bonus feature of having a family room out back, which this house doesn't have. This house is noticeably smaller than Lynne's in almost every aspect. So what makes it more sellable? It shows fantastically and the decor fits in perfectly with the neighbourhood. Something Lynne's gonna have to do to make up for her home's unusual exterior. This is the smallest of the two.
This is more the size of the little bedroom.
Yeah, the little bedroom. What I like about upstairs is the cream walls and the white trim. It's just very classic.
I'm beginning to like that.
The pros of this house are it's very modern, very high-end, and it's really in move-in condition. No one would have to touch a thing.
It's smaller than mine, but it's very, very modern.
All white trims and pale walls.
Now I'm seeing the disadvantage of the white walls and the vertical blinds.
And I think this is a great combination of contemporary chic marrying in the period features. The outside of this house is the kind of traditional house in this neighbourhood, so it's probably what people are going to be looking for. It sold in a week for more than $50,000 over the asking price. Wow. And your house is more unusual looking, but if we make the interior of your house have the kind of wow factor that this house has, then, you know, I think we're on to a winner. We've got to overcome the oddball exterior of Lynne's house by really enhancing the interior. And I'm sure general contractor Anthony Sayers will have some great ideas on how to do it.
Nice house, by the way. These two rooms, quite large, but there's no focal point when you walk into this space. So my eyes automatically go to the carpet or the ceiling. I think by building built-ins with the fireplace in the middle, we'll just take your eye over here instead of everywhere else.
You don't think it'll make the room look smaller?
No, because the depth of it is going to be maybe 15 to 16 inches deep, so you're not going to lose very much space on the wall. So
it'll give it the punch it needs.
And the top, we're going to put crown molding. So that'll create a nice architectural detail.
Want to create character.
And window dressings, get rid of the 70s and 80s kind of blinds. And the carpet. We're going to take up the gray carpet because it is a little dull again. Nice neutral carpet.
And what are we doing upstairs?
Upstairs, there's a lot of gray trim, so we just need to liven it up.
And also we're going to paint the front door because the house almost shrinks back into the lot. It doesn't pop out.
It's sad to see them go.
Reaches, yay.
They were nice, and that was very modern at the time that I put them up.
Are you cross with me?
I was in the beginning, but these are dated, and they do look like a waiting room. The reality of the whole move is really beginning to set in now that I'm actually packing stuff and moving stuff out of the house. The whole house is changing. This is really killing me. I love this gray. It's really sad to see it go, but I understand why it has to, and I want to sell the house and get on with my life.
It looks so much warmer in here.
Yeah, and we're pretty
like
much...
all the pink hues matching the walls.
Yeah, it was the gray that was killing everything. It was very old.
It was sucking the life out of this room.
Well, we better get a wiggle on, anyway.
A wiggle?
Don't you say that? You know, get a wiggle on?
Gotta move on.
Gotta move on, yeah.
Okay.
I've got bedroom, closet, east wall, and missing in action.
You know how long I've been looking for those pieces? Good thing we labeled the baseboard pieces, or else we wouldn't be able to find them.
Curb appeal is really important when you're selling your house. And in this case, it was really getting lost back then. I don't think people were noticing it when they drove past. So by adding a fire engine red door, we're hoping it will really pop out and entice people in.
We gotta make sure that the shelves are strong enough to hold anything that we put on them. So we'll use 3/4 inch material and build them 2 feet wide. So that should be more than strong enough.
Ooh, so this is gonna be filled in here?
Yeah, there's gonna be adjustable shelves there and at the bottom. Over here is gonna be where the actual insert goes in.
Right.
The fireplace.
So these
that
are gonna
you
be
can
covered shelves here, and then these are gonna be like shelves that you can see.
Yeah.
So to put like CDs and
Yeah,
stuff on.
exactly. You like it?
Yeah, I do.
I think the changes look spectacular. I always felt the house looked a little on the white side, a little drab. I think it needed color. I think it needed focus somewhere. It was not that nice as far as walking in and going, woo. It was walking and going, oh, this is nice and big.
Making your home fit into the neighborhood is critical, and this home that's sold in a similar neighborhood is a great example of living up to home buyers' expectations. Unlike Lynne's house, the first impression is spectacular. It's a superb blend of contemporary design and antique architectural features that match the vintage of the neighborhood. The original moldings and the updated styling tell precisely the design story that a home buyer would expect. Maintaining and incorporating original features really shows off the spirit of the home. These bedrooms use props and accents with antique styling that is in sync with the home's vintage. The window dressings have been removed altogether, which is a really great way to brighten up the presentation. Hopefully we'll be able to resurrect the spirit of Lynne's home, because this home was on and off the market in just a few days.
You're looking a little nervous.
A little. It's a lot of change in just this week.
Have you been upstairs yet?
Yes.
What do you think?
You're adding warmth to each of the rooms.
You've got to admit that this carpet is nicer than the one you had.
Way better. It's gonna look like someone else's house.
We'll get you on a motorbike in Mexico soon.
Oh, any day.
On paper, Lynne's house should have sold. It's one of the biggest houses in the neighborhood, and it's got a good-sized lot. But Lynne's plain Jane house is lacking wow factor. So we warmed it up, added architectural detail, and I know we're gonna get a lot of interest.
Regardless of how it looks on the inside, curb appeal was a big obstacle for Lynne's home. While a full exterior reface just wasn't in the cards, we've painted the door red to add a splash of color to the facade. Our real challenge was inside. The first impression was in need of a major makeover. The warm colors and gorgeous updated styling have made a huge difference. The wall unit and fireplace adds a stunning focal point, and the new carpet is luxurious and comfy. The abysmal vertical blinds are long gone. Now this home's first impression is right on target with neighborhood expectations. The second living room was just as chilly and uninviting as the first, but updated furniture, paint color, and striking red accents give this room a welcome burst of energy. We've been able to reuse both of the glass coffee tables on the main floor to help keep costs down. Lynne's master bedroom was huge but depressingly hollow. With the grey mouldings brightened up and the paint color warmed up, this large space feels much more inviting. This bedroom-office combo was a water cooler and a photocopier away from becoming an accounting office. This new design scheme and layout presents a cozy guest room much more in tune with the expectations of prospective buyers. The total for this job was $5,000, which may seem like a lot, but an investment like this can help maximize returns and help move a property quickly. But there's still a lot of work to do. We need to get the word out on this refurbished property. So here are some tips on how to remarket your home. If you've got an unusual property for the neighborhood, celebrate its uniqueness. Start your marketing with positive features that differentiate your house from all the others in the neighborhood. Activity without offers can suggest that your house is overpriced. Ultimately, your home is only worth what someone is prepared to pay for it, and that is dependent on the market, the competition, and the condition of the house. If your property's been on the market for a long time, you might have to get the real estate agents excited again. And if it takes a bit of enticing to get them out, so be it.
The house is totally warmed up. It's more of a show house. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think that anybody coming in is going to say, wow, I could move right in, and I love this house.
Well, that's that then. In a few moments, prospective buyers and agents will be walking into this house. We just got to cross our fingers that they snap it up so Lynne and Bob can drive off into the distance on their motorcycle and live happily ever after. We've addressed the decor problems, but this house has been on the market for 6 months and it still suffers from a chronic marketing problem. So I've arranged a few viewings for local realtors to spark a new buzz about Lynne's updated interior. Now, you've been to the house before, haven't you?
I have indeed.
You previewed it with Catherine.
I did, and it's certainly a dramatic alteration now.
Do you think you're in the same house?
It's shocking.
Certainly done a nice job. It feels nice and warm, and it feels like a home. I think it's nice and wide open concept.
Oh, a huge difference.
Yeah.
Dramatic.
I think the inclusion of a family room is terrific because a lot of properties, especially in this price point, they only offer a combined living room, dining room area. It really does have a wow factor.
You know, when you have small kids, you want a room where you can put their stuff. You want your grown-up sitting room where you can entertain your friends, and then you can have a family room which you can just sometimes close the door and just think, leave that there.
Just for the fact that you can actually be making dinner and keeping an eye on the kids at the same time, I think that's a definite bonus. Previously, when I toured with it, I think my clients were really impressed and they were on the fence. This might be enough for them to say, you know, let's move forward. Oh, very nice.
Very calm, warm, kind of sophisticated. I love this room.
I think they did a really nice job on it.
Oh boy, best for last for sure. Isn't this excellent?
And this is a properly smart master bedroom.
It absolutely is.
You saw it when it first came on the market.
I absolutely did.
And what do you think some of the problems were?
People weren't looking at the huge space and huge value that they get from this property. It's really exceptional for the area. You're not going to get this kind of space for the kind of dollars they're looking for. And now you can see the space. You can picture yourself here because you're not distracted by things that don't matter, furniture that isn't yours anyway.
So the key question is, will you be bringing people back?
I would definitely bring buyers, and since it's been a while since people have seen this property, I wouldn't even mention it was the same one, and we'll see what they say.
I love that.
I'm certainly going to be bringing it back to the attention of my past clients. I think that they'll be fairly impressed with what they see here, and I'll be interested to see what their opinions are.
I think the Realtor Open House was a big success, and it's definitely going to generate some interest. Lynne and her realtor, Catherine, are going to be thrilled.
So on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say this is probably about a 10.5.
Talking about money, you've had a bit of a breakthrough.
Lynne has agreed to lower the price quite drastically in the hopes that more than one person would be interested in purchasing the home.
Lowering the price gives it a boost, almost a new lease of life.
I think we're going to get a whole fresh new set of people that maybe wouldn't have considered it before.
Now we've got location, style, a new asking price. I think it's a winner.
Absolutely, I agree.
This unusual house has a lot going for it, but it was totally overshadowed by the featureless interior that looked a bit like a doctor's waiting room. And after 6 months on the market, it totally lost its buzz. But now we've added architectural features, a really nice warm paint job, and we've revamped the marketing campaign. So I know that this house is going to go from unsellable to sellable.
It's a very beautiful home right now. It's absolutely gorgeous. I wish I was staying. Well, this weekend, every evening, I'll be down here enjoying it. This is going to be wonderful just to sit here and reminisce, but also to let go. I'll take all the memories with me.
After revamping the decor and notching up the marketing campaign, it wasn't long before someone fell in love with Lynne's peculiar property. Now that the house is sold, Lynne and Bob, well, it won't be too long before they're riding off into the sunset.
In a buoyant real estate market like Toronto, flipping has become big business. Flipping is when you purchase a property, renovate it, and sell it on immediately for profit. It can be a risky business and you need to know the market. But if you're a homeowner with a less than perfect house and you need a quick sale, it can be a viable option to sell to these flippers. But the danger is you are not going to get the asking price you want. Kristina's house has been on the market for over a month, which is rare in this part of town. It's an up-and-coming area close to the Toronto downtown core. Her house is on for $279,000. Seems like a bit of a bargain. Other houses in the street have gone for between $380,000 and $480,000 in a week. But Kristina's not having any of the same luck, and she's got to sell soon because she's moving out of town with her son, Alex, and she's getting married in a couple of months. I'm a bit curious about this one. I don't know why it's not selling, but hopefully with our help, we should turn it from unsellable to sold.
I'm from Romania. I decided to come to Canada for a better life. I was 8 months pregnant. I came, not knowing anybody, started a whole new life.
What? You want some milk too?
I bought this house 2 years ago. I'm getting married, and I have to sell this house as soon as possible. I only got 2 offers that are too low for this house, for this location. I am very surprised. When I sell this house, I will be very, very sad. It is my first house. It's something that I did on my own. But at the same time, I will feel relieved. I can go and move on, and I can go for the next step in my life.
Kristina bought her house 22 months ago for $235,000, and now it's on the market for $279,000, which is bang on, really. However, after one open house and close to 70 viewings, she's only had 2 offers from flippers at $240,000 and $250,000, and she's not going to accept that. Either there's something really wrong with the house, or there's something that's putting potential buyers off.
Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm Christina.
Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh, come in.
Thank you.
This is the living room.
Well, it's a lovely big room and nice high ceilings. Good to see you've got a fireplace. That's a nice selling point. We should probably make more of it, make it more of a feature in the room, because at the moment it's hidden by that big old sofa. Now, what is this extraordinary looking device?
This is the doorbell.
Does it work?
Yes, it does work. And the noise that it makes is just like this. Right. And I can hear it from the whole house. And I know that somebody's at the door. And this is the kitchen.
Nice, a good sized kitchen, but it's not a new kitchen. We can see the piping in there, and also quite a lot of piping over there. That's the hot water heater. It's always good to show people when they come around a house that the boiler is new, but maybe if we box it up a little bit. I mean, this kitchen, it does have a lot of charm, actually, but I do feel like I've gone back in time about 60 years at least. The good thing about it is it's a good size and it's got natural light.
Yes.
So we can work with it.
Okay.
Okay. I'd really like to see upstairs.
Okay.
After you. I'm glad we're going upstairs. So I wanted to point something out that I noticed earlier when I first walked in, but I didn't want to, you know. That is not a good look. I think we can take one out. 2's just greedy.
Up here we have 3 bedrooms. This is my son's room.
It's typical boys' room, cars, robots.
That's right. And this is my bedroom.
Fair size, definitely, but there's not really a continuation in the colour palette. Blue, black, pink, purple, brown. And I don't know if we can do anything about the strip lighting, but I hope we can.
It's bright. I can read it in the evening before I go to sleep. So.
That you can. It's incredibly bright. Well, where are we going next?
Spare bedroom.
Again, a nice big size, but I don't think it looks as big as it could because of the furniture. Okay. But not too much work. And I think the stuffed dogs are going to have to go. It doesn't really scream chic bedroom, does it? Now I've had a look round, I've got a clearer picture of why this house isn't selling.
Oh, good.
I think what would be good if we had a sit down and we can just go over the things we need to change, and
okay.
Well, you can tell me what you think.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, let's do it then. I am not surprised that this house is crawling in flippers. Good location, good size, but the kitchen is ancient. No wonder the first-time buyers are running for the hills. I think we've got our work cut out with this one. You're a pretty ambitious lady. getting married and moving house at the same time.
Yes, I do.
So it's exciting times.
Yes, it is.
A new start in life. What we need to do is to make this house appeal not just to flippers who are going to put in low-ball offers, but to first-time buyers. I think the problem at the moment is a lot of first-time buyers are walking in and being put off by the amount of work they have to do. The good news is upstairs easy peasy. Window dressings, new linen, painting, making it modern and sleek. In the foyer, we need to turn it from whoa to wow. It's the first thing people see, so it needs to be impressive. The bulk of the work that we're doing in the house, as you know, is on the ground floor. The kitchen, most important room in the house in my opinion. We're just going to make it look modern, so it doesn't look like a pre-war kitchen. World War II.
Okay.
So it looks,
that sounds better.
Yeah. What we want to do is cover up all the exposed piping, modernise the cupboards, and we're taking the table that's in there, putting it in the dining room in here, and giving it kind of jazzy, modern cafe table.
Okay, that sounds good. Sounds exciting.
It is exciting. I'm glad you're excited. In here, we're going to remove the furniture, replace it with smaller pieces which will be more in keeping with the size of the room, make it look bigger rather than smaller. And we're going to make a real focal point of the fire. So when people walk into this room, they go, wow, lovely high ceilings, fantastic fireplace. All the work we're doing over the next couple of days is to make this house appeal to the first-time buyers rather than the flippers, so people aren't scared off by the amount of work.
Let's go and do it.
Yes. I have my opinion on why this house is unsellable. I'd really like to talk to Christina's real estate agent, Hans, and get his thoughts on the situation. Also ask him why this house is attracting so many flippers. Thank you for coming, Hans. I wanted to get your professional opinion because you know this house back to front. Who do you think this house would appeal to?
This house really appeals to first-time buyers and flippers.
And flippers.
We've had 70 showings and they just, I think out of 70, probably 50 were first-time buyers, but they were put off because of the work. Unfortunately, no offers from first-time buyers. Majority of the people like the location, the neighborhood, but they're not happy looking at the house the way it is.
What is it about this house that attracts the flippers?
This is a very hot location, so the flippers want to come in here, do the renovations, decorate the place, and make $50,000, $60,000, $100,000.
So can you tell a flipper when he walks in the door?
The flipper actually, when he walks in, he either has a contractor with him or he himself is a contractor. He has a measuring tape in his hands. They just go through the house looking at all the negatives, and in 10 seconds or 20 seconds, they know this is the house for them.
So we're here to kind of do the flipper's job. Well, we better get on it then.
Let's hope Kristina is able to break even, if not make profit.
I've spoken to Hans, and he's with me on this one. We both think that potential buyers are being scared off by the amount of work they think needs to be done. But Kristina hasn't had the time or the money to carry out these small changes, so I'm really pleased we're here to help her and Hans get this place sold. Because I want her to start her new life without this house hanging around her neck. I brought you to this house, Kristina, because it's similar to yours, but it shows really, really well, and I think it will give you an idea of what we're talking about. It's not brand new, but it's fresh enough to appeal to first-time buyers. The trim's nice, neutral colours. Also, the sitting room has a bit more of a focus, and that's what we want to do in your house by moving the sofa and making the fireplace a feature. Now, through to the kitchen, as you can tell, it's not a new kitchen. But the thing about it is there's no exposed piping, it's a nice colour. The finishing touches are complete, because I think your kitchen's scaring off some of the first-time buyers. So upstairs, it's similar to your house, 3 bedrooms, bathroom. Now this is the master bedroom. Clean, freshly painted, simple, decluttered, basically ready to move in. What we want to do is we want to move from flippers to first-time buyers, and to do that, we need to make sure the finishes are complete. One thing that this house has going for it, everything's just done, it's move-in ready. This house sold for almost double the price of your house.
What?
In 3 weeks.
You're gonna do that to my house?
We're gonna do our very best to make your house shine. We've got a lot of work to do to make Kristina's house first-timer friendly. And general contractor Anthony says is just the man for the job. Anthony, come in and give us your synopsis.
bit of a mess.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, there's a couple things that I noticed. First, the faux brick wallpapering. It's got to go. So instead of taking it all off, we'll just cover it with some tongue and groove pine.
Well, that will look really nice, and it will look kind of country cottage as well, which will be good.
Yeah.
Match outside of the house.
That sounds good.
And the next thing was the fireplace that I noticed. Okay, the cover is a little big and intrusive in the room and very outdated. So we'll just remove it, and then we'll use marble, which is non-combustible, and then we'll transition to wood, right? The marble is gonna look really beautiful in the end too.
Really good. So the kitchen is the major project. How are you going to turn that from pre-World War II to present day?
Well, the hot water heater is a start. We need to box that in. We're gonna build some shelves beside the heater as well.
Nice.
Right? The cabinets, they don't go all the way to the ceiling. So I think we'll just box with MDF up to the ceiling. There's a lot of pipes that's exposed in the ceiling and holes that are there as well.
Right.
So we'll just try and close all that off and just clean everything up and make it look much nicer than what's there. Upstairs is just cosmetic stuff.
New window treatments. I think we're going to take away some of the furniture to make the rooms look a bit bigger. Declutter Alex's room. Okay. And having said that, I think we've got a lot of packing to do.
Too much.
Too much?
Yeah.
Well, I think we should get started then.
Okay.
Aha! The wainscoting. It looks brilliant.
Yes, tongue and groove pine.
How are you finishing it off?
Here is gonna be a really nice chair rail.
How are you doing with the walls? Because they're higgledy-piggledy. They're all like on an angle.
The challenge is to keep trying to get this stuff straight. So lucky I'm using tongue and groove, right? And then the chair rail is actually gonna help hide most of the wonkiness in the wall.
Brilliant.
Rock.
Rock on.
Yes.
Cool. Ken, have you turned off the breaker?
I did this time.
And then what? What do you do now?
Okay, you pull the wires down. See the morettes, the yellow morettes? You pull those down.
I'm glad my mother isn't watching this. Right?
Right, and now just pull the wires off.
Now I just pull the wires off. Wow, look at that! Wow, that's amazing. What the hell is all this?
So, marble is done. I've lined it with cement board, steel studs, non-combustible material. So, this I'm gonna take and I'm gonna use it here.
Right.
Right? I broke this piece of marble, so I'm just gonna use the broken pieces and make a heart.
I think the marble is gonna really add a bit of class. I think it will be looking lovely when it's finished. If Kristina's going to turn a profit on her property, we've really got to beat the house flippers at their own game, and that's going to be a tall order. This home, which is right around the corner, actually was flipped and for a huge profit. When it was purchased, it was very similar to Kristina's, but the flippers have turned this century-old row house into a big league showstopper. This home is smaller than Kristina's, but the main floor is very open and brilliantly designed. The chic urban styling makes for a jaw-dropping first impression, and the original brick wall was incorporated brilliantly. This kitchen is open and fully updated, no clunky old appliances and no exposed utilities. And the dazzling staircase helps define the space without chopping up the layout. The dining room is cozy but functional and very well defined. The lighting, the accessories and the view, simply spectacular. The design theme continues on the upper floors, where clean and fresh paint colours provide a high contrast canvas for the dark, contemporary furniture and accessories. The bathroom is small but superbly designed. It was truly a rags to riches story for this old row house. This must-have property sold in 9 days for well over the asking price. This place is really coming together. I think Kristina's house has gone from fixer-upper to turnkey property, which is going to make it much more appealing to first-time buyers. The exterior of Kristina's home was a bit of a cottagey feel, so we used that charming spirit as a jumping-off point. The old, over-furnished and cluttered living room has been given a fresh country feel. The soft greens accented with creamy whites and real wood textures provide a delightful and truly irresistible first impression. Kristina's kitchen bench set matches wonderfully and the retro lighting is picture perfect. And, of course, we've upgraded the fireplace, which has become an impressive focal point. The faux brick panelling in Kristina's stairwell was in bad shape and not to mention bad taste. But we've freshened it up with some wonderful off-white wainscoting and we've removed the double banister to accentuate the width of the stairwell. Kristina's no-frills wartime kitchen was mouth-watering for flippers but terrifying for first-time buyers. So we've simplified and minimalised with a major declutter and a fresh coat of paint. We've replaced the bench dining set with a cute table for two, which really opens up the space. But most importantly, we've closed in all the utilities. In the master bedroom, a new and simplified layout has made a big difference. The updated design scheme has matched nicely with the existing furniture. This guest room was just chaotic and kitschy. Now it's soothingly smart, less furniture, clean surfaces, and friendly muted tones. In Alex's room, the avalanche of toys is gone, and the overall chic country design story continues nicely with fresh, clean greens. For first-time buyers, this house has gone from dreary to dreamy, and we've done it all for $3,600. We've done a great job in retargeting this property, but to really hit the nail on the head, we've got to go beyond the four walls of this house and put the tools of marketing to good use. If you don't want a lot of flippers viewing your property, use words in the advertising like freshly painted and newly renovated. That will keep them away. Wording is key in getting the right people to view your house. Video sharing websites are now a popular place to show off your home. People can take a virtual tour around your house before coming for the open house, and you also know then when they come round that they're interested parties. The online classifieds are one of the best tools that vendors can use. It's a very quick way to get the message that your house is for sale. I'm really excited to see people's reaction when they see the work we've done. It's got a really great contemporary feel that I think buyers are going to find irresistible. I believe we've done enough work to curb the interest of the house flippers in the area. But we need to find out once and for all. So we've invited a professional house flipper to tour Kristina's refurbished home. He's never been here before, so I'm anxious to find out what he thinks. Hi, I'm Sophie.
John.
So, what are your thoughts? You obviously know what you're up to.
Yes, I've just finished flipping a house, so I'm out looking for another house to flip.
What do you think about this house?
There's been some work put into this house so that it's brought it up to a level that it's not as bad as I was hoping. The floors were finished downstairs. You can see how the walls have been painted and fixed. Work has been done on the stairs. The electrical's already upgraded, the furnace is upgraded. So there's more things that are good with this house and that have been fixed up than what I could make money on. So it's not a house that I would look for to come in and try to flip.
And how much do you usually hope to make in terms of profits?
You don't really want to go much lower than 10% after you've put on all that work.
So the search continues for a new house to flip?
Yes.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for coming round anyway.
Thank you.
Now that's a relief. Sounds like we've thrown the flippers off the trail. Kristina's real estate agent is going to be thrilled. Hans, the last time we were sitting at this table, it was in the kitchen.
Yes.
It's a bit of a change.
A lot.
Do you like it?
Absolutely. The house has been transformed into a modern, nice, beautiful house here.
John, the flipper, he wasn't so keen.
He probably wanted to buy the house before you guys had done it, and now for him it's out.
We've added the value for Kristina, so he can't, it's not much for him to do now. Yeah. So you're confident that you can get some first-time buyers through the door who are going to fall in love with it?
Definitely. This is out from the flippers are out from here.
Flippers no more.
No more.
Talking about buying, do you think that Kristina will be able to get her asking price now?
I'll know in the next few days, but she'll definitely get much more than what she was hoping for earlier, and probably, if not full asking price, at least very close to that.
That's a job well done in that case. I think Christina's house is well on the way to becoming sellable. Now we've transformed it into a great little starter home that will appeal to first-time buyers.
Yes, my style is totally gone. Totally gone. But I really like the colors, and with all my furniture out, the living room looks double size. And I like the new decor, new design. The kitchen is too white for my style. But if other people will like it, and if that's what will sell, I like it. I think it will appeal to first-time buyers. Flippers, hopefully, they won't see much opportunity in it. I certainly hope I'm gonna get the price I'm asking for it.
Since the dramatic transformation of Christina's charming old home, it's been attracting a lot of attention. What's more, the attention's been coming from real home buyers instead of flippers. Great news for Christina, because not only is she likely to make asking price, but her and her son Alex will finally be able to embark on the next leg of their remarkable journey together. Yvonne's townhouse has been on the market for over 3 months. She's already reduced the asking price by $20,000 to $159,000, so really, it should have sold by now. She moved here 5 years ago and now lives here with her boyfriend, John. It's a great neighborhood. It's quiet, it's friendly, and it was the ideal location until she found her dream job. And now she wants to sell her house and move closer to her work. So that's why we're here, to get her going and turn this house from unsellable to sold.
I've lived in this house for 5 years. I share this house with John, my boyfriend, and my 2 cats, my dog, and my gecko.
You want to play with them?
Ooh, he just pooped.
Ooh, oh.
Betsy, get out of there. My pets are my world. Betsy is a black pug. Tigger's a tabby. Oscar, our Himalayan. And then we have Gecky, and he's a lizard.
There you go, buddy. Go get those crickets. Number 50.
I'm moving because I got a really good job, but the drive there and the drive back is an hour and a half each way. I just can't handle it anymore. I feel like I have no life because of the drive.
Come on, Betsy.
I was a bit surprised that it hasn't sold. I don't think it makes any sense at all. There's nothing wrong with my house. It is a bit of a mystery.
Yvonne's 2-story house has 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Similar houses in this complex, which look identical on the outside, have sold and for more money. So it's obviously not a problem on the outside, so it must be a problem on the inside.
Somebody's at the door. Go see
Hi,
at the door.
sorry, the door's open.
Oh, who's that?
Hello,
Who's
you.
that?
Oh my God, and a cat as well.
Oh yeah, that's Tigger.
And what's the pug?
That's Betsy.
God, it's a bit of a menagerie in here.
Yes, it is.
So,
This is the living room. Yeah, this is where we watch TV and relax.
I think there's a lot of furniture and a lot of objects. Tends to make a room smaller. Whoa, what's in there?
That's our lizard, Gecky. He's hiding underneath the rock there. And that is what we feed the lizard.
And are these here when people are coming around? Is he here?
Yeah,
He's here.
unfortunately, yeah.
But you got live crickets. You've got cricket lunch down there. I mean, just something I think we need to think about. Anyway.
Okay.
What's going on here?
A little bit of contrast?
A little. I mean, did you put them in at the same time? Or?
No, different times.
No, different times. Okay. Having a dining area is definitely good. Ooh, furballs. I think some hoovering needs to be done, Yvonne. And in here, the kitchen.
Yep.
It's funny, there's so many different textures and kind of styles. You know, you've got the fake exposed brick, you know, the cupboards. And again, I'm just gonna have to sort out this problem with animal hair. Because, I mean, look, it's kind of stuck to the brick.
Stuck in the brick,
here.
yeah.
Do you work?
Yeah, I work full time. I'm
Yeah.
gone from the morning till I don't get home till like 7 at night.
Yeah, so obviously it's
hard.
It's so hard when you're trying to sell a house, but these are kind of the things that are stopping your house being sold. So these are the things we have to sort out.
Okay.
This carpet has definitely seen better days.
Yes, it has.
So this is your guest room?
Yeah.
Quite a big bed. Not such a big room. You know, it doesn't make the room look as big as it could do.
Okay.
It's quite a dark colour.
It is.
So you use this as a home office?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a cat's room.
This is our room.
It's good size. Could be a bit brighter. Ensuite bathroom, always good to have.
That's not me.
I mean, does he just chuck his clothes in when he's finished using them? Have you taught him how to fold?
Oh, you can't teach him any tricks.
This carpet is old. It's going to have a lot of allergens in it from the cat hair. But other than that, it's a great room. This house is an allergy sufferer's nightmare. There's cat hair on the floors, on the walls. I mean, it's even coating the ceiling fan. I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen so much cat hair in my life, and I live with cats. So I'm going to have to sit Yvonne down because this house is not going to sell looking like this. I think one of the main impediments to the sale at the moment is the pets. The hair situation, the general allergens, is a problem. You work hard, so I understand it's difficult, but just everywhere I look, on every surface, there is cat hair. I think that it's putting people off. Also, smelt something else. Do you smoke? Yeah.
Yes, we do. We've been trying to smoke outside actually the last month. We have been.
I think the problem with smoke is it does tend to get into the soft furnishing. And I think the combination of animals, smoke, and air freshener doesn't create the nicest aroma. The house isn't looking fresh. Location of your house is great. You've got a good size, and we're going to deal with the interiors, make it more modern, give it a better flow, freshen it up so it's bright and airy. But there is no point doing all this work and making your house look fantastic if the pets are here. I know this sounds harsh, but I think it'd be in your best interest until the house is sold for the pets to go somewhere else. No pets.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, that was easy. I was expecting to sort of like to have some tears.
No, if I want to sell the house, then you know what, I got to do what I have to do.
Yeah. Yvonne's townhouse is similar to other townhouses in the neighbourhood that are selling. Located in a friendly city close to Toronto, her home should be appealing to young families and first-time buyers. So I'm off to speak to Jill, the real estate agent, and get her perspective on why this house isn't selling. Hi, Jill.
Hi.
Thanks for coming.
Pleasure.
Such a gorgeous day.
It is a very nice day.
What's the feedback been from potential buyers? What do you think's putting them off?
Basically the animals. We actually had one client, a possible buyer, that came in and turned away as soon as she came in through the door.
I mean, that's not good.
No.
So are there quite a lot of houses around here for sale?
The buyers do have quite a bit to choose from. So I think that they would lean more towards the homes that are updated and clean.
Well, it's true. I mean, if you've got two similar houses, practically identical, one smells of cat, dog, air freshener, cigarettes. One smells really nice and clean, with no cat hair, and you've got kids. It's a bit of a no-brainer. You're going to go for the fresh one.
Yeah.
So I think in this case, then, we have to get rid of the pets.
Yeah, and the fur.
Well, thank you so much for coming and taking time to talk to us.
Thank you.
Yvonne's house has a lot of potential, but she's got to understand that no matter how many great things you've got going for a house, unwanted odours can really spoil it. First impressions are not just made with your eyes. I want to go and show Yvonne a house that's had no problem selling. Come on in. Downstairs we've got the sitting room, dining room. I think it's a touch smaller than yours. It's very sophisticated, it's got a good flow to it. Not having a dividing line on the floor also helps. I know you like the two-tone wood, I just think sometimes a flow is better.
Flow's better, yeah.
But I have to say the major difference between this house and your house is this is the only cat. As a result, when I do that, there's no dander or fur or allergens or anything like that. Come on through to the kitchen.
Very modern looking.
That is the way kitchens need to be shown, as clean as possible. And that's one reason I want to paint the exposed brick in your kitchen. A, it will brighten it up, but B, the paint being a bit smoother will mean that the cat hair doesn't stick to it as much. Oscar won't be able to go like that. Well, he will, but the hair probably won't stick as much. Anyway, I want to show you up to the bedrooms. I know what you're thinking.
Looks small.
Looks small, and that's partially due to the paint colour. But apart from the paint colour, it's a nice room. They've made everything cohesive, smart linen, and a clean carpet helps keep the whole house smelling fresh. Come on, let's go downstairs.
Okay.
I'm really pleased you've come to this house because I think it perfectly illustrates just the importance of the way your house is presented for showing. Because downstairs, it's not as big as yours, but it shows really, really well. Yeah. Sophisticated, it's elegant, there's a good flow, and it's very, very clean. This house sold in 12 days, and it doesn't have a lot of the benefits of your house, so this should be a positive. But we still need to go and get our hands dirty.
Sounds good.
I think it's time to call in general contractor Anthony Sayers to start clearing the air at Yvonne and John's house.
I spoke to you earlier about some of the changes you want to make, but our superstar builder here is going to go into detail.
Perfect.
Well, first I noticed that you have 2 different floors here. Was that planned or?
It was actually.
Okay, it just looks unfinished like this, so we'll carry the lighter color through because the lighter will make it less feel closed in, right?
Okay.
And down here, we're gonna switch around some of the furniture as well after. We'll eliminate any fabrics, like curtains and stuff like that, because that's what's actually holding the odor of the animals. Okay. In the kitchen, I'm just gonna prime over your faux brick wall.
Okay.
I kind of like the texture. We'll put some lighter colors upstairs in the room. The carpet needs to come up. That's holding a lot of the smell.
Yes.
And as we remove the carpet, we're gonna spray like a deodorizer, sanitizer that will help eliminate the smell of it.
We do have a lot of work to do, but my first task is a slightly emotional one.
Getting rid of the cats.
It's getting rid of the cats. Cover your ears. We need to box up the pets. I know what I've just asked Yvonne to do might be hard for her to swallow, because like most pet owners, her pets are her family. And if the pets stay, the house, it ain't gonna sell, and Yvonne is gonna spend 3 or more hours in the car commuting to work.
So the critters are going on a little vacation to a friend's house.
Oh, this is it, Oscar. Gotta go.
People are gonna hate me across the country right now.
I think they are going to. And I don't think he wants to go. Come on, Oscar, go on in. Oh, good boy.
I love cats, I love animals, but you can't be sentimental when you're selling your house.
No.
The quicker it sells, the quicker you can get on with your life.
For sure.
Isn't that right, Betsy?
Yes, Mommy, it's right.
Come.
Now that the critters are gone, it's time to hit this smelly dilemma where it counts. So first things first, out with the furniture and up with the carpets.
Wow,
Yeah.
no carpet.
I lifted up the carpet and there were stains because the pets, when they pee, it goes right through the carpet and into the subfloor. So I've got this industrial strength sanitizer in here.
You've never appeared more masculine to me.
Well,
Very
this
smart.
is my personal spray bottle.
Perfect.
So I've been spraying everywhere.
So you're saying if I took up the carpet and replaced it, if I hadn't sanitized the hardwood underneath, the smell would
The
stay?
smell would just keep coming through, right?
So with the new paint on the walls and the new carpet, it's going to smell fresh as a daisy up there.
Exactly, yeah. We're just helping them along.
Well, I'll leave you and Nellie the elephant to sanitize. I'll see you later.
Okay.
So, don't you find it weird how like the smell of smoke actually gets into walls? It's amazing what a fresh coat of paint will do. So by painting, we'll get rid of that smell.
Make it fresher.
Yeah, fresher and bigger.
Yeah.
The changes we're making to the house are fantastic, and I'm really hoping it's going to sell soon.
Yeah, me too. So I get my animals back.
Yvonne's house has a lot of potential, but the bad odors, the smoking, the pets were putting people off, coloring buyers' perception of the house and making it feel old. But now the changes we're making are going to have a big impact.
The house looks really good. It's coming along very well. The colors are very nice. The carpet's really nice and clean and fresh. It smells nice when you come in. Doing a great job.
Wow, look at the progress down there.
Big changes, huh?
I know.
Yeah. So remember how the floor met and there were 2 different colors there?
Yeah.
I brought the lighter color through.
The light wood definitely makes the room look bigger. And also, it looks finished, which I think is pretty key, because if buyers walk in and see the floor isn't finished, it's going to take thousands off the asking price, because it's just work they feel they're going to have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheaper than hardwood as well.
Yeah, it's economical and easy to put down. You can do it yourself if you like.
What, even me?
Yes, you.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I could do it, actually.
Yeah, and it's very durable, so.
We have tango lessons in here and it's fine. No, it looks fab.
This new laminate flooring is really going to help Yvonne's main living space look great. This living room in a comparable property is very clean, and if there are any pets in the house, there is certainly no sign of them. Its design is simple and inviting, but it offers a touch of luxury. This nice new laminate flooring is gorgeous and uniform right through to the dining area, which really helps unify the space.
And the contemporary light fixture is a nice touch. I've said it before and I'll say it again, prospective buyers are very sensitive to cleanliness in the kitchen. These surfaces are clean and these stainless steel appliances are sparkling. These bedrooms are humble but handsome. They're tidy, warm, fresh smelling, and the carpets are clean. They look great. They're cozy and they invite your touch. Creature comforts without the creatures, something prospective buyers will appreciate. We've still got some hard work ahead of us at Yvonne and John's, but we're starting to make great progress. And it's starting to feel like everything's coming together.
Strength of 10 men.
It's amazing how something like this, which costs, what, less than $5 for the cleaner, can make such a big difference.
Yes.
There's no point having snazzy window treatments and lovely lighting and all that if there's grime on your windows. And also, this will get rid of extra smoke smell.
Extra smoke, yes.
This is pure nicotine in here right now.
I know.
Oh my God, I can actually see you now. Ooh, very nice.
You like it?
Looks a million times better.
It's hot.
It is hot, but it goes with the rest of the furniture now.
Yeah, it's all contemporary furniture, so updated the lights.
Where have you put the old one?
Upstairs in the master bedroom, because it actually goes very well.
The furniture's nice and old-fashioned upstairs.
Yeah, it
Slate
is.
bed, dark wood, kind of goes with the chandelier.
Yeah, exactly.
Good work.
The house feels great. The house looks like a brand new house now. It's gonna look fresher, new paint, and it's decorated really nicely. And I don't think they'll ever know that there's any pets ever been lived there. I think the people that come through are gonna be very impressed.
Now, Yvonne's house is free of pets and odours, and we've done the necessary changes to give it a leg up on the competition. I'd seen worse living rooms than Yvonne and John's, but a thorough clean-up, nice new laminate floorings and a fresh coat of paint have really brightened up this room. Subtle window dressings and smaller furniture have made the room feel larger, and with the lounge lizard in exile, this lounge smells as fresh as it looks. The design scheme continues in the dining room where chic new furniture and lighting make for an elegant and romantic presentation. You can really make smaller rooms sing by keeping the decor simple and sexy. And replacing the two-tone flooring has really brought this whole space together. In the kitchen, the white painted cabinets looked great, and we painted the faux brick wall white, but not before giving it a nice clean shave. It's like the cats were never even here. The master bedroom wasn't far off, but a fresh coat of paint and a few simple decor choices have really helped. We've turned the stuffy office gym combo into an inviting guest room, and the old guest room has become a nice clean office with a view. But by far the biggest difference on the second floor, take a deep breath, that's right, the old carpet is finally gone. Smells like a sale to me. I think Yvonne and John's place has everything going for it, and we've done it all for $5,100. But there's always an extra mile you can go if you want to make certain your open house is a success. Pet odours are a real turn-off for potential buyers, so make sure you get rid of them on the inside and the outside of your property. Get rid of the plug-in air fresheners. Buyers might think you're trying to cover up sinister smells like mould and mildew. Make sure you clean your windows before viewings. Dirty windows are unattractive and they don't let the light through. I officially declare this house pet-free and odour-free, but an indicator of our success is the open house, which is just around the corner. I'm nervous, but also excited about what potential buyers have to say. Well, it's time to open the doors to potential buyers. Hopefully our transformation has given this house a brand new and fresh start on the housing market. Nice to meet you.
This is my client, Lynne.
Hi, nice to meet you. So, sitting room, dining room on the ground floor.
Oh, I love the floors. Beautiful color too. I like the color.
Oh, good.
The dining room is big enough,
You could really have a much bigger table if you wanted to.
and I do have a bigger table,
You do
so
have a
it
bigger
will fit
table.
in here very well.
Through here to the kitchen. Again, yeah, new light fixtures and a new floor.
Beautiful. I love the wall. It's very bright. And they're all freshly painted?
All freshly painted and new handles.
Oh,
So
lovely.
it's all sparkly
Oh,
and
and
new.
heated.
Yes.
It's So it's all freshly painted up here?
Yes, it is. Home office.
Very nice.
I love the way these rooms are really bright.
Yes. One thing I really like about the place is all the windows.
Lovely.
It's very bright.
So this is the second bedroom.
Oh, very nice.
This is a nice big sunroom.
So through here is the master bedroom.
Oh, beautiful chandelier.
I know. I think it gives it a really romantic feel.
It does.
It does.
It's a very nice, calm bedroom.
Yeah, very good.
And all the carpets are nice and new, so...
Yes, it's beautiful.
And my own bathroom.
Yes, your own washroom.
How lovely.
Couldn't really got more from a master bedroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Just as I had hoped, with no funky smell in the air, people were really able to focus their attention on this lovely house.
So, what do you think of the house?
One of my top two.
One of your
That
top
I've
two?
seen, yes.
How does it compare to the other houses?
Well, the other houses needed a lot more work than this one's ready to move in.
I love the new floor. I love the new carpets.
If I could get something like this, I would be very happy. Yes.
Very happy, okay. Now, I heard you say earlier, you went, oh, I don't want a cat. Are you allergic to cats?
My husband is.
So do you think if you came here and there was a lot of cat hair around and...
In the house?
In the house.
Oh, I wouldn't even bring my husband in here if there was.
Really?
No. I mean, his eyes would like close. It's nice that everything is nice and clean.
Yeah. You're a real estate agent in this neighbourhood. Do you think this is now pretty up there with the rest of the competition?
Absolutely, no doubt about it. It definitely has a welcoming feel. It's definitely a winner.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come and visit, and I hope you come back with your husband.
Thank you very much. It was nice
Brilliant.
meeting you.
Thank you very much. Before we got here, this house had gone for the dogs, the cats and the gecko. But I am really pleased with the reaction we got to the open house. For some lucky buyer, this is going to be a fantastic home.
The room looks a lot bigger.
I like it a lot.
The changes, I love everything about it. It feels like somebody else's house. Everything looks great. The rooms look bigger, and I love the carpet. Wow.
I like it, I like it.
I think this house is going to sell in a flash. I'll be glad to move, definitely, for the drive. I hope that the changes sell my house quicker so I can get my animals back and go on with my life.
Since we've given Yvonne and John's house a fresh look and a fresh scent, the chances of a sale have been given a fresh new start. Traffic and interest in the property has really picked up, which means Yvonne will soon be able to bring her pets home and move closer to work so she can spend more time with her furry friends. Spring is finally here. Things are blooming and so is the property market. Even so, if you're selling your home, you've got to make sure the finishing touches are complete. Unpainted wall here, unfinished ceiling there. It might not seem like a big deal, but in a competitive market, every detail counts. If your house is unfinished, potential buyers might just walk out the door, down the road, and buy the next house that is. Kelly and Michael's house has been on the market for almost a month. That might not sound like a huge amount of time, but this is one of Toronto's most up-and-coming areas, and houses are selling in a matter of days for over the asking price. Kelly and Michael have to sell soon. After the birth of their son, they decided to move to the country to be closer to Kelly's parents, and they bought a house. The thing is, the closing date is in less than 50 days, so the pressure is really on. Now, their house is on the market for $499,000, which is competitive for this neighborhood. I'm really keen to find out why this house is unsellable.
We've been in this house for 2.5 years.
We originally bought this house in this part of the city because it was an up-and-coming area and it wasn't quite as popular it is right now.
We have a son, Asher. He's 6 months old.
The main reason why we're moving is because of our son. We need a bigger house and a bigger yard with our dog. Just made more sense for us to get a house that's more family friendly. We thought it would sell pretty quickly without finishing, but that didn't turn out to be the case, so.
Clearly.
We bought our new house last week. If we don't sell the house in 50 days, then we'll be stuck having to pay for 2 mortgages, which would be a very expensive endeavor.
This house has had some not very positive viewings. The price is competitive for the neighborhood. The problem is on the inside. It's the way the house is showing. Now, this area is really popular with 25 to 30-year-olds, families, couples, and they don't want to spend top dollar, but still have to take the time and the money to finish off the renovations. So I got to find out what work is left to finish.
Hi.
Hi, come on in.
Sophie.
Michael.
Nice to meet you.
Hi,
Kelly. Hi. So, a bit of help is needed.
A little bit.
Okay, cool.
Maybe a lot.
Beautiful floors. Really, really nice to see. I'm loving your day bed, but it doesn't totally go in this room. What happened here?
We took out the fireplace.
That's what was left over. The fireplace is huge.
And you couldn't fit the fireplace in and your huge furniture.
No.
Okay. Telly. Keys. Me. Especially for viewing.
Yeah, I guess that's bad.
Sitting room. Dining room. Which colour are you using? Are you using the red, the beige, or the cream?
We were trying to decide on that.
Yeah.
Have you had some damp issues?
That was a leak from the bathtub, which has been fixed.
That's one of the most important things to do. Wow. I wasn't expecting a ceiling like that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that was some leftovers from the restaurant.
Did you run out of leftovers by any chance?
No, just another unfinished piece of the puzzle.
This is a really fantastic kitchen. I love the tiles, but things like the wire sticking out there, this not being finished. Whoa! Giant hole in the floor!
I should have told you about that.
So should we go upstairs?
Sure.
Explain this room.
Spare bedroom / office.
That's it.
/ weighing room.
Yeah. It's when Kelly was pregnant, she was obsessed with how much weight she was gaining.
She's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have much of a function at the moment. I think I've seen enough in here. Maybe a little too much.
And this is our son's room.
I really like the colour. Nothing like a naked electrical wire in a baby's room. That's something we need to deal with, I think. I think this is the most finished room to date.
Yeah.
Apart from the light fixture, it's a good size, nice and bright.
Finally, the master bedroom.
What happened here?
The ceiling's been leaking.
And what's that other line?
That was a closet, but because we have a king-size bed, we had to take out the closet.
You've got a TV rested on a packing box. And I can see your dirty socks.
So.
Well, I think I've got a good idea. So should we go downstairs and have a chat about it?
Sure.
This house is a totally crazy mix. Half contemporary design, half student digs. That master bedroom is a total sale killer. The good news is you've got so many things going for it. It's a fantastic neighbourhood. Other houses seem to be going within about 5 days. But I think the problem is people want the finished product. I think that what you've done in the kitchen is fantastic. It's the selling point. It's a bit original. But things like the damp mark up there, it just scares people unnecessarily. I think the master bedroom needs to become a kind of grown-up bedroom. At the moment, it just looks a bit like a student bedroom.
No, it does, absolutely.
We really wish we could be arguing with you a little bit more right now, but it's a little difficult.
The problem with all these small jobs is it all adds to a perception that the house is kind of run down when it's not, because you've done most of the work. The great thing is this house has so many good things going for it that once we've done the unfinished jobs, this house should fly off the shelves. I have no doubt.
Well, that's good to hear.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it. This house is a bit of a construction zone at the moment, and I think it's putting buyers off. But I'm here to get a second opinion. I got a meeting with Kelly and Michael's real estate agent to get to the bottom of why this house is proving to be such a challenge. Lynne, how long has this house been on the market for?
It's been on the market 30 days now.
30 days, which is definitely longer than average.
Usually in this area, it's about 2 weeks for them to sell. And sometimes they can sell in literally days.
It's on the market for $499,000. Could that possibly be a contributing factor?
It's priced well for the area, but also the house has to show up to that price range. It should look like it's in move-in condition, and there's a lot of details that really should have been looked at prior to listing. If they finish all the detail work that needs doing, I'm totally confident that we can sell the house. The devil is in the details.
It's true.
Yeah, it's very true.
The changes Kelly and Michael have made to their home are exactly the type of changes that will appeal to potential buyers. And I reckon if they'd actually finished off the job, this house would have sold in a matter of days. So with that in mind, I'm off to show them a comparable house to drive home the point that you've got to finish what you start. Okay, what are your thoughts on the room?
It's smaller, living room-wise, but
it looks like a model suite.
yeah, it's put together. It's nice.
This furniture kind of dominates the room, but the floors are all done, the paint job is completely finished. This house is basically ready to roll. Anyway, the kitchen is where this house really proves the point. This kitchen is finished. There is no gaping holes in the ceiling. It doesn't scare anyone off. It's not as nice as yours, but it doesn't matter because yours isn't finished, and that's the only thing that people are saying at the moment. Anyway, should we go upstairs?
Okay. Relatively the same size as our spare. Maybe a little bit smaller.
But clean and finished.
Yes.
Home office, light fixtures, all screwed on, and in the ceiling.
Yeah.
So the master bedroom. This room shows well. It's got matching linen, everything's neat and tidy. You can't see any clothes, any laundry, the ceiling's completed. The problem with your bedroom as it stands at the moment is it really lets the house down because it just doesn't look like the bedroom you expect to find. You expect to go upstairs and see something, you know, along these lines.
Yeah.
So now you've seen the house. What are your thoughts?
It's finished, it's put together, it's a good comparison.
This house is not as big as yours, but it sold for close to listing in 3 days.
Right.
Which just proves beyond all doubt that the finishing touches matter.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, let's go and deal with it then.
Sounds good.
It's time to call in general contractor Anthony Sayers to help Kelly and Michael finish what they've started.
Anthony, you've met Kelly and Michael.
Hi.
Anthony, our superstar contractor.
What I'm doing now is I'm actually measuring for a new headboard. It will give it a more finished look. That's the first thing we're gonna do up here. Also, it looks like you removed a closet from here before.
We did.
The ceiling just needs to be finished. Over there, the closet, we're gonna take down the rod and your curtains and get a new unit and slip it into the alcove. That will have doors and be more concealed to put your clothes in and stuff.
So your socks will not be on display anymore, Michael. Do you think you can live with that?
Maybe.
Okay.
In the nursery, you have a light switch, just the wires are hanging out. So we'll address that. We'll put a new switch and a new light fixture. Going downstairs, there was a fireplace that you had in your living room. I think we need a new focal point as you walk into the room. We're gonna use the hearth and cover the hearth with some new slate tiles, create like a floating shelf, and then we're gonna put a big mirror. You can put candles on it, it'll give it like a warm feel.
Nice.
Going into the kitchen, we'll just finish your tin ceiling. I like what you've been doing, it's great. So we'll finish that off. We're gonna paint the dining room, just finish it off and make a huge impact with all those.
Any particular jobs you want us to start with?
Pick a room.
The mountain of stuff that needs to be either thrown out, packed up is a ton. I didn't realize how much we accumulated. It seems like we've been here for a lot longer than we have. It's a little overwhelming, but we get through it.
Hope you've been doing something useful upstairs.
I'm doing all the work here.
Really?
Yeah. Look
You
at them,
don't-
filthy.
You don't look like you have a paintbrush in your hand.
There's paint here.
I think that looks like old paint because we're not painting anything red, so you're totally busted. What are you doing next?
I'm helping you.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
doing it.
Yep.
Okay.
See you, Michael.
Hey.
Wow, is that a floating shelf or are you just pleased to see me?
Both, actually. Pretty much just gonna sit about this height.
Yeah.
Gonna put candles and stuff all on it.
Ooh la
Be
la,
all
very
warm and
romantic.
romantic, right? And then a big mirror is gonna go above. Again, the fireplace is gone and you're left with this.
What's the best thing we can do? Because we can't replace the fireplace. I suppose this is a kind of contemporary take on the fireplace.
Exactly. You're creating another focal point.
I think it will look good.
The house is shaping up wonderfully. Things are leaving and never gonna come back. Bins and bins of things we don't even use, never even put out. Decluttering. I think we'll get there slowly, but surely.
Ah, the Tin Man has returned.
Yeah, Tin Man.
Does that mean I'm the Wicked Witch of the West?
No.
Hope not.
So these are the corner pieces that Michael, the homeowner, has left. The ceiling is really nice, but it's just unfinished.
Light as a feather.
Yeah, and easy to install. It's not your typical ceiling because this is very expensive stuff.
How much?
Just under $1,000.
$1,000. That's a lot of money. I don't think it would add $1,000 to the asking price, but unfinished ceiling definitely takes at least $1,000 off.
That's for sure.
For sure. Go on then, I want to see how easy it is.
Okay. Okay, come up and just hold for a second. Give me a hand.
Oh, sugar.
Fancy glasses.
Just made a mark on the wall.
Oh, that's okay. We'll have to do touch-ups after anyway.
Want to fire it? No?
No, absolutely not. God, I don't have any safety glasses on.
Oh, that's okay. I do. You're fine.
Yeah, I can see. I've just been up to the master bedroom. Very swanky headboard.
All it is just 2 hollow core doors and then 2 pieces of wood on the back screwed together and some paint. Under $100. Not awesome?
That is awesome.
Finishing touches are going to make all the difference in Kelly and Michael's house. This similar-sized house not too far from their home proves that point. The living room's luxurious cream-coloured paint shows it off to its full potential. The furniture fits in perfectly, and this finished fireplace is the focal point. It adds warmth and character. The paint colour continues through into the dining room, which unifies the 2 rooms and helps highlight the dark, rich coloured dining room furniture. In this room, the accessories are the final added touch that gives the room a design magazine-like feel. The galley kitchen's mocha walls enhance the freshly painted cabinets, and the bar-like table and chairs is a great place to enjoy a casual breakfast. Upstairs in the master bedroom, paintings over the bed replace the need for a headboard, and fluffed-up pillows draw the eye to the beautifully made-up bed. It's important to show off the guest room or spare room in a house on the market, and this one does not disappoint. Warm brown tones on the wall, accented with beige and brown bedding, gives it a cohesive feel. Paying attention to detail was an important factor in getting this house sold.
Well, I think the progress is great in the house. The colors definitely pull it all together. It makes it feel bigger, makes it look like a model suite. So, yeah, we're very happy. Maybe I should just stay.
Kelly and Michael need a quick sale so they can get on with their new lives in the country. The problem was potential buyers were focusing on the negatives, the unfinished jobs, instead of the hardwood floors and the period features. But now we've got involved and got the job done, I think buyers are in for a real treat.
The living room had no focal point after Kelly and Michael took out the fireplace, so we added an inexpensive floating shelf adorned by candles and a mirror to make the room feel larger. We replaced the oversized furniture and got rid of the television, and that makes the room feel more spacious. We made a decision on the dining room paint colour that brightened the room, and it was a close match to the light beige chairs. We replaced the overpowering light fixture with a simple one, so as not to distract the buyers from the room itself. The kitchen had a few jobs that needed to be completed. We added metal trim to the incomplete ceiling, and we fixed the holes in the wall and in the floor. This kitchen was off to a good start, but now it really shows its potential. In the office, we decluttered and simplified. Now this room offers the functionality of an office and the potential for a guest room. We turned baby Ash's room into a guest bedroom. We changed the paint colour to a soft green and of course covered the exposed wires. We added a bed and used the multicoloured Persian rug as a striking accent. And we've taken the master bedroom from college dorm to adult sophistication. We started by finishing the ceiling where the bedroom closet originally existed. Anthony's inexpensively built headboard and a luxurious bedding has created a stylish and sexy feel. We added reasonably priced custom closets and got rid of the TV on the storage unit. This master bedroom has gone from sale killer to deal maker. All right, Kelly and Michael's house is finally finished, right down to the last detail, and we did it all for $4,000. But the work doesn't end here. Marketing details are just as crucial.
Think outside the box when you're advertising your home. This neighbourhood is very popular with young couples and families, so try putting an ad in your local yoga studios, organic markets, or your community coffee shop. Be flexible when you're selling your house, because the more people you get around the house, the more likely it is you'll get a quick sale. If you live in a property hotspot, don't take it for granted your house will sell. You still got to do the hard work and make sure your house is pristine before all viewings. I think we've done a bang-up job on Kelly and Michael's house. It's now a charming and complete home that will appeal to everyone, really. Families, young couples, but I'm still curious to see how the open house goes. Well, come in.
Very nice, nice crown molding.
Yeah, I like the light that's flowing through too. That's very nice.
Mirror really helps opening up the room, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So are you looking for yourselves, for a son? For your son?
Yes.
How old's your son?
He's 32.
32. Dining room in here.
Oh wow, isn't that a nice size?
Yeah.
I love how modern that fixture is with the medallion. Gorgeous.
Wow. Wide open.
So this is the kitchen.
I really like this. That's really nice. And a tin roof.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
It is lovely.
But there's lots of light.
It's not a huge kitchen, no, but it looks huge.
So far, so good. It seems like people are really taking notice of the finishing touches.
Guest bedroom.
Nice tall ceiling.
Oh, lovely.
So I saved the best till last.
Lovely. Lovely colors. Again, it's a huge bedroom.
Yeah.
Loads of storage because you got this cupboard and then you got two on either side.
Oh, this is really nice. So this is built in and it's kind of...
There's two built-ins, so his and hers built in.
Very nice.
So you said you're looking for an investment property.
That's right.
That means you probably go to quite a few open houses.
Yes, we do.
Now, how does this house compare?
For me, there's a real flow through, which is very interesting because sometimes the homes don't have that.
And I think it's ready to move in. All the finishing's been done. It's beautiful.
So have you seen quite a few houses already?
We've seen a few, yeah.
So how do you rate this?
This is in good shape because we've seen some that are not.
And the asking price?
The asking price is $499,000.
Okay. So that's kind of our top range.
If this is the top end of your budget, the good thing about this house is you don't have to do anything. You should definitely come back for a second viewing.
It's very nice.
What do you think about the decor?
It's definitely something you could work with and move in and not have anything really to do.
Will you be bringing your son back?
Yes.
So would you consider coming back for a second viewing?
We might, yeah. Yeah, I would.
Potentially an offer in the pipeline?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Nice to meet you as well.
Well, our work here is done. I think Kelly and Michael have a much better chance of selling their downtown gem and realising their country dream. Now that the finishing touches are complete, potential buyers can see all this house has to offer. I definitely think that this house has gone from unsellable to sellable.
It looks amazing. I was super excited when I came in. The house feels bigger, the rooms flow. It's a totally different house.
It turned out great. We're very happy, very, very impressed with how much could actually be accomplished.
I think we learned when you are working with a budget that it's easy to do little things and have them be extremely effective.
Yeah, all the work was definitely worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
For us now, it's almost like we don't even want to come back until the house is sold and just leave it exactly as it is.
I'm really confident that it'll sell quickly. We can move on to our new home and hopefully carry some tips from one house to the next. So I'm excited, I'm really excited.
After working hard to make Kelly and Michael's house sellable, market curiosity levels were energized and it wasn't long before they got a solid offer. In the end, this chic little house sold for very close to asking price. So now this charming young family is finally free to focus on their new life in the countryside. Selling your house can be stressful and time-consuming. So obviously, the faster you sell it, the better. If you present your house right, you can sell it quickly and for top dollar. Shannon and Stewart's two-storey semi-detached house is listed at $460,000, and it was all this family of three needed until the stork came along with a little surprise called Oliver. Already, Shannon and Stewart realised that this house can't comfortably accommodate the four of them. So now it's hasta la vista, baby, to this house, and time to find a bigger one. And that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sold.
We moved into this house 6 years ago.
It was right on the park, so you couldn't beat the location.
It's got 3 grocery stores in a 5 or 10 minute walk. I work at home, and when the baby came, it displaced my office. Now I'm working in the middle of the house.
We're just being pushed out of the house with baby equipment.
The house has been on the market for about 3 weeks now. It hasn't had any offers.
So it's a little frustrating.
This two-storey, three-bedroom house is ideally located, close to shops, buses and subway services. Now, this area has gone through a process of gentrification.
And that has sent prices and sales up. Well, except in Shannon and Stewart's case. Sophie, nice to meet you.
Stuart.
Hi. Wow. You could roll out of bed and have a picnic in the park, which makes me a bit surprised that you're having difficulty selling. Is your garbage always here?
It's a catch-all for all our stuff.
This is people's first impression. It's a bit of a mess, guys. Anyway, let's go and see the rest of the house.
All right.
This is a really lovely room. You got wainscoting, you got beautiful wooden floors. What on God's green earth is this?
That is a baby play.
It's like a baby tank. It is?
Yes, it is.
This is totally focusing all my attention. I mean, the fireplace, people love them.
Right.
I can't see it
Yeah,
from
it's
here.
true. It's totally obscured.
Should we go through to the dining room?
Yeah, okay.
I've never seen the two windows there before. It's a really great feature, but I'm distracted by the... Is that a potty on the table?
No, it's a seat.
Well, I don't know that because I don't have kids. And a lot of
Oh,
people
yeah.
who don't have kids will also just assume that there's a potty on the dining room table.
You know, it does look exactly like a potty.
I would have never thought of that.
Yeah.
So what is this doing here?
That is my office.
Well, is there nowhere else to work?
I used to work at the back of the house, but with Shannon on maternity leave with Oliver, I had to find a second location.
Should we go and have a look at the kitchen?
Okay.
Yes. I love the way all the period details continue into the kitchen. I think the old icebox, that cabinet and the island, it's a bit too much stuff at the moment.
I think I agree with you, yeah.
So this is your office / playroom.
Yes, now it's more of a playroom than an office.
I just did not know that kids needed this amount of stuff. Again, such a wonderful room. I love the way you've got a big window out into your garden, you've got decking, it's lovely, you've got storage. This is a real selling feature because it's an extra room that a lot of houses don't have. It's very handily situated off the kitchen. I really want to go and have a look upstairs.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I love the wainscoting, the way it continues all the way up the stairs. Whoa.
This is our teenage daughter's room.
It's not the biggest room, so maybe this amount of stuff makes it look a bit smaller. It's like I need sunglasses.
It's very bright.
I know you like it, but might have to go.
Okay.
Really lovely, bright room. I feel like I'm a bit like I'm on the hippie trail. I like the theme, but maybe a little less. So these are kind of your chest of drawers stroke night tables.
Yeah, we thought they were a little smaller when we bought them. And
You do look like you've had a bit of an accident with the measuring tape.
We absolutely did.
Well, should we go downstairs and have a bit of a chat?
Okay.
Sure. Brilliant. This house has stacks of charm, but unless Stewart and Shannon take their heads out of the sand and heed our advice, it's not going to get sold. Because all the baby equipment, the computers, the oversized furniture, it's all preventing people seeing how beautiful the old bones of this house are. I think this is a fantastic house, so it should have sold like that.
we were expecting to sell it the first week.
First of all, the porch area. You've got recycling, boots and clothes and rubbish everywhere. So that's the first negative. And then you come into an incredibly beautiful room, and the first thing you see is a huge baby changing unit.
Yeah.
And it's sucking up all the focus. I love the style of this house. But I think just maybe try and make it a little less bohemian.
A little more generic.
A little bit more generic. The dining room. That huge computer and the potty chair. How do you deal with viewings?
We haven't been as flexible as I think we need to be.
The more people you get through the front door, the more likely it is you will get a quick sale.
Okay.
And then hopefully this whole horrible process will all be over and you can get back to your normal life. Baby Oliver is the centre of this family's attention. Unfortunately, the baby equipment and clutter is the focus of potential buyers' attention. They're just not getting to see how great this house really is. So I'm off to meet Mary Ann, the realtor, to see if she agrees with me. Mary Ann, this seems to me a pretty perfect location for a house. It's competitively priced and it has a lot of charm.
At that price level, we're looking at another young family, first-time buyers.
I would have thought this house would have sold within a week.
As you can see inside, it's full. It's like overcome with baby stuff and stuff that has taken over their lives.
I love their style, but it is quite bohemian.
People don't buy bohemian. You know, they want to renovate Bohemian.
What have you done with marketing? Have you taken photos of the inside of the house, or?
Obviously, when you put photos onto your listing, you like to have it in perfect condition. That was not possible. And since we're so internet-based in our marketing strategies these days, people didn't have any idea of what you're looking at.
It's been on the market for 3 weeks, and they haven't got any offers. So I think now they're willing to change.
That's good news to me.
I brought you to this house. It's similar to yours, but it shows really, really well, and I want you to take a look.
Okay.
It is smaller than your current house, but at the moment it's showing better just because, well, oh, look at that lovely coffee table. If I was in your house, all my attention would be focused on the ginormous baby changing unit.
Yeah.
It's similar because it's got the same period features and the hardwood floors. I think your house is that bit bigger and has a bit more charm. But anyway, come through to the dining room. Look how lovely and clear this table is.
Could eat here.
Crazy talk. Okay, should we go through to the kitchen?
Yes.
I know what you're thinking.
It's nice.
That's not what you're thinking, Shannon. No, it is nice, but it's not comparable to your kitchen. You've got a much bigger kitchen with a lot of period details, but it kind of still proves the point. Even with a kitchen like this, decluttering helps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Upstairs, more of the same. The rooms are smaller, but the cleanliness and simple presentation allows their period features to really shine.
This house has functionality, has a good flow, and I can see the features.
Right.
I also know that a family live here, so it's not convenient probably to keep it in this immaculate condition, but it's much better to go all out and keep it immaculate and have as many viewings as possible and get it sold as quick as possible. And I know it was successful because it sold for just under $20,000 more than yours and in 7 days.
Wow.
Cleaning out Shannon and Stewart's baby junk is going to make a big difference, but we're still going to need a plan for what happens after that.
So Anthony is the man with the ideas, so he's got the finer details.
Yeah.
In the front sunroom here, first thing we'll address is by building a bench seat, just an L-shaped bench seat that will act as seating and double for storage. And we'll paint out there a nice neutral color just to brighten it up.
So it's going to look like a really chic mudroom.
Yeah. So I noticed you have a lot of really nice detail. The trim is really nice, but it's not actually standing out right now because everything is painted one color.
Oh, yeah.
So by painting the wainscoting and the chair rail white to match the baseboard, it'll make it all pop out.
That sounds like a really good idea.
I agree.
And then going upstairs, the colors in the rooms are a little overwhelming.
Yeah.
That's such a polite way of putting it, Anthony. I like that.
So we just need to tone them down a little bit. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We've got one room left. I've got something special planned in there.
I'm intrigued as to what your big thing is.
Yeah? Well, I noticed that you had a lot of computer stuff just kicking around the house.
It's true.
So what I'm thinking is just taking this stuff out and actually building a work center.
It will kill two birds with one stone. We'll get the computer off the dining room table, so that will be the dining area.
Okay.
Then this will be Stewart's study.
Yes.
Oh my God, so this is Oliver.
Yes.
Hello, you. What are you going to do with this fellow when people come round?
Maybe get out and enjoy the nice warm weather.
Okay, monster, I'm going to go now. Bye-bye. He's adorable. Oh.
A lot of stuff has been moved out. I think we filled a 10 by 10 locker so far.
But the space looks bigger without all that stuff. The living room is looking a lot more open.
It's nice to see the return of our original house, and we're falling in love with it all over again.
Whoa. You do not waste any time.
No. And it's my new bench seat. It's going to double as storage. I'm going to put hinges on this actual lid, and you're going to be able to dump all the stuff in here. whatever you want.
Genius.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the pillow thing. That'd be really nice. It'll add a bit of colour, but also you'll still be able to sit down here and have a glass of wine in the
Exactly.
evening.
It's really
and
nice
look
view.
at the
So
park.
yeah.
Genius. I was talking to Shannon and Stewart about depersonalising, making their house a bit more generic. But I don't want it to turn into a showroom, so I'm keeping up some of their folk art because it's attractive and it adds a bit of personality. Wow, carpenter extraordinaire this week. What's this called?
Well, this is just the tabletop for our work center, and these are individual boxes that I made up, and we're just going to attach them to the wall like this every so often.
So this room now has a function, but also it looks much bigger than before.
Yes, exactly.
Brilliant. This house is really coming together. The wainscoting's been painted white, and it now pops out of the wall rather than being invisible. It's a proper feature now. And this room looks so much bigger now we've taken out all the clutter. No longer looks like a baby station, it actually looks like a sitting room. So I'm pleased with the work we've done so far.
Functionality is an important factor when selling your house. In this house for sale in a similar neighbourhood, the living room is actually smaller than Shannon and Stewart's, but the simple layout makes it feel very clean and inviting. This room has a specific purpose. It's a living room, not a playroom / living room / walk-in closet, with even a hint of eclectic styling. But in this case, it doesn't overpower the room. And the dining room, well, it's a dining room. A simple dining set and some nice artwork, it's all you need. Easy peasy. Don't be afraid to splurge a bit on your new table and chairs. They'll help sell your house and you can take it with you when you move. The kitchen is a little on the small side, but it shows big because it's clean and clutter-free. Lack of counter space is a common problem with smaller urban houses, so you've got to clear them off to show them off. This isn't rocket science, folks. Like the rest of the house, this master bedroom is clean and clutter-free. Neutral tones, subtle eclectic accents. This alluring presentation is simple but essential. It's precisely the look we're hoping to achieve back at Shannon and Stewart's house.
So what do you think of the powder blue?
You know, I think it's quite nice.
It does make it seem bigger.
Yeah.
The only thing is, there's no point really doing all these changes if we don't get people through the door.
Yeah, and with the change of configuration, I think we want to get out of here before we get too comfortable.
I know. Window boxes are a really great way to increase the curb appeal, and they don't cost very much money at all. One of the comments about this house was all this concrete out the front wasn't very appealing. This just really brightens it up and draws the eyes to the house instead of all this. Shannon and Stewart's house hasn't sold like other similar houses in the neighbourhood. I think it's because they've made the same mistake that many homeowners do. Yes, your house has to be lived in, but when you're selling, you should remove excess personal effects. Potential buyers have to imagine themselves living here, not you. I think the changes we've done will achieve that.
Stewart and Shannon's muddled mudroom was a lost cause. With no junk, a comfy bench and a nice coat of paint, this mudroom hits it out of the park and has a nice view of the park. Now that's what I call maximum potential. This living room was actually in great shape, but you'd never know it. With daycare no longer in session, this great room really shines through. We've also thinned out the eclectic accents just a hair, which help the space feel less cluttered. In the dining area, Stewart's messy office was sucking the life right out of this otherwise gorgeous room. We traded in a desk for a dining table and voila! Now this lovely and inviting dining room has great styling and the functionality that prospective buyers expect. Clean surfaces and decluttering have made a big difference in the kitchen. We've thinned out the antique furniture, which makes the space feel more open. And we've turned Stewart's old office from baby room number 2 back into an office. Custom-built desk is uniquely smart, something prospective buyers will appreciate. Jasmine's room was a little on the noisy side, so we've cleaned things up to present a calming, soft blue design.
Same goes for Oliver's room, where a muted green, new window dressings and reorganised layout have made a big difference. And in the master bedroom, neutral tones and restrained decor have created an inviting bedroom that's still stylish but with a more broad appeal. The bohemian lighting fixture is no more, and don't forget, always remove the TV set and clean, clean, clean before showings. I think the work we've done at Shannon and Stewart's house is going to have a huge impact on the market. And at a total cost of $3,800, I think it's money well spent. But it never hurts to put an extra effort into your home's marketing campaign.
Make the most of your house's features. There is no point in having a fireplace if it remains hidden. Maximise your assets, don't hide them. Make your rooms distinctive so their particular function is obvious. The baby's gear should go in the baby's room, and if you need to turn your dining room into a study, make sure you hide the computer away before viewings. It's important for potential buyers to be able to imagine themselves in your home, so depersonalise, but only to a point. You don't want your house looking bland. A bit of personality is a good thing.
I think it looks really nice. The entranceway, it's really a big impact. It looks gorgeous.
And I like that they made some of our stuff work with the new decor.
It still feels like very much like my house. It's just like a nicer version of it.
Well, the open house is just around the corner. The transformation should generate re-interest and some offers for Shannon and Stewart. Sort of a rebirth, really. Let's wait and see. Well, this is the first room in the house, the sunroom.
Nicely done.
Yeah. There's storage units there.
Beautifully done.
Here we've got the sitting room.
This is very nice. It's a real sense of spaciousness, eh?
Through here we've got the big dining room.
I like it. Feels really airy and fresh.
You've got 2 extra windows, which is quite nice. Here we've got the kitchen.
Wow.
It looks great.
I really like the open concept. Absolutely. It's a small house, but there's really a good sense of space.
You've got quite a lot of storage for plates, cookbooks, whatever you want. You could have this as a family room or a dining room, but they've got it as a home office.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. Eh? Nice big back window there, lots of light coming in. Most Toronto houses are long and narrow, lots of them, right? So the best thing you can do is get lots of light in the front and the back.
Yeah. Nice space here. Each room has a good proportion, which is nice for this size house. It's well proportioned.
So here we've got the guest bedroom.
What I like most about this house is they've carried all the design features all the way through.
Now, the master bedroom.
Oh wow, wait till you see this view. It's fantastic. It's a good sized room too.
Yeah.
Personal features are lovely in the house. The colors.
Is this the sort of house you would consider potentially purchasing?
Yes, it is.
It seems very, very well maintained.
Have you seen a lot of other houses in the neighbourhood?
Yes, we have quite a few.
And how do you think this compares?
Well, I think it's beautifully put together.
The detailing is really nice, all the molding and trimming. It has a really nice flow from the front to the back.
Big question is, will you be coming back for a second viewing?
I certainly will.
I love it. I love the old style.
So as a mum, what's your opinion on the house?
I think the space is right for them. The location's fantastic.
I'm presuming you're going to come back for a second viewing.
Definitely.
It's absolutely a remarkable transformation. It's been updated and it's free of the clutter. Most of the people did not expect it to have this airiness to it and this openness to it.
So I don't think we really could have done a better job, and I'm pretty positive that this place is going to go very soon. Well, that's that. We've decluttered, we've fluffed, and we've turned the attention from the baby to the beautiful house. Job done. We've turned this house from unsellable to sellable.
Oh yeah, nice.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Good. This room looks huge.
I know. Your office?
Back room looks really like an inviting office. Very nice.
They did a great job on this.
Very inviting. Yeah. The rooms upstairs, I really like. The master bedroom, very pleasant. I think the overall impact's great.
I'm glad we had the opportunity to have such a great send-off for this home, and it deserves it because it's been great for us and it'll be wonderful for someone else.
After excavating and renovating Shannon and Stewart's delightful little house, interest levels increased significantly. Prospective buyers were able to truly experience this home's stunning potential, and the house sold quickly. Now this growing family will finally be able to grow into a larger home. The world of real estate can be unpredictable, but whether the market is hot or not, one thing is a given. If your house shows well, it will sell quickly and for top dollar. If potential buyers are walking in and getting a bad impression or no impression whatsoever, they'll walk out the door, and that is a sales opportunity missed. Tony and Gary's house is not a bad house, but after over 70 showings, 2 full months on the market, and 6 really well-attended open houses, it's obvious there's a problem. Now, it's listed at $469,000, and judging by the amount of traffic through the door, it's competitively priced, and this is a desirable neighborhood. So, what's the problem? Tony and Gary need some answers, and they need some answers quickly because they bought another house, and if they don't sell this one, they're going to be paying not 1, but 2 mortgages. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Boys, dinner. We bought the house 3 years ago. We needed more space. We were a growing family. The boys were getting bigger. This afforded us almost 1,000 square feet more than we originally had at the old house. The reason that we're moving is a new subdivision means new houses. Everything is fresh, everything is new, and there's no neighborhood feeling that I grew up with, and that's what I really like. A little bit bigger property and the bigger trees, huge trees.
It's been fun planting here, and
yeah,
you know, we tried to start a few trees in the backyard, but we killed them. We've had an opportunity to purchase on a street that we love. We decided to jump on it.
We have to sell now because within 6 weeks we could be trying, having to hold on to 2 mortgages. We can't understand why it hasn't sold. The house is beautiful.
I have no more ideas.
This 4-bedroom family house, it's 3 years old, it's close to the town, the schools, the highway, and this makes it really popular with young families. However, the real estate market in this area has slowed recently. Houses are on the market longer and buyers have more choice. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, who's going to lead the way?
I will.
Okay.
We've got our living room first.
It's nice and decluttered, which is great, which makes my job easier. It does have a good flow to it. I have to say, I wouldn't mind putting those sofas in a time capsule. Sending them back where they came from. Anyway.
I'll help you.
Okay, well...
They've been barely used.
Stylistically, they look like they've seen many a Sunday. So let's go through to the dining room. First thing I'd say about this is that cabinet is quite overpowering. I noticed it from way back there.
I know, but I like it. It has a lot of things behind the doors that mean a lot to me, and I don't know where else to display them.
I'm not asking you to put it on a bonfire or anything. Just maybe think about parting with it for the moment. Through here, nice clean kitchen. Why is there no table?
Somehow or another, the table with a thick glass top got broken.
There was no real push to go and buy a new one?
No.
No? Wow, this is a great room. It's lovely, it's got 5 windows. It's beautiful, so much light, going straight onto the garden. I think we can do something with it though.
Next, we've got Ben's bedroom.
He's a hockey fan.
Yes.
Large.
We might tone down the hockey a little bit.
This would be our ensuite bathroom.
Great to have a shower and a bath, but it kind of lacks a bit of wow factor. It's the country cottage picture, it's the angel. We want to give it a feel of a high-end spa. Really push it to the next level.
Okay. All right. This is our master bedroom.
It's a good size. Ooh, hello. I just love the cupboard, it's huge. But at the moment, it's not singing to me. I think it's lacking that extra something. I want this room to shine and look different to other master bedrooms down the street. I want to give it some va-va-voom.
That'd be awesome.
Now, I've had a tour. I think we should go and have a little natter downstairs. After you. Don't look so scared, Gary.
Okay.
Sentimentality is one thing, but keeping a ratty old sofa for over 20 years is another thing altogether. Unless we do some serious upgrading in this house, Tony and Gary's house is just going to merge into all these other ones, and it certainly won't be popping. I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the work you've done. You've decluttered, which is great, and it is so clean and tidy, especially important for viewings.
It's been exhausting for 2 months of running around after my kids.
You said you've had over 70 viewings.
Yes.
That is a huge amount. That is a very high volume of viewings, and it hasn't sold. A lot of the furniture is aging the house. The sofas just look a little tatty, a little shabby.
Right.
We want to make it look new and modern and snazzy.
The bare bones are here. I mean, the fact that you've got a big master bedroom, ensuite bathroom, walk-in closet, those are all good things. I just don't think at the moment it's standing out from the other houses that are for sale. When you live on a subdivision like this, you've got a lot of very similar houses, so there's not much to differentiate all of them. What we need to make this house do is shine, especially now because the market, it's stagnating a bit. So your house has to be really special to go quickly, and that's what we want to happen.
Sounds good.
I'm certainly looking forward to it.
Okay, well that was easy. Tony and Gary have made some smart steps in preparing their home for sale. They've done a great job of cleaning and decluttering, but sometimes in a competitive market, that's just the beginning. I'm off to meet Ruth Quinn, their real estate agent now, who also is Tony's mum. Now, Ruth, Tony and Gary said that you've had almost 70 viewings?
Yes.
So there's got to be something that's not right about the house.
I don't think there's any wow factor about the house. It's a little dated because of the furniture.
So presumably you've talked to them about those two ancient couches in there.
It's a joke to us that Gary won't get rid of some of the furnishings that they acquired from us. He thinks furniture's just fine the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you give your advice, they're just like, oh, that's mum being fussy, rather than the advice of a real estate agent.
Yeah.
Now, when I came in to the subdivision, I saw there's still quite a lot of building work going on. How does that affect the situation for this house?
Well, it gives us a lot more competition. This house, I think it's a great house, but we need to make it pop. We need to make it stand out from the rest, and I think it will go.
You better go and make it pop then.
Oh, I change into my jeans now, do I'm going to be helping.
And then we've got the open house.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get a lot of people through the door.
We should do.
Fantastic.
I look forward to it.
Me too.
There's shabby chic, and then there is just plain shabby. I thought it was a good idea to bring Tony and Gary to this comparable house. It shows well, it's got wow factor, and it was a winner in this competitive market.
I wanted to bring you to this house because it's in the neighbourhood. It is a bit bigger, but there's a lot of features that really show well. So come on through. Now the kitchen, there's been some updating. It's not the basic kitchen. The owners put this nice tiled backsplash on.
It's very nice, really, it is.
Beautiful. Also, it's an eat-in kitchen. There's a kitchen table, so it just has a nice flow to it. So come through to the sitting room. The good thing about this room is the architectural details that have been added. Along the top here, they've also replaced the Builder Basic light fixture and put a chandelier in.
That's nice.
Okay, come on. This is the master bedroom. It's a similar size to yours. Nice paint job, very neutral. Gorgeous wooden floors. The owner put in all the wooden floors himself. So the lesson from this house is basically taking Builder Basic and upgrading it a bit.
It works. These floors pop.
They do pop. Can you do a popping sound? The work you've done to your house already is great. The decluttering is fantastic. But what we need to do is go that extra step and turn your house more from Builder Basic into sophisticated. And this is what the owner has done here.
Really stands out.
It's been successful in this case because this house sold in 22 days and the average for this area was 40 days. So that's half the time.
And ours has been even longer.
Yes.
Well, let's get at it.
Okay, come on then.
To reach beyond Builder Basic at Tony and Gary's house, we're going to need to call in our very own builder, who is anything but basic.
I was speaking to you earlier about how we want to turn your house from to wow. Anthony is the man to do it, so take it away, Anthony.
Okay, it's pretty much the same house that you bought from the builder, right? You haven't upgraded it in any way.
No, not at all.
That is what we're gonna do, is try to give you upgrades that will separate it from all the other houses that are on the street. So starting from upstairs, just neutralizing the colors, changing over the light fixtures. In the master bedroom, change the window dressings. In the walk-in closet, it's a nice big closet, but it just needs to be more functional. In the ensuite bathroom, we just need to make it a little bit more sophisticated. So we'll just upgrade the lighting, put a new frame around the mirror.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
In here, we're going to change the light fixture and put some paper shades in the skylights because I'm sure they heat up in this room and you can't actually watch the TV. And in the kitchen also, we're gonna hang some pendant lights over the sink and change your faucets just to upgrade it a little bit.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Well, we better get going then. Anthony, I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Come on, guys, I've got a job for you. Anthony, I'm here for my spa date.
Oh, really? You're a little early.
I am a little early.
Yeah.
Snazzy mirror.
Yeah, I just finished staining this wood and urethane in it, so I'm just installing the frame around the mirror now. It's hot, isn't it?
It is super hot. How much did that set you back?
Probably maybe $50, $60.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Because I saw pretty much that same mirror in a shop and it was like $220.
I can believe that.
$140 saving.
Oh, it looks great too.
And, oh.
Over here, this, you like?
I do like.
Shelving. This is just some MDF that I just added to the front of the shelves to make them look chunky, more luxurious looking. And the new pot light.
Yeah.
That's brand new, I just put that in.
Gives it a very modern look, spa-like.
Spa-like.
But it looks like I'm gonna have to come back for my 6 o'clock facial, which is a shame.
Yes. You had your towel and everything.
I did have my towel.
Totally ready.
Look at that, the whole clan is at work.
Oh, yes.
So what do you think of the room now the cabinet's not here?
It's huge.
Yeah,
it's really, really big.
It's pretty.
Tony, so that's a thumbs up from you?
Yeah, I think it's great. Makes the room look so much more elegant and spacious.
What do you think about the other rooms?
They're gorgeous. Beautiful.
They're doing a lot of work in the master bedroom ensuite.
I think it's amazing the amount of work that's getting done up there. It's tons and tons, and everybody's working so hard.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. Well, not long to go to the open house, so...
We better get moving.
Better get moving.
moving.
I better go and do something useful. So guys, what do you think?
Bit amazing.
It is amazing. The thing I like about downstairs, or actually the house generally now, is that it's kind of quite feminine.
Yes.
Whereas before, I think definitely the scales were tipped to the more masculine side.
I'd say so. Well, you know the saying, the house is the woman's and the garage is the man's.
Yeah.
That's his room. The rest of the house is mine.
And I go there when I'm told.
Gary, to the garage.
Yeah, that's right.
Double quick. Ah, there you are in the walk-in closet.
Yeah.
His, hers.
Yep.
It's all very organised. And where are the dresses going?
Right here,
Brilliant.
because you get a full wall.
Yeah. So this is where you put your shoes.
No, actually, I'm building a big shoe rack right across the bottom.
That's fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. Were they difficult to put up?
No, actually, you get this whole system and then you attach the top rail, and then all these tracks just hang off the top rail. And then you can just organize it however you want.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
This custom closet is going to help give Tony and Gary's home a competitive edge, which can really help move a property in a slower market. This house, which is fresh on the market, has great bones, but its decor has been brought up to an elite level. The living room has a nice new trim and a great paint colour, but the contemporary furniture and updated decor gives this room the high-end finish that a shabby 2-decades-old couch just can't provide. In the dining room, it's easy to focus on the chic furniture and decor when there's no bulky, sentimental furniture dominating the space. The kitchen is quite a bit smaller than Gary and Tony's, but every inch has purpose. There's no dead space in this kitchen. The granite countertops, the sunken sink, the breakfast bar, all these wonderful additions are the difference between we'll see and must see. In a competitive real estate market, little details go a long way. But enhancing every aspect of your home's decor will make it pop out in a crowd. So when it comes to finishing touches and decor, leave no stone unturned, and you'll stone the competition. At Tony and Gary's house, the finishing touches are well underway.
Tony and Gary have had over 70 private viewings through this house, and that is a lot of missed sales opportunities. But judging by the work going on, I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
These guys are phenomenal. They're like out of this world. maybe I could rent them at the next place. I can't believe the change in my living room and dining room. It looks so sophisticated. It's beautiful, it's warm. I really feel that our home now has something special to offer. And now I know what the word pop means. I know what make it stand out means, make a difference from the other homes. I know what that means now.
Tony and Gary's house's first impression was really falling flat, so we've dumped the old couches, warmed up the paint colour and added some lush new window dressings. Now this home's first impression reaches far beyond builder basics. In the dining room, everything but the lighting fixtures had to go. Now the bulky cabinet no longer dominates the space, and the contemporary new dining set has taken the starring role. This colossal kitchen should have been a huge draw for prospective buyers, but all the dead space was a huge turn-off. We've hidden the ocean of tile with a cute little dining set and a nice new lighting fixture to create a lively and functional space. We've replaced the standard issue faucet with a higher quality piece. In the great room, this cut-rate lighting fixture just didn't cut it. This fixture matches the decor and adds a much-needed touch of elegance. The master bedroom was very neat and tidy, but the styling was decidedly no frills. A rich, warm paint colour and dramatic new lighting has created an alluring, luxurious room. The new window dressings are a perfect fit, and Anthony's custom walk-in closet is very impressive. The decor enhancement follows right through into the ensuite bathroom, where warm colours and new lighting fixtures have turned this room from economy prefab to high-end spa. In the boys' room, the hockey paraphernalia is gone, and this soft and inviting decor has maximised their potential. Tony and Gary's house always had great bones, but now it truly stands out from the suburban pack. The total cost for this job was $6,000, which may seem like a lot, but in a stagnant, competitive housing market, it takes a little extra investment to give a property an extra push. If you're trying to sell a home like this one, don't forget these crucial marketing tips. If you are selling a relatively new house, buyers are going to expect it to look brand spanking new on the inside, so old and tired furniture is a no-no. A simple and cost-effective way to turn your house from builder basic to sophisticated is to upgrade the lighting. Elegant light fixtures will make your house shine. If you have a walk-in closet, make the most of it. Customize the space and maximize the storage. After all, you can never have too many shoes, just not enough space to put them in. Well, the open house is just around the corner. This house has been updated, upgraded, and I think it's looking fab. But we'll just have to wait and see what potential buyers think.
Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Come on in. Sitting room down here.
Very, very nice.
So what are your thoughts on the decor?
Like it. Don't think we'd have to paint. Very classy looking.
Yeah, and this is great because you've got the two areas here.
It's good for entertaining. It'd be great.
Come on through to the eating kitchen.
Very nice.
It is nice.
Lots of cover space. I like the lights.
This is very nice. It's good size.
Yeah, it's good size.
Oh, this is great.
So this is a really great family room.
Oh, it's great for the kids.
I know, really, really lovely.
And the ceiling's fabulous.
It's very, very nice.
Very pretty.
It's very spacious upstairs. So this would probably be your son's room.
Oh, great. This is a good size room. Very nice.
And through here we have a pretty fabulous master bedroom, I have to say.
I like the wooden blinds.
Yeah, they're nice.
It feels private, like you're stepping out of the house into your own sanctuary. It's nice.
This is one of my favorites. Wait until you see the walk-in closet. And here is your own personal spa.
This is beautiful. This is my room. This would be for me. Oh, I like the shelving. That's nice too.
Beautiful. I love this
Very,
room.
very nice.
Very spa-like. Great mirror.
Yes. Fantastic. Should we go downstairs?
Sure.
So have you been looking for quite a while?
Yes, I currently own a semi-detached up the street.
So how does this compare to other things you've seen?
It's calm. You walk in and the colors are neutral and subtle, and it's a very relaxing home. The master bedroom is almost like a retreat.
So you think this house stands out from the crowd?
I think so. It's very well put together, and it's definitely worth another look.
Will you be bringing your wife back?
My wife will definitely be by to see this home. The house is beautiful. It's pretty close to perfect.
I would definitely buy this house because it's a newer house, great space, and everything's new. As soon as I walked in, I thought, what a great house.
Brilliant.
Beautiful house.
Oh, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I think this might be one of the most successful open houses we've had. Being a real estate agent, you've seen a lot of the houses in the neighbourhood. Would you say In your opinion, this stands out from the crowd now?
Above and beyond. Yes, everybody that came just thought it was wonderful. I don't think I'll have any problem having this moved really quickly.
Not everyone likes to stand out in a crowd, but when you're selling your house in a competitive market, that's what you've got to do. Judging by some of the comments we got during the open house, this home is going to be remembered, and for all the right reasons. Our transformations have turned it from average to outstanding, and from unsellable to sellable.
Changes are unbelievable. I never would have expected that all this work could have been done.
I'm going to bring some ideas with me to the next place.
I think people are just going to be in awe.
It's a jewel now. It's a treasure amongst all these other homes. I think there might be some competition.
Well, there was competition. Prospective buyers came out in droves immediately following the open house. In fact, Gary and Tony quickly received 3 registered offers and found themselves in the extremely fortunate position of accepting the highest bid. Reaching beyond builder basics, sold this property in 24 hours. What an incredible success. Selling your house is stressful and it's time-consuming, and most homeowners want it over with as quickly as possible. Now, as a property expert, I have seen all manner of houses, and what might be obvious to me and obvious to buyers is sometimes not obvious to stressed-out homeowners. In a perfect world, you want that check in your back pocket and 2 shakes of a duck's tail, but sometimes it's just not that easy. Jack and Amy are the original owners of this large detached house that's listed at $569,000. They waited a whole year for it to be finished and customised exactly to their liking, but it turns out it's more house than they really need. It's been on the market for just under a month, and Jack's concerned. He thinks prices are about to drop.
We thought that we could sell our house in 1 week, probably.
Jack wants to say 1 day. We're certainly starting to panic a little, like, what's going on, you know? How many people have to come in? Why is the house not selling? I don't really know. We spent a lot of money and we put a lot of heart into this house. Of course, it bothers me that it's not selling.
We were actually hoping we could find a buyer who would like our house for what it is, but that hasn't happened yet, so.
Jack and Amy's neighbourhood is incredibly popular, especially with young families. The population has tripled in the past 5 years. The house has got 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and it is stuffed with high-end upgrades. So people should be queuing down the street to buy it. Clearly, something is wrong. But there's no need to panic. That's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Hi.
Sophie.
Amy.
Lovely to meet you.
Jack, nice to meet you.
Right, so this is the house.
Yes, it is.
Well, first things first, do you mind if I have a bit of a nose around?
Please do.
I am very nosy.
Go ahead.
It's definitely a bold colour choice. I love the blinds. Huge television. So obviously this is a TV room.
Yeah. The whole room was based around the TV.
Big sofa to watch the huge television. I'm seeing a trend here, actually. But it's a really good-sized room. I like it, and I love the holes in the wall because they let through so much light. So we go through next door?
Sounds good.
Pistachio.
Pistachio, okay.
Yeah, that's green.
Lots of different colours in a very small space.
Yes.
Certainly.
That's where the umbrella goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, all you need is a barbecue. Having furniture in a room gives you an idea of size. And I think if you'd put a tablecloth on, which would have hidden the hole and the legs, it would have worked quite well. Without the tablecloth, it looks a bit like you've just grabbed furniture from the garden. It's funny because the fireplace makes you think this should be a sitting room.
Actually, it should be a sitting room. We had a TV in the fireplace nook, but we had to take it out and I sort of replaced it with some plants. Looking for your best advice.
You'll have to wait for my best advice. It comes later on. Wow, this is a pretty fabulous kitchen.
Thank you.
You've obviously put a lot of money in this kitchen, and it really, really shows. I mean, this ain't no ordinary countertop.
We love it.
It is really lovely. I'm really curious to see upstairs, so can I lead the way?
Absolutely.
It's a fantastic sized room, but it's kind of lacking that luxury feel, if you know what I mean. That chest of drawers, words actually fail me.
That was an art project.
This is very fun, very funky, and I think we need to make it high-end like the kitchen to attract potential buyers, and easy to do. Talk me through this one.
It's actually my fault, this one. We felt that we needed to make it a little more energetic in this room, so we decided to go with this bright orange.
Gym room. This is your room?
Yeah.
So you just decided to go for the two-tone thing?
Yeah, we tried to make it a little more lively.
The mirrors, how are they attached to the wall? Jack, what have you done?
I ended up industrial gluing them to the wall.
Well, I think I've seen enough now. I know where the problems lie. Come with me.
This house has so much going for it, but come on, tangerine, purple, chocolate, red. It is so over the top and it's putting buyers off. So I'm gonna have to get tough if this house is gonna become sellable.
There is so much going for this house. It's in a great location, it's a brilliant size, and the upgrades you have done are great. But people aren't seeing them. And I think one of the main reasons is because they're mesmerised by the choice of colour. If we neutralise the colours, it's going to give the rooms much better flow. Second of all, the furniture is devaluing the house. People coming around a house, they expect a kind of high-end finish. What I want to do is give the rooms more function. Because you've got a gym, an empty room, people aren't seeing the potential. They're just probably getting a bit confused. And that confusion also down here with the dining room tables. I think there might be a switch over between the dining room and the sitting room.
And finally, we have to make the front of the house stand out, so a simple splash of colour should do the trick.
How does it sound so far?
Sounds good.
Goodbye to the color.
Jack and Amy's colourful personalities are definitely reflected in their house, but potential buyers are being put off by the riot of colour and can't appreciate all the great features. And with property prices potentially in flux, this house has to shine to sell. So I'm off to meet Etty, Jack and Amy's real estate agent, to see what she thinks. Etty, you're a real estate agent in this neighbourhood. Do houses sell quickly?
Yes.
What's the sort of average time?
2 weeks to a month.
Okay. So you've had open houses?
Yes, 2. One for the public, one for agent.
And quite a lot of viewings?
Yes, about 14, 15.
So you've had good traffic through the house, but so far no offers?
No offers.
Have you had any feedback from the people you showed around?
Yes, I did. Actually, as my opinion is like the house is very nice, very funky, but most people nowadays they like neutral colors.
Right. Why do you think the potential buyers can't see all the great upgrades?
Lots of furniture in the wrong places. Most of the feedback been like that the bedrooms seems too small. People cannot visualize. That's the idea.
Yeah,
definitely.
I think you're absolutely right.
I think Jack and Amy are living in their own colourful little world. And since they're worried that their house is not going to sell fast enough and they're not going to make the most of the market, I thought I'd show them a house that has sold quickly. And maybe they'll see it through different eyes.
I know what you're thinking. I can hear your brain cogs going around. You're going, this is nothing like our house. It hasn't had the upgrades that you've done, but the neutral colour palette draws your eye straight through.
Not our taste, but whatever sells the house, I guess, right?
I couldn't have put it better myself. Whatever sells the house. And neutral, calm, colour palette sells. What are we standing in?
It's definitely the dining room. No patio table here.
Exactly. They've done what we're going to do at your house. They've got an eating kitchen, exactly like yours, but they haven't done any of the upgrades.
I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, no quartz top. Anyway, come through here.
Okay.
Now, difference is, this is the family room. The furniture is quite large, but because the proportions of this room are slightly different, it's squatter but wider, the furniture actually works in this room.
I can see what you're saying.
And the fireplace acts as a focal point, which your fireplace will do, because at the moment it's hidden by the table, so you can't really see it. Okay, let's go upstairs. This room is not spectacular, but what it does have is function. A potential buyer is going to walk in here and go, it's a kid's room. If they walk into one of your spare bedrooms at the moment, they're going to go, it's a giant tangerine cube. We just want to make it easier for people, and just by putting a bit of furniture in, you do that. So you've seen the house. What are your thoughts?
It's not really our style, but I can see how it would appeal to more people.
Your house has more going for it. But having said that, this house sold in 6 days.
6 days?
6 days.
To help us make Jack and Amy's house sellable, we're going to need some help, and I'm sure our contractor Anthony Sayers has a few tricks up his sleeve.
First thing I noticed as I walk up to the front door is your retaining wall is falling over. We need to remove it because the two stones together, they don't work. So we'll get rid of it and make a nice planter. As I walk into the house, there's so many different colors. It's chopping up the visual flow. We need to neutralize the colors. Coming into this room.
This is not going to be a dining room anymore.
No, this is a niche because this is going to be a family room now. What I was thinking is putting some nice doors on it that would mock the style of the kitchen doors. And the doors, when you open them, they'll slide into the side. And it'll finish off the room a lot better than having it open like that.
Brilliant.
Moving on. This room is actually big enough that we can split it into half dining room and half living room.
Oh, wow, I never thought to do that before.
We can do that by putting a chandelier here because we're gonna have the actual dining room table, the living room on that side.
And then upstairs?
Upstairs, a master bedroom. We need to neutralize the color, window dressings, and new lighting. You have a workout room upstairs as well. You have a mirror that's stuck onto the wall, and we need to take that off. So we're actually probably gonna break the mirror and have to repair the wall. The tangerine room, we're gonna change the color and repurpose the room, change it into a bedroom.
So upstairs, we're gonna have 3 bedrooms, so every room has a function.
And the extra bedrooms will appeal to young families with children.
Painting this wall is just becoming too real. Now we're leaving, and I know it's gonna look fabulous in the end, which means it's gonna sell pretty fast, which means I've gotta move on.
More priming.
This is Venetian plaster, and you can't just leave it, because if you were to just leave it, you're gonna end up painting like 3 or 4 different coats. So if you use a proper primer, then you eliminate the number of times that you probably have to paint the wall.
Presumably, quite a lot of people try and cut corners and just think, oh, I won't bother.
Probably the silliest thing that you could do. You gotta spend the time to prime, and it'll give you a much better paint job for sure. These are wedges that I made up, right? I'm gonna place them behind the mirror, give it a whack, a couple different spots, and hopefully it'll pop the mirror. Some good glue you got there.
Yeah, I told you.
Wow. Okay, so that's one. Tap it lightly and pop the seal. Wow, Jack, look at that.
One shot.
Good. Good job. Woo! Retaining wall, it's gotta go. Just gonna kick it over.
You're gonna kick it over? There's no way you're gonna get those down. They're nailed into the ground.
Let's go.
I'm gonna kick it too?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we'll try and push then.
Oh, no.
It's all good. We definitely need a hammer now.
Ah, the gym mirror is gone.
Yeah. So this is what it looked like after we pulled the mirror off. So the glue actually pulled the paint and some of the paper off. We can't just plaster over this because if we do, it'll blister and bubble. So we need to prime it, which is what I've done here. First, let it dry, and then we can plaster it.
Okay, you're gonna show me how to do it then?
Scoop some on my trowel, and then we're pretty much filling in the void that's there. You wanna try one? Yeah, there it is. Awesome. After this is all dried, we'll sand it and then prime it, and it's ready to paint. It'll be like the mirrors were never here.
This similar-sized house just a few blocks away is a perfect example of how neutral tones can give a house an edge. Here, unlike Jack and Amy's wild red walls, the living room and dining room combine earthy and neutral tones, not only in the choice of paint colours, but with the furniture as well. Even the accessories stay on neutral point. In the kitchen, the light beige walls and the clean lines help show off the cabinet and appliance upgrades, so they are not lost on potential buyers. The master bedroom has a smooth, sensual feel to it, with a beautiful built-in closet that accents the space. And the spare room continues to give the feeling of an urban oasis and reinforces what I always tell homeowners. Subtle colour can give a home a flow, and this one has it.
The doors look fantastic, Anthony.
Oh, thank you. Look, it's got this really cool hardware. There are sliders that you open the door, right? And then you can make the doors slide in and disappear. Pull it out. Yeah, cool. And then, if you have your TV in there, you can close it. And I've matched them to the style of the kitchen
See that?
doors.
Were they expensive to make?
No, actually. These are just regular European hinges. And what I've done is put them on pocket door sliders to make them slide into the wall.
I like it hidden behind these doors. I think that's fantastic.
Well, this is the new family room, so it just makes sense.
Now, I'm going to go and do some potting outside.
Okay.
Get my hands dirty for once. Curb appeal is really important when you're selling your house. And that's why it's fab selling it at this time of year, because you can go to town with the planting. Now, that higgledy-piggledy wall had to go. So in its place, I'm planting some geraniums and impatiens, and they match the colour of the door. And because all the houses in the street look the same, I'm hoping now this one's going to pop out from the rest of the crowd. Jack and Amy's house had plenty of viewers, but no buyers, which is surprising considering how popular this neighbourhood is. They've got funky personalities, and that was definitely reflected in their house, but a bit too much. Now we've toned down the paint job and every room has a function. It looks great. There's still personality, but just not too much.
But first things first, knocking down the retaining wall and planting a colourful array of flowers helped Jack and Amy's house stand out from the rest of the crowd. And potential buyers will be pleased with what they see the minute they walk through the front door. We've changed the space to give it more function. We took it from a family room to a combination living room, dining room. We painted the room to give it a more calming feel. Because of the sheer size of Jack and Amy's house and their tight budget, furniture rental was the best solution for them. We added drapery to the windows to accent the California shutters. The chocolate brown dining room table is a perfect place for entertaining guests. This room went from a casual, cluttered den to a grown-up, sophisticated space. Now, onto what is the new family room. We have converted this awkward kitchen dining room into a comfortable, open-plan family room and kitchen that now has visual flow. We've carried over the style of the kitchen cupboards to the family area, thanks to Anthony's smart idea to create a niche to hide the TV. We've had to get rid of the patio set, and now the fireplace is the focal point it's supposed to be. And upstairs, a simple reworking of the master bedroom with new bedding and matching contemporary furniture transformed what appeared to be a small space into a large, airy retreat. This tangerine nightmare turned into a dream of a spare room with warm tones on the walls and bedding. Jack's workout room with the glued-on mirrors was not showing its real potential. We gave it function as another spare bedroom. This house now has the wow factor that was missing, and we did it all for a total of $4,500. If you're putting your house on the market, here are some important tips.
Colours can have a very emotional effect on people. Red and orange can agitate some. Dark colours can be oppressive and make a room look smaller, but neutral palettes are calming and make the room look bigger. I've said it before and I will say it again, accentuate the positive. The thing that makes this house stand out from the crowd is all the great upgrades. So make sure your decor choices show off the positives, not cover them up. Make sure every room has a suitable function. The open house is just around the corner and wow, what a difference. I think anyone will be able to walk into that house now and see themselves in it. But we'll have to wait and see what the potential buyers think. Hi, my name's Sophie.
Hi, Sarah.
Gabriel.
Do come through. Now this is the dining room, but there's also a sitting room.
Oh, it's very nice. Very modern. I really like the layout. Yeah, I like it. It's almost like the open space concept. It's beautiful.
Nice to meet you. Right, come on through. So this is obviously the family room.
I like it, yeah. I like how open the entranceway is there.
I like this open feeling here.
And through here, these cupboards are really clever actually, because you just pull them in and go like that.
That's cool. That's nice. Yeah. It's nice that you can open and close it.
How old are your kids?
14, 3, 2, 18 months. Wow. So we do need, I need to see them at all times.
Well, you can see the 3 younger ones there. Well, hopefully you like upstairs as much. Master bedroom.
Lovely. It's like a boutique hotel.
Now this is the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, but believe me, because I have measured it out, it would fit a queen-size bed in it.
The shutters again, and that's dominant throughout the house.
Yeah, they go the whole way through the house. Do you mind if we go downstairs and I ask you a few more probing questions?
Yeah, sure.
It's on the market for $569,000. You raising your eyebrows a little bit?
I thought was priced fair.
Oh, so that was a good eyebrow raise.
Oh yeah, it was.
What makes this house stand out from other houses for you?
We're looking for cozy but modern and clean lines, and that's definitely something I'm seeing here.
So what are your thoughts?
I think it's a very nice house. It's very open. I like the layout.
Doesn't need any work done. The colors are perfect too.
Having seen the house, do you think you'd come back for a second view?
Yes, we definitely would have a second look.
Something we need to sit down and I guess talk about.
Yeah, it's something that we would definitely consider.
Well, I'm glad you like it, and it was lovely to meet you.
You too, thank you.
Thank you for coming. So, Eddie, what are your favourite changes?
I love the living dining area, which is shows actually put together a living and dining. Also, the master bedroom shows amazingly beautiful.
I think every single person we had through the house said the house flows really well, nice neutral colours.
I'm so pleased. It make my life so much easier, and I believe it's gonna get multiple offer, like no question asked.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Doesn't even look like the same room. How the house looked before, we probably would attract only a certain type of buyer, and now I think we'll probably bring in way more.
Definitely hoping to get it sold as quickly as possible and for what we're asking for.
Or more.
Or more. We learned a lot of work needs to go into selling a house, but it's definitely worth it because once you see it, you're gonna love it.
Thank you, Unsellables.
This house has received a lot of positive feedback from potential buyers, and the transformation is undeniable. I'm proud to say we took this house from unsellable to sellable. Jack and Amy will soon be able to move on to a new home with many lessons learned.
First-time buyers often make the mistake of biting off more than they can chew when it comes to renovations. They run out of money, time, energy. Projects get left unfinished, so when you're selling your house in a tough market, no matter how great the location is, you've got to put your personal preferences aside and finish the job you've started. Carmelina's 3-bedroom bungalow is on the market for $315,900.
She bought the house 8 years ago and attempted a flurry of renovation projects, but she now wants to go back to school and change careers and needs to sell the house to finance her tuition. It's been on the market for 22 days without any offers, and she needs to find a buyer fast.
But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
This was my first house. It was exciting and so scary, but I wanted to do it, and I wanted to do it on my own. I love this house. I don't want to leave this house, but there are other things that I have to accomplish. I'm going to get my finances in order, go to school, and start my new career. I can't register for school if I know this house is still hanging on my shoulders. I don't know when it's going to sell, if it's going to sell, and for how much, and it's a little scary.
The house is situated on a quiet residential street close to parks in the super trendy Lakeside district. Because it's an up-and-coming neighborhood, it's still quite affordable, which means first-time buyers and young families should be flocking to the door.
But it hasn't received any offers whatsoever. When Carmelina bought this house 8 years ago, it was a first-time homeowner's dream. But then her enthusiasm for DIY waned, and so did the maintenance levels, and that has been putting off buyers in droves. So what we've got to do is revamp the enthusiasm in DIY and finish all the jobs she started. Sophie.
Carmelina, nice
Lovely
to meet you.
It's a cute little bungalow. But first things first, I could barely see the house for the trees. Anyway, let's get started. There's quite a lot of big items of furniture in here. The fish tank, the sofa, the ginormous television. But I love the way there's a lot of light. The jury is out on the glass bricks, though. That's all I'm gonna say. But should we move through to the kitchen? You know, kitchens are really important. And this kitchen looks a little grimy. The table is almost as big as the TV.
It is.
It's a beautiful table, just not right for this kitchen. Did you put these in?
I did. This is a do-it-yourself job.
So you're kind of do-it-yourself fan?
I like to try, and sometimes it's a disaster, and sometimes it's a passable job, but it's always fun.
It's just the mishmash of styles that I think some buyers are going to struggle with, because you've got slate in here, then you've got 1, 2 types of different laminate, and then you've got the wood, which does make it look a bit haphazard.
I have to agree with you there.
Now, where to next?
So let's go to one of the 3 bedrooms, which I turned into a computer room.
It's great to have a computer room, but from here it looks old and grimy.
You forgot hideous.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but that's why we're here. And other than that, it's a good-sized 3rd bedroom, fantastic to use it as an office space, and it's lovely that it goes out to the garden.
Yeah, it is.
So there's positives in every room. We just got to push out the positives.
Okay, then. So this is bedroom number 2 that we use as a guest room.
Where did the guests sleep? In the cupboard?
There was a bed here, but I needed it elsewhere.
Well, no bed is good for now, since it turns this room into a blank slate, which brings us to the master bedroom.
There's a big brown splodge of plaster on the white door. So that's not a great entry into the room. It's not a bad-sized room, and the furniture is in proportion, which is great. But my eye is immediately drawn to the dog bed.
Well, that's where my Sasha sleeps.
Well, that needs to go. So now I've done a tour of the house, I know what the problems are, and I've got some solutions up my sleeve.
Good stuff.
So should we go and have a chat?
Let's.
Brilliant. I am all for DIY, but you have to finish the job. I mean, look, unpainted front doors, tiles that are peeling off the ground. It just looks really unprofessional. And as for that kitchen, it is just grimy, and grime, it don't sell. This house has the potential to be really charming, attractive, retro bungalow. But at the moment, the one thing it's lacking in is charm. Now, I really admire your spirit for going full throttle for the DIY. And taking on projects on your own, I think it's really brave. But the problem is, a lot of these DIY projects have been left unfinished. The front door is unfinished. The big hole in the door to the master bedroom. The flooring is coming up in so many places. These are things that people notice instantly. They just think to themselves, why should they have to pay top dollar for this house, then fix it up, when they could probably take a house down the road that's in move-in condition?
That makes sense.
Which leads me to the outside. There's no point in it looking lovely inside if the curb appeal is lacking, because people are just going to drive straight past. We need to sort out that spruce. We need to take off some of the lower branches so people can actually see the house.
I'm thrilled. I can't wait to see the outcome.
Fantastic.
When you're undergoing major renovations, it is vital to consider how these are going to affect the resale value of your house. Now, Carmelina, she's started a lot of DIY efforts that reflect her taste, but trying to find another buyer that shares the same taste is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, I'm off to meet Barb, Carmelina's real estate agent, to get her views on why this house isn't selling. Barb, who do you think is drawn to this neighbourhood and to this house in particular?
I would see maybe first-time buyers or second-time buyers with a young family.
Now, it's been on the market for 7 weeks.
Yes.
And it hasn't had a single offer?
No, nothing.
For 2 open houses?
Yes.
What's holding it back? What's stopping it from selling?
It needs updating. It's very dull and lifeless.
Because Carmelina had good ideas. I just don't think she had the time and the energy and the money to finish them off.
And that's exactly what did happen. She wanted to try minimal money and just clean a little bit. And obviously it hasn't worked because we've been on the market far too long with no success in an offer.
Right, and first-time buyers don't have extra money, so if they can get a house that's move-in ready, that's going to be much more desirable.
Absolutely, yes. If the house was in a sellable condition, it certainly would have sold by now because the house has so much potential.
So we need to address the curb appeal, finish the DIY jobs.
Absolutely. The price is good, so I think there's a good possibility.
Brilliant. Carmelina's house is a great example of how some do-it-yourself projects should be left to the experts. And that's why I'm bringing her to this comparable house, because I want her to see the standard of maintenance and cleanliness that buyers expect in this current market.
The presentation of the room is immaculate.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
And I can't see a single scuff mark.
I can't either. I don't even want to sit down anywhere. The floor is gorgeous. I love the floor. Don't want to walk on it.
Well, floors are made for walking, so let's hit the kitchen.
Okay.
Welcome to the cleanest kitchen in Canada.
I'll say. Wow.
I think the colour choice in this room is very clever, which makes the cupboards stand out.
It does, doesn't it?
They're simple, but they've just got slightly more modern handles on, because they're not that different from yours.
No.
They've just cleaner.
Slightly.
Slightly. The guest bedroom, two main differences. Beautifully finished floor and also a bed. Function, and you get an idea of the space of the room.
Yes, definitely.
Should you go into the master bedroom? What do you think about this room?
I can see that it's simple, it's uncluttered, it's freshly painted, it's clean, and very inviting.
It's lovely. Carmelina, I heard you say a few times as we were going through the house, a bit too scared to cook in this kitchen, don't want to walk on the floors. Why is that?
It's so perfect. I wouldn't want to mess a thing.
When you're selling your house, there's a difference between living and selling.
Yes.
And for that 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you've got to be in a limbo between selling and living, and you've got to make sure it's in moving condition. No one has to do anything. All you need is the keys in your hand, open the door, and you're away.
And that's it.
And this house sold in 10 days.
Holy cow, 10 days.
Now this should make you be hopping and skipping around.
I am motivated, and let's go to it.
Let's go and finish those DIY projects.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Okay then.
Well, Carmelina's ready to get to work, and so are we. And to tackle all those forgotten DIYs that have been holding her back, we've called in general contractor Anthony Sayers to get the job done.
When I said we needed to put the love back in the house, this is the man to do it.
The love guy?
The love guy.
Okay.
So take it away.
Okay, the front of your house, we just need to make it a bit more inviting. So we'll start by cutting the lawn, maybe trimming back the trees so you can actually see the front of the house. And the front door needs to be painted.
Right.
So I noticed that you tried to do some projects of your own.
Yes.
It looks great, but we just need to finish it up, right?
Okay.
First thing is the glass block wall. It needs to go.
Really?
It's a little Miami Vice.
And we'll break the wall right down to the floor, open it right up altogether. We'll also change the lighting because the house is just dark and feeling dingy.
Yes.
Going down to this slate floor that you have, it just doesn't go with the style of the house, and the color is a little off. And I noticed that you have peel and stick tiles in the rest of the rooms.
It's not very good at sticking at the moment. They're peel and unstick tiles.
So we just need to make it a more uniform look throughout. So we're gonna put a nice laminate flooring all the way through all the rooms in the hallway and create a nice flow.
And once the outside is looking smart and the inside is looking smart, I think you've got a hot property on your hands.
You think?
I think.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my nail spa glass block wall is gone. Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry. I had to go though.
It did have to go. I thought that there was going to be nothing in its place.
I was gonna take the wall right down to the floor, but it was gonna open up the space too much and expose the bathroom door as soon as you walk in from the front door.
Not the best first impression.
So instead, I'm gonna create a faux Japanese style screen with these slats of wood. We're gonna put a top plate and a bottom plate here. And these pieces are gonna be spaced enough that a baby's head won't be able to go through, because to code is 4 inches, and then this will wrap around the corner and end at that point right there. This costs under $100, but it's gonna make a nice impact and it's gonna add style.
I think it's going to look fab.
I think so too.
Sophie said it was grimy, and she's quite correct. So, we clean.
This is a new laminate flooring. As you can see, it's beautiful. It's economical, especially made to look like hardwood. Great because it's work resistant, wear resistant, stain resistant. Recommended for people with dust allergies because it doesn't have any harmful substances. Fairly easy to install. You actually just hold it up, snap it in, click, it's done.
With the flooring all sorted out, we're on our way to fixing up Carmelina's unfinished DIY projects, which were holding this house back. This comparable bungalow in a similar neighbourhood is DIY free and full of charm. Each room is properly laid out with scaled-down furniture that fits the space perfectly. The hardwood flooring is consistent throughout, which gives a great flow from room to room. This kitchen has a similar retro feel to Carmelina's, but instead of scuffs and grime, you're greeted with clean and fresh surfaces and a smaller table that's nested quite comfortably in its place. The bedroom feels airy and spacious with simple but stylish decor that is inviting and fresh. The master bedroom is doggy bed free and simple decor accents add a pop of colour. Stylish linens and accent lighting evoke a feeling of calm. The office in the third bedroom is similar in size to Carmelina's, but a clean and well-lit workspace is enhanced by the addition of a single bed, which also shows off the versatility of this room. Most importantly, every detail is finished and the house looks bright, fresh and groomed from the inside out.
Removing the mismatched flooring has made a vast difference. We've replaced it with this beautiful faux hardwood laminate flooring which looks tip-top. And now my eyes aren't drawn down to all the perfections, but instead I can appreciate this really nice open plan space.
The curb appeal of Carmelina's house was anything but appealing. And with that big, ungroomed tree in the way, her bungalow was hidden to potential buyers. But now the house shines from the outside and draws you in from the road. The garden is groomed and blooming, and the front door, which was horribly cracked and unpainted, looks brand new. A much better first impression that has gone from curb appall to definite curb appeal. The living room was bland and overrun with extra large furniture that looks squished and randomly placed. So we bought new cosy pieces that Carmelina can take with her when she goes, including a charming portable electric fireplace. The outdated glass brick wall was not doing justice to this open and airy space, so we replaced the glass with wooden slats to create a sleek and modern screen-like effect. The once grim and dim outdated kitchen is now brightened up and clean. We scrubbed every grimy surface in here, which made for a big job, but one that will pay off in spades. Clean kitchens are a must when you're trying to sell. The old, scruffed-up cabinets were hard to overlook. But a major clean and paint job and the addition of sleeker-looking hardware gave them a more modern feel that buyers will be looking for. To show it off properly, we decided to rent a table and chair set specifically sized for this kitchen, so buyers can get a good sense of the space. The only focus in the office before was the cracked floor and dirty and tired blinds. So we've cleaned up and repaired the mess around the beautiful sliding doors. It's crucial to address all repairs, no matter how small, because those details will stick in buyers' minds and will turn them off if they're not finished, especially for young families. Showing buyers the potential for an office space is always a bonus, so we've repositioned the desk for maximum functionality. The guest bedroom was in need of some serious TLC, and we gave it the works. The new serene blue walls now serve as a backdrop to the main feature of this room, the bed. You can't show a second bedroom without the most important detail, and the fact that this room can accommodate a double bed is a huge selling feature now. The master bedroom needed the most love of all, so we said goodbye to the furry dog bed and reoriented the furniture to maximise the space in the room. With the bed repositioned, it shows buyers that this room is big enough for a large bed and 2 side tables. But it also eliminated the cluttered corner of the room, so that it now feels pulled together and shows as a proper master suite. And finally, the new laminate flooring is sleek and modern, but most importantly, continuous, which for a small investment shows buyers this house is move-in ready. All in all, an astonishing job at a total cost of $4,500. It was a lot of work, but it needed to be done to get this house up to market standard. Replacing Carmelina's unfinished DIY projects with upgraded details will hopefully give this charming bungalow the chance it deserves at getting sold.
Do it yourself is fine if you can pull it off, but a house full of half-finished jobs tends to make most potential buyers run for the hills, so don't start what you can't finish. There is absolutely no point spending time and money making the inside of your house look fabulous if no one can see it from the road. So if you've got any trees or shrubbery obscuring the view, you better do some pruning. Selling your home is emotional, but then so is buying. And a lot of people, they think with their heart before their head. So make sure the first impressions of your house are warm and inviting.
We have updated, cleaned, refloored Carmelina's house, and I think we put a lot of charm back in this bungalow. But in the end, it's what the people who come around the open house think. I think we successfully took Carmelina's beloved bungalow from DIY disaster zone to family-friendly retreat. So hopefully the open house will highlight the updates to get this house sold. Come on in.
It's not a bad-sized room.
Yeah,
Love the
it's
floors.
The floors are fantastic.
They are very nice, actually.
Just shows that the room is a good size. The fact that you could fit a piano in it, and you've still got room for 2 big sofas and 3 tables. Come on through to the kitchen.
Wow, this is much nicer than it was.
You've seen it before?
I did. I've been here before. My wife hasn't.
The floors look really good.
That's beautiful.
Let's show you through to the study, which could also double up as a 3rd bedroom. The backyard is huge.
Yeah, it's a very nice sized backyard, actually.
Okie dokie. Well, let's go and see the guest bedroom.
Okay.
I like the color.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's a nice color.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good size because you could definitely get 2 kiddies' beds in here easily, or 1 bed, 1 cot.
Yeah.
Shall I show you the master bedroom?
Sure.
Now this is the bedroom for me.
Yeah.
This is the size I need.
Well, that's a nice
This
color.
is beautiful.
It's a very nice
love
color,
it,
actually.
love
yeah.
it. No, this is perfect.
Yep.
Yep,
Okay.
very nice.
Well, I like it. I'm glad you like it.
Very nice.
So, is this big enough for your family?
For our family,
Yes, I think it is. Yeah.
Are you coming back for a second viewing?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
The house
Yeah.
is fine. We have no kids. This is for 2 people. More than enough room.
I'm very pleased you like it. So, Barb, first of all, what do you think of the changes?
I am absolutely amazed. It's fabulous. It's a complete transformation. The flooring is spectacular. It had no flow. But now everything flows from one room to the other. The paint colors are fabulous. It's wonderful.
How do you think the open house went?
I think the people that came in were extremely impressed with the house. It's beautiful.
$315 with a house looking this good. I don't think it can possibly stay on the market that long.
No, there's no way. This house will sell.
So let's fingers crossed for multiple offers.
For sure. I'm excited.
Well, the open house is over, and I think it's fair to say we put the love back in this bungalow. We've added value with a fantastic floor, we've finished off the DIY projects, and created curb appeal to get this house noticed. So I think we've turned this house from unsellable to sellable.
Oh my God. Look at this. I can't believe the transformation. This is not my home. I didn't visualize it, but the colors really actually pull it together. The lines are so... That's my furniture? Oh, wow. This is how it's supposed to be in the first place. The love's back in, I think. Lucky buyers. That's all I can say, lucky buyers.
Lucky buys indeed. Since we've given Carmelina's house the update it needed to attract those buyers, interest levels in this charming bungalow picked up significantly, just as expected. With the burden of the house behind her, Carmelina is one step closer to registering for school and starting her new life and career. When you're selling your house, the faster, the better. The longer your house is on the market, the longer you're living in limbo. As a property expert, I've seen people make the same mistakes time and time again. But usually, all it takes is an outsider's point of view and a bit of elbow grease to make the difference between no sale and a big sale. But it is tricky to know where to start, as no 2 houses or homeowners are ever the same. David and Suzana have a stunning house in a beautiful and popular part of town. It's listed at $1,029,000. Now, they've got one son, Liam, another baby that they're expecting in a matter of days. So it's time to move to the country where they're building the house of their dreams. The only problem is their city house isn't selling and, well, juggling 2 houses and a newborn baby is no one's idea of fun.
When I bought the house, it was 11 years ago. The thing that really sold me is the gum wood and all the beautiful unfinished wood. The house has been on the market for 3 weeks now. I love my house, so I don't understand why it isn't selling.
The house continues not to sell. It's going to be very stressful. First of all, this baby's going to come any day. So it's going to be very difficult to have a little baby, have Liam, and try and accommodate all the showings. The other house that we're having built is going to be ready any time, so we have to start focusing on that and getting that prepared.
David and Suzana live in a super exclusive neighbourhood known for its traditional architectural style. Houses in this neighbourhood typically go for over $1 million in under a week. But they've had no offers, so something has got to be up. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Hi, come on in.
Wow, that was a jolly doorbell.
I gotta like that.
Music as you come in. So guys, your house is so beautiful from the outside, so it can't be curb appeal that's stopping this house sell. Do you mind if I have a snoop around and...
Absolutely, let's go through.
Come on in.
So this is obviously the sitting room.
Yes.
It is a gorgeous room, nice and bright. So I'm sensing a theme.
What theme would that be?
Wild West?
Wild West. You got it.
Well, it's definitely a southern vibe.
David's a little bit of a cowboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, did you put this paint effect in yourself?
Yes, I did.
The fireplace is definitely quite a big feature in the room. The exposed brick. There's quite a lot of textures with the wall and the brick and the wood. It's definitely got a lot of character. So this must be the dining room. The stained glass window and the wainscoting. That is what everyone wants to see. And although the radiator is quite charming as well, I think it could use an update to modernise the room. The light fixture blocks the view of the garden. There's quite a lot of wood and different tones of wood, which is a touch overpowering. But I see a snazzy kitchen. Wow, this is really, really nice. This is a massive selling point. I love this eating area. I think it's really snazzy. I think there's nothing for us to do in here, which just leads us upstairs.
So this is our master bedroom.
I'm not a fan of this. I'm sorry, David. I'm presuming this was your idea.
Yes, it was.
It's a bit saloon door for me. It's almost a clash of culture or time because the blue is very modern, the bed is lovely, so I think we can just make it a bit more cohesive. A fantastic room which will look even better.
This is our son's room.
I love the crib. It's not like everyone else's cribs. It's different, but I think it's beautiful.
We fell in love with it as soon as we saw it.
We might want to advertise this room as a sort of second guest bedroom.
And this is our home office.
It's a good size. Quite a lot of furniture in here. We might want to change the function of this room. So we've done the tour now. I think it's time to have a little chat downstairs.
Okay, let's do it.
After you. This is $1 million house, but at the moment it resembles the interior of a Western-themed hotel I stayed at when I was 10. The cowboys, the bull's horn, the fake rock tables, they all have to go. We've got to get the rest of the house to look as chic as the kitchen, otherwise it's going to remain unsellable. I want to start by saying I really love your house. That's probably one of the best planned out kitchens I've ever seen. The stained glass windows, the wainscoting, that's what everyone is looking for when they come around a house like this. They want the period details. So those are all huge selling points. What I would say though is at the moment the southwestern theme is too strong and it is putting buyers off. This table is very original. I don't think it's what people are expecting to see when they walk into a dining room in this neighbourhood.
I'm with you on that one. It's time to let it go.
I also wanted to discuss with you the fireplace. I do want to make it a bit more urban and a bit less ranch.
I've never liked it anyways.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
good
down with
that
that too.
I know you love the wood, but my feelings about the wood is sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. And I get the impression you disagree with me.
Getting rid of all the wood, that's kind of scary for us.
You're still gonna have the beautiful paneling, it's just gonna be painted a different color. What if you trust me on this one for just a little bit, see how we go?
Okay, but if we don't like it, you'll change it back?
We'll consider it. I am so confident, having seen this house, that once we've made these changes, it's going to look incredible. I just think that we need to refunction the bedroom upstairs, tone down the Wild West theme, and consider toning down some of the wood. So are we all on the same page?
Nervous about it, but yes.
That's what I like to hear. David and Suzana have a lot on their plate. They're expecting their second child in a week, and they're trying to sell their house. But unfortunately, the Western theme is really putting potential buyers off because for $1 million price tag, people are expecting more cosmopolitan than cowboy. I'm off to meet Kevin, their realtor now, to see what he thinks is going wrong. How many viewings have you had at the property?
We've had approximately 20 viewings booked by real estate agents, a number of open houses that have been very busy. So all in all, Sophie, we've probably had 100 people through the house.
Wow.
That is a lot. Okay, so it's a fantastic location, fantastic house on a fantastic lot. What's dragging it down?
Well, Sophie, once people leave the great kitchen, that's where their expectations start being underwhelmed. As you've seen, that the house is very well entrenched in the Southwestern style of decorating. It's just too much for people.
And that's not the look that people expect to see in a $1 million plus neighborhood. But I'm confident that when we give the house a more refined look, it will really make a difference.
I think they're going to just love it, and it'll sell quickly.
David and Suzana want to start a new phase in their life, but to do that, they've got to sell their home, which at the moment is more ranch house than townhouse. And that is why I want to show them a comparable house in the neighborhood, so they get a better idea of what people are expecting to see for $1 million plus.
Very nice.
Similar size room to yours. I want to point out the window because the trim is painted white, but they've continued that theme throughout, and I think it looks really nice. Even though it's painted, you still know it's wood and it still stands out. What are your thoughts on the fireplace?
Very traditional, but it's nicer looking than ours.
I love the way you have a wood-burning fireplace. It's very nice, especially in cities where most is gas and electric. I just want to make more of a feature of it. Let's go on through to the dining room then. I know it's a bit more traditional than suits your taste, but it's slightly more in keeping with the $1 million price tag. Do you like the radiator covers?
I do. They blend nicely.
That's what we want to do in your house. Cover the radiators downstairs that mirror the wainscoting so they look like original features. Should we go upstairs?
Oh, isn't this sweet?
What they've done here is they've made the baby's room the smallest of the 3 rooms. Okay. Now this is the second bedroom, which is good because that means you do have 3 bedrooms. The last bedroom left. This room is a similar size to your room. I do think it feels a bit bigger, and I think it's because the dark doorways along one side of the room is quite oppressive, so that's why I'd like to get rid of them, and I think your room will then look bigger. Should we mosey on downstairs? What words would you use to describe this house?
Traditional and classic.
Bingo. Now, this might not be your cup of tea, but it's quite neutral and, as you said, classic. And it sold for over $1 million.
Well, I guess that's what we want, isn't it?
I'm glad David and Suzana finally realised that we're here to help them get what they want. So to speed things along, we've called in our very own cowboy, contractor Anthony Sayers.
Anthony's in charge of construction, so he'll go through with you what changes we're going to make.
Great.
Walking into your house, I noticed you have like a huge southwestern theme going on.
You noticed.
And a lot of wood. It's a little too much, actually. So we need to just carry the painted trim throughout the room, right? So instead of breaking it up. Your walls have like a faux finish.
Is it supposed to be sort of tobacco stained?
Tobacco whiskey.
All the good stuff.
We just need to make it one color throughout. Your fireplace is nice, but it's a little dated. But I really like this. It's really nice. So what I was thinking is maybe using marble and going around the perimeter of it and then transitioning to wood.
That sounds really
so
nice.
I'll reuse this. I'll just bring it forward.
So that's going to give it a much more cosmopolitan feel.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I think is important.
So we just need to repurpose the rooms that are upstairs, make all the rooms bedrooms.
Yeah, because I think for $1 million, you've got to maximise the bedroom space upstairs. So usually I say at this point that all hands on deck, but I think you should sit down and we should start herding up them cows.
Here we go. Oh my God.
My God.
The house is starting to take shape already. The horns are gone, the big boulders are gone. It's really starting to look like a different house already. I'm glad this is getting done before this one comes along because it'll be that much more difficult holding a babe and trying to do this.
This paint colour makes such a difference because now it doesn't look like a sort of saloon, it looks like a sitting room. I don't think that tobacco-coloured paint was very nice. This is looking considerably better than before. That brown was a killer.
Yeah, it was awful. This is just primer that we've put on so far. Have you ever tried painting any of these louver doors? Nightmare.
Really?
Yeah, it takes a really long time, and if you're not careful, it drips and just makes a huge mess.
How do you stop the paint getting stuck under there?
The best thing actually for this is to work with another person. One rolls and the other will brush stroke the door out.
Okay.
So you can roll, and then I'll just follow you and brush it out. But this makes it so much faster for sure, or else you'd stand here for a good 4 hours doing one door.
Honey, I can't stand here for 4 hours. I've got places to be, people to see. Well, we've done this one. We've got another 5 to do, so we better go and take them off the handles then.
Okay. Now that the room has been painted out and it looks spectacular, the rad, not so nice. So what I've done is made up these nice decorative boxes, decorative aluminum, and some molding that I've made up. I'm gonna attach the aluminum to the back of the boxes and then close it off with the trim. Paint it out nice white to match the trim, put a nice lid on it so that you can put pictures and make it a design element in the room.
Oh, what beautiful wood.
I know.
My gum wood.
Doesn't this make you want to cry?
Yeah, you missed a spot on it.
Well, the house is coming along nicely. We've taken out all the cowboy knickknacks and the whole ambiance of the place is changing. It's becoming a bit more sophisticated. But I'm not cracking open the champagne quite yet because, well, we've still got a way to go. This is going to look like $1 million when it's finished.
It already looks like $1 million, no?
I'd say more $500,000.
Okay, I can work with that. So remember before we had the red towels in the hearth? So I broke it out and put this nice ceramic towel. I had to put the marble first because you can't have combustible material touching the actual fireplace. So the marble first and then transition to wood. Piece of MDF that I cut up. We need to just close off the red brick.
That definitely does not match with that.
No. I drilled a hole through the marble so that we can still open the flue.
It looks much more $1 million pad now. How much did all this cost?
The ceramic towels, the marble, the woods, the glue, everything, I would say $200 maximum.
Wow. I'm off now anyway. I'm going to leave you to it because I don't want to stop a great work in progress.
Excellent.
See you later.
Okay.
Upgrading old features like tired-looking fireplaces doesn't have to cost an arm and a leg, but small updates will make a big difference when you're trying to sell. This house in a very comparable upscale neighborhood has similar characteristic elements, but they've been superbly updated, modernizing the house to match its $1 million price tag. This fireplace isn't even wood-burning like David and Suzana's, but its design is classic with a modern flair. Small additions like the marble surround paired with a fresh white paint job on the wood mouldings and cabinets make this a selling feature. All the wood paneling and trim have been painted out in a crisp white. You still get the benefits of the old, timeless wood, but with a freshness that carries throughout the house. The dining room is steer-horn-free and shows beautifully. A lovely dining table grounds the space, and updated elements like the modern light fixtures and chairs enhance the room and show off those spectacular white mouldings. Into the master bedroom, where the continuous white trim, light colour palette and simple styling makes the room feel larger than it actually is. This house has all the class of a $1 million home, including 2 extra bedrooms. I know our plans for David and Suzana's home will bring it up to the same level of elegance, giving the southwestern theme a send-off into the sunset.
David and Suzana's house is in a great location and it's on the market for $1,029,000. Potential buyers are being put off by the cowboy theme, so we got rid of that. We've made the house look a bit more elegant with some clever use of paint.
Painting the wood a beautiful and crisp white was definitely the right way to go. The room now looks updated and classic, but with a modern flair. We've reused the same furniture in the room, but it's astonishing how transformed the space looks with newly updated fireplace and paint job. For such a small investment, the new fireplace is sure to get tons of attention. The dining room was a sea of dark wood which overshadowed the old-world elements of the room. Now totally brightened, the room shines with elegance and the stained glass windows can finally take centre stage. A brand new dining table and raised light fixture create the sophisticated look that buyers expect to see. And Anthony's custom-made radiator covers looks original to the space. Finally, the entire main floor feels as top-notch as that gorgeous kitchen. The master bedroom felt dark and ranch-like, but changing the wall colour, painting the dark wood white and banishing the themed decor completely brightened it up. Changing the baby's room into a guest bedroom was the perfect way to show off the potential of the space, and the neutral styling will definitely appeal to a broader range of buyers. But we didn't forget baby Liam. What was once the office has now been transformed into a charming baby's room, without any of the clutter disguising the size of the space. The total cost will be worth the effect in the end because a house of this caliber needs to fit its million-dollar expectations in a competitive market. Extra effort always pays off though where open houses are concerned.
Nothing chops up the flow of a room like different colour paint, and that doesn't just apply to walls. If your baseboard, wainscoting, trim are painted, make sure the same paint colour continues throughout. Make sure a design theme doesn't overshadow your house, because whatever your own personal style is, potential buyers are here to see bricks and mortar. When the price tag goes up, so do the expectations of potential buyers. And for $1 million, people are expecting perfection. No detail is too small.
I love the new living room and dining room. It looks awesome.
The fireplace before, I definitely think it was dated. It needed a facelift, and I love what they did with it, actually.
I'm sure that it'll spark a lot of enthusiasm.
This house has finally earned its $1 million price tag. It's sophisticated, it's elegant, and it's much more in keeping with the neighborhood.
Now we just have to see if potential buyers agree.
The open house is just around the corner, and it is looking fab in there. We've purged the house of the Wild West theme, and it's looking like $1 million pad again. But the proof's in the pudding, so we'll have to wait and see what the potential buyers think. So we've got family room.
This is beautiful. It's quite the difference.
So you've been here before then. What were your thoughts before?
I thought it was a little too Santa Fe. This is me. I love these colors. I love the combination of the aqua and the cream.
It's a gas fireplace or wood burning?
No, it's a wood burning fireplace.
Looks fabulous.
I'll show you through to the dining room.
This looks so much nicer. It looks like a totally different room.
The wainscoting was a totally different colour wood, do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely.
My favourite thing about this house is these wooden floors.
It's a space I think that a lot of people would feel very comfortable in.
This is the second bedroom.
I can remember thinking it was small, and all of a sudden, it looks a lot more spacious.
That's because before they had a cot, a changing table, and a couch. And the furniture wasn't big, but the amount of it made it look much smaller. Well, wait till you see the master bedroom.
Oh, I love it.
Was this a wood before? I can't believe the difference. It really brings out the color of the floor.
I think you'd be very comfortable in this room.
The last bedroom.
This room was something else, and the baby's room was...
Baby's room was there.
Okay.
And this was an office. If you're going to go over $1 million, you really need 3 bedrooms. Now, you initially said that when you first came round, you were unsure about the size of the bedrooms.
Yes.
How has that changed?
They definitely seem larger, especially the master bedroom.
It just looks a lot more inviting, and you can sort of start to picture your own furniture being in here.
Do you think it now has the look of $1 million house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think it's beautiful. It shows really, really well.
I love everything about the house, from the spaciousness to the functionality to the colors.
Let's move in.
Sophie, I'm absolutely blown away. The feedback that I received from the guests today was very positive. I think some of them will be back, and my hope is that one of them will be interested in putting in an offer on this house.
Fingers crossed.
The house looks amazing. It looks so different. Painting out the gumwood I thought was going to totally ruin the warmth of that room, and I'm surprised that it hasn't.
Making the other room back into an actual bedroom, I think it adds more appeal. The way the rooms are flowing is really nice. I'm pleasantly surprised with the way that they put everything together.
Do I think the house looks like $1 million? Yes, I do think so. I just hope other people do as well.
After transforming David and Suzana's house into a sellable property, interest in this stunning house definitely increased, which means these proud new parents will soon be able to move into their country dream house without looking back.
In today's real estate market, houses can be bought and sold in a matter of days, and bidding wars are common. So if your property's been on the market for an extended period of time, you've got problems, and now is not the time for timid baby steps. You've got to find out what's wrong, act fast, and act boldly.
Because in real estate, if you snooze, you lose. Wendy and Matthew and their 2 daughters have been living in this detached bungalow for 11 years. But the kids are growing up and they need more space, so it's time to move on. The house was on the market for $629,000 and it's been reduced twice to $579,000, and even that hasn't generated any offers. So there's obviously a problem. To make matters worse, Wendy and Matthew lost out on their dream home because they couldn't sell this one, and that risks happening again. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Hey, Amanda, get back in line. It is a mystery to us why the house hasn't been selling. Because when we bought this house as a couple, it had everything that we wanted.
We've decided to buy a bigger house because we have 2 bedrooms upstairs, and with the girls getting older, I think they need some more privacy space, and so do we.
The house is just too small for us. I'm ready to move on.
It's important for us to sell this house because we found a house that we all really like, and we're going to put an offer in next week.
It's definitely stressful. We're basically closing the door on this house, and we want to move into our new house.
This cute little bungalow is on one of the best streets in a really desirable area, close to shops, restaurants, trendy boutiques. So it should be a bit of a no-brainer selling it. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Sophie.
I'm Wendy.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Matthew.
So you definitely need some help.
We do need some help.
Definitely.
It's funny coming straight in from the outside into the kitchen, but it's not a bad size. Could do with a bit of an upgrade.
Yes, definitely.
I love the floor.
That's what sold us.
Yeah.
That's the floor when we walked into the house.
See, and that's what I want someone to do when they come in. So, sitting room. The orange, not gonna lie to you, has quite a bright orange. This is a wood-burning fire, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Love that. It's a really great selling feature, but the orange is kind of drowning out the paintings and also the stove. Through here to the dining room. Again, pretty orange, but you've got all the features that people look for. You've got the baseboard, you've got the cornicings, but the whole vibe of this dining room is kind of country cottage. It's lovely, but it's not really what people are expecting to see. So, where to next?
Down the hall?
Down the hall.
Bedroom.
Ah, interesting. What's with the stars on the ceiling?
This used to be the girls' room, and then when we put the house on the market, we switched so that this would be the master bedroom.
Okay. I had stars on my ceiling when I was little as well. They're very difficult to get off.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Blue. Another very jolly colour. So whose room is this?
This is the girls' room.
But where do both girls sleep?
Amanda, the younger one, sleeps on top, and Michelle sleeps underneath. It's a trundle. You pull it out.
So she sleeps on a bed that is underneath another bed.
Wow.
And hopefully we can get this house sold so Michelle can move to her permanent bed.
I hope so.
Into the basement where Wendy has been running an actual daycare centre out of the house. There's so many toys.
This is the daycare.
This room is a good feature. I think we should make more of it. No one really wants a daycare centre in their basement, and a lot of people might not want to put this much room aside purely to the children. So it's a really big size, and it'd be great for a family room, less kids stuff, more adult stuff. I've had a look at the house now, so I know what we need to change. So if we go upstairs and have a bit of a chat? Sure. This house has real potential, and on paper it should have sold. But potential buyers are being put off by the daycare theme that runs throughout. I mean, who wants purple walls and glow-in-the-dark stars? You want chic, sophisticated, clean, modern lines to match the neighbourhood. This house has great bones. It's in a lovely area, the rooms flow well together, and it's got a lot of the features that people are looking for. But I think the problem with this house is that the decor is very cottagey. I like the old world antique theme, but it's more successful in the country. Whereas this is a young, trendy neighbourhood. And I think the majority of potential buyers be wanting to see a slightly more modern, updated look. But to do that, we're going to have to upgrade the kitchen. The second problem is the slightly overwhelming daycare theme. I think it starts with the playground feel outside, the master bedroom with the stars and the lavender, and then obviously the daycare downstairs. Right. So we just need to de-daycare and make the decor a bit more cosmopolitan, urban. And then I think this house is going to look fantastic.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
Potential buyers' first impression of this bungalow is that the kids from daycare have just taken over. I'm going to meet Vito Vesio, the realtor, to see why he thinks this house isn't selling. Vito, how long has Wendy and Matthew's house been on the market?
On market approximately 50 days.
So just under 2 months.
Correct.
What is the average in this neighborhood?
Approximately 30 days.
Okay. Have you had a lot of people through the door?
We've had about 12 to 14 open houses, and through that, probably averaging about 5 to 6 couples come through. So we've had pretty good exposure on it.
Vito, how would you describe this neighborhood?
Very affluent. There's a lot of first-time buyers wanting to come into this particular area, and there's a lot of people who are also looking to downsize.
So what you're saying is a lot of people are downsizing from these big houses, so presumably they're used to a slightly more sophisticated look. And at the moment, Wendy and Matthew's house lacks that.
Yes, it does.
Well, I know that when we get rid of the daycare feel and get it looking more urban, it's going to attract a ton of new buyers.
But yeah, I think that should make the difference from eventually selling it.
Thank you, Vito. It's obvious that the daycare feel in Matthew and Wendy's house has to go. This house has got to grow up, and it's got to grow up quickly if it wants a sale. That's why I'm showing them a comparable house in the neighborhood, so they get a better idea of what they've got to do to their house to get a sale. This house, it's slightly more geared towards the adults. They do have children, but you wouldn't necessarily know it. What do you think about the color palette?
Nice and soft and warm.
This is a kind of style we're looking for.
And speaking of style, I want to bring you right through to the kitchen.
Now, the general effect is modern, expensive, clean. And that is what we're going to do in your kitchen.
Okay.
And it's especially important in your kitchen because you walk straight into it. So it has to have a very powerful first impression.
Right.
Okay, now down to the basement. This room is smaller than your room, but it's more of a selling feature. And I know they do have kids because I can see all their kiddie stuff there.
Right.
But this room is definitely geared more towards the grown-ups.
Right.
They do have a baby's room, but it's the master bedroom that has the most impact.
Now, I know that you didn't decorate your own room to have purple walls and stars on the ceiling, but for a lot of people walking into a house and seeing the master bedroom obviously being a kid's room is a massive turn-off. But here, the balance between children and adults is the right one. And it sold for slightly under asking price within 12 days.
Wow.
But once we've made the changes to your house has every chance of selling quickly.
I think I've managed to shock Wendy and Matthew enough to kickstart the work that needs to be done. But to do it right, I've called in general contractor Anthony Sayers.
So Anthony is the man with the plan. The kitchen's a first impression, and at the moment I'm underwhelmed. So what are you going to do?
Well, right away you want to make something dramatic happening, right? So big impact, nice backsplash, some under-counter lighting to highlight the backsplash. You have some cabinets on the side. Maybe cut out the wood and put some nice glass in it just to make it a feature. And handles on the doors, nice neutral color, gonna make a huge impact as soon as you walk in that door. In the living room, you have orange on the walls, so we just need to tone it down and put more focus on the fireplace, make it more of a focal point.
And what about the master bedroom?
Yes, the purple room upstairs. We need to get rid of the colors that are in the room. Take the glowing stars down. It's just a little overwhelming.
So give upstairs a more sophisticated, elegant, urban look.
Yeah, exactly.
And as for the basement, I know you have a special project planned, which is?
Well, build a divider here to just pretty much separate the two rooms. So you'll have like a kiddie corner if you want, office, entertainment room.
Well, we've got quite a lot to do, so should we get to it?
Yes. Yeah, let's go.
Brilliant. Wow, it's coming along in here. What do you think?
I like the color.
It's nice and neutral. I see what you're saying. Like, it makes a difference already, I think.
Yeah.
And it makes the room look, well, bigger and more grown up.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you guys to it. Okay. See you in a bit.
See you later.
Thanks.
Wow, this has come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Coming straight into the kitchen is a downside.
Yeah.
People don't really like it. So we've got to turn that on its head, make the kitchen a real selling point. The tiles, pretty sleek and sophisticated.
Yes, I think they're absolutely beautiful. Glass tiles, transition to subway, white subway tiles.
What's this?
This is a valance that is going to hide the under-counter lighting. The lighting is going to highlight the backsplash.
The cupboards are really coming along as well.
What I've done is taken pieces of molding, primed it, painted it. Same with the cabinet doors. And then just nailed them on like 3 inches all the way around to keep a border. These handles, really nice. We're just adding a little bit more sophistication to the kitchen.
Hopefully, the new potential buyers will walk through the door and fall in love with it like Matthew and Wendy did.
I think they're gonna be wowed when they walk through the front door.
Hey there.
Hi.
How's the lamp assembling going?
Not bad.
Ooh, they look pretty smart.
Really smart. I really like them.
So what do you think of it down here?
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a different feel. Like, totally grown up.
Totally grown up, but it must be a bit emotional for you because the daycare's now closed. I mean, this was your office, your home, where your kids grew up.
You're gonna make me cry.
Oh no, am I gonna make you cry?
It's just emotional because we've been here for so long, and to see it changed so much I love it. It's great. I'm happy to move. It's just,
It's emotional.
It's emotional.
So we're mainly happy.
Yes.
We're mainly happy. That's good.
99% happy. 1% sad. Yeah. But I'll be 100% happy when the house sells.
Yeah.
And we move on.
When you move on.
Yeah.
So what I've built is just a couple of dividers that we're gonna put in the basement. It's gonna section off the downstairs by separating the entertainment room from the kids area as well as the computer area. So all it is just a couple 2x3s that we've just mitered the corners together. And once they're finished, we're going to paint them white and then hang them from the ceiling to section off the TV room from the rest of the space. It's a very inexpensive project, creating a style element in the basement along with the built-ins that are there.
Small projects that add decorative flair are always a good idea when you're selling your home to make it look as updated as possible. This comparable house in a neighborhood close by has just that kind of updated feel. The living room feels spacious but comfortable, and the styling is grown up and modern. The couches look new and the wall colour is extremely neutral, so the furniture and layout take centre stage. The living room flows right into the dining room where the neutral tones are carried through. The space is simple, clean and uncluttered, which is precisely what buyers want to see. This room has only the furniture that it needs to show it off as a proper dining space. A simple table and chair set and one accent piece ensures that the focus is on the space as opposed to the furniture itself. Walking into this kitchen, the immediate feeling is modern and new. Whether they're first-time buyers or downsizers, everyone wants a kitchen that looks this stylish. The backsplash is modern and interesting and immediately draws attention. And the cabinets have been dressed up with contemporary handles to give the impression of a newly updated space. The master bedroom looks quite large because of the scaled-down furniture. Simple styling always helps when you're trying to show buyers the size and functionality of a bedroom. The final space in this house is the basement, and it's a great comparison to Wendy and Matthew's because it's quite similar in size, but it really shows as a secondary adult living space. The room gives the sense that it can be used for just about any purpose, and the only toy in here is the one for the adults. Wendy and Matthew's home should have sold. It's a great little house in a very desirable neighbourhood, but potential buyers around here are looking for elegance and style rather than swings and play sets. But I think the changes we've made are going to turn this house from unsellable to sellable. From the front lawn, Wendy and Matthew's house looked more like a daycare, and potential buyers don't want to see that. So we got rid of the toys and did some grown-up grooming. For a first impression right through the front door, the kitchen was seriously lacking that wow factor to draw buyers in. But now we've turned it into a real selling feature. The modern backsplash makes a huge impact, and the stylish subway tiles will appeal to urban buyers. And as for those old cabinet doors, the updates we've done actually make this kitchen look brand new, saving you a major renovation job and proving that sometimes just a few clever tricks of the trade are all you need.
The living room was too much cottage and not enough class, so we've toned it down with some simple paint and accessories. To save on costs, we've reused an old sofa but added a custom slipcover to make it look like new. We got rid of that loud orange colour to let the fireplace speak for itself. When you're trying to sell, always highlight original features instead of hiding them. In the dining room, we've modernised by paring down the furniture and smoothing out the colour tones to feel more airy and urban. Spaciousness is important when buyers are trying to picture their own furniture in the room. The master bedroom's grapey walls and ceiling stars needed to grow up fast, so we infused the room with a colour palette that's sophisticated and warm. Buyers want to see a master bedroom that's as neutral as possible so they can start picturing themselves in the space, and we've definitely achieved that here. The second bedroom was too crammed with kid stuff, so we've graduated this room to a space that looks livable. The daycare basement needed the most care of all. Too many toys were masking the true potential of this huge room. So we defined and separated the space with Anthony's custom room dividers, which now make a feature out of the grown-up living area, while still maintaining a space for work and playtime. Creating a contemporary TV room made this basement feel more like an additional living space, something that young families will appreciate and downsizers will value. Updating this once kiddie playground may have come with an adult price tag, but at a total cost of $3,000, it's what this house needed to attract buyers looking for a property in this urban neighborhood. And appealing to the target market is what it's all about, so open houses have to follow suit.
If your house has an unusual layout, like the front door leading straight onto the kitchen, make sure the decor and fixtures are first class, so the first impressions won't be weird, they'll be wonderful. By maximising the space in your house, you maximise the value, so create usable, functional living space. The heart of the house is the kitchen. So if you spend a little more on lighting, fixtures, tiles, decor, it can make a real difference. As I've said before, sometimes you've got to spend money to make money.
Well, this daycare is officially closed. This house's new styling is elegant and adult, and I think it has a much better chance of selling, but we'll have to wait and see what the potential buyers think. Well, the open house is here, and I'm hoping our new, grown-up, elegant styling should really generate some interest. So, to really get a good market opinion, we've arranged viewings with realtors representing a range of potential buyers.
Hello, I'm Sophie.
Hi, Sophie.
Nice
I'm
to
John.
meet you. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Well, come on through to the kitchen. What are your first thoughts?
It's quite nice, actually. Nice and bright. Nice Mexican tiles on the floor. Nice backsplash.
Come on through to the sitting room.
Have you viewed this property before?
I came to the first open house.
Right. So how do you feel it looks different in here?
The whole atmosphere is different.
Come on through to the dining room.
Okay. Lots of room in here.
It wouldn't even have to repaint.
No.
This is beautiful.
It's given it a modern feel with the new light fixtures, the warmer colors, some of the detail.
Brilliant.
That's good.
Well, you will see a big change in the master bedroom.
Oh, wow. This is great space.
It's a good-sized master bedroom.
Yeah, the colors are quite warm.
You think it's a good enough size?
It seems so now, yes.
Yeah. And relative to the house.
I think it's definitely a nice master bedroom. But I'm going to show you the guest bedroom.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice. The difference in the colors, the light colors, makes all the difference.
Okay, I'll come and show you the basement. So, here is your TV room.
Very nice. Very nice.
Remember this more with a lot of kids' toys.
Yes.
But now you've separated, so it's nice.
So you're real estate agents.
Yes.
So you know the market, you see a lot of houses. How do you think this one compares to other houses in the neighborhood?
I find this one finished off nicer than most of the ones that I see. Somebody could move in here tomorrow and be quite happy.
Right.
I believe it is competitive now, especially for a two-bedroom fully detached. There's not many fully detached in this neighborhood at this price point, so.
And I think mostly people like the very modern look. And I think you've managed to accomplish that with this.
Right. So you think this house is sellable?
Most definitely, I would say.
Well, lovely to meet you.
The house is gorgeous. The colors are beautiful. It just flows better because all the colors are unified between the 2 rooms. It's relaxing, inviting. It's perfect.
The feel of the house is upscale. And I think definitely the new people that move into this house are going to really enjoy all the changes that have been made to the house. And in some sense, I'm going to miss it now, but I think I'll take some of these ideas and take it into my new house.
I'm hoping that we'll have a quick sale, if not multiple offers, and it will be off our hands and we'll be able to move on to a new house.
Since we've given Wendy and Matthew's house that first-class, sophisticated feeling, it's been receiving the adult attention it deserves. Interest levels have increased, which means they can finally get ready to upgrade to a bigger house for a fresh start. Selling a house in today's market can be tricky, and when the stakes are high, every detail counts. As a property expert, I know you shouldn't have your house lingering on the market, but sometimes getting homeowners to see the light, it's half the battle. Stephen is a divorced dad who made it big in the high-tech industry and is now following his dreams of becoming an inventor. His house has incredible views of Lake Ontario and it's on the market for $1.3 million. The problem is, it's not selling. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Well, I bought the house about 4 years ago. I loved it because of the location. The location's to die for. The selling point is the view. Well, I decided a few years ago that I needed to focus on this invention that I had come up with. The idea for my invention is to help deaf people communicate with the rest of the world. I'm starting to need capital to move it forward, so it's unfortunate I have to sell, but I have to sell it to fulfill my dream. I'm running out of money. All my money is tied up in the house. So if I don't sell the house, that's a huge problem.
Stephen's house is situated on a double lot in the Scarborough Bluffs, an upscale neighbourhood that overlooks Lake Ontario. There's only a certain fixed number of waterside properties, and Stephen's has an amazing view. On top of that, similar-sized houses on this street have been selling between $900,000 to $1.5 million, so we know it's not incorrectly priced. People should be lining up to buy it, but he hasn't received a single offer. There's obviously a bit of a problem. Hi.
Hey, hi. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. Wow. That is some view.
It's $1 million view. It's awesome.
But the house is still not selling.
It's been on the market for 2 months.
Not a single offer.
Not a single offer.
This is a fantastic room. It's quite 70s. It's definitely got a retro feel. And the wood is quite 70s as well.
Definitely is.
I think the open plan concept works really well. And the nice thing is the paint colour's not battling with the view. It leads the eye straight out into the garden. It's beautiful. Wow, there's a lot of wood in here. Doesn't scream 1.3 million, this kitchen.
Not at all. It needs an update.
It does need an update.
Yeah.
So where to next?
Follow me.
Brilliant. Huh. I've never seen a Juliet door inside before. What is it, the door to nowhere?
No, it's actually my office. Here's my office.
Ooh, I love the floor.
The original floors.
Very pretty. I think we can do something in here.
You think you can?
It's a little bit dark. Onwards and upwards?
Yep.
Nice size room.
It's a great size room.
Nice neutrally painted. I'm not a fan of vertical blinds.
They're the original.
So that's the guest bedroom. Let's check out the master bedroom. What a lovely room. It's a good size, you've got the original floor, and you've got an incredible view.
What more could you ask for?
Well, I think we should get out into the garden.
All right, then. It's great.
This looks a little rickety. Stephen. It's just all weeds.
It's awful, isn't it?
Right. The garden is fantastic, but it does have a slight air of dilapidation about it.
I've tried to weed. It's just so overgrown.
Wow. That is absolutely beautiful.
We can have margaritas.
So we don't have time. We've got weeding, painting.
The view from Stephen's house is fantastic, but for $1.3 million, people want more than just a view. So if we're going to sell this house, we've got to make sure the interior and the gardens wow just as much as the view. This house has a lot going for it. It's a good size. I like the open plan concept. But obviously, we can't just rely on the view to sell this house.
Okay.
There are a few oddities. The 1950s kitchen was a bit of a surprise. What we need to do is make it livable. I'm not talking about a complete redo, but we don't want them to go running for the hills when they see it. Having 2 bedrooms on this level I don't think is enough, because this is a family neighbourhood. I think if we made the office a bedroom, that would be fantastic. There's a 70s feel, but it's also quite a masculine feel here. I think we can maybe soften the edges a bit.
Definitely need the feminine touch.
Yes. The garden is a fantastic size, but what I would say is the $1 million view is slightly obscured. So what we want to do is make the garden flow towards the view.
Okay.
Once we've done all this, I think this will be a great package with the view, with the garden, with the interior. And then we can have margaritas and look at the view.
All right.
When the work is finished.
Stephen has to sell his house so he can put the capital toward his new invention to help the deaf.
His house has gorgeous views of the lake, but the inside lets it down. It's tired, it's dated, it is not family friendly, and the garden is full of weeds. I've got a meeting now with Kim, the real estate agent, to see what she thinks is going on with the house. Now, what type of buyer do you think is going to fall in love with this house?
What would be nice to see is a family buy it or a couple buy it, as opposed to the other option would be a builder.
Because the family are going to pay the 1.3.
That's right.
Whereas a builder probably want to pay around $1 million.
That's right. Okay. Exactly.
So from the families, what feedback have you had?
Not enough bedrooms on the main level.
Yeah.
And the kitchen, they weren't enthralled with the kitchen at all. But they love the location, love that view. So those pros have to kind of outweigh those cons.
So I think 3 bedrooms upstairs is really, really important.
Indeed.
So once we've made the inside slightly more family-orientated, 3 bedrooms, upgraded the kitchen, and made the garden a bit tidier.
That'll make the house sing, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll generate some proper interest and some offers.
For sure, yeah, I think that should do it.
Steve, I wanted to show you a comparable house in the neighbourhood that shows well, but the problem is your house is so unique. It's difficult to find a comparison. But I don't think I've done badly with this one, so come on in.
Great. Look forward to it.
This is one of the 2 sitting rooms in the house. It's nice and bright, but it's just a touch more feminine, a bit more family-orientated than your house.
Mine needs a feminine touch.
Yes. Now, you know that one of your house's Achilles' heels is the kitchen. It's putting potential buyers off, and you've had feedback from people, so you know what it is. Now, this kitchen, it's by no means brand new, but it shows really well. The cupboards, they're clean, they're fresh, new hardware. So the 50s kitchen out, modern kitchen in.
All right.
Now, I really want to show you the 3 bedrooms upstairs. I know what you're thinking.
Small.
You're thinking small, and you're not wrong. So upstairs, you have 3 bedrooms all on the one floor, which families want. So having 3 bedrooms on the same floor is a good thing. That's why I want to turn the study into a bedroom, appealing to the family vote.
Right.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It really is.
The good thing about this house is it's more family orientated. Slightly smaller and slightly scruffier than your house, but it shows really well. And this house sold in 6 days.
6 days?
6 days, yeah. But that should make you feel positive, because we're gonna create changes in your house. It's gonna make it look fabulous. But we do have a lot of work to do.
Let's get to it.
Okay. To help us get that fabulous, updated look, I've called in general contractor Anthony Sayers. Anthony is head of construction, so he's gonna go through the nuts and bolts of what we want to do.
Great. Great house, by the way. Outdated a little.
A little.
But it's nice. I like the paneling, but we need to address it by just painting it out to blend in with the rest of the house. Going into your kitchen, your cabinets are really outdated.
Really outdated.
Yeah. We'll prime them out, paint them.
Make it livable.
Yeah.
Good idea.
And your office, I'm gonna take the door out and close it in with glass, some nice green glass, so that you can still let light through. Make that a 3rd bedroom.
That's a great idea.
Let's head outside, because we have lots of interesting things going on outside.
Sounds
Super.
good.
Okay. First of all, I think we need to address the railing. It's falling down, so we'll just rebuild the whole railing.
How are we going to landscape the garden so the eye is drawn towards the view?
We're going to start by landscaping the garden, de-weeding it, exposing the rock garden that's here. And then the other garden, we're going to cut out some of the plants that are there just to open up the view a little bit better, right?
Sounds fantastic.
The $1 million view is over there, so let's go over. I've got a great idea. What we need to do out here is create more of a seating area. So we'll do that by putting down some flagstones, patio stones.
We have a lot of work to do, so I suggest we get in the house and start.
That looks much more sturdy.
Yes, it is, because the original one was nailed, and I've screwed everything together. Screws will hold the materials together. Nails kind of give out over time, right? I've got new pressure-treated pieces of wood.
What does pressure-treated mean?
It's coated with a special chemical that will help preserve the wood for like 15 to 25 years.
Wow.
And it's cheaper than cedar.
So cheap and long-lasting.
Yes.
Now, is it going to stay this colour?
Yes.
We're not going to paint it or anything?
No, not yet. You have to let pressure-treated sit and weather for a full year before you can stain it or paint it.
Because the two woods kind of don't really match at the moment.
After we finish everything, we'll power wash the old wood, and hopefully it will kind of blend in to the new stuff.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Looks $1 million.
Well, thank you. Building a stone patio takes a few steps. First, remove the top layer of grass, remove a few inches of dirt. Take this great stuff, it's called filter cloth. What it does is prevents any weeds from growing through the patio, and it will help for water drainage. Lay your filter cloth over the area, and then take this magical stuff, it's called screening. It's like sand and gravel mixed together. Use it to level out the pad as much as possible. Tamp it, make it as compact as you can, and then put your stones down. Patio is fairly easy to do, you just gotta get your hands dirty.
The garden is looking so much better. We've weeded and taken out the excess shrubbery, and that gives the rock garden colour and adds structure to the garden, and more importantly, they draw the eye to the view. I'm really pleased. Backyards are extremely important, especially to young families, so whatever dirty work you gotta do to make it look good, it will be worth the effort. This house is similar in price and presented as nicely on the outside as it is on the inside. Aside from being superbly decorated, this living room is sophisticated and gender neutral. The modern decor would appeal to a variety of buyers instead of screaming bachelor pad. The same could be said of this elegant dining room where classic styling will catch the attention of potential buyers. I always stress that an updated kitchen adds value. Buyers looking in this price range expect this level of design in a kitchen, but whatever price your home is listed at, painting your cupboards with a modern palette and updating the hardware is a good place to start. The master bedroom is just as lovely and spacious as Stephen's, but it's been accessorized, giving it a higher-end feel. Small details always make a big difference, and in this house, the attention to detail makes it look like $1 million. Stephen is laying everything on the line by selling his house to finance his new invention. The interior was very dated and the garden was totally overgrown. But now we've got rid of the dated decor and we've done some serious landscaping. I think it's not just the view that looks $1 million. Stephen's bachelor pad living room needed a bit of a feminine touch, so we brightened it up with a paint job and some simple decor accents. Stephen replaced his dated furniture with new pieces, versatile enough for him to take wherever he goes. The dining room didn't need much work, but by simply adding new drapes and an inexpensive light fixture, we've given it the ambiance which makes people feel at home. Stephen's outdated kitchen was putting potential buyers off.
So we freshened up the cupboards with a coat of paint and added new hardware. You can't underwhelm buyers' expectations with a kitchen that doesn't look like it's worth the price tag. But sometimes a simple update is all you need. We completely transformed Stephen's office into a charming third bedroom, which buyers expect to see in such a large home. Trading in those dated vertical blinds for new drapes really makes a feature out of the beautiful window. As for that strange door that led to nowhere, Anthony's idea to replace it with glass worked out beautifully. The guest bedroom had all the elements it should, but none of the charm. It's important to dress a room when you're trying to sell, because you don't want space that adds value to seem like an afterthought. The master bedroom was already a selling feature, but for $1 million you want it to look as smart as possible. So we dressed it up with accessories to give it a chic look to match the price tag. And as for the biggest selling feature, we pulled out all the stops to turn Stephen's huge backyard garden into the $1 million oasis it should be. The barbecue patio area needed more of a wow factor. So we turned it into a fabulous eating spot worthy of summer entertaining. The interlocking bricks were weather-stained and full of weeds, but a thorough clean made them look like new, turning this patio into the kind of backyard haven a $1 million pad deserves. The dilapidated stairs and railings were unsafe, a huge turn-off for potential buyers. But Anthony's new railing is safe and sound, and after a little power wash, all the wood blends beautifully, making it look like new. Curb appeal doesn't just apply to front yards. You want to make sure the backyard looks just as fab. As for all those shrubs blocking the $1 million view, our fresh landscaping has added the value that this house needed. Especially now that everything flows nicely right through to the new flagstone sitting area, which is a perfect place to enjoy the vista. The entire property now has the look of a $1 million pad, and at a grand total of $4,000, the money spent will now be money gained when buyers see this house for what it's really worth. Matching the look to the price is nothing, though, without a little clever marketing.
The kitchen is one of the most important features of the house, but if you don't have the budget for a full reno, a coat of paint and clean surfaces work miracles. It's worthwhile considering buyers with families. So turn that media room back into a valuable bedroom. Families love bedrooms. In many cases, your home is not just bricks and mortar. It includes the entire property. And if you're blessed with a spectacular view, then make the most of it. Cut down the trees, trim the bushes, and open the curtains.
Oh, the changes are absolutely amazing. With people coming through in the house, they'll see a much more friendly home, much more inviting.
The house and the garden are now on par with the view. Stephen's house has been updated, it's family friendly, this place has been transformed. It's open house time, and I think potential buyers are going to be impressed with the view inside as well as out. But there's only one way to find out. Let's open those doors.
It's lovely to meet you. Well, come on through.
Oh my God. Wow, this is beautiful.
Very spacious sitting room.
Love the fireplace.
Come through to the kitchen.
Oh, this is cozy.
Well, this is an original 1950s kitchen.
Well, the cupboards are nice. They do have that country feel. We could live in it for a while and see if we wanted to update it or not. It does have that very charming feel to it.
Oh, this is really, really nice.
It's a nice little guest bedroom. This used to be a door, and the door obviously led on to nowhere. So we've put this glass in, so you get so much light.
Fantastic.
Well, you get light from there too.
Yeah. This has been done so nice. It's so bright and light.
Oh, this is lovely. It's nice and open. We've got a room for a nice large dresser.
Wow, I could handle waking up here every morning. This is incredible.
It's beautiful. It's nice and big.
And that's what I call a real oasis. This is beautiful. It's a very wide lot.
It's a double lot, which is quite rare, so it's pretty special.
I think it's fabulous. Beautiful landscaping. I feel like I'm in a little Garden of Eden.
Oh, stunning. Simply stunning. Okay, that does it. That's worth the price right here.
Good point.
The price is $1.3 million.
They don't make houses like this anymore. You'll never find a house like this.
I really like it. I like that the bedroom's on the same floor.
How does it compare to other houses you've seen?
More nicely put together, but the backyard is amazing.
Is this something you would consider coming back and having a second look at?
I think so.
Yes.
It's like having a cottage and a house in one.
It's beautiful.
So you've been looking for a couple of weeks. Does anything compare to this?
I think so far, this is probably the nicest one that we have seen.
You've got the house, you've got the garden, and you've got the view.
You can't go wrong.
Well, will you be coming back potentially for a second viewing?
I almost guarantee it.
Wow, I love guarantees.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you
lovely
so much.
to meet you. So, Kim, what do you think?
Well, I think it's lovely. Big transformation, though. Love it.
The garden.
Oh, that's the coup right there. Absolutely. That's just improved everything. The view is wider now. All you see are the beautiful sailboats out there. It's gorgeous, yeah.
But I definitely think this house is 110% more sellable than it was
Absolutely.
before.
I know Steve's very, very happy.
And I know it sounds corny, but the fact is, if he sells this house, he's going to be putting money towards an invention that's going to help a lot of people.
That's right.
And I have my fingers crossed for a quick sale.
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's going to happen.
This house has come such a long way. Now, everywhere I look, it's a beautiful view. The inside's not dated, it's warm and retro, which is in keeping with the 1950s feel. And the garden, it's not overgrown anymore, it's structured and gorgeous. I think we've taken this house from unsellable to sellable.
The house definitely has changed. It mirrors the view. It's $1 million view, it's $1 million home.
Our hard work creating a newly updated look for Stephen's house paid off in spades when interest levels rose considerably. Being so close to a sale means he's much nearer to financing his invention and bringing his dream to fruition.
Cheers.
Real estate, like everything else in life, has its ebbs and its flows, and in today's market, house sales have softened. So if you've had loads of viewings and no offers, you've got to work out why this is happening and do something about it, because in a slowing market, missed opportunities are something you can't afford. Single mum Catherine has her lovely, spacious house up for sale, but it's been lingering on the market for 3 whole months. It's listed at $449,000. It's had 70 showings and 6 open houses. She's also recently married Ian, a firefighter, and would love to move into his house, but she can't until she's sold this one. But that's why we're here, to put out the real estate fires and to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
This house has been a wonderful family home, and it's served us really well. So I'm not really sure why it hasn't sold. I'm wondering if there's just no wow in the house. We were hoping the house would be sold around the time we got married. It's very odd that we're not living together. It is stressful. It is frustrating, and I do want to get on with my new life. And we just can't do that until this house sells.
With parks and the waterfront close by, this area is known as an upscale family community. So, we know the neighbourhood has a lot going for it, but let's see what the inside of Catherine's house looks like.
Sophie, hi. So glad you're here.
Lovely to meet you. Should we start in here?
Sure.
Great proportions, lovely big window. Did you choose the peach paint?
Well, yes, I had it painted when I first moved in.
Now this furniture, it looks like it's seen a few summers.
It's seen a lot of summers and a lot of children climbing on it.
Curious, did you put this carpet in?
No, this carpet was here when I got here.
I wonder if it has hardwood floor underneath.
It does, it has oak.
That is fantastic. I do have to say, your house is immaculately clean. So you're on the right track there, but it's not enough on its own. And this is the dining room?
Yes, it is.
Very nice. But the combination of the armoire and the pink paint, it makes it look a bit old-fashioned. And I don't think I've seen frosted glass windows for a while. But the bare bones are here, definitely. So, this must be the kitchen.
Yep.
Not a bad size. Eating kitchens, a big plus when selling because families love them, so that's all great. But what I would say is there's a lot of different textures going on. You've got the oak handles here, the oak at the back of the cupboards, but then you've got brown, sort of terracotta tiles, olive green walls. But
We can do something with this kitchen.
You're very tactful.
I'm not always tactful. Wow, this is the longest, peachiest corridor I have ever seen. Love the floor. Is this the floor we're gonna find under the carpet in the sitting room?
Yes.
That is very, very exciting. Your two daughters' rooms are down here, but it's the master bedroom that I really want to take a look at. So the journey from peach to purple is complete. The very dark wood furniture. It's quite overpowering in a room this size. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. But good sized room, you've got the hardwood floors, which is lovely. But now we go down and we have our little chat.
Terrific.
Now this house has bags of potential, but it looks like it was last decorated when shoulder pads and leg warmers were in style. That's putting potential buyers off, so it's time for me to get tough. This is not a lost cause by any means. You've got a fantastic house. Having said that, in a slow and competitive market, you need to address the things that are holding the house back. Because to be honest, you've got the price tag right, but the decor is not matching the price tag at the moment. In this room, for instance, it's the combination of the peach paint, the old leather furniture, the slightly old drapes. It's not singing at the moment. In here, I like your armoire, but makes this room look quite small. And in the kitchen, it's great that it's an eating kitchen, but it just needs some tender loving care.
Great.
Moving upstairs, the endless peach corridor. It needs to be repainted and put stuff on the walls, make it look a bit more interesting. And people don't tend to like purple master bedrooms unless they're under 5 or 10. So we want this house to look elegant, to look modern, to look classic. And then it will appeal to a broad range of potential buyers, which is important no matter what state the market's in. And you can get on with your life and move in with your new husband.
That would be terrific.
Catherine has a great house and it's in a beautiful area, but she is going to have to do a lot more to it if she wants to wow potential buyers. Peach walls, grey carpets, fine in the 80s, but fashions change and now the house just looks outdated. So if Catherine and her 2 daughters want to move house anytime soon, they're going to have to say out with the old and in with the new. Catherine's neighbourhood is quiet and picturesque, and they even bury the power lines and the telephone lines so you don't have to look at the ugly blighters, which means it's even more surprising that Catherine's house hasn't sold. That is why I'm about to meet Rose, the real estate agent, to get to know this house just that little bit better. Rose, you'd have 70 viewings, 6 open houses. It's been on the market for 3 months. So what do you think is wrong with the house?
I think one of the main reasons why it didn't sell was it was too high as in the marketplace, price-wise.
So you've already reduced the price, which is important because often people price their homes incorrectly. Understanding the market and adjusting accordingly is key.
Absolutely.
Hopefully the new listing price will help, but the decor does need some updating. And first impressions are so key. So with a few modern updates, we're going to have a sellable property on our hands despite the slow market.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to meet you.
And you.
Catherine's real estate agent Rose and I both agree that the uninspiring and tired decor is really affecting her sale. And that's why I want to show Catherine a comparable house in the neighbourhood that is not only modern and classy, but also sold very, very quickly. Now, before you say anything, I know this is considerably smaller than your sitting room. In fact, the whole house is smaller than your house. But it's in the same area and there's a lot of elements of this house that I'd like to implement in yours, starting with the floor.
It's beautiful.
Also, it's just nice, calm, updated colours.
I can see what you mean.
Now, come on through to the dining room. Now, again, different layout, but similar size. Nice colour palette, hardwood floors. That just gives it a contemporary look.
I really see what you mean.
Anyway, let's move on with our tour.
It's very modern.
It is very modern.
It's very contemporary.
But having said that, cupboards, I don't think they're very modern. They've just been freshly painted and they've got new hardware on them.
Really?
Yeah, I say it again and again and again. The best way to update your kitchen is to paint the cupboards and put on new hardware. It's an immediate, instant facelift. What I'd like to do in your kitchen is tone down the Mediterranean a little bit, and it can look as gorgeous as this.
That'd be fabulous.
Let's go upstairs then, after you. It's a nice, calming colour palette, and there's not a lot of dark furniture. So it just looks really lovely. It's like a little haven up here. And that's what buyers these days are looking for, especially in the master bedroom. Now, I know this house is appealing to potential buyers because it sold for just under the asking price in 20 days.
Wow.
Your house has everything going for it, and we can make it sell incredibly quickly.
That would be fabulous.
Okay, well, let's go and do it then.
All right.
We have a lot of work to do, so to help us modernise Catherine's dated house, I've called on general contractor Anthony Sayers.
Catherine, I spoke to you earlier about some of the changes we're going to make, the design changes, but I'm going to let Anthony here, our contractor, fill in the rest of the blanks.
Terrific. Can't wait to hear.
We'll start by removing the carpet, expose the hardwood floor that's under there. It'll be just like brand new.
So that's brilliant.
Yes. Also, I'm gonna update some of your furniture. Mostly the furniture upstairs in the bedroom. We're gonna paint it out and add some stylish hardware.
Wow, great.
And the kitchen. We just need to tone down the colors and neutralize the style of the kitchen.
I think all the changes are going to make a huge difference because at the moment, people are expecting a certain standard when they walk in. They're wanting elegant, modern and classic, and that is what we're going to give them.
Terrific.
Brilliant. It sounds like we've got a lot to do then.
Yes,
so
we do.
Let's get to it.
Excellent.
Yes, the grey carpet is no more.
You like?
I love.
So what I did was I took the carpet up, I cut it into 3-foot strips, make it easier to dispose and dump. And then whatever tack strips that were around the edge, it holds the carpet in place. There was a million staples throughout the floor. So I removed them all, and what I've done is I've sanded out any water marks or any damaged area. Just try to clean the floor up as best as possible, and then you're ready to verathane.
Is this milky stuff?
Yes. The key to this, you don't want to shake the can.
Right.
You need to take a stick and stir it from the bottom and bring it up from the bottom. If you shake the can, it'll leave air bubbles, and then once you put it on the floor, the bubbles will dry and it will be a disaster. Then you'll have to redo your floor all over again.
No, definitely don't want to do that.
No.
I'm so impressed. It looks a million times better. I think it makes the room look bigger, and from a resale point of view, hardwood floor, so much better than carpet. This looks beautiful and it's easy to clean.
Now you come in and it's like a wow factor again.
Yeah, it looks elegant, not 80s. Catherine's house is structurally sound, and that is of crucial importance for potential buyers. But the decor was distinctly uninspiring. But now, the changes we've made are beginning to have a big impact.
Pretty amazing what a coat of paint can do. I've taken a sprayer and sprayed this piece. I had 4 or 5 pieces to do, so that's why I use a sprayer, and I like the finish that it gives you. You can achieve the same look by using a brush and painting it out, but it'll just take you a lot longer. I rented the sprayer from a big box hardware store for $90. Always spray outdoors, wearing a mask and goggles, and use a tarp for the overspray. You need to let it dry for about 24 hours, but never under direct sunlight because it might bubble and peel. I changed the handles to give the cabinet a more updated look. I've transformed this old piece of furniture that they were going to throw out into something sleek, stylish, and looks brand new.
Refurbishing old furniture is a cost-effective way to modernise your decor, which will give your house an edge in the marketplace. This comparable house has done just that. It's an older home but with an updated feel inside. An uncluttered living room with neutral colours on the walls allows buyers to visualise their own things in the space, the first step towards a sale. Hardwood floors are considered an upgrade and are a feature realtors highlight in their listings. And this flooring carries right through to the dining area, creating a warm, inviting flow that buyers will notice instantly. The eating kitchen is the showstopper, modern and obviously updated. But as I've said before, painting your cabinets in lighter tones and giving the kitchen a thorough clean can give off the same great impression as this one. Upstairs, the contemporary master bedroom is painted a soothing light colour, and the furniture blends into the space instead of standing out like a sore thumb. Buyers walking in can immediately picture themselves in this house, which is exactly what it's all about when you're trying to sell.
Catherine's house wasn't selling because it was looking tired and old, but now with the changes we've made, the house looks modern and elegant, and I think potential buyers will really appreciate its classic feel.
Catherine's 80s-inspired living room was putting buyers off, so we brought it decades forward with a little upgrade. At minimal cost, we've replaced her overstuffed furniture with a modern sofa and love seat, which has updated the look of the room. And contemporary pieces make this space feel inviting. New drapes create a feature out of the front window and the natural light coming through. But most impressive are the hardwood floors. Hardwood is a hot selling feature these days, and just by ripping up the carpet, we've increased the value of the house immediately. The dining room had few issues, so we simply rearranged Catherine's original pieces, moving the armoire and adding accessories. By taking off the old French doors, we've opened up the space, which gave the main floor much better flow, something buyers will definitely notice. The kitchen wasn't terrible, but it needed to be refreshed, so by painting the cupboards and walls, we gave it a clean, updated look. Kitchens are a key selling feature and can make or break a sale, so you don't want buyers feeling like it needs a ton of work. That boring upstairs hallway seemed to go on forever, but by painting the walls and adding some artwork, we've turned it into a bright, welcoming space that nicely leads you onto the bedrooms. The master bedroom's old furniture and purple walls were far from a peaceful haven. So we've turned it into a space that feels as calm as it does neutral, especially with Catherine's refurbished bedroom set. Rearranging or removing some furniture can open up a space to reveal its true potential. A quick fix that doesn't cost a thing. With new contemporary drapery and bedding, this room confirms the overall sense that this house is move-in ready. And at a total cost of $3,500, the transformation is bound to attract a slew of new buyers, which is well worth the price.
If you have original hardwood floor hiding under ugly old carpet, take the plunge and rip the carpet up, because you could be left with beautiful wood floors that add considerable value to your home. If you own outdated furniture but you're looking for a fresher, modern look, there's no need spending a fortune replacing the offending items. Spray painting furniture and adding contemporary hardware can work miracles. If your house has been listed for an extended period of time, potential buyers might begin to think there's something wrong with it, and that's why it hasn't sold. So consider taking it off the market, giving it a bit of a facelift, and then relisting it, and that should generate re-interest. It's almost time for the open house, and the changes we made to Catherine's home have created a contemporary feel. I think it looks fab, but it doesn't matter what I think, it's what the potential buyers think. Well, that's that. The work is done and it's time for the open house. Hopefully our transformation will create renewed interest in this property, and then Catherine and Ian, the newlyweds, can start their new life together under the one roof. Come on through.
It's beautiful. I love the colors.
Now, have you seen this house before or not?
I did. I saw it when there was snow on the ground.
It has been on the market a long time.
Yeah.
Was there carpeting before?
There was carpeting before. How do you know?
Because I came through before.
You came through it before.
It's great. It looks very open, and the floor makes it look much cleaner.
Do you like the colour palette?
Yeah, I don't think we would really be changing any colors because it seems to have very neutral colors.
You've really brought it into the 2000s with the furniture and the decor.
Come on through to the dining room.
So the first thing I noticed is that you've opened up this space because that used to be closed off. And there was a big side dresser there and it seemed very cramped, whereas it's much more open. I love the mirror.
And now it's really bright and opened up. It's like a different house.
Glad you say that. Now, I think you will notice a big difference in the kitchen.
Oh, wow, what a difference. This looks amazing. Yeah, you can basically just move in now.
I love it when people say that.
The nice little eating kitchen here too.
Yeah, and the handles too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knobs are already there. Shall I show you to the master bedroom?
Sure.
I hope you're going to be pleased with the master bedroom.
This is fabulous.
Wow.
Wow.
That's the old furniture.
Same furniture?
Wow.
Same furniture,
Wow.
repainted.
What a difference.
That looks absolutely beautiful.
So all in all, what do you think of the transformation?
I think it's fabulous. Yeah. Can't believe it's the same house.
Is this the style of house that you can imagine starting married life in, your first house?
Yeah.
Definitely.
So you maybe would think of coming back for a second viewing?
Yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely be talking tonight.
I think it's a possibility, and I think I'll bring my husband to come through.
Fantastic. I always like showing realtors around the house because you get a professional opinion. So what do you think?
I think now the improvements that you've made, it's much brighter and cleaner. It's got a lot of features that people are looking for. The hardwood, you can see the hardwood floors now. It's got chic paint colors all throughout the house, and it really shows well. I don't think it'll last long.
Now it's on the market for $449,000. Competitive?
I think it's very competitive. It should go very quickly.
Fantastic. And hopefully you might have a few clients up your sleeves.
I'm going to give them a call when I get out of here.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you much.
Well, judging by some of the comments we had at the open house, this home is showing as it should. New paint, refinished furniture, and a beautifully restored hardwood floor has turned this house from a bit of an old maid into a blushing bride, and from unsellable to sellable.
The house is amazing. It looks so different. I recognize some of my old pieces, my furniture, but it looks totally different. It looks modern and contemporary. I'm hoping that the perfect buyer will come in, be very happy, and the house will sell quickly. And I'm really looking forward to being together full-time with Ian. So it feels good that the house has a fresh beginning, just like I'm having a fresh beginning.
After all the hard work on Catherine's house, I am happy to say that the newlyweds can finally start their married life under one roof. Catherine accepted a solid offer for very close to asking price from a buyer who fell in love with the property, turning it from unsellable to sold. Selling your house isn't something you do every day, so if things aren't going to plan, it can be difficult to know what to do. But if it's in your power to make improvements to your home, then do it. Because in today's erratic market, you won't get a second chance to make that first impression. And you can't just take it for granted that your house is going to sell like that. Adam and Kristina are a young couple with 2 kids. They live in this spacious 3-bedroom back split that's on the market for $269,000. It's in a suburb about 45 minutes out of the city. The couple want to move closer to their family, so they put their house on the market, but it's not selling, and time is running out.
We've had our house on the market, I would say it's probably been about 4 months. I thought for sure it would have sold by now. Our style for our decor, I guess, would be ultra modern. So I'm thinking that maybe it might be just decorated too modern for them and they can't see past that.
Well, we want to sell the house now because of the children, getting closer to family.
Right now we travel back and forth just to visit, and it's like a 3-hour drive, so it's really hard on the kids. Michaela, she's already 3. And she will be starting school next year. Just kind of want to get it over with and start our next chapter in our life.
Adam and Kristina's house is in a sought-after suburban community, close to amenities and in one of Canada's fastest-growing cities. The property has a huge backyard and all the toys for kids and adults. And with a price tag of $269,000, someone should have snapped it up. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Hi. Hi. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
This is the living room.
It is very rock and roll. Looks a bit like the back room of a recording studio. I like the open plan, but you've still got some dividing walls, which I think is nice. The colour choice is quite stark.
This is more our style and
Yeah.
not other people's.
Yeah.
I do love your sofa, though.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you.
Thanks.
We love it too.
You've done a fantastic job here because it's clean and decluttered, which is brilliant when you're trying to sell your house. So through here to the kitchen.
Yes, it is.
First thing, straight off the bat, not enough prep space. Potential buyers, most likely to be families, and they'll need more prep space.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My second thought is it's all a bit haphazard.
Yeah, these are our CD cabinets. We didn't have enough space, so we took our CDs out and threw in food.
CDs for cereal.
Yeah, exactly.
Genius. I'm loving the fact it's clean, it's tidy, and it's decluttered. Because having a clean kitchen is one of the most important things when you're trying to sell your house.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And it leads straight onto the dining room.
Yeah.
Nice sized dining room.
Thanks.
The brightest drapes I have ever seen in my entire life.
It ties the red in.
You have matched all the colours.
Yeah.
They're just not necessarily what you'd expect to see in a kind of suburban house. Only you guys could paint a banister rail black.
I painted that because it was quite brown before and it didn't go with the theme we have going on in the house.
Now, tell me about this, because it looks a bit like a banister rail.
It was my cheap solution at the time.
I think we can do a bit better. Should we go to the master bedroom?
So this is our bedroom.
It's not a bad size. You'd think people would be able to see past a black bed, black chest of drawers, black mirror.
Yeah.
But the fact is, I think it really influences people's decisions on a house. Now, I want to show you something outside.
Okay.
You said you bought this house 4 years ago and it was really, really 70s.
Yeah.
Well, the outside's still pretty 70s.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, curb appeal's always important, but I think at the moment it's really important because the market is softening. So we've got to use every weapon in our arsenal to really get this house sold. I want to have a bit of a chat now and discuss some of the things we've mentioned in the house.
Okay.
Okay. This house has been on the market for 3 months, and I think it's because the interior is totally at odds with potential buyers' expectations. It's bold, but it's also incredibly stark. We are in the suburbs, and people are looking for a much more muted, grown-up palette. So it's time to read the riot act. Your house has so much going for it, but I think the decor is so out of sync with what people are expecting that they get a bit of a shock when they first walk through the door. Neutral, warm colour tones are good.
Yes.
Okay. Because that just allows people to be able to see their own possessions in the house. The kitchen is not a bad size, but I'd say it's lacking in prep space, and that's very important to potential buyers, especially in a family home. Spending a bit of money on the kitchen is definitely worthwhile. Moving on to the bedroom, if we can just make the colour choice slightly less bold.
Okay.
The house is a bit dated on the outside. A slightly modern, fresher look is not going to do any harm, and if it entices people in, that's good. You're definitely not the average suburban couple in this area, and your house reflects that. But just for the process of moving on and selling, I think we should make it less urban and more suburban.
Okay.
Are you up for that?
I'm sure with your help we'll be able to get through this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will get your house sold. Christina and Adam are an urban couple who live in the suburbs. Their house is on the market, but having no luck selling. So I'm going to meet their agent, John, to find out why. Now, this house had 24 viewings and 8 open houses. Why do you think people have not been making offers on this house?
In order to sell a house and to open it up to the masses, you need neutral colors.
Right, because suburban buyers want to move into a house that already has the look they want, so they don't have to spend money to do it themselves.
For the most part, people, they're putting all the money down that they've got to secure the house. They don't have a lot of money to spend immediately after they move in. And there's a lot of choices in today's market as well.
I think in a market like this, where there is a lot of competition and there are a lot of similar houses in the neighborhood, buyers have more choice, so you've got to make sure your house is the best thing they see.
You're absolutely right. You got to be the best deal in town.
I always think price, condition, location. So the price is right, we'll get the condition right, and the location is right.
Location is excellent here.
So we're on to a winner, John.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Often when selling a house in the suburbs, the competition is fierce because there's a lot of houses with similar footprints. I'm going to go and show Christina and Adam a comparable house in the neighborhood so they know what it takes to keep up with the Joneses.
Here we have the kitchen. Now, the interesting thing about this kitchen is it's not brand new, but what is appealing about this kitchen to potential buyers is there's a lot of prep space, a lot of storage space, and an eating area. And we can't make your kitchen any bigger, but what we can do is make the most of the usable space. Okay. This is obviously not your style.
No, definitely not.
It's a lot more traditional than your house. And I think this is a look that, in this area, it's slightly more suburban. It's what a lot of people like. With your home, which very clearly has a different look to it, it's boxed into a niche market. And if you want to get it sold, you can't have that. You need traditional.
Well, we're willing to compromise a bit.
That's what I like to hear. Here we have a nice family-orientated sitting room. It's very warm and inviting. You've got the taupes, the oatmeals, the beiges, and more importantly, it could not possibly offend anyone.
No, it's very generic.
And that is what I'd like to see in your house.
Okay.
A look that's just more in keeping with the neighborhood. Now let's go and have a look down here. This bedroom furniture is very traditional and it matches the tone in the rest of the house. Your bedroom doesn't quite feel like a master suite. I mean, if you were selling a downtown condo, you'd be in great shape, but we're in the suburbs. So we're looking for a brighter, more appealing master bedroom. What are your thoughts on the house?
Very neutral, very generic.
Now, I know this house is appealing to potential buyers because it's sold for just under the asking price in 35 days.
Wow.
Now, I know 35 days doesn't sound lightning quick, but in this market now, things have evened out a bit, so houses are taking a slightly longer time to sell. So 35 days is actually pretty good. Once we've made changes to your house, that should be a similar story for yourselves.
Sounds good.
Well, let's get to it then.
Okay.
To help us get to it quickly, I've called in some help from general contractor Anthony Sayers. Christina, Adam, I'd like you to meet Anthony. He is head of construction and he will walk you through the changes we're going to make in your house.
Okay, sounds good.
Walking around the front of the house, I noticed the paint, it looks a little tired.
Yeah.
So we'll address that by giving the wood a light sand and then painting it out a nice neutral color. That will freshen it up a little bit. Maybe add some patio furniture out in the front, just make it more inviting.
Curb appeal is incredibly important.
Coming into the house, the paint color, we just need to soften the gray and just make it a little bit more suburban friendly.
Okay.
Also, these pillars that are here, we'll address it by just simply boxing with just some MDF, just making it a square pillar.
Because we think they look old-fashioned, so we want to give them a modern look to blend in with the rest of the house.
In the kitchen, we'll take out these two big units and I will build some lower cabinets and upper cabinets along with the new countertop and some open shelves and just make it more of a permanent fixture in the kitchen.
We want to use up every available inch in this kitchen to make useful prep space and storage space. We're not doing any real major jobs because you've done most of the work. It's just making it look cosmetically more in keeping with the neighborhood, which I think will appeal to potential buyers. Let's not stand around then, we've got a lot of work to do.
Okay. I don't feel bad about the decor being removed, only because we know that this is not the house that we're going to be staying in, and it's to appeal to a wider, range of people. So we're just excited to move on to the next chapter of our life into a new home.
Pillars can come in all different shapes and sizes. This one is round. I'm gonna make it a simple square pillar. What I've done is taken pieces of MDF and just ripped them to the sizes that I need. I've also mitered the corners so that each piece will fit nice and snug together. I will glue and nail the corners so that they don't open up over time. Prime it and paint it. It'll be beautiful. For $40, you can't go wrong.
Things are looking really good. Huge improvement on the house.
Things are looking a little bit more suburban, for sure. Just the colors, and it's just a little bit more neutral, and it kind of blends in more with the neighborhood. It makes me feel confident that we're going to sell.
Wow. Look at this, you have doubled the size of the kitchen.
Pretty much, yes.
I love all the countertop space.
Nice. I found these lower cabinets in the basement. We're saving $400.
Wow.
Yeah. This countertop I just got as well. And then I'm gonna use these shelves and make up open shelving. So there's gonna be one here, and then there's gonna be a longer one at the top. When it's finished, I'll add the kick plate. It's just a finished piece of wood that will close off the bottom. And then I will put some nice decorative handles.
How much did this all cost you?
Altogether, I would say $250.
So for $250, you've doubled the size of the kitchen, created a breakfast bar and storage.
Yes.
It's amazing. You obviously have your hands full, so I'm going to leave you to it.
Thanks.
The kitchen is one of the most important rooms in the house, and buyers will be looking for space to prep and cook. So whatever small projects you can do to enhance it will pay off in the end. This comparable house nearby has been enhanced to match the neighbourhood. It's an older house that's been given a fresh paint job, but the beautiful landscaping still makes it stand out. Inside, the living room has that suburban feel that buyers in this area are looking for. The layout showcases its functionality as a family living space, with the decor blending the most neutral palettes of beiges and creams. The dining room has that same traditional feel that's common in this neighbourhood, but with a modern touch that will appeal to a wide range of potential buyers. Its uncluttered and simple look makes it easy for anyone to feel comfortable in this space. The kitchen's fresh colour tones and lack of clutter presents it as a bright, clean and spacious room. Updated appliances, plenty of counter space and ample storage are all important features that will catch the eye of potential buyers. A modern kitchen will increase your home's selling potential and can put your house miles ahead of the pack in terms of market appeal. The master bedroom has fresh but muted colours that show off the amount of space instead of shocking the eye with harsh tones. And angling the chair and lamp creates a nook. Buyers love to see a bedroom with extra potential. This house has all the elements a suburban family needs and more, giving it a competitive edge in a market where properties need to stand out in the crowd. Because, as I've said before, the first impression is all you get when you're trying to sell. Kristina and Adam aren't your typical suburban couple, and their house reflected their style. We've upgraded the curb appeal and the kitchen and toned down the decor, and I think the house will now appeal to urbanites and suburbanites alike. The exterior of this house was a throwback to the 70s and seriously lacked the curb appeal needed to draw buyers in. A little paint quickly brought it decades forward, and coupled with inviting furniture to define the front patio, this house is now ready to receive buyers. Inside, the rock and roll living room was too bold as a first impression, but without even changing the furniture, it looks inviting now. Simply painting the walls a calmer shade and adding accessories, like throw pillows, a muted rug, and new drapes, we've reached our goal and made this room suburban family friendly. The homemade pillars had a dated feel that didn't quite match with the rest of the house. So we gave them a sleeker look that reflects the modern trends buyers will see when they're checking out the competition, and we want this house to be able to compete. The kitchen's makeshift cabinet storage was simply all wrong and left no room for counter space, let alone a good impression. But Anthony's simple breakfast bar has transformed the room, turning it into a family kitchen that has loads of space for prep, storage, and catching a quick meal. If you don't have an eating kitchen, a breakfast bar is the next best thing. With just this small addition, we've improved the use of the space considerably. You don't need to do a major renovation to infuse your kitchen with elements that will help sell it. And by simply using some clever tricks and a bit of imagination, we've turned this kitchen into a selling feature of the house. The dining room was quite stark and needed more wow to appeal to a wider range of buyers, but we gave it a romantic feel so people can picture themselves entertaining. The bright red drapes were replaced with panels that have that traditional look we know is appealing in this neighborhood, and the new light fixture adds elegance. Leading upstairs, the black railing was a bit of a fright, so we painted it a friendly white to ensure the neutral decor flows right through to each level of the house. The master bedroom was overrun with black furniture and accent pieces that buyers just couldn't see past. So we gave it an adult facelift, adding pops of colour that make it look grown up and warm. We switched up the black and white drapes for more sophisticated looking ones, and added new bedding and accessories that will entice suburban buyers into imagining this bedroom as their own. The decor of your house needs to match the neighbourhood when you're trying to sell. And at a total cost of $3,900, taking this house from uber urban to neutrally suburban will pay off. Buyers looking in this neighbourhood will now feel right at home. Going over and above to target the right market just makes sense. Newer suburbs often don't have mature trees, so by buying larger trees and shrubs instead of saplings, you get a real leg up in the curb appeal department. Everyone likes a deal, home buyers included, so if you can leave window coverings and light fixtures, do, because a lot of exclusions just put potential buyers off. In suburbs, using your car is a necessity, so when you're selling, don't overlook the garage because it's effectively another room in the house. Make sure it's clutter-free so you highlight the space and storage potential. This house now fits into the neighbourhood. It's modern, but it's not too edgy. It's got great curb appeal and a kitchen with lots of prep space and plenty of style. Now we just have to see if buyers agree. I think we've got one of the best houses on the block, and it shows. So let's get the open house started and see what the potential buyers think. So we've got the sitting room here.
Yeah, it's a nice size.
Nice bright colors.
I think that it's a major improvement from the last time we saw it. It was very gray before, and I noticed that you've changed the color. Makes it feel a bit more spacious.
So you have seen it before?
Yes.
And do you like the open plan look?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
The floors are nice too. I've never seen floors actually this color.
I like the big windows.
It's
Really
nice.
open it up.
We'll come on through to the kitchen.
It's nice, very bright.
Do you think there's enough prep space for you?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, not lots of counter space, and I like that it actually has a breakfast bar there too.
You got the shelves up there. You can put, dishes or china, whatever you want. It just gives us more space.
I think with all the bright colors, you make it look larger than it really is.
Come on through to the dining room.
This is nice and modern.
Large enough.
Yeah, you could do some entertaining in here.
I like the floating shelf, yeah. I like it. I really like the window coverings. They're quite nice.
For the size of the room, you put the right furniture in. And for a young couple, it's adequate.
Well, should we go upstairs to the master bedroom? Sure. Brilliant. So here is the master bedroom.
Oh, very nice.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh, I do.
I like the big window too, and I like that it's low.
It's your color, honey green.
Yeah.
Original parquet floor.
Yeah.
Which is very nice.
Good condition. I like the style.
This is the stuff I like, but can't dream up.
Now, should we go downstairs? There's a few questions I want to ask you. What do you like about the house?
Definitely like the living room. Dining room's a nice size.
And the curb appeal? You
Definitely has it. It's a very nice lot.
Now, what about the style of the house?
It's styled for people our age.
Yeah.
It is probably one of the most drawing things to us. We don't have to do anything.
Now, it's on the market for $269,000. Do you think that's competitive with what you've seen?
Seems to be better than what we've seen.
Okay.
I think it's very competitive just because it shows really good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of beat up houses in this price range.
So would you consider maybe coming back for a second viewing?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah, no, I could potentially see us here for sure.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
The biggest changes would have to be the colors.
It's a lot brighter now. I can see how it's more inviting to an outsider looking in for the first time. We should have done all this at the beginning.
Yeah, it looks a lot better.
The kitchen looks like it is supposed to be a kitchen now instead of, CD cabinets.
Mismatch.
I really feel the house is going to sell this time.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to have any problems at all.
No, not at all.
Taking Kristina and Adam's house from urban to suburban not only makes it fit in with the neighborhood, but has boosted interest levels in this charming family property, bringing this couple one step closer to their friends and family and the excitement of a new life. As a property expert and someone who's moved house many, many times, I know how stressful it can be with selling your home. If it's been on the market for a long time, you've got to make those necessary changes to get it sold. Because the quicker you get it sold, the quicker you can move on with the rest of your life. Buying a detached house has always been on Kristina's to-do list. But now she's got more house than she needs and much bigger household bills than she wants. It's listed at $364,500, hasn't received a single offer.
But that's why we're here, to take the burden off Kristina's shoulders and to turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
Good boy. I live here with my dog named Coda, so it's a lot of house for one person. It's a lot of upkeep. Even just cleaning. Cleaning's a big thing to do with a 3-level house. After living here for a year, I realized to own a detached home, it is expensive. So at this point in time, I'm house poor. It's been on the market for about 3 months, and it's time to get out.
Kristina's house is described as a designer 3-bedroom open concept home with hardwood floors throughout and a gorgeous kitchen. On paper, a must-see. Let's go and see why it isn't. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Welcome to my home.
Thank you so much. You're having difficulty selling?
Yes, I am. I need some help.
Lovely big open plan room. And I love the floors. Did you put them in yourself?
I did. I put the hardwood floors in the entire house.
It's a good return on your money because hardwood floors sell, basically. Now, this giant chair is where the dining table should be.
I haven't made the investment to buy a dining room table.
So no dining room. Interesting. Now, this is the kitchen. Wow. This is really, really stylish. It's also got everything that potential buyers look for. It's got granite, storage. This is a kind of kitchen that appeals to potential buyers. Now, what is through here?
Don't go in there.
Wish I hadn't. These mosquito nets for curtains.
No, they're not, but they would work for mosquito nets.
Yes, absolutely. This place looks like it's held together with pins and a prayer. What are you hiding up there?
There is a little piece of the ceiling missing, so I just covered it up with fabric.
Right. Should we go upstairs?
Sure, yeah.
Brilliant. This office can easily be converted to a 3rd bedroom, which is a plus for buyers. Nice size 2nd bedroom. I love the fact the hardwood floor runs throughout the house. That's brilliant. Well, should we go through to the master bedroom? Yeah. Really lovely master bedroom. Spacious, nice colour, and that's what potential buyers are looking for. Now, the inside of the house is pretty spot on, but there are a few things I want to discuss with you about the outside of the house.
Okay.
So should we go and do that now?
Yeah, let's go. Can't wait.
Okay. Curb appeal is so important when you're selling your house, especially in this case where the house looks great on the inside. You want to draw people in, and if it's a mess on the outside, they're going to assume it's the same for the interior. So we want it to look really nice on the outside, and to be honest, I'm slightly underwhelmed. I mean, you've got a sort of old, rusty light, some serious lawn cutting to do, and a weed hedge at the front. Lovely big yard. Not loving the outside of the sunroom. The shingles are peeling off and old.
Yes, it needs a little TLC.
Definitely a little TLC. But anyway, let's go and have our little chat inside. The interior of Kristina's home is immaculate, but the exterior leaves a lot to be desired. So if she wants to sell her house anytime soon, she's going to have to sort out the curb appeal. Toot sweet. First things first, you have done such an incredible job on the inside of this house. Unfortunately, when I walked up the front steps of the house, I wasn't expecting to see anything like this. And that, I think, is what a lot of people will think when they're driving past, which unfortunately means they might just drive on. We need the curb appeal to be really spot on. It just needs to be brightened up. It needs to have a bit of wow factor. We want everyone to think that the outside of the house looks as great as the inside. So the curb appeal at the front we want to address, and also the sunroom and the curb appeal at the back. Now the sunroom looks like you're hiding a whole manner of problems up in the ceiling. It is something we need to address because this house is structurally sound, and we don't want people thinking otherwise from the state of the sunroom.
Yeah, very good point. I would never have thought of it that way.
Now, in this area, 2/3 of the homeowners have kids. It's a family-orientated neighborhood. Now, at the moment, this room is fantastic, but it does lack that family vibe. So by adding a dining area here, I think it will appeal much more to families, and it will slightly change the vibe of the room. So the changes we're going to make to this house, inside and out, will appeal to a broader range of people and ultimately get this house sold quickly.
Sounds great. Let's get started.
Yeah, let's get to it. Kristina likes to do things a little differently. At 30, she's already downsizing. Now, the improvements she's made on her home are fantastic, but it's not all about staging and styling. You've got to know your market. And this area is popular with families. So unless Kristina's house becomes more family friendly, selling is going to remain on her to-do list. Kristina's house is ideally located, close to schools, parks, transit links. It should be an ideal family home, but no one's made any offers. And that is why I'm off to see Cheryl Phillips, the realtor. I'd like to know why she thinks this house is unsellable. So how many open houses have you had?
We've had about 8 open houses.
Wow. Have you reduced the price?
The house started substantially higher, and we have reduced it a couple of times. I think we're at the right price now.
Okay. And this house does have 3 bedrooms.
3 bedrooms, large backyard.
So it should appeal to the families?
It should, yes. A first impression is a lasting impression, and I think that people need the wow factor just walking up to the door.
You're absolutely right. Inside is so stylish and modern, contemporary, open plan, beautiful, and I wasn't expecting to see this sort of modern dream of a house. We've got a bit of work to do, but you're going to come back in a couple of days, aren't you, for the open house?
I am.
Well, it was lovely to meet you, and I'll see you in a couple of days.
We'll see you in a couple of days.
Kristina has done a really wonderful job decorating her home, but there are some problem areas that she needs to address if she wants to get a sale. Now I'm going to go and show her a comparable house that sold and quickly. Like Kristina's, this house has an unusual exterior with a big front yard. I know what you're thinking about the curb appeal. It's slightly all over the place. Having said that, it does have a sort of storybook charm to it, and it kind of matches the exterior of the house. Anyway, should we go inside? Yeah. First thing potential buyers think when they walk in this room, if they've got family, it's great, you know, a lot of storage space, you've got the kids' coats, mittens, there's space for a pram. But more than that, it feels like a permanent structure. You know, the ceiling's not held together with pins and a drape. It doesn't feel like it get blown away in a gust of wind. It's a nice, usable space. Anyway, come on through to the sitting room. Nice, clearly defined sitting area, dining area. No confusion to what this area is. I think what helps in this case is a staircase going up the middle, because that clearly defines the 2 rooms. Anyway, come through to the dining room. The main problem with your house at the moment is instead of a dining room table, you've got a big old leather chair. Now, this space, we have a large 6-seater table. So anyone coming in here is not going to think, oh my God, is there room for a dining room table? Because there is one in here. Easy peasy, let's put a dining room table in.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, with this house, it's easy for potential buyers, especially buyers with families, to imagine themselves living here. There's a clearly defined sitting room, a clearly defined dining room. When you're selling your house, you want to be able to appeal to the broadest range of people possible. It's a very simple rule, but one applies to every house you will ever sell. Now, this house was obviously very appealing to potential buyers because it sold for $1,000 under asking price, but in 8 days.
8 days? Wow, I wish.
We can make your house just as appealing to potential buyers.
It's 95% there.
It is 95% there, it just needs the other 5%. So should we get to it?
Let's go.
Come on. To help us with that 5%, I've called in general contractor Anthony Sayers. Kristina, Anthony is head of construction.
Great.
The peeling paint, it's cracking, it's peeling everywhere. Your railing, there's a lot of rust on it. So we need to just address the whole front and make it more attractive for people coming in.
We need this house to pop because that maybe will draw the eye down from the really barny top. Now, I was giving Kristina a hard time about the sunroom.
We'll fix the ceiling, as well as we'll paint it out a nice, light, modern color.
So it actually looks like it's an extension of your kitchen, which is modern, stylish, and clean. We want the sunroom to be modern, stylish, and clean as well.
Sounds like a great idea.
The fact that you have shingles as cladding for the sunroom.
Not so modern?
No. So we'll fix that up, and we're good to go.
But that's quite a lot, so we better get to it.
Okay.
Excellent.
See you.
Bye.
So did you find anything under all this stuff?
just the fact that there was no insulation in the ceiling.
Wow.
Yeah, all there was just a half sheet of plywood covering the ceiling. It should have been insulated, so I put insulation everywhere.
Right.
So now we can sit in the room in the wintertime.
And not freeze to death.
And not freeze to death, right.
So is it difficult putting insulation in?
Not really. You just got to remember when you're doing insulation, you don't want to stuff it too tight, right? You just got to keep it loose for airflow,
Yeah.
right?
So you can trap the warm air.
Yeah. Then I put the 1/4-inch plywood on the ceiling, and then I use this 1x material
Yeah.
to line the perimeter.
So now this is going to be a clearly defined mudroom.
Yeah, I'm going to put some more hooks on the walls.
So when the kids will come in from the yard, they just shovel their stuff here, then don't trail mud all through the kitchen.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, thank you.
It's definitely changing for me because it's not really my style, but I guess that's the whole point of it, taking my style out and being more of a generic style.
Railing was in really bad shape. It was really rusted and almost ready to be replaced. I've taken a wire brush and scraped off any rust and any loose paint that was on the railing. After I removed all the rust, I took a special red oxidizing primer and just coated pretty much the whole railing. It helps prevent more rust from forming and just eating through the metal. I've got this special roller that you can get at any local paint store. It's designed for painting railings. It's curved, and you can get in between all the grooves, and it just kind of takes the shape of whatever you're painting, and it'll just make your job a lot faster and easier. And I'm recoating the whole railing using a black semi-gloss paint that will just make the whole railing look brand new again.
Kristina's house has a lot going for it on the inside, but the outside used to look like a big old brown barn. And I think a lot of potential drive-by buyers didn't get through the front door as a result. But now, with a little bit of paint and some landscaping, it's looking a lot more charming and inviting. Mr. Spot. So what are you going to do when you sell this place then?
Downsize.
Most people do not downsize at 30, but that's what I love about you. You've just done it completely the wrong way around. But we've got to get this place sold first.
Yes.
I think having a dining area is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, I think so too.
This successfully sold property proves the point. The exterior matches the interior, and buyers will find no surprises but the good kind when they walk inside. The open concept main level has just the right amount of furniture, clearly defining the function of each area. There's no guesswork for the buyers on how to use this space, and correct placement of the couch and chairs creates a seating area that is perfect for entertaining. The top-of-the-line kitchen proves that Kristina got it right with the upgrades, since granite countertop, stainless steel appliances and a tile backsplash are all huge selling features, if you can get buyers in the door. And as you can see, these homeowners have spent as much time on the outside as they did on the inside, and it definitely shows.
Kristina's house should have been really popular with families, but the ugly exterior and the lack of a dining room was leaving buyers unsatisfied. But that is all changed. Kristina's house will now make a great family home, inside and out.
This house needed curb appeal to match the already beautiful interior, so we brightened up the porch to draw in buyers. The overgrown hedges have been scaled back. Greenery gives the porch an inviting feel, and a new light fixture dresses it up while adding decorative function along with the new chairs. We chose contemporary paint colours to freshen up the pillars, the front window, and most importantly, the front door. First impressions are key, and a modern door will get people walking through. If you have the luxury of a front porch, don't ignore its potential to add value to your sale. The curb appeal here promises buyers a continuous wow factor from outside to inside. The living area was already in good shape, but we needed some cozier space planning. So we changed the layout to feel inviting instead of awkward.
New drapes are simple but add warmth, and we dressed up Kristina's original pieces with accessories that are modern but not overdone. Neglecting a proper dining area left too much to buyers' imaginations. But the addition of a much-needed table and chairs gave this space the function it was lacking. Track lighting was replaced by a proper dining room fixture, and new drapery adds a touch of sophistication. Buyers need to see a room's purpose, and a good-sized dining room is a huge selling point for families. So showing it off properly will pay off in the end. The fashionable kitchen was already a selling feature of this house, but one great kitchen doesn't overshadow bigger real estate problems, so presenting each room properly is key. We restored the mudroom to give the same updated feel as the rest of the house, and the new insulated ceiling is now a bonus instead of a concern. Buyers can now see the benefits of having a proper mudroom. The new light fixture gives a smart look alongside functional accessories like hooks for hanging coats and storage for shoes and boots. The run-down exterior was giving off the impression that this house needed work. The worn shingles are gone and the newly painted exterior looks fresh and solid. Taking the times for repairs can quickly eliminate any fear of instability and can turn a problem area into an asset. When selling, the exterior and interior must satisfy the sensibilities of buyers in the neighborhood. And at a total cost of $3,700, we gave this house a family-friendly boost, maximized the function, and groomed from the road to entice buyers through the front door.
Marketing is key when you're selling your house, so it's vital to pinpoint your target market. Now, if you're selling a large home in an area close to schools, parks, amenities, you better make sure it's family friendly. A first impression is a lasting impression, so do not underestimate the importance of curb appeal. Rusting railings, peeling paint, it screams unkempt and uncared for, and that does not get you asking price offers. Don't just hide problems, fix them. Hiding a hole in the plaster with a painting, putting rugs over damaged carpets, and other quick fixes will cost you in the end, because buyers will wonder, what other skeletons are you hiding in your closet?
Overall, the changes are fantastic. Inside of the house, it's so luscious and full and more family feel. And even in the outside, it's much brighter. It's more of a welcome look to come on in and see what's inside.
Well, it's almost time for the open house. The changes we've made have created a family-friendly house with some serious curb appeal. But we'll have to wait and see what the potential buyers think, because the proof is in the pudding. Well, our work here is done. The open house is almost upon us, and that's our first real chance to see what potential buyers think of Kristina's home. Fingers crossed. Hi, I'm Sophie.
Hi, Sophie.
So what do you think about the outside of the house?
I think it's cute.
Yeah, it has a nice feel to it.
Yes, it looks very fresh and welcoming.
So should we go on inside?
Oh, this is beautiful.
So here's the sitting area.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. I love the open plan. Do you like it?
Looks beautiful.
Yeah, I do.
Now, I think you'll find this is enough room to entertain in.
You can totally have a family in here.
Oh, and for entertaining too.
Yeah,
family
great.
functions. You know, the white is great. Usually people don't like that, but I think it makes it look clean
Yeah.
and big. It's terrific.
Come on through to the mudroom.
Oh, really nice.
I love this room because it's got loads of storage, place where you can keep your Wellington boots, your coats. I really love this yard. And then, yes, your mudroom.
It's nice, very modern.
Yeah, very nice. Great
Nice
colors.
colors.
Yeah.
I think the mudroom now is finished off fantastically.
It really shows off the house in the end, from the backyard, very nicely.
Now, is this what you look for in a house?
I think so. Nice and open, great for entertaining, great for family gatherings.
I love that you don't have to do anything. It's perfect
Yes.
moving condition.
Now, it's on the market for $364,500. Does that sound fair to you?
From what we looked at, yes.
Pretty area for sure.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you as well.
Well, the open house went swimmingly. Kristina has put a lot of love and care into her house. But now, with the changes we've made, I think it's going to be snapped up really soon.
The house is definitely a different style now. It's more of a cozy, warm feeling now. I am sad. I definitely am going to miss this house. It looks fantastic, so future. I'm just looking forward to the future.
Giving Kristina's house the curb appeal to match the beautiful interior is just what it needed to attract family buyers in this neighborhood. Kristina can now tackle the next item on her life's to-do list after accepting an offer for just under the asking price, turning this unsellable house to sold. Houses come in all shapes and sizes, and each have their own individual strengths and flaws. And it's accentuating the positives in your home that can be a tricky business. But every home has the potential to show at its best. You just gotta know the tricks of the trade and be prepared to roll up your sleeves and do some dirty work. Jocelyne and Steve bought their house in Toronto's Midtown Davisville 4 years ago. Now, they love their house, but Steve has decided he needs to be closer to his daughter, so he's bought a new house before he sold his current one. Their house is listed at $599,000, but it's not selling. And this has left the couple straddled with 2 mortgages, and money is getting tighter and tighter.
It's a small house.
I'm gonna get 2 bowls, one for you, one for me.
And there's not a ton of living space, but I love this house.
Very good. It's very cozy and warm. I think we like the curb appeal the most because it really stood out from the other homes in the neighborhood.
We haven't done any extensive renovations in getting it ready to sell.
We essentially moved most of the furniture out that really didn't suit the home.
We thought it would take a week to sell our house.
Well, unfortunately, the house has been on for more than 3 months now.
It's a burden financially, obviously, at this point, and emotionally, because it's stressful.
We really would like to sell this house as soon as possible.
This house would struggle to be in a better location. It's in a well-established, upscale neighborhood famous for its boutiques and antique shops that attract people from all over the city. Here, house prices typically range from $500,000 for a semi-detached to $1 million for a grand Edwardian. So there's got to be a reason it's not selling. But that's why we're here, you guessed it, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. Ah. Is this your main sitting room?
It is.
Not the biggest room, but it is crammed full of original details. Well, should we go through here?
Sure.
At the moment, I feel a bit like I'm in a white cube where the furniture's been so randomly dropped from the sky, and it's quite stark, but there's so much going for this room. The beautiful stained glass windows, gorgeous hardwood floor. This room could look divine. Now, what's through here? It looks interesting.
That's the sunroom.
This is really cute. It's nice and bright. I love the yellow. Bead boards, beautiful. So where's the kitchen?
It's this way.
What colour is this?
Some kind of greeny blue.
It's not the cheeriest colour. I think we can do better.
Okay.
So what's through here? Ah, now that is the only real prep space in this kitchen.
It doubles as a dishwasher.
So upstairs then.
Okay.
Doesn't take a genius to work out this is a little girl's room. Oh.
It is. It's actually my daughter's room.
Got bags of character. I'm slightly suspect of pink paint though. So that just leaves the master bedroom.
Yep.
I love the old vents and the hardwood floor, but it kind of doesn't have any personality. It kind of looks a bit like the inside of a paper bag. Anyway, I've done the tour now. So should we go downstairs and have a bit of a chat?
Sure.
This house could be divine, but it's been decluttered to the point of blandness. There is no decorative cohesion, and quite frankly, there's not enough prep space in the kitchen to make baked beans on toast. So if we want to sell this house anytime soon, we're going to have to give it a serious charm injection. Now, the good news is you have a fantastic property. From the outside, it's pretty as a picture, and all those period details lead straight through the house. But that's sort of where the charm kind of ends. Unfortunately, you decluttered to the point of characterless. You're looking a little like stunned, like I've just smacked you around the face with a fish.
We tried to make it as spacious as possible, and to your point, I think we went a little too far.
In the sitting room, there's no real cohesive design strategy. You've got an Indonesian-style cupboard, you've got your cowhide, you've got a French-style fireplace and mirror. I like eclectic too, but when you're selling your house, it does help to be slightly more generic. The dining room, at the moment, you don't get a sense that this is actually a functioning, working dining room. From a real estate point of view, the kitchen is the weak area of your home because it's not very big. It's lacking in prep space. The good thing is there is actually a bit more usable space in the kitchen that with some clever storage ideas, we can create more storage and more prep space. In the bedroom, again, decluttered to an extreme. So just put the warmth and the charm back in and add some extra storage. Your daughter's room is lovely, but for the purpose of selling, it's slightly too gender specific. I'd like to paint it a colour that is not necessarily associated with a little girl's room. So your house has been on the market now for 4 months. You must be getting a little desperate.
A little desperate.
Which means you will do whatever it takes to get your house sold.
Absolutely.
Stephen and Jocelyne have bought a new home before they've sold their old one, and they've been saddled with 2 mortgages for far too long. Now I'm going to go meet Patrick, their real estate agent, to quiz him on why he thinks his house isn't selling. I always think for sale, the trinity is price, condition, location.
Absolutely.
So you've got the location here. So what do you think is the problem with it?
Space, an issue. Kitchen a bit dated. It's a little dull inside. It's a mash of different design.
Tell me about the price.
It was $629.
Right.
It's $599 now, and that's where it should have been originally.
Okay.
That $30,000 makes a huge difference in this market.
Because this house is $30,000 off. Someone's going to go down the road, find a house that is on the money.
Yeah, exactly, and you have to be realistic. What you need and what you want and what the market will bear are 2 different things.
So now we're on the money for market value. Combine that with the work that we're going to do and the location. We should have a pretty hot little house on our hands.
I hope so.
The real estate market in this area is busy. So I'm going to go and show Jocelyne and Steve a comparable house so they get a better idea of what people in this area are looking for.
Come on in. This dining room is the same size as yours, but it doesn't look decluttered to within an inch of its life. It looks a bit more lived in.
It's really nice and it seems a lot more functional.
Which is what I'd like to see in your house.
Absolutely.
Let's go through into the sitting room. Okay. What I like about this room is there is a design cohesion. All the furniture matches. Potential buyers will walk in here and just think, nice room.
They do bring it together with the furniture.
Yeah. Well, onto the kitchen then. Probably would be the same square footage as your kitchen, it's just laid out differently. Now, we can't change the layout of your kitchen, but the one thing it's really lacking is prep space. But what they've done by adding this breakfast bar, you've created some extra prep space.
It almost looks like a normal full-size kitchen.
Okay, well, let's go upstairs then. Master bedroom, I'd say almost identical size to yours, but it doesn't feel like the bed was just plonked there. You know, you've got a headboard, you've got 2 nightstands.
I'm actually surprised how much furniture is actually in the room and that it all looks like it actually belongs here.
Yeah, because I know you took the furniture out of your master bedroom because you felt it was cluttered, but at the moment, your master bedroom just totally lacks character. This room is a good example of how the right amount of furniture, well placed, could make a room look homey and inviting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely more elegant and much more inviting than our room is today.
Well, I'm glad we're all agreeing. Should we go downstairs?
Sure.
Sure.
So, what do you think of the house?
It's amazing how similar it is to ours, but yet how much better it flows.
Well, you can definitely see how they've used the space, and the rooms are very inviting.
But your house, I think, is the better house because you have the wealth of period features. But I know potential buyers liked this house because it sold for just under the asking price in 30 days.
Wow, 30 days?
Yeah, I know.
I'd love to see that happen in our house.
Yeah.
And to help Jocelyne get her wish, I've called in contractor Anthony Sayers to work some of his magic. Now, I spoke to you about some of the problem areas in our little chat, but Anthony's going to give you some fantastic solutions.
Coming into the kitchen, we'll remove the shoddy workmanship, i.e. the tile countertop and backsplash, and replace with a new countertop and new backsplash. There's a really interesting hutch there. I would like to repurpose it into a storage wine bar that'll go into the dining room. In its place, I will put lower cabinets and upper cabinets and add a new countertop.
Fantastic.
In the dining room, living room, just update the furniture and the lighting.
And for the master bedroom?
Well, on either side of the bed, we'll put armoires, and then I will add some architectural moldings to the armoires to match the rest of the room.
We do need some extra storage in that room.
And if you need some extra storage, that means potential buyers will need some extra storage.
Sure.
Can't wait to get started.
I know, let's get going.
Everyone loves to demo, but when you're trying to save something like this hutch, there's just a couple things that you need to remember. First, use the right tools. Second, you want to take your time and don't rush the job. I've removed the screws that were attaching the cabinet to the wall. Next, I'm going to take my knife and cut the caulking joint. Looks fairly easy, but takes a bit of effort. Now that all the caulking is cut, we just need to remove the cabinet very carefully. Oh yeah. Look at that. Hardly any damage to the wall. Beautiful.
Hey, the kitchen's looking like it's going through a lot of work. My hutch, I don't know where my hutch is. It seemed to have disappeared, but it's left this footprint on the wall. Anyone know where my hutch is?
New bedroom storage.
Yeah, just a store-bought unit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some architectural moldings and just add to it to make it look more like a built-in.
Then that's going to mirror the original features in the room.
Yeah.
I like.
These are the pieces that I'm gonna use. It's just crown molding. That's the side piece. And then this is the front. And it'll look something like that.
Right.
Better than this though.
And you just nail these to the...
Yeah, you nail and glue it to the top and then to each other.
Right.
And after it's secured, I will fill the holes and then you just have to do touch-ups of paint.
So now we've got his and her storage on either side of the bed, which potential buyers will really appreciate.
Yes, they will.
It's a little hard to let go, and it's been a lot of work, but we're anxious to see it all finished. Done.
Nice cupboard.
Yeah, it just takes the place of the old cabinet hutch that was here.
The other one was a bit of a waste of space. It looked pretty, but you know, you couldn't use the prep space, and that's what you're missing in this kitchen.
Yeah. Next, I'm using upper cabinets for lower cabinets because of the depth. A lower cabinet is usually about 24 inches. This is about 12 to 14.
That is genius. And this is a fantastic kitchen upgrade. It doesn't cost a lot of money, and it makes the most of the usable space.
Yes, and it's gonna look fantabulous.
If you live in an older home, it's likely your kitchen is small and lacks storage. But small should never mean cramped or impractical. When selling your house, you need to find ingenious ways of creating that feeling of spaciousness all buyers crave. This comparable house in the same neighborhood has done just that. This home also has a small kitchen, but unlike Steve and Jocelyne's, the space has been used to maximum potential. The kitchen is well laid out, and a breakfast bar also doubles as extra prep space. High-end features like this granite countertop and matching backsplash remove all worry in a buyer's mind that they'll have to live through an expensive renovation. By putting the kitchen in the front of the house, the back opens up into one large space. This elegant living room makes the fireplace its focal point and easily incorporates a large sofa and 2 chairs. The glass table not only matches the room's contemporary style, but also cleverly creates the illusion of more space. The design is then carried through to the dining room. A modern table and light fixture gives the room function and adds just the right amount of personality. Removing a non-structural wall between the dining room and living room is a fantastic way to increase your home's living space.
Steve and Jocelyne went to extremes when decluttering their house to the point that it didn't look lived in anymore. But now we've designed it in such a way to maximise the space, but give it that homey feel that potential buyers are looking for.
Although the living room had been freshly painted, this space lacked cohesion. To change this, we accented the existing sofa with soft grey cushions to match the neutral green on the walls. Steve and Jocelyne's once bare windows now sport sleek metallic drapery, and a contemporary floor lamp adds some much-needed personality and texture. Small furniture doesn't always make a room feel larger, so we replaced the undersized area rug and ottomans with a marble coffee table. Inexpensive votive candles warm up the space and complete the look. Steve and Jocelyne's dining room felt stark and unappealing. We added a modern dining table and updated the old lighting fixture with a round pendant light to pick up the contemporary feel of the living room. Thanks to Anthony, the repurposed kitchen hutch has been cleverly transformed into a wine bar that perfectly complements the room's beautiful period features. This galley kitchen was small and had absolutely no prep space. We brightened up the walls with fresh paint, and by removing the hutch, we were able to add the extra countertops and storage all potential buyers are looking for. The new hardware and tile backsplash helped transform this small kitchen into both an appealing and practical space. Upstairs in Steve's daughter's room, Little Girl Pink was changed to a more gender-neutral colour, enabling buyers to envision a room more suited to their particular needs. Finally, the master bedroom had no personality. Here, Anthony incorporated extra storage into the design, framing the bed with armoires and giving focus to the most important element in the room. New linens, elegantly patterned wallpaper were other inexpensive ways we added instant charm. The total cost for this renovation was $4,400, but it was well worth it because this updated traditional house now has both the charm and extra storage to impress even the most discerning buyers. If you're trying to sell one of the smaller houses in your neighbourhood, you need to show potential buyers that size doesn't always matter, so don't forget these crucial marketing tips.
In small houses, it's tempting to knock down all the walls and create a really big space, but resist the urge upstairs because, from a real estate point of view, 2 medium-sized bedrooms are usually more valuable than 1 big bedroom. You can never have too much storage, so get creative and use all available dead space. Potential buyers will appreciate it. Pale paint colours, artfully placed lamps and mirrors can work wonders in small rooms. Bouncing light will create a greater sense of space. This house might have a small footprint, but now it has big appeal. And I'm confident that Steve and Jocelyne will soon be able to say goodbye to this house and their 2 mortgages. This house now has enough personality in every room for the home to feel inviting. It's time to let the potential buyers into the open house and to see what they think. Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, you're English. I'm Sophie.
Nice to meet you.
So, sitting room. This has lots of original features. You've got the hardwood floor, you've got the corner sink, so it's very charming. You want to come through to the dining room? Now, would this be big enough for your needs?
I actually think the 2 rooms together is quite a nice space, isn't it?
Do you think this would be workable for you?
Yeah, I prefer smaller kitchens.
Brilliant. Okay, come on through.
This looks great.
Oh, have you seen it before?
I'm an agent.
Uh-huh.
I have some buyers that would be interested in seeing the changes, I think.
Fantastic. Come on through to the dining room. So you've seen it before. Do you think the dining room's much improved, or?
I think it matches a bit better with the rest of the house and the modern style.
Would definitely appeal to young professionals looking to move in.
And the good thing is in move-in ready conditions, so they wouldn't have to do any work.
Definitely. Oh, I like this backsplash. That's really pretty.
Do you think this is big enough now?
It opens up nicely. I think it's actually, it's good use of space.
The additional prep space over there is definitely quite helpful.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yay, finally a wow.
This is so romantic.
Quite a difference. You've really created a lot of storage space here.
Great use of space.
So you think this room will impress your clients?
Definitely.
Hello.
Hi.
Dave.
Sophie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Looks good. Very good.
Brilliant. Well, come on through to the kitchen then.
I like the tiles.
Yeah, the tiles are really, really smart.
I think you've done a great job with the space that you had. Hey, this looks great.
Yeah, that has been everyone's reaction.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, look, they reused the hutch. It looks awesome.
Wow, changes. Where do I begin? The kitchen functionality's changed, so there's actually more preparation space and more storage space. Oh, wow.
Wow, this is beautiful. I love the master bedroom. Love it, love it. It's just a nice room to be in now, which before it wasn't.
It would be great not to be paying 2 mortgages, and based on what I've seen, that should come to an end very soon.
Since we've updated Steve and Jocelyne's house, I'm pleased to report the couple finally got their wish. Not long after our open house, Steve and Jocelyne received a firm offer for 96% of their asking price, turning this house from unsellable to sold. Today's real estate market has shifted from a seller's market to more of a buyer's market. So, to ensure a sale, it is vital that your house is looking at its best. Because in today's property climate, if your house isn't standing out from the crowd, it's just getting lost in it. Emily and Jason are moving out of the city with baby Owen, to where property prices are less expensive and they can afford to have more children. They've even found their dream home, but they can't make an offer on it until they've sold this house. Now, this house is listed at $449,000 and hasn't received a single offer, even though over 100 potential buyers have walked through those doors.
I think it's a great house. We were really excited when we bought it. When we first put the house on the market this spring, we thought we were sitting on a gold mine, so we're pretty much stumped.
It's really important to sell as soon as possible because I would like to have more children. I think he's thirsty.
Owen has completely changed the way I look at my life. It makes me want to make the house I'm living in a home. We didn't do that here. We haven't bought a single item of furniture. Everything we have, we owned when we were living together in apartments. Not selling this house is preventing us from moving forward with our lives. I feel very stuck. There's been no offers, so we're totally confused.
Emily and Jason live in this spacious 2-story, 3-bedroom house in a city neighborhood popular with first-time homebuyers because of its relatively affordable prices. Known as Greek Town, this colorful, multicultural area is just a short walk to some of the city's best Greek bakeries and restaurants. Now, this all sounds lovely, but apparently it's not enough to get a sale. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable. Hi, lovely to meet you guys.
Thanks, Sophie. Nice to meet you. After you.
Brilliant. Really, really nice. And all the original features.
Yes.
Lovely high ceilings. And you've got the fireplace, which is fantastic, the hardwood floors, beautiful cornicing, but not a light to be had.
We don't really sit in here, so we forgot about lights.
So can I go on through?
Sure, after you.
I love these high ceilings. It just gives you such a sense of space. But do you people have some kind of wood fetish? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of wood in this one room alone.
I never noticed that before.
Yeah, now let's go through to the kitchen. For a house this size, this kitchen is actually totally in proportion. It's just no prep space. You've got the wrong table in here, but
This kitchen could be absolutely fine with a bit of TLC.
Good.
Good. Now, what's through here? Nice, useful little family room.
Yes, you can have your little one playing here, and you can be in the kitchen.
So fantastic. Just leaves us with upstairs. Lots of natural light, good size, yet I feel like I'm in a student dig.
That's how we describe it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not saying sophisticated, sexy master bedroom suite.
Not at all.
So we should sit down, work out our battle plan, and then we can get to work.
Sounds good.
This house could be fantastic, but at the moment it falls a long way short. In the living room and the dining room, so dark you can barely see your hand in front of your face. The kitchen is dismal, and the master bedroom, my bedroom at university was nicer. Having said that, this house is going to look wonderful when we're finished, and then Emily and Jason can move on with the rest of their lives. You've got a solidly built house with lovely rooms, elegant proportions. Having said that, the whole atmosphere of the house is a little bit dingy. The living room and the dining room. These are your principal reception rooms, so you need them to be looking fantastic. How would you feel if we painted some of the woodwork?
I'm a little skeptical.
And I'm not suggesting painting all of it, but I think the archways over the doors and the chair rail, that's going to make the room look much brighter. The period features stand out, and also, crucially, it's going to give these two rooms greater flow. Now, moving on to the kitchen. At the moment, I don't mean to sound rude, it's completely lacking in the charm that is so plentiful in the rest of the house.
You're not hurting our feelings. It's pretty dismal.
I'd like to see us create more prep space and really modernise the look of the kitchen.
Sounds good.
Now, the master bedroom. I think the brown mismatched linen and the kindergarten cubby holes on either side don't make for a particularly wow master bedroom. So I'd like to see this house looking more modern, more elegant. In this buyer's market, average doesn't cut the mustard. Your house has to be above average. So someone walks in through that front door, falls in love with it, and can't imagine themselves living anywhere else.
Sounds good.
Okay, Jason?
Let's get to work.
Fantastic, let's do it. Emily and Jason's home is in an incredibly popular neighbourhood, and it's recently undergone a process of gentrification. So I got a meeting with Rick, they're a real estate agent, because I'd like to know why he thinks this house is not selling. Rick, lovely to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Now, can you give me a bit of the back history of this house?
We've done 14 open houses over the last 3 months.
Wow.
There's approximately 75 houses on the market currently within the area, which has created a lot more competition.
That is a huge amount. This house is stacked full of original features, but I just think at the moment you're not really seeing these as well as you could because of the slightly dark colour, a lot of dark wood. I just don't think average cuts it in this market.
No, definitely. The sellers definitely have to show their property in its best light.
So do you think once we've given this house a more modern, brighter look while retaining the period features, we can get this house on the way?
That would be ideal.
Emily and Jason live in a lovely house that a year ago would have sold no problem. But the market's changing. Buyers have a lot of choice, so their house is going to have to really stand out if they want to sell. I'm going to go and show them a comparable house now that had no problem standing out and sold quickly. What are your first impressions?
I like it a lot.
This room feels much lighter than your room because of the nice, light, cream-coloured paint. Now here, a lot of the period details like the fireplace and the baseboard and the cornicing, they're painted white. They don't have to be the original wood colour for you to appreciate them.
Very true.
I agree.
Good, well, come on through to the dining room. You've got a nice dining room table set, a sideboard. Your furniture looks mismatched. Here it's elegant, grown up, more permanent looking.
I agree with you totally.
Now coming through to the kitchen. What potential buyers are looking for is storage space, prep space, and somewhere to eat your cereal. That's what's lacking in your kitchen at the moment. This ticks those 3 boxes. Okay, now I want to show you the master bedroom. Now, potential buyers might think this bedroom is a little small, but they'll also probably think it's inviting and warm, and there's no real negatives apart from the size. Your room needs to
grow up.
Exactly. Now, your house is Bigger, more period details, more charm. But this house sold for just under the asking price in 5 days. Oh, you look traumatized.
Our house has been on the market for so much longer.
But this should fill you with hope, because once we've done the changes to your house, I think it will look fantastic.
I have faith.
Well, let's go and do some work.
And to help restore the faith, I've called in contractor Anthony Sayers.
Emily, Jason, I'd like you to meet my right-hand man, Anthony.
Hello, Anthony. Nice to meet you.
Emily?
Hello. Anthony's going to go into a little more detail about the changes we're going to make.
In the dining room, I noticed there was a bay window that you replaced. So we need to just match up the trim around the window with the trim in the rest of the room.
It will fit in better to its surroundings.
Coming into the kitchen, your cabinets are a little dated, so we'll address that by changing over the hardware. And on this side, I'll take this cabinet away. I'll build a shelf here. It'll be like a eatery bar. It will also double as more counter space for prepping.
Gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
That's right. The master bedroom, we just need to paint the room, add some lights.
Just give it a more sophisticated feel.
Fantastic.
Yep.
So come on.
Excellent. There used to be a bay window here. It was replaced with a more energy efficient window. You want to see newer windows in an older house. It's a great selling feature. What was wrong with this particular window was that the trim wasn't matching with the rest of the house. First, I measured around the window. Then I bought this trim from the hardware store and mitered the edges on a 45-degree angle. I glued the pieces around the window to frame it and nailed it down to make it secure. Next, I have to make the trim match. So what I've done is I've taken some pine and I've copied the window that's in the living room just to keep the same style going throughout the house. After, we're gonna just paint it out and it's gonna be beautiful.
So what do you think of our flea market find?
I really like it, actually. I think it's lots of character.
It's amazing the difference you can make to a house with imagination, hard work, and, you know, a small budget. I know you guys were a little concerned about the painting of the plate rail and the baseboard.
I'm totally okay with it now. In fact, I think it looks better.
You can see the potential.
Yes.
Wow, this table fits the room so much better.
Yeah, it makes so much more sense for sure.
And it's the same table?
It's the exact same table. What I've done is primed the whole table and then painted it. I got this piece of MDF. I made it 16 inches bigger than the old table.
Right.
So you have 8 inches on both sides.
So it's symmetrical and even?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I cut down the piece of MDF and screwed it from underneath so that there's no holes on the top.
Right.
Got this same decorative trim, and we're just using it as an edge just to finish it off.
Fantastic. And then do you put a top on the table, or is this going to be
That's the top. We're just going to paint it the same brown as the legs.
Okay.
And it's just going to be beautiful.
Fantastic. Well, I think it looks brilliant. See you in a little bit.
Okay.
Potential buyers don't just want any old house. They want something a little bit special. Now, in this area, there are around 75 houses on the market, and it was obvious that Emily and Jason's house wasn't standing out from the crowd. But I think they understand now that in a buyer's market, your house really has to rise to the top of the pack to get that elusive sale. A lot of progress has been made in here.
And we were lacking in countertop space?
Absolutely.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, I see that.
So what I've done is I've just taken some MDF and black laminate.
Right.
Contact cement them together, and this edging, just to finish it off and make it look nice. On this end, I had to build this rad cover because you could see the radiator, and it'll help support this end of the eatery bar. On that end, I just have a temporary leg for now.
Oh, I see.
But this decorative nice bracket is gonna go in place of that.
So those 2 nails there are enough to support this?
Well, what I've done is I've made sure that I'm right on a stud so that there will be ample support for the bar.
If you don't have a lot of money and you want to renovate your house before sale, kitchen is a really, really good room because you get the most return on your investment. How much did this cost us?
Maybe $150.
And it will look classic, elegant, with enough prep space for a family.
Yes.
I think this shelf and its bright red stools will add that little extra this kitchen needs. When listing in a competitive market, remember, you must make sure your property shows as one of the best in its price range. Just like this comparable house in the same neighborhood. The living room is a similar size to Emily and Jason's, but here the neutral, light colors and ample lighting give it a bright and airy feel. While some of the original wood trim has been left unpainted, the dark tone is cleverly picked up in the chocolate browns of the ottoman cushions and throws, giving this charming modern space cohesion and flow. In the dining room, a neutral palette really allows the wood tones to shine, making this original feature an asset. A proper grown-up dining table gives the room purpose and updates the style. This kitchen is smaller than Emily and Jason's, but every available space has been efficiently used. Extra built-in cabinets with granite countertops add function and flair. The master bedroom is simple yet elegant. The lovely big window serves as a focal point for the bed, and its simple linens perfectly match the window treatments. This space is an excellent example of how to work with what you have in order to show your home at its very best.
Emily and Jason's house is up against some stiff competition, but the way it was showing before meant it was easily forgettable despite its wealth of features. But now, with the changes we've made, I think it's going to go straight to the top of the class.
Before, this living room was dark, dingy and unloved. We instantly brightened the space by painting the walls a warm grey, the trim and French doors a creamy white. We positioned a smaller sofa and chairs around a new leather ottoman to create a cosy conversation area. New lamps and chenille drapery add extra warmth to this beautiful traditional room. The dining room's mismatched furniture and wood tones made the room feel gloomy. To create flow, we continued the same wall and trim paint right through. Our yard sale sideboard and dining room set truly complements the period features of this space. The kitchen's round table and wooden cabinet did nothing to highlight the positives in this bright room. Anthony's floating wall shelf not only adds more prep space, but also the red stools instantly add a pop of colour to the new eat-in area. Emily and Jason's bedroom looked like it hadn't been touched since their student days. We painted the walls green and their existing dresser a clean white. We spray painted an antique iron headboard purchased from a local garage sale and changed the linens to make this bed a real focal point. New side tables, inexpensive lamps, and cream-coloured drapery add that extra touch of adult elegance. For a total cost of $4,100, we've taken Emily and Jason's home from unremarkable to unforgettable. So when showing your home, don't overlook the details.
Removing interior doors is a great way to make a room look bigger and more modern, but remember to hang on to them and include in your listings that you have the original doors and they come with the house. If your furniture's putting off potential buyers, remember you don't need a king's ransom to replace it. Trawling flea markets and garage sales is a great way to pick up furniture, lamps, mirrors, and a lovely way to spend a Saturday. My kitchen mantra is prep space, prep space, prep space. A butcher's block, a dining bar, or a wide floating shelf is a great way to add value to your kitchen.
Well, it's almost time for the open house. I think this place is looking modern and sophisticated while keeping its period charm. But we'll have to wait and see what potential buyers think. Hi.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm Sophie.
Hi, Carl, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Well, this is the sitting room. In this house, you've got the original floors, you've got the original baseboard, the original plate rail, and this beautiful wooden ceiling.
It is definitely beautiful.
Come on through to the kitchen.
Nice flooring, and it's nice space, it's not small.
It's functional. This is all new. And this is a good-sized kitchen.
I agree with that, yeah.
Hi. Hi. Sophie. Hi. Show you through to the dining room. Is it the sort of style you're looking for?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and the floors are in really good condition.
Yeah, they are.
Which is great.
Well, let's go on. So this is the master bedroom. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love the windows. I mean, the stained glass.
Yes. You've seen quite a lot of houses. How does this compare?
This is probably the biggest one I've seen so far.
So would you consider coming back for a second viewing, maybe bringing back your family?
Yeah, sure.
Hi.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sophie.
Hello.
Hello. What are your thoughts?
Beautiful. I love the color.
Like the high ceilings and the moldings.
Now here we have the kitchen.
I think for the two of us, it's more than enough space.
It's nice and bright, and you've still got some of the original features.
I like the stools and the counter. That's great for a quick breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast on the run.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Come on in to the master bedroom. Follow me. Pop your head around there. It goes all the way back along one side.
That's excellent. It's impressive for an old house.
So do you think this goes to the top of the list of things you've seen so far?
It's up there.
It's up there. Good. In a buyer's market, you've got to go that extra mile to make sure your house stands out from the crowd. Judging by some of the comments we got during our open house, I know this home is going to be noticed and remembered.
Oh my gosh. I want to see more. This is a real dining room.
And I love that the plate rail is painted. I didn't think I would like that so much, but it looks really nice. Awesome.
I love the table in the kitchen.
The room looks about 5 foot wider now, just because there's something over on this side now.
I also love the master bedroom. Oh, I think this is my favorite room in the house. It's romantic, it's cozy, I love the color green, it's great. I wanted to jump on the bed. Our house is snazzy. It's going to sell fast.
Now that we've taken this traditional house from drab to dynamic, it's been receiving enthusiastic reviews, and Emily and Jason are entertaining an offer. I'm confident a sale is on the horizon, and soon this family will be moving to the country house of their dreams. Selling your house is one of the biggest financial moves you make in life. As a real estate expert, I know that experience is the best teacher. So when you put your house on the market for the first time, it can be daunting. But you got to be on top of your game to get the results you want. Catherine and Rob own a 3-bedroom detached house on a large lot, which is listed at $459,900. Now, Catherine is a policewoman and Rob is a paramedic, but their commute to work is adding stress onto what is a very demanding job. So they're selling up to move closer to work. Now, first-time sellers Catherine and Rob bought this house only a year ago, but need to turn a profit to make this move possible. Their house has been listed for over a month, but they haven't received any offers. And now the pressure is really beginning to mount up.
We bought this home a little bit over a year ago. We thought it would sell really fast, or we'd at least get some offers quickly. We loved it so much, we put an offer in like that evening.
You know, when we first moved into this house, all we did was fence in the yard for the dogs. But other than that, we didn't really do anything on the inside.
People make fun of cops and medics that they don't know how to dress, so decorating and painting is probably an even bigger leap.
Guilty. We've got the biggest lot in the neighborhood, so we thought, no problem, we're gonna sell easily.
Easy.
Not so.
This house is in a sought-after enclave. It's close to the lake, but only a 30-minute commute into the centre of the city. Houses in this area typically go for over $500,000, but our house is listed well under that, and it's been on the market for a long time. But that's why we're here, to turn this house from unsellable to sellable. Hello. Hi. Hi.
Lovely to meet you.
Come on in.
So this is your sitting room. Nice big room. Slightly bold colour choice.
Yeah, it's yellow.
Who's the fan of the yellow?
It was the previous owners.
So how long have you been in the house?
Over a year now.
Yeah. Over a year.
Yeah.
And you haven't done any painting?
No.
Intriguing. Lovely wood-burning fire. I can tell you've obviously used it quite a bit.
We were throwing fresh logs in, and one of the logs hit the flue shut. So
Right.
the flames came flying up. It was a little scary, but we got it under control.
Luckily, you were there when it happened.
That's true.
It might have burnt to the ground.
Yes.
So dining area.
Yep.
Was it a different configuration before because the lights have not directly above the table?
Right. We just felt that the table worked better this way.
I have to say I agree with you. Now, do you mind if I go and have a peek in the sunroom?
Absolutely.
Wow. Fantastic yard.
It is, yeah. Great space, lots of property.
Yeah. I think people really like bringing the outside in. You've just got such a lovely view out here. You want to maximise that. Kitchen?
Kitchen.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say you didn't choose this colour, it came with the house.
That's right.
I see you've got a really great pantry back there.
We do.
Yes.
What's this area used for here?
It's kind of our dog zone.
Yeah.
They
Dog
have
zone.
their little eating area there.
Not a big fan of dog zones. People zones. Yeah. Well, should we go upstairs? I'm dying to look.
Sounds good.
Let's go.
First thing I noticed, dog beds.
Yeah, they're kind of in every room.
Interesting. You could fit 10 people on that bed.
It's a big bed for sure.
Yeah.
King size, and it's the super deep mattress.
Definitely some room for improvement, but nothing has sent me running for the hills.
Good.
Rob and Catherine bought this house a year ago in a stronger market, but they've made a common first-time seller's mistake. They're expecting to turn a profit, but it's a softer market, and they haven't done any work to this house. They haven't even painted the yellow walls. So if they want to sell this house, they're going to have to do some hard work. You bought this house a year ago. You've done little to it, and presumably you are wanting more than you paid for it.
Yes.
To get that extra money, you're really going to have to work for it. Curb appeal. Could do a bit of sprucing up, a little bit of colour, the paint colours. Yellow and blue, overpowering. So I'd like to see the paint colour change. This room is a great size, but the sofas are too big for the space.
They are.
So I'd like to repurpose the furniture to fit into the size of the room.
Okay.
Lovely fireplace. I'd just like to see the smoke damage repaired. Now, the dining room, the light fixture, it's not centred, so that's gonna go.
Okay.
Now, the kitchen, that dog area, wasted space. Potential buyers like eating kitchens. You've got the space, you might as well utilise it.
Okay.
Your pantry laundry area is a fantastic space, but I would like to see a door on it because no one wants to see dirty laundry when they're in the kitchen. You have this great selling feature of the sunroom. I'd just like to see it have that bit extra, bit snazzier, a bit sexier.
Okay.
Now upstairs, the master bedroom, seeing the dog beds right at the end of the bed, it's gonna throw up some hygiene issues for people.
Okay. No more dogs?
Also, you want the master bedroom to feel spacious, bright, and dog-free.
Dogs aren't gonna like that at all.
Well, I'm perfectly prepared to take Riley and Ginger aside and, you know, lay down the law.
Okay.
So we're all on the same page?
Yes.
We can make this house look spectacular.
Awesome.
That's great.
Rob and Catherine are trying to sell their first house, but it's been on the market for quite a while and they haven't received a single offer. So I'm going to go and meet Jason, their real estate agent, to see what he thinks the problem is. Lovely to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too.
Who do you think would be most likely to buy a house like this?
A young family looking to get into a great neighborhood.
The price is $459,000. Do you think that's market value?
I think we are bang on.
What common mistake do you think first-time home sellers make?
The goal of the first-time seller should be to cater to as many people as possible. I think in this case, with the color schemes that they have going on here and the cottage feel, I really don't think that it appeals to as many people as possible.
Once we've given this house some wow factor, do you feel positive that it will sell quickly?
I do.
Rob and Catherine have never sold a house before. I'm going to go and show them a comparable house so they have a better idea of how a house needs to show for potential buyers to get their wallets out and sign on the dotted line. So what are your thoughts about the curb appeal?
The landscaping looks amazing, so I think that would pull me into wanting to see the inside of the house.
That's the point of curb appeal. You need something to draw you in. Come on in.
This is nice and bright, actually.
What I like about this room is it's an enclosed porch. You've got the hardwood floors. You've got really lovely rattan furniture. And that's what I'd like to see with your sunroom. Come on through to the sitting room.
Okay. It's a cozy room.
Here the furniture is the right size for the room. Whereas at the moment, your maroon couches stick too far out into the middle of the room. Well, let's go on through the dining room.
Okay, great. I think the room looks very clean. I like the paint. I love the antique look of all the wood.
This house kind of reminds me of one of those heritage homes. I mean, take this light fixture. It kind of matches very well with the rest of the architectural detail.
I actually don't like this room very much.
What don't you like?
Well, I would never put a carpet in an eating area because that's totally unhygienic.
You think the carpet's unhygienic?
For an eating space, yes.
It has been documented recently that having dogs sleeping in your master bedroom is also unhygienic. So, come on through to the kitchen. Do you like?
I love the kitchen.
Here you've got a nice kind of neutral paint colour which flows from the dining room into the kitchen. The only thing I don't like about your kitchen is the jarring blue, and it needs an eat-in section. Should we go to the master bedroom?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This room is huge.
So this is a queen-size bed. What size is your bed?
Maybe a king.
King.
Also, no dog beds.
No.
And that's the way it should be in a master bedroom.
It's beautiful.
Now, I know this house is appealing to potential buyers because it sold for just under the asking price in less than 30 days.
I'm actually really frustrated because that's awfully fast.
Presentation is everything when you're trying to sell your house. And at the moment, your house is not showing at its best. And once we put the work in, I am confident we can generate a lot more interest.
That'd be great.
Okay, but we do have a bit of work to do, so come on.
Okay.
And to help these first-time sellers make these crucial changes, I've called in contractor Anthony Sayers.
Anthony, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, the front of the house, garage door needs a splash of paint. Also, the whole exterior of the house is dirty, so we'll address that by power washing the outside. The fireplace has a few burn marks on it. We'll just paint it out, freshen it up. I noticed that the dining room light is not centered over the dining room table, so I'll just show you how to install it without damaging your ceiling.
We're also going to replace the light fixture with something a little bit updated that looks less like a flying object.
I'm gonna put a door between your pantry and the kitchen, and you can have separation between the two rooms.
And we're putting in an eating area, aren't we?
Yes, a new table and chairs.
For a lot of people, an eating kitchen is a must-have.
In the master bedroom, I noticed there's a little cubby doors that open up to storage areas. When I open it up, the insulation's falling down. So if we just repair the insulation and make it look like it's properly done, then you won't draw the attention to that space.
There's no point losing money for something that's so easy to fix. We're also going to replace the king-size bed, and the dog beds are going.
Yes.
Well, should we go and get some paintbrushes then?
Absolutely.
Okay. Brilliant.
This insulation is probably older than I am. The problem here is that if there's any tears or loose insulation, we're actually losing heat. Quick fix, aluminum foil tape. $6.99 at your local building store. You can use this to seal any tears or gaps in the insulation. Insulation can be an irritant to your skin, so you want to remember, wear your gloves.
It's just a little scary because it's becoming a totally different house. It's a little bit of fear, but then excitement at the same time. Rob's enjoying everything, and he's very stress-free and just having fun. This is great.
When installing a new door, there's a few things that you need to remember. First, you have to determine the swing of the door. Because there's a washer and dryer on this side, dead space on this side, it would make more sense for the door to swing this way. You need to fit the new door into the existing opening. What I've done is I've measured the opening and marked it onto the door, cut the door at the bottom. Always cut your door at the bottom because it will allow you to make any corrections if the floor is uneven. You want to leave a 1/8 gap around the edge of the door, and you want to leave about a 1/2 inch space at the bottom for airflow. Once you've cut your door, then it's time to put your hinges on. I've chiseled out the thickness of the hinges into the side of the door and into the jamb. Screwed the hinges in so that they're flush with the wood. If the hinges were installed properly, there shouldn't be a problem for these pins to just drop right in. And that's how easy it is to hang a door.
Let it come down. So this is the queen-size bed that we're taking upstairs to replace the king-size bed. We're gonna have to learn to get a little close to each other when we sleep at night, I guess. Catherine, I don't know if she's pulling her weight, though, on this job. I don't see her sweating as much as the rest of the crew.
Ah, it's the changing light time.
Yes, it is.
That is great because that light is not the prettiest light I've ever seen and also in totally the wrong place.
Yes, it is.
A lot of potential buyers will walk in here, see that the light's in a weird place, but think it's a really big job. It's just work they don't necessarily want to do. That light looks much better than the other one.
Yes, it sure does. This is the magic hook.
Okay.
We position the dining room table, and then we position the hook over the dining room table, and then use this chain to loop over to the hook.
That enables us to do that without making another hole. And it looks very stylish.
Yes, it does. Quick fix.
Before listing your house, it's important you make as many upgrades and repairs as time and money will allow. It's the only way to ensure you'll get the top dollar you want for your property. In this turnkey property, these homeowners have left nothing unfinished. In this sitting room, the cream-coloured walls and well-placed, well-proportioned furniture gives the space a cosy family feel. The fireplace and the hardwood floors show impeccably. This kitchen is smaller than Catherine and Rob's, but the many upgrades like granite counters, coordinated backsplash and stainless steel appliances tick all the boxes on any buyer's wish list. A marble tile floor carries through into the dining room where light colours and a contemporary light fixture centred over the dining room table makes the room feel spacious and bright. Upstairs in this modest-sized master bedroom, the right-sized bed allows enough space for these charming tables and matching lamps. The whole room presents a calming symmetry that appeals to any buyer looking for a peaceful retreat.
I guess it's just lack of experience that of not having sold a home before. I didn't know all the different ideas and small things you can do to completely update your house and make it look so much more appealing and desirable. It's been a huge transformation over the last few days.
I hope this is the last time I have to do this.
Rob and Catherine didn't really know what to do to their house to get it sale ready, but now they do. It's out with the old and in with the new, and pretty soon this once dated house will appeal to a broad range of potential buyers. To brighten up Catherine and Rob's plain bungalow exterior, we simply painted the garage door, we cut the grass, trimmed the hedges, and power washed that aluminum siding, all to give the house that cared-for feeling buyers are looking for. In the living room, the oversized furniture and bright yellow paint overwhelmed the space. We painted the walls a calming neutral color and repositioned the furniture to improve the room's flow. We repurposed the sofa with inexpensive slip covers and added matching cushions and throws. We took the fireplace from fire hazard to focal point by giving it a coat of fresh paint. New drapes, a chocolate brown area rug, and table lamps perfectly complete the look. Catherine and Rob's outdated country dining room also received a fresh coat of paint, and the pine dining table and chairs were concealed with elegant linens and slip covers. The light fixture was centered and replaced with a stylish alternative that adds the right touch of class and sophistication. This bright kitchen's bold color was a little overpowering, so we carried the same muted paint right through. We replaced the dog bowls with a proper table and chair set and concealed the laundry room with a new door. Finally, this kitchen has both the function and wow factor it deserves. This home's large screened-in sunroom didn't show to its full potential. We simply repurposed some of Catherine and Rob's old wicker chairs, added a table and new cushions. Bringing the indoors out, we've turned this space into a real selling feature. A huge king-size mattress and dog bed completely dominated the master bedroom, but now a smaller bed with new linen, side tables and lamps transforms this place into a suburban oasis, fit for any worn-out commuter. While the total cost for this renovation carried a price tag of $4,200, first-time sellers Catherine and Rob now understand that in real estate, you need to spend money to make money. So don't forget these important marketing tips.
Before you put your house on the market, it's worthwhile investing in a professional clean. Now, it might seem extravagant, but a thorough clean from top to bottom is definitely money well spent. If you've got a sunroom or an enclosed porch and you're selling your home, make sure it's clean, presentable, as aesthetically pleasing as possible, because it's really important to utilize all usable space in your home. The devil's in the detail. Squeaky hinges, peeling paint, sticky doors. May seem like nothing on their own, but compounded can create the impression of a less than cared for house, and that can take money off the asking price. This house no longer looks drab and uncared for. It took some simple work and a few easy solutions to get it to a point where every room shows at its best. Let's see if buyers agree. This house no longer looks neglected. We've maximised the space, we've modernised the colours, we've done all the repairs. So let's see what the potential buyers think. Well, welcome, come on in. Got a nice formal sitting room here.
Really well balanced, nice colors.
We've got a wood-burning fireplace there. Love it.
Yeah, we wanted a fireplace.
Here's the dining area. It's smart, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
very nice.
It's great.
Do you entertain a lot?
We do.
Through here is a pretty spectacular entertaining room.
Right. Wow.
This is beautiful.
That is neat. And look at this floor.
And there's the hot tub.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Come on in. So what are your thoughts?
We're downsizing,
Uh-huh.
so we're looking for something smaller.
Right. Do you think this is going to be big enough?
I think it would be.
It's cute. In here, we have a very large laundry room.
Nice.
That's a good size. So would you consider coming back for a second viewing?
I would.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice
Come
to
on
meet you
through.
Okay, great.
Sitting room, dining room.
Love it. Absolutely love it. It's got a real big wow factor.
And the pretty snazzy master bedroom.
I'd say very snazzy.
It's just modern, it's sleek, it's inviting.
Absolutely. It's wonderful. Oh my goodness.
I know.
It's lovely. I can just imagine myself laying back with a nice cold drink.
You're mentally moving in.
Yes.
I feel like I'm walking into a brand new home. I'm surprised at how much nicer it is now.
Bedroom. It looks so much bigger.
With the new bed in there, there's room to move
There's
around.
two
and
end
walk around.
tables. We couldn't fit that before. The sunroom looks amazing.
Oh my gosh. It is amazing. I want to go in there right now.
Feels exciting knowing that we could potentially sell this place very soon with all the changes we've made.
Since we've updated Catherine and Rob's suburban home, enthusiasm for this little house with a big wow factor significantly increased. And Catherine and Rob accepted a solid offer for just under the asking price, turning this house from unsellable to sold.
Selling your house can be tricky, especially in a buyer's market. And if you want to get a quick sale or an asking price offer, you're going to have to accentuate the positives because you can no longer rely on multiple offers or your house selling in 24 hours. This is, though, a good time for first-time buyers who want to get a leg up on the property ladder. But if you want your house to appeal to new homeowners, you're going to have to make sure it's in turnkey condition. Rob and Marcio's two-bedroom house is listed at $369,900. The couple are planning to adopt, and their current home doesn't really fit the needs of a growing family, so it's time to move on. Now, their home is situated in a really trendy, up-and-coming part of the downtown where it's still possible to pick up a few inexpensive homes. So Rob and Marcio are stumped as to why their house hasn't sold.
It is extremely important that we sell it now. We've been together for 8 years, and we decided to extend our family. We decided to look for a new house. We wanted the house to have 3 bedrooms, a bigger backyard.
We did find a house that had everything in our list.
We bought it.
And now we're selling this one. It's a nice house. It's a great neighborhood. I love the backyard. That's one of the reasons we got the house. It has lots of potential. You can build and everything.
It's been in the market already for quite some time, but no offers yet.
What happens is people come to see, they love the house, but the money they're gonna expend, like to extend or whatever, they feel that that's too much.
I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to change. I just wanted to sell it.
This house should appeal to first-time buyers and young professionals who are looking for a bit of a deal downtown. It's near the beach and public transport, so you can't really get a better location. Hello.
Hi, Sophie. How are you?
Lovely to meet you.
I'm Robert.
You lead straight into the living room from the outside.
Yes.
But I see you've got this little dividing wall.
And this is the living room here.
Uh-huh. Nice big window. That's fantastic. And you've got the hardwood floors. But there is quite a lot of stuff in here.
Yes. We go away a lot, and we kind of bring, souvenirs sometimes.
So you don't like throwing stuff away?
Yeah, it's very hard, yeah.
It's definitely something to think about. But let's go through to the kitchen.
All right.
Okay.
Slash rainforest. Who has the green fingers?
It's more me.
Well, you brought the garden inside. It's a good-sized kitchen. I love the way it leads straight out into the backyard. But where do you guys eat?
We have the table here, a nice round table, wooden table, but we took it off.
Okay. Now, was it you guys who painted the tile backsplash and countertop black?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
It kind of matches the
appliances
and stove, so.
Okay, so should we go upstairs?
Yes.
The master bedroom, not huge.
No, it's not a big space.
Missing a cupboard door here.
Yeah.
Did you put the paneling in?
No, it was in already, so.
Now, what's through here? Ah, a bathroom with no door.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
It's a little weird.
When we renovated the bathroom, we didn't put the door.
It's kind of extraordinary. And then here we've got...
Just a small room.
Just a small room.
We don't use it for anything.
Yeah. Okie dokie, so I've done the tour. I'd like to go downstairs and have a bit of a chat.
All right.
Okay.
From a real estate point of view, this house ticks all the boxes. It's detached, it's got a big garden, it's open concept. But cosmetically, it falls really, really short. I mean, a black kitchen, yellow walls, no bathroom door, more knickknacks than in your average Christmas store. We really have our work cut out with this one. So when you were looking for your new house, did you have a list of requirements?
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But someone who's going to be looking around this house is also going to have a list. And it's probably going to be detached, 2 bedrooms, big yard. This house ticks all those boxes. But unfortunately, the way this house is shown at the moment, people are being distracted from their list. One of the things about this house that is going to put some potential buyers off is that you walk straight in to the living room. To combat that is to create more of a hallway entrance. So I'd like to see a clearly defined hallway. Now, this room. What I'd like to see is this room being decluttered, depersonalized, creating a focal point and the colour. We could tone it down a bit.
True.
The kitchen. On the left-hand side, you've got black countertops, black backsplash, and then you've got this rainforest. I'd like to see the kitchen have more of a cohesive design. I'd also like to see an eating area. Upstairs, the master bedroom, lacking wow factor.
Yes.
The pine, wood...
Not really.
No, I'm not loving it, no.
Gotta go, well.
Gotta go.
Gotta go.
Now, the third room, I'd like to see it as an office because the potential buyers might just go in and think, dead space, what do I do with it? It's not big enough for anything. We got to maximise the potential of that room.
Okay.
And then you can move on to your next house.
Yes, we're very excited.
Me too. Rob and Marcio's house has real potential to appeal to first-time buyers. The tricky thing is, first-time buyers are the least able to spend a lot of money on a renovation project. With that in mind, I'm off to speak to Nola, the real estate agent. Now, this house has been on the market for about 4 weeks.
That's correct.
How many viewings have you had in that time?
35.
35 viewings, and it's priced at $369,900.
Correct, yes.
Nola, who do you think is most likely to buy this house?
Most likely with first-time home buyer, young professionals looking to live in a detached home, alternative to living in a condo.
You know, if it's the first time you're buying a house, you might be a bit scared off by a lot of work. Have you had any feedback?
Kitchen's too dark. The house needs some cosmetic work.
Once we have modernized, decluttered, and basically made the house look appealing to first-time buyers, are you confident that it will be sold?
Absolutely.
Rob and Marcio haven't really considered what potential buyers are expecting to see when they walk through their doors, so I'm going to show them a comparable house in the neighbourhood so they know what buyers are really looking for. OK, this is obviously a bit smaller than your room.
Oh, yeah.
But what do you notice about it?
You feel more like you can imagine yourself here.
Yeah.
Because it's just basically a couch and a table and TV.
It's decluttered, it's a nice neutral colour, and it makes the room feel bigger.
I think it's a good point.
I like to think you're learning something from me, Robert. Come on through to the dining room. Potential buyers come into a house, they like to see an area where they can eat it. Here it is, simple, clean.
I like it.
Brilliant. Come on through to the kitchen. Here, you've got a black fridge, but they did not paint the countertop and backsplash black.
Definitely that black gotta go.
Yeah. OK, similar size to yours, but it's freshly painted, no dodgy pine panelling, no potential buyers could be put off by this room.
I like it. It looks clean.
It does look better, yeah.
Your house has a lot more charm than this house, but this house shows better because of the colour choices, because it's depersonalised. This house would appeal to first-time buyers because they can walk through the front door and they don't see that there's any work to be done. I know this house was well received because it sold for $11,000 over asking price in 6 days. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing, eh?
We're not going to get your house sold unless we actually get to it, so come on, let's go.
All right.
We've got a lot of work to do, so I've called in contractor Anthony Sayers to lend a hand. Now, I've gone through some of the changes we're going to make, but Anthony has all the details in the plan.
First, we're going to start out by painting out the living room.
Okay.
And the half wall that's here, we're going to prime and paint it out. I noticed that you have a glass block wall here that's kind of leaning. What I'll do is I'll just build something that resembles your half wall here.
Okay.
It'll create a nice design flow right through the kitchen and out to the yard.
Next, the kitchen. So new countertop, and then we're going to paint out the backsplash as well as the floor.
Okay.
And the skylight needs to be fixed up a little bit, so I'll just show you a quick fix on how to do that, okay? Going upstairs, there isn't a door on your bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's kind of weird, so...
Yes, it is. So we'll put a new door in the bathroom. We need a new door in the closet, too. There's some wooden panel in the master bedroom on the walls. We'll remove the wooden panel, plaster and prime and paint it.
I'm excited.
Fantastic.
Are you
Let's
painting
get to
clothes?
it.
When dealing with an awkward space like this, a regular door will not work because you won't be able to swing it in or out. So what I've got is a bifold door. It's fairly easy to install. What I've done is I've taken the top track and screwed it to the top jamb. I've taken the bottom swivel and screwed it to the floor and to the side of the jamb. The next thing is to measure the opening and cut the door to the size of the opening. Now all we have to do is pop the pins into these holes, top and bottom, and then put the door in place. Nice. The
house feels different.
It feels empty. Yeah.
All of our stuff is gone. It's weird now, but it's for the best, so.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's skylight time.
Yeah. Not so nice, right, when you look up?
No, pretty skanky.
So I got a quick fix on how
Brilliant.
to let the light in and clean it up a little bit. I'm just gonna take this wood and I'm gonna nail it to the outside, maybe
Okay.
about 2 inches below the skylight that's there.
Oh, I see.
And then I'm gonna use this acrylic lighting panel. So after I've lined it with the wood, I'm just gonna drop this down, and once you look up there, all you see is this.
So are we still going to have enough light coming through with this acrylic cover?
Oh yeah, you're gonna let the light through, but you'll just look up and see something nice and clean.
Clean.
It's a quick fix, but it's like $60.
That's amazing, because if you replaced the skylight, it would be hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Brilliant, so another thing ticked off our list.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Woo.
It's looking much better. And they're not done yet, so I can imagine when everything is in place, everything is clean, it's gonna be way, way better, yeah.
The glass brick wall I see is on the porch,
Yeah.
so this is its replacement.
Yes, it is. Remember the wall was pretty much falling over before? So this is a new wall. See how sturdy it is?
Much sturdier.
What I've done is I've made up a frame out of 2x4s.
Right.
There's a top plate, bottom plate, and studs in between. And I've used screws to secure the whole thing together. I made sure that I've screwed the bottom frame to the floor
Okay.
and to the wall.
So now how are you going to make this look like this?
Well, now that I've got the frame,
Okay.
I've got some drywall, which I've cut already to fit.
Now you're going to have this lovely flow
Yep.
and look really snazzy.
You're absolutely right.
I know. Creating flow and function is especially important in a small house. Buyers should not be distracted by visual clutter and instead see easily how each space can be used. This comparable starter home does just that. The open concept design and uncluttered contemporary style makes the main floor feel expansive and bright. The leather and glass furniture is the right size and well placed. A neutral area rug helps anchor the room and define the space. Espresso-coloured floors continue through to the dining room, where a glass top table gives the room function and flow. In the kitchen, dark, modern cabinets pick up the wood tones in the living and dining rooms. A small yet stylish breakfast bar gives buyers an instant eat-in area. Sleek, stainless steel countertops and appliances, a gorgeous backsplash, and modern hardware reassures first-time buyers that all the work has already been done for them. The kitchen is a first-time buyer's dream. Upstairs in the master bedroom, the colour scheme of neutral taupes and dark browns continues. The bed's crisp linens and pillows complement the matching side tables and gleaming hardwood floors. This room's double bed clearly defines its purpose. Simple and elegant, buyers can see how a small space can be functional and stylish. Rob and Marcio's house ticked all the real estate boxes, but potential buyers couldn't see the forest for the trees. The clutter, the plants, the paint colour were disguising the positives, but that is all changing. Rob and Marcio's small living room felt cramped and cluttered. So we removed all their personal items, painted the walls a calming, neutral colour, and rearranged the furniture to create better flow. The dated vertical blinds and curtains were replaced with soft, tan drapery and a smart bamboo blind. A decorative mirror over the fireplace reflects light and draws attention to the room's new focal point. New matching accessories give this room charm and cohesion. In the hallway, we removed the dated glass blocks, and Anthony's smart new wall separates the home's entrance from the living areas. We painted the floor,
and added a storage bench and coat rack to clearly define the space's function. In the kitchen, we removed the visual clutter and added a black table and chair set, giving the space balance and purpose. The black counters and backsplash were unappealing. We painted the tiles and replaced the countertop to match the new colour on the walls. The once dirty skylight now shows as good as new. Buyers can now easily envision themselves enjoying breakfast while taking in the fabulous garden view. Upstairs, the master bedroom's limited space was taken up with large plants and extra furniture. By repositioning the bed, removing the dated wood panelling and painting the walls a soothing taupe, we created a feeling of spaciousness. New linens, throws, pillows and window treatments add some instant modern chic. In the second bedroom, we removed all of Rob and Marcio's personal effects, and by painting the wood and adding a desk, we turned this small room into an office. Now buyers can instantly recognise the room's function. For a total cost of $4,500, we've quickly transformed this cluttered, dated house into a home that appeals to first-time buyers and urban professionals looking for a smart, stylish condo alternative.
Know your market. If you're trying to attract families, make sure your house is child-friendly. If you're trying to appeal to first-time buyers, make sure they're not scared off by extra expenditure. The entranceway is the first and the last thing a buyer sees in your home, so make sure it's an appealing space. A useful hallway where you can hang your coats and tidy away your shoes will be appreciated by potential buyers. Every box of clutter you remove from your house when you're selling can be worth between $800 and $1,000, and that means that every box of clutter you leave behind is money off the asking price.
I think Rob and Marcio's house will now appeal to a broad range of people looking to buy in this area. We've upgraded the kitchen, the sitting room's got focal point, and the bedroom is much more sophisticated. Looks like we're ready for the open house.
I think this house will appeal to a broad range of potential buyers. We've upgraded the kitchen, we've given the master bedroom some sophistication, and the sitting room now has a focus point. It's time for the open house. Come on in. Do you think this sitting room is a workable size for you?
Oh, it's enough space. It actually meets my list of things that I want in my home.
You know this area? You like this area?
Yes, I've been looking for this area for a while. The homes actually need a lot of work. So this is the first home that I've actually came to that I have nothing to do. I just move right in.
Brilliant. Well, I hope you feel the same way in the kitchen.
All right.
So what do you think?
I love the sitting area there. It's right by the door, so you could get to look at the backyard. I love that.
Now, do you think this will be enough space for you in the kitchen?
Actually, quite a bit of space.
So do you think this ticks the boxes?
Actually, it does.
Hi, come in.
This looks quite a bit different.
Ah, you've seen it before?
I have, yes.
What were your first impressions when you walked in last time?
Cluttered. The chandelier is new, isn't it?
The chandelier is new, and we've added this kind of seating area here.
Very useful.
When you come in, you need somewhere to put your shoes, your coat.
It does open up the area nicely, yeah.
Yes. Now here's the kitchen.
I like the skylight. Does it bring in a good amount of light into the kitchen?
You do have a lot of natural light. Well, let's go upstairs. Well, here is your bathroom.
Oh, that's, yes, much better.
Hello.
Hi.
Come on in.
Oh, wow. I love the color of the walls. It's beautiful.
I'm really excited to show you upstairs. Follow me.
I can't wait.
So you've got the nice hardwood floors, which is beautiful.
Wow.
Nice big closet. Nice big window looking out onto the street,
wow.
but it is pretty quiet. Okay, now come on through. I want to show you the next room.
Oh, wow.
What do you think you'd use it for?
I have a lot of clothes, a closet for sure.
You could make this a pretty amazing walk-in wardrobe. Now, how long have you been looking?
It's been a couple of months.
Have you seen anything that you've really fallen in love with, or?
Well, this might be the place.
That's fantastic. That's really, really exciting.
This house now ticks all the boxes in real estate and design. So fingers crossed, Rob and Marcio will be able to sell this house and move to their new home soon.
I think now, the way the house is, it's going to attract more people, definitely.
In move-in condition.
Well, when buyers come in, what they can check off their list is the space. It looks much bigger, more inviting.
The kitchen looks much better. And they can also see a potential in the bedroom. We're much closer to our dream, which is the adoption.
Wow, this is it. Let's go for it.
Now that Rob and Marcio's small house has been upgraded to suit first-time buyers and professionals, I am thrilled to report this couple have received a firm offer for just under the asking price. Rob and Marcio can move into their new family home because this unsellable house has sold. Selling your house can be difficult at the best of times, but in a buyer's market, it's especially tricky. Location, condition, curb appeal, all play a large part in how fast your property moves. People rarely buy houses that need a lot of work unless they're a bargain, so don't give them any opportunity to say no. Frank and Mary Lou have been living in their two-bedroom house for 7 years. It's listed at $569,900. It's been sitting on the market for almost 3 months and no offers. To complicate matters, the couple have just bought their dream home on the East Coast, and they own a condo in town, which Mary Lou uses for her business. So it's time to sell, because carrying 3 properties is crippling them financially.
When you started off, this place was, I think the phrase is, tired. We painted, we refinished the floors, all new windows.
Electrical, plumbing. The colors in the house really set off that arts and craft look.
Mary Lou's very good with colors.
It is hard to believe it's not selling.
Maybe 3 or 4 couples have come by to do a viewing.
We really have to sell. We can't maintain 3 properties indefinitely. And Frank and I, we both have our own businesses. It makes it challenging, to say the least.
And my business is not doing that well right now.
We do need to sell.
This is a picturesque arts and crafts house. It's in a great neighborhood, which boasts some fantastic schools and is only a stone's throw away from the beach. But this house just isn't shifting, so I'm going to go in and take a closer look. Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Frank.
Wow, this is a pretty special yard.
We enjoy it.
Yeah, it's really nice in the summertime.
I bet it is. Now, the thing about this swimming pool is we need to get this house sold quickly, so the swimming pool is a positive rather than a negative. Because, you know, if you see a swimming pool in the winter and there's a metre of snow on the ground, you're like, oh, that's going to be a nightmare to maintain.
That's true.
But you see it on a day like this, and you're like, wow. So, can I have a bit of a snoop around inside?
Certainly.
Sure, come this way.
Thank you very much. This is a lovely arts and crafts house. 2 tables. What do you use this one for?
Breakfast dining.
And the dining table is just...
Formal dining.
You're the most formal couple on the block.
Exactly.
The lovely dining room, great original features. It's functional, you've got a nice dining table set, it's a good size. It's a great dining room. I have to say, guys, words fail me with this colour.
Chartreuse.
So what?
Chartreuse.
Well, you haven't worked.
It's a great size, though. Nice fireplace, nice windows as well. So this is the kitchen. This kitchen is a great size. I like the open plan concept, that's great. Popular with potential buyers. And these look pretty solid, nice oak cupboards.
They could take a little bit of help.
Is this dog scratching?
There was a big German Shepherd that lived here.
So, should we go upstairs? Slightly confusing, this room.
I use it as an office.
It's a sort of pretend office, well, there's not a telephone or a notepad or a computer. Right, so presumably this is your bedroom then. Lovely room, big windows, there's a lot of natural light. I love all the original woodwork. You didn't match it with the wood over the windows.
When you have natural wood, you're a little loath to paint it.
And it's a bit distracting for the poor potential buyers. This house has so much potential. Great yard, great layout, but who is going to fall in love with slime green walls and a kitchen that looks like it was attacked by a dog? No one. But hopefully I can get Frank and Mary Lou on board, and then we can turn this house from unsellable to sellable.
This is a fab house. Having said that, you walk into the sitting room and the first thing you do is you go, whoa. You've got loads of details that I'd like potential buyers to be able to appreciate, like the fireplace, the lovely LED windows. But at the moment, the first thing they're thinking is the colour. So the first impression when you walk in there is not, wow, what a great room. It's, wow, what a interesting colour. That is true in the kitchen, the dining room, and the bedroom. It's a bit too bold.
Okay.
I want to move on to the kitchen. What I'd like to see in the kitchen is a more updated look. And I think by restoring the cupboards, we can do that, because they are lovely wood.
I agree with you on the kitchen.
OK. So at the moment, it's marketed towards a couple like yourself, but I would like to see this house marketed towards a family. So they're going to be looking for 2/3 bedrooms. So we really need to turn that study into a second bedroom.
I agree.
It's been on the market for 3 months.
Almost.
If a house has been on the market for 3 months, it's dead in the water. So what I'd like to see is take it off the market, we wave our magic wand, we have new photos done, and then there's this new marketing with a bang, slightly more slanted towards the family.
Oh, fantastic.
And that will generate re-interest and start the ball rolling again. How does that sound to you?
Sounds wonderful.
Frank and Mary Lou live in a storybook house in a great little pocket of the city, but it's been sitting stagnantly on the market for almost 3 months. So I'm going to go and meet Paul, the real estate agent, to see what he thinks the trouble is. Paul, lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Now, this house has been on for just under 3 months?
3 months, yeah.
How many viewings have you had in that time?
We've only had 4.
Why do you think there's only been 4 people who've been interested enough to go through the front door?
I think part of it has to do with most of the marketing being internet-based and the pictures, how they present on screen.
If you are going to paint your sitting room slime green, not a lot of people are going to want to necessarily have a look in.
Yeah. Right now, the only market we have for the house is kind of executive couples and maybe empty nesters. Not a huge market. I think one of the other issues is price. I think we're probably a little bit too high.
OK.
So we are going to address that.
So what are you going to take it down to?
We're going to try to come under the 550. We're going to come in at 549.
I think psychologically, not being over the 50 mark is going to help.
I hope so.
So do you think once we've remarketed it, have new photos and a new price, all these factors will lead to a quicker sale?
Yes.
Frank and Mary Lou have been waiting patiently for offers. I'm going to go and show them a comparable house in the neighbourhood so they know what people are really looking for. Here we go. OK, I want to show you the kitchen first.
Nice, very nice.
It's updated, but it's not particularly expensive. And the countertop is just a regular laminate. These aren't particularly expensive cupboards. People are looking for this kind of kitchen. They want something updated and something they don't have to do any work on.
Makes sense.
OK, so you can go into the sitting room. What do you think?
It's lovely.
Very comfortable.
It's contemporary, but it's sort of contemporary traditional. You know, because you've got these beautiful hardwood floors and a baseboard. So you've got the cornicing. That's what I'd like to see in your house, by toning down the colour palette, playing up the period details.
I agree.
Come through to the dining room. This is the sort of colour I'd like to see in your dining room and your sitting room. Do you like it?
I do.
Also, what I like about this dining room is it's very functional, but it's got really nice, clean lines.
Very simple. The table, the chairs, and a little bit of nice lighting.
Exactly.
This is bright.
What's the first thing you think of when you're in this room?
Serenity.
And your bedroom is just as nice, but at the moment, the bright yellow with the different textures and fabrics is slightly overpowering. Well, let's go through to the next bedroom. OK, so the big difference between this house and your house is this has 2 bedrooms upstairs. And in a house your size, people do expect to see at least 2 to 3 bedrooms.
Right.
So that's what we're going to do. So what do you think of the house?
It shows very well.
There's nothing to criticize.
Exactly, and the problem you're having with your house at the moment is people are walking in and they're being turned off by the colour.
Even if they actually showed up.
Now this sold in 15 days for just under the asking price, which was around the 650 figure. But you should feel confident now because you've got a great house. It just needs a bit of TLC, a bit of upgrading, and then I'm very confident that it will sell quickly.
Well, you get your guys in there and go at it.
Well, let's get out of here then, Frank. Come on. And to get the ball rolling, I've called in contractor Anthony Sayers. Anthony's going to go through the changes we're going to make from more of a construction angle. So, fire away.
That table is not really working there, so what I was thinking was creating an office workspace.
Well, that's a good idea.
Since we're taking away the table from there, what I'm gonna do is create another eating area where you can set bar stools here.
So dining for two.
Dining for two.
In the kitchen, you have some cabinets that are damaged. So by sanding them and varithane them, it'll show a lot better, right? And I'm gonna change the handles and make them look nicer.
It'll look great.
I'm going upstairs. There's just 2 windows that we just need to paint out the trim. One in the office and one in the master bedroom.
So you're gonna paint over the wood?
Yes.
You got a plan, let's execute.
Okay, come on then.
Okay.
The cabinet doors were scratched and scuffed up by a dog's paw. I've just taken some sandpaper. I started with a low grit, 80 grit, and tried to remove the sealer and the scuff marks. Then I went to a medium and then a fine sandpaper to finish off. The next step would be to stain the cabinets. I'm using this 2-in-1 product, which stains and seals all in one. You can get different colors for different types of wood. So you just have to make sure that you choose the right color and it's for the right type of wood. You don't want to shake the can. You want to stir it from the bottom and just bring all the resin to the top. I've restored them and they look almost brand new again.
What do you think of the paint colour in the living room?
I like it.
It's probably called something like
a walk in the park at dawn.
something. How do you think Frank's going to like the new colour?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
I'm really amazed that someone actually picked that color. It's fantastic.
What I'm making here is a breakfast nook, just an extra counter space. I'm using this piece of MDF to cover the face of the cabinet and to act as support for my upper shelf. My first step, cut the nosing off the countertop. I used a jigsaw with a fine blade and made sure I cut a nice straight line. To make sure that my support is nice and solid, I nailed into the corners of the cabinet, which has solid wood. So I'm nailing right into solid wood, which is what you want to do. Now that my piece of MDF is nice and solid, it's going to act as my support for my top shelf, which is right here. I'm going to use this butcher block with some brackets that will attach to the front and act as support. Now we have an eatery bar. You can put a stool here and sit and have coffee in the morning.
So this is the desk then?
The start of the desk, it's the top and the bases.
I like this. What kind of wood is it?
This is a butcher block 1x2 that they glued together.
Looks lovely.
I've used MDF, which is medium density fiberboard. And then afterwards, I'm gonna use this 1x material.
Yep.
And just line everything to make it chunkier and look more built-in.
Brilliant.
And then I've made up towers that we're gonna attach to the wall. They're the same size as the window.
So what do they look like?
Well, I have them built right there. We can just bring them in, you can see. They're gonna pretty much sit like there.
So a huge improvement.
In a buyer's market, sometimes half the struggle can be getting people through the front door. Fewer viewings means you can't afford to show your house as anything other than light, bright, and move-in ready. This comparable arts and crafts style house does not disappoint. The living room's soft colour scheme and beautiful bay window makes the space feel airy and bright. Framed by a traditional style mantel and a large mirror, the fireplace stands out as the perfect focal point. The crown moulding and window frames painted a clean white adds to that fresh and light feeling. In the dining room, the old-fashioned furniture fits well with this home's beautiful wood panelling and French doors. The galley kitchen is simple but immaculately presented. It's freshly painted and boasts ample counter and cupboard space. This master bedroom is about the same size as Frank and Mary Lou's, but the cream paint and light trim makes the space feel larger. An elegant four-poster bed and mirrored wall sconce maintains this home's traditional look.
Frank and Mary Lou's storybook house was not showing well. The colours were incredibly overpowering. By restoring the home's beauty, we are one step closer to closing that deal.
This living room's arts and craft details were utterly overwhelmed by strong colours. To neutralise this space, we toned down the walls and added a complementing area rug. We dressed up the sofa with new accent cushions in fuchsia and honey tones. Now, this living room is the calm, relaxing retreat buyers look for. There was no escaping from the dining room's overpowering yellow walls, so we painted them the same neutral tones as the living room. We replaced the oversized dining room set with a smaller table and chairs. Now both rooms feel open and bright. Although well laid out, this kitchen definitely needed some tender loving care. First, we decluttered and repainted. Then we restored the room's beautiful oak cabinetry with some inexpensive varnish and a little elbow grease. At the entrance to the kitchen, Anthony's smart new breakfast bar adds extra function and counter space. Rather than two tables and chairs side by side, we repurposed the large open area opposite the kitchen by replacing Frank and Mary Lou's table set with a new built-in desk. Now potential buyers can work from home while enjoying the glorious view of the backyard and pool. Upstairs, using this space as an office was not marketing the house properly to potential family buyers. By simply adding a bed, new white linens and matching side tables and lamps, we easily transformed this well-proportioned room into a lovely second bedroom. In the master bedroom, the bright orange walls, heavy furniture and colourful bedspread didn't offer the peaceful retreat potential buyers are looking for. We calmed down the walls with a soothing neutral colour, minimised the furniture and added new linens. We painted out the windows trim and replaced the dark curtains, all to add that feeling of light and spaciousness. For a total cost of $4,600, we've lightened, brightened and restored Frank and Mary Lou's home, so buyers can now appreciate its true charm and potential. This house now shows as a flexible space that will appeal to both couples and families alike.
Marketing materials like takeaway pamphlets are very important to potential buyers and can influence their final decision. Colour photos are key, but they're not much good on their own. They need to be accompanied by price, floor plans, and other relevant information. When potential buyers are browsing property websites, you only get about 1 second to impress before they click on to the next house. So you could be drastically cutting down the amount of buyers walking through the front door through your choice of colour. If you're selling your home with a pool, make sure you market it in spring or summer, because a swimming pool is going to look much more like a negative under half a metre of snow. It is amazing what drastic remarketing and some inexpensive restoration can do for a home. Frank and Mary Lou's gorgeous two-bedroom home will surely sell quickly.
Now it's time to see if potential buyers agree.
A relaunch is a great way to drum up interest in a previously poorly presented house. It allows new buyers to come by and the old tire kickers to check out the improvements. I think the neighbours are going to have a lot to talk about.
I'm Wendy.
Lovely to meet you. So here we have the sitting room.
I really like the wall color. And I love the fireplace.
It's
That's
lovely.
a real craftsman-style fireplace.
Straight through to the dining room.
Yeah. Oh, and this is nice for entertaining. You can just walk right through.
Here you've got a little breakfast bar.
Oh, this is nice. Oh, I like this. Oh, and you've got all the storage space. I really like that. I think this is a good use of space.
Nice to meet you. What do you think of the colours?
I love the color because I think it lends itself to the floors.
I'll come through into the kitchen.
What I like about this kitchen is you can have your guests in the dining room and you can chat to them and hear what they're talking, but there's a bit of a division.
That's important.
Yeah. Do you think this is going to be big enough for you?
I think it would be just fine.
Well, come and have a look at the backyard. I think it's pretty special.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, my goodness. This is a large area.
And you've got a pool, changing room, and a tool shed.
That is great.
Come on in. I want to show you upstairs.
A lake. This is very nice.
You have lots of room for your clothes. There's lots of storage. You could have a vanity mirror here or a television. Do you think you'd like to have a room like this?
Probably.
Well, come on through to the master bedroom.
That is nice.
Yeah, I like this. I like the windows too.
Do you mind if I have a little chat with you downstairs? Do you think this is a style of house you can imagine yourself living in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you maybe come back for a second viewing?
Oh, sure.
For sure.
Yes.
For sure, yeah.
I love the house. It looks great.
You come into this house, you don't have to do a thing. It's fantastic.
My favorite part of the house is when you walk in the door and you see the features of the house.
And what they've done upstairs with what used to be our office and is now our second bedroom, it looks impeccable.
It'll really appeal to a wide range of people.
I think after the makeover, there is a chance that this house will sell very quickly.
Now that we've restored and remarketed Frank and Mary Lou's charming house, viewings have substantially increased and feedback has been nothing but positive. I feel certain an offer is just around the corner and that soon this couple will fulfill their dream of a new life together on the East Coast.